3 days. That's how long it's been, and he still can't wrap his head around any of it. Rayson stared at the bed he had just woken up from, muttering to himself in disbelief. No way, this can't be real. I'm screwed. His eyes wandered across the massive cottage around him, far bigger and fancier than anything he'd ever lived in. That's when the sinking realization hit him again. He wasn't dreaming. He wasn't hallucinating. He was inside a novel. The kind of phenomenon people on those web novel sites used to call obsession. He remembered scrolling through those pages, checking top rankings by genre and age rating. But never, not once, did he imagine he would end up inside a world filled with mana. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy stared back in the mirror. That was him now, and he sat there in shock, trying to process the impossible. The morning sun poured through the window, lighting up the cottage. Rayson stepped onto the cold floorboards, raising his hands to his face. Blue eyes, Western features, and he grabbed his torso, frowning. Why is my stomach sticking out like this? Before he could complain more, a translucent blue system window suddenly popped up in front of him. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, rubbed them again. The text didn't disappear. His name, 0 abilities, 0 combat indicators. What? I'm actually going crazy. And then, as if the universe wanted to torture him further, a memory slammed into his mind. 9 years into this world's future. He saw crowds gathered outside houses, the sky burning red, and himself chained beneath a guillotine, killed by his own brother, labeled as an accident. His breath caught for a moment. Then, his first morning in this world officially began. Rayson jolted awake, nearly jumping out of bed. The housekeeper beside him flinched in shock. Why, young master, you overslept. You must get up immediately. He froze. Housekeeper? A red-haired young woman instantly dropped to her knees, trembling so hard her voice cracked. I have sinned. Please forgive me. Please punish me. Rayson blinked at her, confused. Who was she? He studied her properly this time. Freckles, violet eyes, and a distinctly Western appearance. Definitely not anyone from Korea. He scratched the back of his head, forcing an awkward smile. So, this is really happening. But before he could speak, she panicked even harder, slamming her forehead against the floor. I didn't know you had to wake up early today. I should have come sooner. I'm so stupid. Please forgive me. Rayson rushed forward in alarm. Hey, are you okay? She froze, eyes trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. The huge cottage towered behind her as she screamed through her sobs. Please don't beat me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Her forehead was already bleeding. Rayson froze, staring at the housekeeper's trembling form. Her mouth hung open as she collapsed in front of him, losing consciousness right after screaming for forgiveness. He blinked in shock. What the hell? I didn't even do anything yet. He crouched beside her, completely thrown off. This was his first day in this world, and it was already a disaster. No chaos, no excitement, just disappointment. Later, Rayson sat back on his bed, the faint blue glow of the system window lighting up his face. Day 2 had begun. He examined the status window again. Name, Rayson, a name that didn't belong to him in his previous life. Before he could think deeper, the door creaked open. A small boy stepped inside, dark hair, dark clothes, clutching a notebook against his chest. His posture was stiff as he bowed. This is Hampton, someone had told him earlier. He records everything that happens. Every movement, every word. Rayson stared at him, confused. Everything. He walked closer. Can I see the recordings? He asked suddenly. Hampton panicked for a moment, but nodded quickly. Yes, young master. I'll bring them later. I'm very sorry. Then he hurried to the table, opened his notebook, and began writing with mechanical precision. Rayson watched over his shoulder. The handwriting, the format. It all felt strangely familiar. He stepped outside for fresh air, only to realize dozens of housekeepers were watching him. Every step he took, every time he breathed, someone wrote it down. They whispered among themselves. Mate and receiver. Record everything. And apparently, this strange daily routine would continue until the 14th day. Rayson sighed and turned around, only to find Hampton standing right behind him, trembling like a mouse caught in a trap. Hampton yelped as he dropped the ink bottle. Black ink splattered across the journal. I am sorry. I'll clean it up immediately. Rayson's leg twitched. What the? Why did my body just move? He felt an urge rise from deep inside. Violent, angry, irrational. Just looking at Hampton's terrified face made his muscles tense. His body wanted to strike him, and before he could fight it, crack, his foot swung out and smashed Hampton in the face. Hampton stumbled back, hands up defensively as he whimpered in fear. Rayson froze, horrified. What the hell is happening to me? It's like something is controlling me. He staggered back to the bed, grabbing his head, because by the end of day 2, fragments of the original Raison's memories started to surface, and they were horrifying. He remembered being 4 years old, swinging a toy bat at Hampton while the poor boy cried and tried to dodge. Rayson hit him until blood poured like a stream. He remembered being 5, learning the truth about himself. He looked at a woman with disgust, a woman who trembled as she faced him, and he remembered saying coldly, "So you're really my mother?" One of the estate's elders sat comfortably in a chair, sipping hot coffee, while a house worker quietly scrubbed the floor beside him. The worker muttered under his breath. Rayson, the son of a dean from California. Even as a child, he terrified everyone in this mansion. The maid, So-So, lifted her head, eyes trembling as she whispered that same truth. I was always scared of him. Suddenly, the old Raison's memory surfaced again. He remembered walking towards So-So, smirking as he ordered, "Hey, entertain me. I'm bored." The present day, Rayson grabbed his own hair in shame. Damn it, these memories are mine now. Back then he had walked away without guilt. But in reality, he was only 7, a spoiled brat, and absolutely not hero material. More memories resurfaced, horrible ones. He remembered beating the housekeepers, chasing one woman with a stick, kicking another servant until they couldn't stand. A 7-year nightmare. Then came age 8, his coming of age, and it only got worse. Rayson remembered holding a wooden club, standing over a pink-haired girl. He had hit her again and again, blood splattering across the floor. All because he thought she was a goblin. But she wasn't just anyone. She was the only daughter of a powerful martial clan, rayfully dressed in a green robe, and he assaulted her like a lunatic. The consequences hit immediately. The count punished him, and when he turned 9, he was exiled from the main estate to a remote building, Maple Annex, a lonely place far from the city. Even there, he hadn't changed. He remembered smashing a wooden table in half with a baton just because someone brought him the wrong chocolate. "Bring me chocolate from Verdun." That's what he had screamed. God, the original Rayson was a monster. He sat down in front of a computer, trying to search up his own character like some confused reader. Rayson typed the name, the one he knew from his own short story. The screen showed the description he wrote. Anti-male hero. Violent, arrogant, problematic. But even as the creator, he felt sick reading it. I didn't write him this dark. In this world, this isn't the one I made. He stared out the window at the massive city below. None of this matched the setting he created. None of his memories aligned with the world he was seeing. So the story doesn't match reality at all. He let out a bitter smile, because now, almost all the memories of the old Rayson had returned, and every single one was worse than the last. Day 3. Rayson sat on his bed, hands clasped, mind racing. It was time to face reality. This isn't a dream, he whispered, and it's not an illusion. He remembered his past life, the ordinary world, the keyboard, the monitor, and a short story he wrote. Now he was living inside it. But the worst part? He wasn't the protagonist. Not even close. He was the most troublesome side character in his own story, from Swordmaster. And he hadn't even written details about him. No abilities. No skills. Nothing. He had created Rayson as a minor filler character, a clean slate, hero who didn't matter. He pictured that scene from his writing. Rayson punching a wall in frustration because he didn't know how to shape his life. I made him a blank character because he wasn't important, and now I'm stuck living as him. Rayson leaned back, trying to steady his breathing as the last pieces of memory clicked into place. He remembered everything, even the parts he left unfinished. In his old world, he had drafted notes about Rayson's fighting style, his abilities, his lineage, but none of it had ever made it into the final version of the story. All of it stayed in the drafts folder. And one comment from a top reader hit him like a knife. Who the hell is this Ison? Why did he suddenly get executed? He remembered typing the scene where he dragged his own character to the guillotine, gathering thousands of spectators and killing him off at 17. At the time, he thought a sudden plot twist would shock the readers. Now was his neck on that guillotine. Rayson's hands trembled as he sat at the edge of the bed. My goal is to survive. He was 9 years old right now. 8 years until the execution. 8 years to rewrite fate. He clenched his jaw, eyes hardening. 8 years left. I can still change everything. But then another memory hit him, a bigger problem. If he tries to change the future, he'll collide directly with him. The main character, a man with jet black hair and burning red eyes. The true hero of the novel. Kaysen said. Rayson remembered the most iconic scene he wrote, the savage battle between the Decatur family and the noble line of Said. A feud born generations ago. A murder of a gunsmith's eldest son. Bloodshed passed down like an inheritance. The cracks spreading across the battlefield. The screams. The ground soaked in blood. All of it had erupted into the final climax. The War of Two Swords. He could still visualize it like he wrote it yesterday. A massive courtyard filled with corpses. The sky burning in orange flames. Bodies stacked like mountains. And at the top, Kaysen Said stood victorious, holding the flag of his clan. Since the novel was called Sage Sword Masters, the outcome was obvious. The Sage family crushed the Decatur line. The men of Raisin's bloodline were almost wiped out. This was the finale, Raisin whispered. A system menu flickered again in front of him, glitching, appearing, and disappearing, as if urging him toward something. He took a deep breath. He remembered who he was. Not just Raisin, the doomed side character, but the author of this world. Even if it was only a part-time hobby, he wrote this. He created the characters. He built the plot. And now, it's good I'm the creator, he muttered, stepping forward with determination. This time, I'll fix everything for the main character. He lifted his hand, clenching it into a tight fist. Because unlike Kaysen and everyone else in this world, Raisin already knew the future. And as long as he had that knowledge, Raisin thought about the life he was originally supposed to have. Ordinary, uneventful, forgettable. And he completely rejected it. He lifted his head with determination. No, I'm going to do whatever it takes to become better than the monster I started out as. He stepped in the bathroom and froze for a moment. Back in Korea, the entire room he lived in was smaller than this bathroom alone. Life really was unpredictable. People lived, died, reincarnated. And now he was living in luxury as the youngest son of a massively influential family. He threw a light punch at the air. The old Raisin had combat skills he never described in the novel, which meant he was free to decide them himself. The original me never figured it out, he muttered. But I will. If he pushed his potential to the limit, he could join the ranks of this city's top geniuses. And considering the Maton family was one of the 3 most powerful forces in the world, he remembered the towering church and its symbols. The holy lineage. The blood of the Maton family flowed in him now. He folded his arms, lowering his gaze. A silver spoon in my mouth. I might as well think positively. He recalled his death, the guillotine, the betrayal, and strengthened his resolve. Before he turned 17, he had to regain the trust of those who had completely given up on him during childhood. If he managed that, his chances of survival would skyrocket. He looked around the huge room and muttered, "Everything depends on me. I have 8 years to change everything." Then, a flicker crossed his vision. A system window. The letters had changed. Willpower activated. Raisin's eyes widened. Willpower? What the? He knew that name. He knew that skill. It belonged to the protagonist of the said clan. Another notification appeared. Skill. Willpower activated. Raisin stared in disbelief. Why did a main character's ability activate for me? Raisin's system window displayed it clearly. He had activated willpower. He blinked, stunned. This is the ability of the Sword Master story's main character, he whispered. He sat on the edge of his bed, eyes locked on the glowing blue panel. The letters floating there were triggered by willpower itself. He rubbed his chin. Why'd he need this skill? He wasn't the protagonist. He wasn't even an important character. But then another thought struck him. Maybe the moment he was reborn here. Maybe that alone was enough to alter the story's future. He remembered the original main character, Kaysen Said, leaping through hordes of goblins. Red eyes glowing, sword flashing, cutting down enemies like a force of nature. That was the true power of willpower, the trait that made him the Sword Master. And now Raisin had the same thing. He clenched his jaw as an uneasy realization settled in. This wasn't the same story anymore. The timeline had already shifted. His arrival had changed everything. Raisin remembered the main character charging through a swarm of goblins, slicing them apart like they were made of paper. In simple terms, the protagonist wasn't just strong. He was a Said, someone powerful enough to wipe out an entire continent. Raisin imagined it perfectly. Kaysen swinging his sword with one strike, the earth splitting open, a huge portion of the land collapsing as if the world itself bowed to him. And Rayson whispered, "Is that really just a continent?" "No, because the truth was far worse." Kaysen said was a man capable of destroying the universe, and the only person in the world who truly knew the full extent of that power was Rayson himself. He lowered his head, still trying to steady his breathing when a soft, ringing echoed in his ears. This wasn't normal. A strange light flickered in front of him. A magic circle appeared, glowing, rotating slowly, and Rayson's eyes widened. This isn't anything I've seen before." The circle scanned his body, studying him like a living device. Rayson leaned closer, mesmerized. A ring? No, a circle. A man's circle? He imagined his heart surrounded by that glowing ring of energy. A single, condensed loop, woven tightly together, the core foundation of magic. He remembered the way sages researched mana circles in the Swordmaster world. In the novel, the rule was simple. To form even one mana circle, you had to train relentlessly. Day after day, year after year. It was the highest tier of magical cultivation, something that demanded patience, discipline, and pain. Then a memory flashed. He sat on top of Hampton once, eating a chocolate bar, kicking his legs lazily. Back then, Rayson had thought, there's no way some idiot like me could ever form a mana circle. In all the memories of the original Rayson, there was zero training. Not 1 second of hard work. So how did this happen? Before he could think further, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Rayson froze. The story, it's changing. He swallowed and whispered, "Era." From the other side of the door came a soft voice. "Young master, may I come in for a moment?" "Okay," he answered. The door opened, and the girl stepped inside. Silver hair, green eyes, but instead of greeting him normally, she dropped to her knees and placed both hands on the floor. Rayson's eyes widened. He remembered it now. Another disgusting memory of the old him. He had once placed his foot on her head and warned her, "Before you look me in the eye, kneel." Rayson's stomach twisted. What the hell was wrong with me? He stared at her, panicking, not knowing how to react. And then another system window appeared. Hidden classification detected. Killer type. "Killer," Rayson whispered. She looked up with worried eyes, completely unaware of the label glowing above her head. Rayson's mind spun. He didn't understand. He didn't remember this. None of this matched the original world he wrote. He recalled the war against dragons in Swordmaster. Said, every inhabitant in the novel had a unique attribute. Knights wore heavy armor and fought on foot. Mages wore robes. Cavalry charged on horses. But this was different. This world was showing him things that weren't in the original manuscript. Things even he, the author, had never written. The Swordmaster world had fought unimaginable wars, brutal enough that even murderers fought alongside heroes. Rayson imagined it clearly. A harmless maid, a quiet servant, an innocent girl. But if you looked closer, any one of them could be a murderer hiding behind a gentle face. Blood on the floor, knives in the dark, people clawing for power. He looked at Era, trembling, kneeling, and felt a chill run through his spine. This world is insane. Strength rules everything. Even with maiden blood, even born with a silver spoon, he could still die at any moment. Panic crawled up his neck, but he forced a smile. Calm down. Don't show fear. If she's a killer, one wrong expression could get me killed. He swallowed hard. He remembered another memory of the old Rayson, grabbing her ear, cutting her cheek, laughing as she cried. How was I even human? He thought, disgust twisting his gut. He glanced at the system window again. Her trembling wasn't an act. She was genuinely terrified. Acting, I need to act, he decided. He raised his fist slightly to his mouth and motioned toward her. Come here, he said. She stiffened, hand pressed against her chest. Why, yes, master. Stand up. She obeyed immediately. He turned away sharply, pretending to be annoyed, while in reality he was praying she didn't sense his fear. Bring me some chocolate. Chocolate, she repeated in shock. He was talking to himself inside. Just leave. Go. I need time to figure things out. So he snapped at her. Why are you standing there? Move. She flinched and hurried out. I'll bring it right away. The door closed behind her. Era leaned against the wall outside, breathing hard. Everything felt strange, different. She lifted her eyes toward the door. He's weird, like a completely different person. She remembered just days ago, the oppressive tension in the air, the cruelty in his eyes. But now, she recalled him gazing out the window, then turning to her with a small smile. I've changed. Her heartbeat skipped. She ran down the hall, passing a white cat sleeping peacefully on the floor. I need to report this immediately, she thought, speeding up. Because even though only a few days had passed, Raisin wasn't the same person she had served all her life. Meanwhile, Raisin sat at the table, staring at the system window with a firm expression. He had things to figure out. Important things. He took a deep breath and focused. Because first, he needed to understand the estate he was living in. Raisin leaned back, recalling the truth of his current situation. He had been exiled here to the Maple Annex, far from the main palace, hidden away from his father's eyes, practically sealed off behind massive walls. He remembered the Maton family crest, a symbol of power, lineage, and strict hierarchy. They always said the Maton heir would never become a magic master. But from Raisin's perspective, a Maton could become one, because the magic masters were practically villains in this world, enemies who clashed against the great sword masters. Raisin stared at the system window with a cold, serious expression. If he wanted to survive, he had to change. He remembered his real identity, the person he used to be, and the person he was now. Fortunately, he was the creator of this world. He possessed the main character's power. He knew the future and its hidden secrets. He recalled the Battle of the Magicians, the brutal conflict for the royal throne, and the ugly truth surfaced. If he didn't participate, he would be labeled a disgrace to the Maton family. He looked up sharply. He was only 9 years old, but in this world, a 10-year-old could already start a throne war. He remembered the image of a coffin marked with a cross, the fate of the original Raisin. Even at that age, the old Raisin behaved like a fool. And because of that foolishness, he died at 17. He remembered how the previous owner of this body ate whatever he wanted, burned money without thinking, traveled endlessly, lived a luxurious life normal people could only dream of. All Raisin needed to do was maintain that status until the end. But the original Raisin never managed it. He remembered his own past life too, serving in the army, doing everything he could for his country. He exhaled softly. All right, I know how I need to behave in this world. Then the system flashed. Willpower activation stopped. Insufficient energy. Raisin sighed and turned as the door creaked open. The maid stumbled inside, apologizing with her hand over her mouth. A master. Chocolate is extremely difficult to find. We can't bring it today. He blinked. Oh, it's fine, he replied casually. In truth, he didn't even like chocolate. He just needed time alone. She looked stunned. Oh, really? Is that true? Yes, he said with a dismissive wave. You can go. As she turned to leave, Raisin thought to himself. First step, clean up the reputation of the real Raisin. Fix the stupid mess he created. He watched her go and noticed something unsettling. Footsteps. I didn't hear any. Before he could think further, she popped her head back inside. Then, I'll bring chocolate later. He clenched his fists. I said you can leave. Okay, see you later. She chirped before the door slammed shut again. Raisin collapsed into his chair, exhausted. Even the servants were unpredictable in this world. Era lingered outside the door, pressing her back against the wall. She replayed the scene in her mind. Raisin, the guy obsessed with chocolate, the one who used to throw tantrums over sweets, suddenly saying, everything's fine. She narrowed her eyes at the door. What's happening to him? This isn't normal. She decided to wait a little longer, then send a full report. A week later, Hampton was called back to the estate. Raisin stepped outside and saw the small boy arriving. He pointed at him. Get ready. Hampton blinked, confused. Gee, get ready? For what? What do you mean for what? Raisin replied, annoyed. For training. Hampton froze. Training? Why you're going to train? His jaw dropped so fast, it almost hit the ground. Raisin's eyebrow twitched. Do I seriously need to repeat myself twice? Oh, okay. I'll prepare everything immediately. Hampton squeaked, sprinting away like his life depended on it. Raisin watched him run, then looked up at the massive tree nearby. He had spent the entire week thinking, and came to one clear conclusion. If he wanted to survive, he had to enter the inheritance war, not as a background character, but as someone who mattered. And for that, he needed strength, real strength. He faced the city beyond the walls of the Maple Annex. First, survive, he murmured. Second, become independent. His fist tightened. And for that, I have to start now. The ability he needed to master. Willpower. Raisin exhaled sharply. The time has finally come. Hampton came running back toward him. The boy arrived panting, sweat dripping down his chin. His eyes were wide, full of shock. The Duke. He changed. That's what he kept thinking. Last time, Rayson had hit him on the back with a bat so hard that Hampton couldn't move for a week. This one was preparing to train? He couldn't comprehend it. Rayson glanced at the system window hovering above Hampton's head. Attribute, poison trait, cowardly servant. Rayson stared. Poison? Why does he look like someone who might kill me in my sleep? He even imagined a poison icon floating over Hampton and silently prayed that he wasn't imagining a knife pressed to his throat one day. Hampton bowed deeply. So we're really doing special training? Rayson nodded with a firm face. In the inheritance war, every candidate must have a fully trained assistant. Someone who has been trained since childhood. Someone who dedicates their entire life to their master. He looked straight at Hampton. Rayson stared at Hampton, his seventh shadow. If Hampton was a shadow, then that meant he was Rayson's personal assistant. A servant trained since childhood under the Mayton family's strict discipline. The sun glared against the sign overhead as Hampton lifted his head and stared at Rayson's back. He's really going to train after all this time? There was bewilderment, but also a flicker of gratitude. Hampton had waited years for this moment, the moment the seventh son finally decided to grow up. But he couldn't help thinking, why now? What changed him? He looked at Rayson's back again. He was the seventh son, the only one who knew nothing about martial arts. Everyone in the estate whispered about him. Servants despised him. Maids gossiped about his tantrums and cruelty behind his back. Sometimes it hurt to watch. Hampton lifted his head with resolve. There was nothing else to do now. He would follow him. Both of them stood in front of a massive, skyscraper-like structure, towering high, unnatural for this fantasy world. Rayson narrowed his eyes. A modern building in a fantasy setting. This must be new. The system window confirmed it. Current location, training point number 1. Rayson smirked. Convenient. A door opened, and a man stepped out. Black robe, round glasses, sharp smile. The seventh heir has arrived, he announced. He bowed while walking past Rayson. My name is Noah. I'm the manager responsible for reporting to Kaysen. Rayson almost tripped. Reporting to the main character? Great. Noah straightened with a forced smile. It is an honor to work under him. But deep inside, Noah was fuming. This brat, the first person who ever poured water on me while I was bowing. Does he still remember what he did? Inside the building, Rayson studied Noah's face. Why was the system showing signs above him? He was clearly far more capable than Rayson, and he was the manager of this entire training facility. Rayson inhaled deeply. First, I need to succeed at the basics. He turned to Noah. I'll be training here today. Do you mind? Noah stiffened in shock. You want to train? Seriously? Yes, Rayson said firmly. And I'd like some recommendations for someone my age. Noah blinked. Your age? I'm 9. Noah froze. Then his eye twitched violently. 396 days. 8 hours. 32 minutes. That was exactly how long it had been since Rayson slapped him across the face. He clenched his teeth but forced a smile. If the young master wishes to train, then I will prepare an appropriate plan. He raised his head, still seething inside. Because now, he had the perfect chance to give Rayson a training plan he would never forget. His time would come, and no one would ever know it. A faint sparkle lit up Noah's eyes as an idea clicked. He turned to Rayson with a small smile and casually mentioned that the sixth successor once hunted a mushroom monster when he was just 9 years old. Rayson blinked, confused. Mushroom monster? The moment he said it, a memory stirred. A white mushroom, around 50 centimeters tall, basically a chunky vegetable with legs, capable of jumping ridiculously high. A bottom-tier creature, barely even a threat. Rayson looked at Noah again. Noah bowed lightly, whispering that he agreed to the challenge. The others nodded, saying preparations would begin immediately. Noah, suddenly flustered and blushing for no reason, turned back and asked, "What about the mushroom forest?" He was told he could handle it however he liked. 3 minutes, Noah said proudly. That's all the preparation I need. As Noah practically skipped away, Rayson watched him with a raised eyebrow. Why was he so happy? Mushroom monsters weren't exactly terrifying. If a 9-year-old could defeat one, then 3 minutes felt more than enough. A glowing circle appeared beside Rayson, pulling his attention. A ring manifestation? It looked real. He tightened his fist. Even though martial arts were his specialty, he had learned magic on his own. After all, the blood of a magician flowed in him. Noah extended his hand toward the entrance with a bright smile. All right, you can go in now. Rayson stepped into the mushroom forest, and immediately, ding, the system notified him. Current location, magical manifestation, mushroom forest. a dark terrain illuminated by glowing mushrooms. The door shut behind him, and Noah's voice echoed faintly. Good luck. Rayson scanned his surroundings, then froze. A black mushroom peeked from behind a rock, almost trying to blend in. It crawled out, growling like something that desperately wanted to be intimidating. Information flashed. Weak point, torso. Elemental resistance, very low to fire. Rayson stared at it, unimpressed. This is the monster? Watching it wobble around was somehow more disgusting than threatening. He clenched his fist and focused, letting mana surge through. Blue light flared around his knuckles. A system window popped up. Skill, Ring Vortex, activated. A floating ring manifested before him, spinning gently. Rayson stared at it in disbelief, seeing the technique clearly with his own eyes for the first time. Outside, Noah watched through the magic crystal ball. He leaned closer, remembering the stories. Before Rayson ever arrived here, he had been known as a prodigy, so talented that even distant cities whispered about him. And Noah still remembered that punch. Rayson's fist slamming into his cheek. And the moment after, when Rayson calmly extended. Rayson extended his hand calmly, asking, why does a person bend only 82 degrees? One trainee clenched his teeth in humiliation. To him, it felt like Rayson was insulting him, mocking the fact that a purely physical fighter could bend 82 degrees, but never reach a perfect 90 degrees. Meanwhile, Noah's smile twisted into something darker. Purple mana spread across the crystal ball in his hands. Now I'll take full revenge on Rayson, he thought. And that mushroom monster he's fighting right now, it's not a standard one. I upgraded it. Inside the forest, the mushroom monster leapt straight down at Rayson like a falling boulder. Rayson didn't flinch. He simply thought, martial arts, a skill the magic class treats like trash. But they don't know how hard I've trained. He dashed forward, a multicolored aura blooming around him. He knew the truth. A magician without elemental magic couldn't harm this creature. But he wasn't relying on a single element. Noah watched through the ball, grinning, convinced this would be revenge. But the smile faded. Rayson sprang up, fist blazing with blue mana, and drove his knuckles straight into the monster's torso. Noah's eyes widened. How? Rayson landed, and the mushroom monster dissolved into light behind him. So weak, he muttered. Then a system window flashed open. Combat skill, beginner. Basic attack on monster, successful. First stage of ability unlocked. Congratulations, training complete. Rayson stared at the notifications, heartbeat pounding, blood boiling with unfamiliar heat. His chest felt tight with power. Another window opened. Beginner martial art activated, vortex ring. A massive surge of blue aura burst around Rayson, swirling like a living storm. He stared at it, confused. What is this power? Noah watched him, stunned. That's pure magic, he whispered. Martial arts shouldn't combine with destructive magical force. He remembered Rayson's earlier strike that shattered the monster's resistance. It was impossible. It was unthinkable. Rayson turned slightly, head lowered, still absorbing the sensation. That monster really wasn't suitable for training, Noah commented. Rayson nodded. He agreed. But Noah kept staring, unsettled. What happened to him in this 1 year? Sitting at his desk now, Noah wiped sweat from his face with a handkerchief. Fine. I'll increase the difficulty. Let's set it to the difficult level. Rayson looked to the side, frowning. How difficult? If it's too high, I'll have a problem. I'm almost out of mana. Noah simply smiled. It will be a red mushroom monster. Rayson's gaze sharpened instantly. At the crystal ball, Noah's assistants murmured that the creature looked like a regular mushroom monster, but its movements were far faster, its strength multiplied, and worst of all, it reproduced rapidly. If Rayson didn't destroy it quickly, the entire forest would overflow with red mushrooms. Noah leaned closer to the ball, pushing his personal feelings aside. For his report, he wanted something far more interesting than a simple training session. Inside the forest, Rayson stared straight ahead, focused. If anything critical happens, I'll stop the training immediately, Noah warned. Rayson blurted out, shocked. Red mushroom monster. He didn't remember this thing even existing. He looked away, thinking it must be another system-generated monster by default. Out loud, he simply agreed with Noah. A red mushroom began to form, white eyes, crimson cap, and materialized right in front of him. Rayson's expression hardened. How is this one different from the previous one? He had barely processed the thought when, whoosh, he dodged instinctively as the red mushroom lunged past him. A split second later, boom, it exploded behind him, shaking the entire forest floor. Rayson spun around, stunned. Another red mushroom shot toward him like a bullet. Rayson raised his guard. The attack tore straight through his defense, slamming into him and sending him skidding back as smoke burst around him. He coughed, stood up, and glared at the creature. Fast, invisible, wild. He studied it carefully. It didn't even look as scary as he imagined. So why did it hit like a cannon? The mushroom blurred, its body vanished, only dust swirling beneath where it had stood. Rayson's instinct screamed. He looked up. The monster was already above him. Rayson thrust both hands forward, mana crackling from his palms. Outside, Noah's jaw dropped. He really dodged that. Rayson's body, wrapped in mana, shot forward like a streak of light. He chased the red mushroom relentlessly. I found its pattern, he thought. Its attacks are simple, predictable. He caught the monster midair with one hand, gripping it tightly. Time to use my power. The system window flashed. Base level enhancement skill activated. Rayson lifted the mushroom with one hand. His other fist surged with blue mana. Then another notification snapped open. Not enough mana. Rayson stared at his fist. He was empty, completely drained. The mushroom slipped out of his grasp and escaped. Rayson froze, confused. What was that? For a split moment, time itself seemed to slow down around him. And because of that tiny shift, he had been able to keep up and almost win. A system window flashed once more. Mana depleted. All skills have ceased activation due to. Rayson's vision flickered as the system message hovered before him. Mana depleted. All skills have ceased activation due to lack of mana. He exhaled slowly. Once my mana recovers, I need to figure out what just happened. Steam rose from a nearby cup. Hampton had just delivered fresh coffee to Noah. But the moment he glanced at the crystal ball, his jaw dropped. He stared, stunned. The Duke had become this strong? Noah turned, equally startled. Hampton, did he complete his 10th year's ceremony? Hampton shook his head quickly. No, sir. That's next year. Noah froze. His eyes widened. His teeth clenched in disbelief. He hasn't even undergone the ceremony. Yet he already wields this much power? Moments later, Rayson walked forward, approaching the group. Everyone stood still, watching him carefully. Hampton felt his breath hitch. Master already regained his mana. Rayson scanned the surroundings, calm as ever. But Hampton's thoughts spiraled. He created a circle of energy, effortlessly, without mana. The realization hit him so hard his eyes filled with tears. I really missed something, Hampton whispered, trembling. I knew nothing, absolutely nothing. Overwhelmed, he threw his arms around Rayson and hugged him tightly. Master! Rayson blinked, confused. Did I really get injured? Why is he crying like this? Annoyed, he grabbed Hampton's cheeks with both hands and squeezed them. There's still so much I don't understand about this world. And it irritated him deeply that he had to keep figuring all of it out. Then, Rayson collapsed. Everyone gasped. Master! They shouted, rushing toward him. Noah immediately snapped. Hampton, bring a healer from the second floor. Hampton sprinted away. Upstairs, a man was sleeping in a reclining chair. Hampton burst into the room. Are you the healer? The man sat up slowly, confused. This is unexpected. What is it? What happened? The seventh master is seriously injured. The healer stared. The seventh? Not the sixth. No, he said seventh. Another healer raised an eyebrow. But aren't you the assistant of the sixth successor? Hampton shook his head firmly. I'm Hampton, assistant to the seventh successor. The healer's eyes sharpened. So the seventh successor is here? What happened to him? Hampton swallowed hard. He defeated the monster. He destroyed the red mushroom monster. The healer froze, mind blank. Hampton added, almost shouting. He overpowered it with magic. Downstairs, Rayson lay on the bed as healers gathered around him. One healer examined him closely. His body, it's damaged from the side effects of magical martial arts. For a beginner, this is almost impossible to resolve alone. Everyone stood around him, anxious and shocked. The healers hovered anxiously around Rayson, studying his expression. They exchanged uneasy glances. They might be able to try something, but if anything went wrong, only a senior magician healer could handle the consequences. This is serious, one muttered. We may need to send him to the main building. Someone stronger than us should take over. Still, the healer stepped forward, determination hardening his eyes. He summoned his magic. 2 radiant angels and a glowing praying statue materialized beside him. everyone watching in awe as shimmering feathers drifted down over Rayson. Mana Embrace, one of the highest grade healing arts. But the healer's face twisted. No reaction? Nothing? It didn't work? He stretched out both arms again, voice shaking. I need to finish this quickly, then get him to the main building. His hands trembled violently as he prepared another burst of healing magic. But before he could cast, Rayson opened his eyes. Everyone gasped. Rayson slowly sat up on the bed. The healer stumbled back in disbelief. And Master, his heart pounded as he stared. Had Rayson's magical abilities really improved? No, it definitely hadn't upgraded. So then, Rayson squinted at him with one eye. The healer's thoughts raced. Did this fool actually restore his body on his own? Rayson inhaled, then called everyone to him. They approached cautiously. What is it, Master? Rayson looked at each of them, then spoke quietly. Thank you. Silence. Shock rippled through the room. Everyone stared at him, wide-eyed, unable to believe they heard that from him. How? Why? Was this even possible? The scene shifted to the church. Era came running, breathless, holding 2 small chocolates. She bent forward, apologizing. I found Verd, and only 2 chocolates were left. I'm sorry. Master Rayson ordered 3. I'll bring more next time. Rayson lay on the bed, staring at her. After training, his entire body felt drained. It's fine, he said. I'm tired after training. Don't worry about me. You should rest. You look exhausted. He swallowed a bitter thought. How ironic. He was worrying about the person trying to kill him. He frowned at her, and Era quickly lowered her head. Yes, Master. I understand. Please rest. A moment later, a massive plate of soup thudded onto the table. The cook shouted proudly that Rayson had been training seriously. Hampton appeared carrying a huge vat, muttering that he'd been in the educational building. Era frowned. That makes no sense. Rayson ignored them and took a bite of the chocolate bar. He wasn't a big fan of chocolate, but this one was delicious. He closed his eyes and smiled faintly. It melted instantly on his tongue, warm sweetness spreading gently through his body. Then, his eyes snapped open. Wait, what if that wasn't just a feeling? He looked at his own arms, then his chest. The warmth wasn't fading. It was traveling through him. A system message materialized. You have consumed a small amount of mana. Rayson stared in shock. Rayson stared at the system message, confused. Could this madman really have that much mana? The original character was one of the wealthy ones, so the puzzle finally started making sense. He examined his body carefully. Chocolate turning into mana? That meant the guy he reincarnated into was a mana-rich freak without even knowing it. Rayson looked ahead, and an image popped into his mind. A guy climbing a cliff while piranhas leapt at him from below, desperate to absorb the mana-rich environment. It suddenly clicked. Wizards always sought out mana-filled places to absorb more power. And this body had a hidden trait even the original owner never discovered. No wonder he liked this chocolate so much. Rayson took another bite and kept eating, though he remembered that Frio warned him chocolate caused weight gain. He imagined himself slamming his fist into a giant mushroom with full strength, trying to understand that strange sensation he'd felt during training. A system message appeared. Slow current attribute unlocked. Rayson blinked. Slow current? What is that supposed to mean? Before he could think further, knock, knock. A voice sounded from behind the door. Master Rayson, a guest has come to see you. Rayson sighed. I'm not meeting anyone today. Send them away. But the door swung open anyway. A cold voice cut through the room. Is that how you speak to your older brother? A red-haired man stepped inside, wearing a white jacket and holding a cane. He smirked. Well, your brother arrives, and you don't even stand? Were you never taught manners? Do you want me to teach you again? Rayson's stomach tightened. Carlton, his older brother, the one the original Rayson feared the most. Rayson stood, forced a bow, and said, So it's you? Carlton. Carlton tapped his cane on the floor and sneered. You're still as slow-witted as ever. What were you even doing? Rayson remained silent, confused at his brother's sudden interrogation. Without warning, Carlton swung his cane. Why are you not on your knees? In that instant, a notification flashed before Rayson's eyes. Slow current attribute, applied automatically. Rayson's breath caught. The same feeling he had when he fought the red mushroom returned. What should I do? I don't want to get beaten now. Carlton lunged again, swinging his cane fast. Rayson stared back coldly, fist tightening. Then a thought surfaced. This is the perfect chance to evaluate my strength, to see how far I've come. Carlton's cane came down. Rayson struck first. His palm slammed into Carlton's cane with a sharp crack, and the cane flew out of Carlton's hand. Carlton stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. What did you just do? Rayson stepped forward, gaze dark and unyielding, and calmly replied, I exercise my right. Carlton's face twisted with rage. How dare you, you piece of garbage, he screamed. He stared at Rayson, veins bulging, and barked. Say it again. Rayson blinked. Say what again? Say it again. Carlton roared, shaking with fury. Rayson frowned, utterly confused. What do you want me to say? Carlton trembled, mouth wide open, howling. How dare you? He thrust his hands forward. Magic circles flared around him, glowing violently. I'll kill you, Rayson. Rayson inhaled slowly. He has a minor ring. So do I. He glanced at his own ring, wondering if he should use that power. Carlton charged, magic exploding from his fist as he shouted. Die! A system message flashed. Name, Carlton trait. Evil child attribute, water. Rayson's eyes narrowed. Water droplets formed at 3 points around Carlton, each one a sign of where he generated his magic. Both sides of the face and the stomach. If he completed the formation, it would get dangerous. Carlton lunged with a roaring strike. But Rayson wasn't there. What? Carlton gasped. At that moment, Rayson appeared behind him at the speed of light and hammered a fist into his back. The air cracked. A heartbeat later, Rayson vanished and reappeared in front, driving a punch straight into Carlton's stomach. Carlton's breath shattered. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. Rayson stared, startled. I might have gone a bit too far. His expression shifted. Hampton, call a doctor now. He remembered the moment he struck Carlton, how the mana inside him felt like it exploded outward. Hampton burst into the room. Master, what happened? Rayson shouted again, louder. Call a doctor. Hurry. Hampton stumbled back in fear. Yes, I understand. Rayson watched Carlton wheeze and spit blood. Well, so much for building a better relationship with my brother. Still, he couldn't help the grin that stretched across his face. At least now, he understood something. How to fight wizards. How to survive them. And his first goal was to live to age 17. Even if there was time, danger waited at every corner. The next day, that bastard, the seventh successor, someone shouted in disbelief. A.A. stood in front of Hampton, waving his arms dramatically. This is nonsense. How is this possible? Hampton sighed deeply. It doesn't matter now. If you had seen it with your own eyes, you'd understand. Arrow stared at him in shock. You can be honest with me, can't you? Hampton jumped. Wait. Why would you? Arrow stepped forward, eyes narrowing. Hampton, what do you mean by saying he was a shadow? Hampton whispered. Arrow sat down elegantly in her chair, crossing her legs. Everyone knows Hampton is a shadow. Everyone except this scoundrel, she said, glaring at A.A. Hampton puffed his cheeks. And I don't think you are just an ordinary maid either. Your steps are too light, your presence almost invisible. Era smiled faintly. That's true. Everyone knows that too, except you. Hampton stared at her, wounded. So you still think I'm mediocre? Era calmly lifted her teacup. Go on. Hampton lowered his head. I didn't think so. It's just, on the eve of his anniversary, the seventh successor finally started acting seriously. The scene shifted. A massive structure rose into view, beautiful, majestic, towering like a palace. Rayson stopped walking. His mouth slowly fell open. What is this place? The building was enormous, carved with intricate patterns. It wasn't a shopping mall, nor a noble estate. Rayson's eyes widened. Starlight Library, a place where wizards study mana. One of the most important locations in the kingdom. What shocked him most was that the original Rayson never once stepped inside. A system notification appeared. Current location, Starlight Library. Rayson walked in, awestruck. Towering shelves, endless books. The library stretched 3 floors high, each level overflowing with manuscripts. He pressed his hand to his forehead. How many books are even here? Only around 200,000 copies, a calm voice answered. Rayson's neck snapped around. What? Where? A girl stepped out from behind a shelf. Long gray hair, flowing dress, eyes as calm as a silent lake. I'm a librarian of the Starlight Library, she said. My name is Evian. Back in the church, Era placed her mug down sharply. So, does that mean he's already preparing in advance for his 10th birthday? Hampton flinched. How is it possible he hid all this from us? Era clasped her hands thoughtfully. It does make some sense now. Hampton jumped from his seat. It's unrealistic. No one can hide something like this for 10 years without being caught. Era raised an eyebrow. Logically, yes. Hampton pointed at her, frustrated. But I saw it with my own eyes. He opened the first circle of AM. AA's eyes widened. The first round? Already. Hampton nodded firmly. I thought he would take a few days, but he did it. He spread his hands helplessly. The seventh successor was never considered a proper heir. Not because he lacked talent, but because of his attitude, his wild behavior. Era sighed. That part is true. Hampton frowned deeply. You still don't believe me, do you? You hated the seventh master too much. It's time to let go of those old grudges. Era turned away, crossing her arms with clear annoyance. Era huffed and crossed her arms. It still doesn't make sense. That boy's abilities should be limited to magic alone, right? Hampton slammed his palm on the table. No, I'm certain of what I said. Era narrowed her eyes. And why should I believe that? Hampton spread his hands helplessly. Because I'm his shadow. I saw it. Raysun showed me the future. Arrow fell silent at those words. Hampton's voice dropped to a whisper. Because we little sisters are destined to die with him. When the seventh successor dies, we die together. The air grew cold. Hampton clenched his fists. That's why we should cooperate. If he grows, we live. If he fails, we disappear. Era stared quietly, then turned away with a faint smile. If I see him in the library, she said, I'll consider taking your words seriously. We shift to the Starlight Library. Raysun walked among the towering bookshelves. They said that every successor must study here to join the fight for the legacy, he murmured. So I came to plan my strategy. He glanced at the quiet girl standing nearby. And you are? The girl bowed gently. I am Evian, keeper of the Starlight Library. Raysun studied her face. Who is she? Why don't I remember her? A system window appeared. Character identified. Evian. Raysun blinked. So she only has a name? No other details? Evian lowered her head respectfully. It is an honor to meet the seventh heir. I've heard many rumors about you. Raysun raised an eyebrow. Respectful? To me? He thought about it. Then his expression tensed. He pictured the main character in the novel, his guards charging forward, screaming, Kill the witch. He saw the scene vividly. Evian's calm expression, her hand extending forward as a massive magic circle formed behind her. The guards froze instantly, transformed into perfect, unmoving statues of ice. He imagined the castle instantly swallowed by a thick, shimmering crust of frost. Evian, the witch of the frozen palace. The monstrous magician who single-handedly froze the Lord and all his knights. Who caused devastating destruction even in the distant North Sea. Raysun swallowed hard. And now this terrifying woman is working as a simple librarian? No wonder I didn't recognize her at first. He turned his gaze to the shelves again. The library of a wizard family. It's more than a library. It's a sanctuary, a vault containing every magical manuscript in the world. He imagined wizards raising their hands as books flew to them from distant shelves, each one glowing with ancient power. To control such a place, the librarian must be a master among masters, someone who can access and command every book here. Raysun looked back at Evian, trying to measure her. There was far more to her than she let on. Evian's presence alone made Raysun uneasy. Why her? Of all the high-ranked magicians, why did the librarian have to be Evian? Just looking into her eyes felt like turning to stone. Evian gestured with calm authority. Please sit at the table on the second floor. I will bring you a book. Raysun forced a small smile. She tilted her head slightly. What book does the seventh heir wish to read? And shall I serve you tea? Raysun replied instantly, I won't refuse tea. Evian nodded, and then she simply dissolved, her form fading like mist. Raysun stared after her. This world is too dangerous. Still, he was relieved he had come to the library now, after learning mana. If he had come earlier, he pictured himself tearing a random book and Evian appearing behind him like a demon of ice. He shuddered at the mental image. If I came here without knowing mana, who knows what stupidity I might have done. Hot tea appeared on the table in front of him. Evian's calm voice returned. What book is the seventh heir looking for? Raysun straightened. A book on mana control methods. In depth or basic? She asked. Basic, Raysun sighed. Just the basics. That's all I need for now. Evian blinked, almost confused. But you inherited the bloodline of the means, did you not? Do you really need the basic book? Raysun smiled awkwardly. Yes, that's exactly why I need it. Evian nodded softly. So, I was not mistaken. She raised her hand. A magic circle formed beneath her palm, glowing like a constellation map. Then allow me to use a bit of magic. A book shot out from one of the distant shelves, then another, and then, within a heartbeat, the chosen book appeared right in front of Rayson. It dropped to the floor with a dull thud. Rayson blinked. So, that's all it takes. Evian vanished again, her voice echoing faintly. Spend this time well, seventh heir. Rayson exhaled and opened the book. Mana is the connection of all energies found in nature. To become a wizard, one must gather mana in the heart and form an energy ring. He flipped the page. Understanding this requires the 8th theorem, Largo's equation, and Fadu's 7th mathematical mana formula. 1 second later, Rayson fell asleep face first on the book. He groaned. This is the basics? How can anyone learn magic like this? It was too strange, too complicated. None of it made sense. Suddenly, he snapped awake and activated Shingon, his enhanced perception. Even if he didn't understand anything, a system message appeared. Introduction to Mana Interpretation, 22% complete. Rayson burst out laughing, even if he understood nothing at all. This technique was perfect for him. Rayson reopened the book, excitement flickering in his eyes. This ability, it's incredible. But then the excitement faded. The only problem is, in this world, there are monsters who use abilities far more monstrous than this. A system message blinked in front of him. Introduction to Magic Interpretation. 22% Shingon activation failed. Reason? Lack of mana. Rayson closed his eyes. Fine, once the gauge hits 100%, I'll understand everything inside this book. But the lack of mana, that's the first real problem I need to solve. He shut the book with a sigh. That's enough for today, he muttered. He stepped out of the library, confused thoughts swirling around him. AA approached him. 7th successor, you stayed so long in the library. It's time to return. Rayson nodded and started walking back, but then he froze. He stopped dead and stared forward. Standing before him was a young woman with long hair, looking at him with wide, gentle eyes. Rayson's breath caught. What is this? No, who is this? He stared at her face, and his chest tightened. A flood of memory hit him. His real mother. His real-world memories surged back. The hospital room. The beeping medical device. His mother lying weakly on the medical bed. Her hands slipping out of his. No, please. Mom, don't leave me. His younger voice echoed in his mind. She lay silently. As the medical machine gave a long, final tone, tears filled his eyes. Pain followed. He was thrown to the ground. His cheek stung, his nose bled. 3 boys stood over him mockingly. Where's your mom now, huh? You orphan without a mother. Rayson stared at the photo of his mother, his only warmth during those dark days. And now, standing right in front of him, he whispered, trembling. Why does this woman look exactly like her? His voice cracked. What? Then louder, disbelief shaking him. What is this? Mom. A system message appeared above the woman. Character identified. Name, so role. Rayson's mother status, already present. Rayson's world shattered. He poured softly into a glass. Rayson sat with his head lowered, shoulders trembling. His mother, So, sat across from him as Era quietly poured tea for both of them. Rayson didn't speak at first. His head remained bowed. Memory replayed sharply in his mind. He had shouted at her. You're my mother. Why did he say that? Why did he blurt it out? Slowly, he lifted his head. His voice cracked. Mom. So froze in surprise. Rayson swallowed hard. I don't even know where to start, he said, staring at her with trembling eyes. Across the room, Barrow watched them quietly. Was the 7th successor really not a bastard after all? Had all his horrible behavior been an act? Barrow silently observed, wondering, is he truly serious about fighting for the legacy? Or is this just another trick? Era frowned. There was no point following him further. Not now. Rayson kept his head bowed. I'm truly sorry for everything I've done in the past. Soso's eyes widened in shock. He lifted his head slightly and smiled, but it was a fragile, trembling smile. I don't know if you'll believe me, but I've finally come to my senses. Back then, I wasn't myself. Soso gently lifted her teacup. Is that true? She asked softly. Rayson continued speaking to her carefully. He apologized for every mistake he could remember, every wrong he had committed. His mother bowed her head. Her answers were short, quiet, not because she was cold, but because she had never expected her son to show genuine repentance. Suddenly, So stood up. I'll come back a bit later, she said softly. I have some work today. Raisin knew she hadn't worked as a maid in a long time. Yet the work she had now was almost nothing. As she stepped away, a system window appeared. Character, So role. Raisin's mother condition, blue signal disease, 1/3 dots. Raisin imagined her silhouette, a faint blue glow in the center of her chest. The disease manifested as 3 blue dots on the chest. The cause was unknown. There was no cure. Once someone had all 3 dots, they were beyond saving. But So had only one. She left the room, standing quietly just outside the door. She lowered her head, covering her eyes with trembling fingers. Why was Raisin so kind today? On the day her son called her mom for the first time, tears streamed down her cheeks. She wiped them quickly, trying to compose herself. From behind the door, Raisin's voice called gently. Mom, if you have time, could you spare 1 hour for me? She froze. Raisin stood on the other side, his voice soft. I'll prepare tea made from the stems of carton from the Sage Mountains. From today onward, every single day at this time, I want to drink tea with you. Here, So quietly replied. All right. Raisin watched her through the window. Carton stem tea from the CHP Mountains. It was delicious, rare, and if drunk daily for over a month, there was a chance it could remove the blue dot. Raisin looked outside at his mother, walking away slowly. No matter how badly the son behaved, a mother is still a mother. She hadn't abandoned him. She never had. Lowering his head, Raisin whispered, Please don't get sick. Please stay alive. The scene shifted. A small, modest house. So sat beside a tiny wooden bed, her fingertips pressed into the blanket as she trembled. Was it a dream? She looked down. No, it wasn't a dream. Not when her son, called her mom. On the eve of his 10th birthday, Raisin had changed, so much that even Sue struggled to recognize the boy she'd known all her life. Sitting alone in her dim room, she lowered her head, staring at the tiny flame dancing atop the candle by her bedside. Can you hear me? She whispered softly. Her hand moved to her chest, voice trembling with emotion. From now on, I'll drink tea with you every day. Raisin's transformation was real, undeniable, so drastic that it left her confused at times. Tears welled up, yet she smiled through them. I'm so happy, isn't that strange? The candle continued to burn steadily, until its flame suddenly wavered, then surged up twice as bright. The scene shifted to Raisin's house. Someone called out a greeting, and AL paused mid-step, staring at Raisin in surprise. The boy looked unusually serious. I need to talk to you about something important, he said. Al's smile tightened. Did he figure out my identity? Or is this some kind of test? Behind her, Era frowned slightly. Don't tell me he's about to order another assassination. But Raisin calmly said, Chocolate, Verdun brand. Era blinked. Yes. Bring me as much as you can, Raisin ordered. Era exhaled sharply, relieved that it wasn't something dangerous. But then he added, and whatever else they have. Everything. She froze again. So there was something weird going on. And also, Raisin continued, bring the candies they sell at Rudin Bakery. Era looked ahead, spirit crushed. So that's what this important talk was about. 1 hour later, Raisin stood frozen, staring at the literal mountain of sweets stacked in front of him. The power of money is terrifying, he muttered. It wasn't just a few treats. Era had practically emptied the city. Those chocolates alone cost over 20,000 won each, and when added together, the pile in front of him easily passed 100,000 won in value. And she bought all that in under an hour. Raisin couldn't help but grin. So this is what living with rich people feels like. He popped a few candies into his mouth. Then he found the ultra-premium Verdun ones, 30,000 won apiece, with the cheapest still at 10,000. As he ate, a glowing system message appeared before his eyes. Mana increased. He blinked. From chocolate, he tried another piece. Again, mana increased. The realization hit him like lightning. So I gain mana by eating rotten candies, meaning there's only one conclusion here. He stared at the pile of chocolates with a spark in his eyes. They said Verdun and Bond chocolates shared a special ingredient, something only experts could produce. A new idea formed. Hampton, he called. His butler entered immediately. Yes, young master. Bring me the baker from Rudin Bakery. 30 minutes later, the baker stood nervously in front of him. Ison stood inside Raisin's room, trembling. His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Why did the young master summon me? Did the candies come out defective? Did something go wrong? The baker swallowed hard. This was the same boy who once beat the Duke's only daughter. Rumor said he was unpredictable, even dangerous. Looking at Raisin's faint, chilling smile, the baker felt his stomach drop. He could kill someone, and no one would ever know. Fear crawled up his spine. He bowed his head, practically begging for mercy in his heart. "Baker," Raisin called. "Why, yes," the man squeaked. Raisin lifted a small white candy between his fingers. "What did you put inside this?" The baker panicked. What? T, that candy? Tell me everything." Raisin said, voice calm but cold. "No exceptions." The man instantly dropped to his knees. "Forgive me. I beg you, I made a mistake." Raisin blinked. "What? No, not that." The baker froze. "I just want the recipe," Raisin clarified. The man's jaw dropped. With trembling hands, he began counting ingredients on his fingers. Sugar first, then rice flour, a little pollen, 2 tablespoons of chino powder, and starch syrup. Raisin leaned forward. "All of that?" "Yes," the baker cried. Raisin's eyes widened. A mental image of Yo flashed in his mind. "So that's why? The ingredients are almost identical to Verdant chocolates." A slow grin spread across his face. "If this plant is the core ingredient, then I can restore my mana just by eating these." Far away, inside a large academic building, a boy in glasses and a dark cape slumped in a chair. Something had been bothering him, an itch he couldn't shake. Everywhere he went, people only whispered about one thing: the 7th receiver. There were only 2 explanations, and both sounded absurd. He pictured the so-called 7th receiver in his mind. Did he really defeat that mushroom monster using magic? He imagined priests surrounding the boy, raising their hands dramatically. A side effect of magic? From him? Completely ridiculous. Suddenly, H-E-Y, I heard the news. His chubby friend rushed in, red-faced and breathless. The 7th receiver defeated the 6th receiver. The hallway outside erupted. Students shouted, argued, panicked, chaos everywhere. The boy shot to his feet. "What?" His teeth clenched. The name hit him like a slap. Raisin. That guy. He's seriously insane. He glared at the floor, fists tightening. When did that underdeveloped brat get so strong? How did it happen so fast? It makes no sense. The fat friend shrugged. He's turning 10 soon. Maybe he's just showing off. And besides, he added, you know your magic doesn't work on him at all. The boy's expression twisted. He knew, and it made him hate Raisin even more. The boy adjusted his glasses, completely speechless. He recalled the senior wizards, mages who specialized in magic circles. Even they weren't naturally fast. They relied on speed magic, the power of light, the kind of thing only seasoned adults could handle. A 9-year-old? Using that? Impossible. His friend beside him crossed his arms. I had no idea the 7th receiver had this kind of talent. The boy exhaled sharply. Even if his strength rose, his age should still limit him. He pushed his glasses up again, but he stopped the 6th receiver. He didn't just block him. He prevented him from using his own attribute. That's completely beyond reason. His comrades stared at him, confused. So why's he like this? Who knows? The boy muttered. Maybe the kid's blood is just boiling. It could be, he admitted, but I can't stop thinking about it. His friend nudged him with a laugh. You're overthinking. Just wait for his 10th birthday. That one's going to be worth watching. Scene shifts. Raisin's room. Raisin sat cross-legged on the floor, happily devouring a full bag of yo-grass. Another system message blinked into existence. Mana increased. He smirked. Perfect. Mana recovery and fewer calories. His hand instinctively touched his stomach. So that verdant chocolate I've been stuffing myself with for 10 years. Maybe that's why my belly started sticking out. He shoved another handful of yo-grass into his mouth. From now on, I burn fat, restore mana, and rebuild this body properly. He kept chewing, eyes gleaming. More mana means longer spell usage, and the longer I can maintain that, the more secrets I can uncover. 3 days later, Raisin's house. A voice echoed through the hallway. He did it. Raisin rushed into the library, opening a thick spell book. A new system window appeared. Basic mana use data fully downloaded. Ching Nan has successfully interpreted the Book of Magic. Another notification followed. A secret page has been unlocked. The wisdom of Great Wizard Alberto. Raisin blinked. Great Wizard? Alberto? Who's that supposed to be? The book suddenly flipped through its pages at terrifying speed, stopping with a forceful thud. A single line glowed bright blue. The 77th book of Great Wizard Alberto. Essentials of Magic. Easy and practical methods for mana handling. Rayson stared. Great wizard Alberto. Evian might know something about him. But then a cold shiver ran down his spine. The library. And in the library, the ice witch. Raisin's expression tightened. No, not getting involved with her. Not if I can help it. He sank into his chair, brows furrowed in deep focus. Above him, perched on the ceiling like a silent guardian, A.L. watched every move he made. A.L. stared down from the ceiling, eyes narrowed, watching him carefully. Scene shift, library. Rayson walked through the cold, silent hallway, clutching the book. Why is it always freezing in here? Where's Evian? Suddenly, a whisper of movement behind him. He froze. A presence loomed right behind his back. He spun around, terrified. Evian stood there, expression unreadable. Rayson, did you read the entire book? He nearly jumped. Yeah, why yes, it's you. Evian's gaze sharpened. You finished it quite quickly. It's just the basics of the basics, Rayson replied with a nervous smile. Evian lifted her hand lazily. The book in his grip ripped itself free, shot past him like a projectile, and slammed into a distant shelf with a thunderous crack. Rayson blinked. Her magic. How does she cast without saying a single word? Amazing. Still smiling, he tried to regain composure. Evian asked, Is there another book you're looking for? I need the 77th book of Great Wizard Albert. The basics of magic. Easy mana handling methods. Evian blinked in surprise. Yes, we have that. Great, Rayson said. Then please give it to me. But Evian shook her head. That book is Category B. You can't just open it. Its knowledge isn't meant for everyone. Rayson scratched the back of his head. It's fine. I'll only look at it once. Evian suddenly closed her eyes and began sniffing. Then, without warning, she stepped right up to him, face close, sniffing him like an animal. Rayson froze in horror. What the hell is this? He imagined a massive tiger sniffing a tiny, helpless hare. This is terrifying, like a predator examining its prey. Evian finally stopped. 7th successor. Yes. Rayson whispered. You smell delicious. Rayson stiffened. Slowly, he dug into his pocket. Smell? What smell? He pulled out a chocolate bar. Is it because of this? Evian grabbed the chocolate instantly. Are you hungry? He asked. No, she said calmly. She examined it, rolled it between her fingers, and added, But if you insist, I'll gladly accept it. Rayson stared at her. She was never like this in the original story. Why does she feel different? What changed? Evian casually hid the chocolate behind her back. Rayson took the book she offered and turned to leave the library. I'll go now, he said. Maybe it'll be easier to escape this time. Before walking out, he added, In the annex, we have tons of sweets. If you want to eat, come by. I'll tell Era to give you everything. Evian's eyes widened slightly at his words. Rayson stepped into the hallway. Rayson waved casually at Evian as he left the library. Inside, she stood frozen for a moment, staring after him. Did he really just invite me to his place? She shook her head. No way. I'm not stepping into that annex. Ever. Scene shift. Rayson's room. He sat down and opened the book again. A system window popped up. Progress. 42%. Skill activation failed. Insufficient mana. Rayson clicked his tongue. Wizard Albert's basics of magic. I expected more from this. He imagined what a great wizard should look like, with a proud beard, shining robes, and an exaggerated smile. Would someone like that really write such a simple book? Impossible. There must be something deeper. Outside the estate garden, Hampton and Era stood at the edge of the yard, watching Rayson sprint in circles. He was panting like his life depended on it. Hampton chuckled softly. Young Master has been quite busy lately, visiting the library every day. Perhaps this is his new form of training. Era squinted at Rayson. That doesn't look like a normal run. Suddenly, Evian appeared behind them without a sound. They're practicing mana depletion through physical movement, she said calmly. Era jumped. Evian, I didn't even sense you. Hampton smiled politely. Did you come here for official business, Lady Evian? Yes. He glanced at her cloak, at her expressionless eyes. Why would a top-level mage come all the way to the annex? Has she truly taken interest in the 7th successor? Is she here to test him or compete for inheritance? The thought sent a chill down his spine. All three looked toward Rayson, who was sprinting full speed across the lawn. Evian quietly spoke. He is nothing like the rumors say. Era suddenly bent down, reaching into her pocket. Oh, right. Young Master left something for you. She pulled out a chocolate bar. If Lady Evian ever came by, he ordered me to give you this. Evian stared silently at the chocolate. Era rambled nervously. Oh, of course, I don't think a librarian of your level would eat something so cheap, but the young master said. He said that when giving gifts, you should consider rank. She trailed off under Evian's sharp gaze. Did I just insult her? Oh no. But Evian slowly extended her hand and took the chocolate. I cannot ignore a successor's gift, she said coolly. Era blinked. Huh, why is she accepting it so naturally? What is their relationship? Even Hampton raised an eyebrow. Scene shift. 3 days later, Raisin's house. A notification blinked in front of Raisin. Basics of Grand Wizard Alberto. Fully interpreted. The moment the final line of Grand Wizard Albert's teachings activated, Raisin felt the world shift. Basic mana usage activated. A rare smile tugged at his lips. Finally, I did it a simple, perfect method to handle mana. But the smile vanished in an instant. A shock tore through his nerves. Tiny bolts of lightning crawled under his skin. Raisin's eyes widened. His knees buckled, his throat tightened. Mana surged through him like a raging current. It's overflowing. If this keeps up, my body won't survive. Crackles of lightning sparked across his arms. All because of this damn book. His body arched as the energy whipped through him, threatening to rip him apart. Then, everything snapped. He collapsed forward, gasping for breath. I have to deactivate Qingnan. In this world, one mistake in mana control was enough to simply die. When his vision cleared, he found himself back inside his house. I've grasped the mana basics. Now, I need to move to the next step. Evening, Raisin's training room. He sat cross-legged in lotus position, eyes closed. A faint aura pulsed around him, steady, controlled. A new system message appeared. Simple mana method activated. Raisin inhaled slowly. Something feels different. Another window opened. Your system settings have been adjusted. Another. You may now disable additional settings. And then, Evian's profile appeared before him like a perfectly drawn character sheet. Evian age, 27 attribute. Ice personality, cold but innocent. Occasionally cruel status. Hidden traits unlocked. Raisin stared, stunned. No wonder I always felt something strange around her. Another message popped up. Chocolate equals her love. He blinked. Is this real? He remembered something from his past life. Sitting at a computer while a little kid scribbled inside a notebook beside him. The child had written in big blocky letters. Chocolate is my love. He chuckled weakly. So that's why she kept sniffing me. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. A voice echoed. Let's focus on him. Heat struck his face like a furnace. The room around him was burning. Flames roared on the walls, swallowing everything. Raisin whipped his head around. Fire? Here. Why is it so hot? Through the smoke, a silhouette emerged. A woman. Long red hair spilling down her back. A smile that could melt stone. She stepped forward, dress fluttering in the heat. Why? She asked sweetly. Are you pretending not to notice me? Do you want to die? A system message blinked. Persha age. 29 attributes. Fire/earth/water personality. Ruthless, selfish, and a predator. Raisin's breath caught. Oh no. Raisin's breath caught in his throat. Persha. The infamous sorceress who wielded not one, not two, but 3 primary attributes. He stared at her, terrified. His jaw trembled. Why is a lunatic like her here? Persha tilted her head with a smile that did not belong on a sane person. What's wrong? Does it hurt when I look at you like this? A system window flashed. Persha hates the inferior and the weak hobby, inflicting pain. Raisin's eye twitched. Hurting people is an abomination. And she does it for fun? Great. Just great. Persha stepped closer, flames rippling off her like a living furnace. Why aren't you answering? Or are you deliberately ignoring me? Raisin quickly covered his face and coughed, trying to hide his panic. No, don't apologize. If I apologize, she'll definitely cut off my limbs. She hates weakness. He lowered his hand slowly. This felt like one of her twisted tests. I really didn't notice you, he managed to say. Persha's eyes narrowed. What was that? He blinked. Wait, did I actually say that out loud? Still trembling inside, he forced the words out. My eyesight isn't as sharp as yours. Persha's lips curved. Continue. You already realized I wasn't paying attention, he said. If you wanted an apology, then perhaps you should forgive me for that slight. Even though, he added under his breath, I don't believe I'm at fault. Persha suddenly burst into laughter. Raisin stiffened. Why is she laughing? What did I say? She walked closer, staring him down like a cat eyeing prey. They say you've changed. Is it true? Rumors? Rei-sun smirked faintly. I'm the same as before. She raised an eyebrow. Do you really think right now is the time for excuses? It's never too late to clear up misunderstandings, Rei-sun said calmly. Letting them spread only worsens things later. Persia's smile slowly twisted. A blazing roar echoed. A massive flaming serpent shot toward him, jaws wide, heat scorching the air. Persia thrust her hand forward. The serpent struck, wrapping around Raisin's neck, hissing fire against his skin. By the time you thought it's not too late, she whispered, it was already far too late. Rei-sun gritted his teeth. There must be a mistake here. I don't want conflict. Persia extended her hand again, amusement sparkling in her cruel eyes. But, Rei-sun added steadily, I am the rightful heir to the head of the family. Oh, she smirked. Go on. That means, Rei-sun continued, if you kill me, you'll be the one in trouble. Persia scoffed. Trash like you? Becoming the head. Raisin's expression hardened. It doesn't matter what you think. Everything will be decided when we reveal our abilities. One variable, he said, voice low, can change the future of the entire world. Persia lifted her hand again. Persia's eyes narrowed as she leaned in. And what exactly, she asked, is this change you're talking about? Raisin's mind churned. His life, his siblings, his uncertain future. He furrowed his brows. I don't even know much about my brothers and sisters, he admitted, so I don't even know if I can claim the throne. A figure flashed in his mind, a girl in a flowing white dress. In any case, I need to mention high magic. The magic in Nelia. She's terrified of her sister. Raisin lifted his gaze to Persia. I know you're afraid of your older sister. The fiery serpent reacted instantly, its jaw split wide, launching straight at him. The heat hit him like a blazing wall. Too hot. I'll burn alive. Raisin clenched his teeth and shut his eyes, bracing himself. Persia's voice cut through the flames. I listen to you quietly because you're sweet and flexible. The serpent's fire intensified. Raisin winced as the heat licked at his skin. And he forced out through the pain, I know you hate being lied to. The snake coiled tighter, its flames burning brighter. You hate submitting to anyone, he said, coughing, even more than you hate mistaking truth for lies. That's why I don't want to become the brother who bows his head. He dug his nails into the ground to steady himself. If I give up my self-respect, then I'll never stand against power. The serpent suddenly exploded into smoke, gone in an instant. Raisin collapsed to his knees, coughing violently. He clutched his throat, gasping. And honestly, he wheezed, I still hope you'll forgive me. Persia smirked. A small blue sphere materialized in her hand. You're a fool, she said, and without hesitation, hurled it. The sphere slammed into Raisin's chest with brutal force. His body arched. Then he flew sideways, skidding across the ground. His eyes widened in shock. He grabbed his chest, coughing hard. It feels like I got hit by a bowling ball. He looked down. A tiny red apple rolled to a stop beside him. What? Should I apologize? Did she just hit me with an apple? A new system message appeared. Basic mana technique. Heart protection activated. Foundational training imprinted onto energy circle. Raisin's jaw dropped. So the basic training saved my heart from an apple. And it unlocked a new technique? Persia's voice echoed again. Take a bite. Then flames erupted around her, obscuring her form. She began to fade away. Rei-sun, she said with a sly smile, you should treat yourself to something. And she vanished completely. Raisin sat there, dazed, staring at the apple. Treat myself? With an apple. Another window popped up. Mana vessel detected, a rare, valuable item capable of storing mana. Raisin blinked. How? How did she even get something like this? He stared at the apple, baffled. Is this because I'm a youngest of the means? Is that why this is happening? His thoughts drifted, unbidden, toward the main character he remembered. Kaisin sat in silence, his thoughts spiraling. These abilities, they should belong to the main character, not me. If the chosen hero of this world had received them, everything would have made sense. But him? Raisin? It felt wrong. Late night, somewhere in the manor. Two servants whispered outside. That little guy keeps visiting the library, and he's been training nonstop. Inside, Persia sat at a table, legs crossed, chin resting on her hand. He opened his first mana circle at 9, she murmured. A faint blush touched her cheeks. So he was acting like a fool on purpose all this time. What a cunning little snake. Her fingers tapped rhythmically against the wooden surface. The more he learns about his sister, the more he dares to talk about inheritance. A grin crept across her lips. He's lost his fear, but he's still tongue-tied. Tap, tap, crack. Her fingers struck the table and split it clean in two. She rose slowly, gazing at the broken halves. Rayson isn't bad, she said coldly. But that's all. He's nothing more. The throne is not his. She suddenly snapped her head forward. A masked girl in black clothing appeared, kneeling at her feet like a shadow pulled from darkness. Persia's voice dropped. Continue spreading the rumor that the youngest son is the same useless clown as always. That should prevent him from meeting the other heirs. The masked girl nodded, and Persia added with a wicked smile, if he eats too well for his age, be sure to keep an eye on that. Maybe he'll conveniently fall ill and vanish from this world. The masked girl whispered. It seems Lady Persia is entertained by this. Persia laughed softly. No, it's just irritating. I'd rather kill him myself. Kill him, she repeated calmly. It would be amusing if he walked straight into a trap. A fiery sphere flared into existence in her hand. His confidence grows every year. Time to cut off his wings and slam him back into reality. Scene shift. Raisin's tower room. A dimly lit tower stood against the dark night sky. Only one window, glowing faintly. Inside, the apple Persia left behind lay on the floor. Above it, a glowing screen displayed. Warning, mana overdose. In cases of magical elements, assistance from an experienced mage is recommended. Raisin sat cross-legged on the floor, staring at the apple with narrowed eyes. I don't even know how much of this is true. He picked it up carefully. Why did Persia give me this? The memory hit him, the red-haired woman smiling at him through the flames. Her eyes, her voice, her dangerous amusement. Raisin swallowed. What is she planning? Raysun rubbed his temples. No, Persia isn't some ordinary psycho. She's the third arts for a reason. If it's her whim or curiosity, then the moment I grow strong, she'll try to use me like a tool. He crossed his legs, folded his arms, and stared at the apple as if it were a ticking bomb. Eat it. Throw it away. He tapped his fingers against his arm. If I eat this, I'm pretty sure at least one limb won't belong to me anymore. He looked up at the glowing warning on the screen. In cases involving water, ice, or wind magic, this item may assist recovery. So I need help. Right help. His mind immediately pictured an ice sorceress. A dark-haired beauty. Snowflakes swirling. Cold air coiling around her fingertips. Evian, she could help me. Or kill me. Or both. A horrifying image formed in his mind. Him, lying on the floor with a blue face. The apple, half-bitten beside him. Evian, standing over him, smiling joyfully like she just won a prize. I eat the apple, die from side effects, and she celebrates? Rayson shivered. Evian winning is the worst possible ending. He lowered his head. Then, knock, knock. A calm voice drifted through the door. This is Evian. May I come in? Raisin's eyes widened. Speak of the devil, literally. Sitting on the floor, he looked at the door with a serious expression. There's no point hiding anything. She'll sense the mana anyway. Come in, he said, and I need to change that sign outside. Evian entered silently. Raisin gestured toward the apple on the table. I'm not going to deceive you. You've already sensed it. They sat across from each other, boy and sorceress, facing the glowing red mana vessel. It's a carrier, he said quietly. Evian nodded. Yes. He kept his gaze lowered. I want to make a deal with you. Evian tilted her head. What kind of deal? He met her eyes. I can't use the apple for myself, he said. Because I want to help you. Evian's eyes softened slightly. She looked down. As a librarian, she replied, I have no right to make deals. I cannot participate in any struggle for inheritance. Rayson shook his head firmly. I'm not asking you to join the power struggle. He folded his arms across his chest, leaned forward, and spoke with quiet seriousness. I'm asking you as a wizard. Rayson took a breath, steadying his voice. I just want to become stronger like a true heir to the throne. Evian's eyes widened slightly. His words were far more serious than she expected. Rayson lowered his head, then raised his gaze toward her. To Evian, it almost felt like a scene straight out of a cliché magic tale. A young wizard talking about strength and destiny. Everyone says the seventh receiver is a fool, slow-witted, an idiot, she thought. But the boy before her didn't look like one. Rayson slammed his fist on the table. At first, I had no intention of fighting for power. Evian cut him off calmly. I was told that members of the Mythin family devote their entire lives to the state. Rayson slammed the table again. My deal has nothing to do with government power. I just want to improve my abilities. Evian remained composed. As a librarian, I can't interfere. Seek help from the main wizards. No, Rayson immediately rejected it. I don't trust the wizards from the main office. They're already serving my brothers. He pressed a fist against his chest and leaned forward. Please, he said quietly but firmly, help me. I'm serious. He swallowed once. All of this is to protect my mother. Evian's expression changed. Confusion, then something deeper. Memories surged. A gloved hand grabbing a woman by the hair. A knight's voice echoing through a street at dusk. You dare refuse to pay the tax. A guard in heavy armor, dragging a woman through the dirt while a small boy clung to her clothing, pleading, please, don't hurt my mother. People lined the street, silent, watching. No one lifted a hand. The armored guard snarled and drew his sword. Out of the way, brat. No, the woman cried, throwing herself over her son. The sword slashed, blood burst across the ground. She collapsed, gasping, eyes dimming. Rayson fell beside her, screaming, tears mixing with dirt as he begged. Mom, Mom, please open your eyes. Behind him, the guard muttered, panicked. Damn it, I missed the boy. The crowd whispered cruelly. She must have done something wrong. Look at her, she deserved it. Evian had been among them. Frozen, horrified. This was the first time she had witnessed such senseless cruelty. Her teeth clenched. Her hands trembled. She remembered the burning anger that drove her to stand before the king, surrounded by armored knights, swords aimed at her throat. He ordered, attack, but Evian raised her hand. An ice shield erupted, blocking every blade. She remembered the image of the mother and son, and she remembered the little boy with the tear-stained face, the 9-year-old 7th receiver. She had seen it before. She had seen everything. All her life, Evian had carried the memory of the maid Sue, a woman abandoned by her own family, forced to hide the child she bore from a powerful wizard, a woman who accepted a life of silence and suffering to protect her son. Evian remembered the young boy standing before her now, the way he spoke, the sincerity in his voice when he said he wanted to protect his mother. So sincere, and yet so impossible. In her mind, she compared Rayson and Persha to the rising stars of the wizard world, promising talents who were admired and respected. And then there was Rayson. To them, he is nothing, a child of low origin, a thorn they wish would disappear. She imagined him as he once was, a small boy standing alone in the darkness, dreaming of something far beyond his reach. A foolish dream, but not a wrong one. Evian straightened her back, resting her hands neatly on her knees. She closed her eyes. Sometimes dreams can come true. They just need someone to give them a chance. She lowered her head slightly. Fine. Raisin's eyes widened. Evian looked away and added softly, but I won't refuse chocolate. Raisin broke into a bright, relieved smile. The apple was now covered in frost, frozen solid. Evian held her palms forward, her magic swirling like winter winds. It's gonna hurt a little. Raisin lay on the bed, hands folded on his stomach. Above him floated the icy apple, suspended in midair by Evian's magic. I will freeze the mana inside the apple, she explained. Then we'll slowly melt. As it melts, your body will absorb the mana. Streams of cold blue energy spiraled around her fingers as she continued channeling. The only side effect is that your body may freeze as well. Rayson stared at the ceiling, horrified. My body will freeze? Evian glanced at him. If you're lucky, it will all melt within a month. If not, it could take several years. And in the worst case, it may even lead to death. Rayson sat up halfway, eyes bulging. Why is she saying this so calmly? Evian added, don't worry. I'm an experienced ice mage. I'll do everything I can to prevent that. Rayson looked at the apple again, his reflection trembling on its frozen surface. Am I doing the right thing? I'm risking my life for this. But he had no other choice. This was the best path available to him. He exhaled slowly. Evian, characters like her, they care about others more than they admit. And she said the risk is high, but the chance of success is higher. Think positive. There are no gains without risks. Rayson tightened his fists, took a steady breath, and looked straight ahead. I'm ready. Let's start. Evian stood beside the bed, arms extended, her aura swirling like a winter storm. As a supreme wizard, she said calmly, no matter how much mana I use, everything has a price. Rayson blinked. A price? Yes, she replied. But that's not important right now. She lowered her gaze. Since this is just a formality, 24 pieces of chocolate will be enough. Scene shift, somewhere deep in the manor. Persha stood with blood splattered across her cheek, a smile cutting across her face. So, he ate the Caridia? The masked agent bowed her head. Yes, but the librarian, Evian, helped him. Persha flicked her wrist. A broken, bloody body floated in the air, held up by her magic. In her other hand, a whip dripped with crimson. Her eyes narrowed. Evian, that ice woman? Yes, the cloaked girl replied softly. It seems he touched her in some way, and she decided to help him. Persha's eyebrow twitched. Ow! The masked girl lowered her head to the floor. I'm sorry. I couldn't approach the ice sorceress. I don't know what happened afterward. Persha tilted her head, smiling darkly. So the youngest managed to affect her, the icy one. How amusing. Her gaze sharpened. The Caridia I gave him is a special item. If a lower-ranked wizard like Evian tried to consume it, she'd die instantly. She smirked. I wonder how that boy knew Caridia would be ideal for an ice mage. The cloaked girl murmured. It seems he was aware. Persha cracked her whip lightly, the body in the air twitching. So he ate it? Yes, the masked girl replied. He ate it, but there's something strange. Persha raised an eyebrow. What is it? The girl knelt lower, almost trembling. The body of the seventh receiver seems incredibly strong. Persha's eyes glinted. How strong? Even Evian was surprised. The masked girl explained. His mana absorption speed is unbelievable. His pulse and body temperature hardly changed. Persha turned disappointed. That means the true pain hasn't begun yet. She tapped the ground with her heel. According to your calculations, how long will it take him to absorb all the mana? Normally, 3 years, the masked girl answered. But in this case, 1 year should be enough. Persha crossed her arms. And with his absorption speed? The girl hesitated, then whispered. 3 weeks. Persha stared at her, expression flat and annoyed. Is that true? A large mansion loomed beneath the dark night sky. Every window dark and silent, as if the entire house was holding its breath. Rayson jerked upright in bed, slamming his fist against his leg as a sharp groan tore out of him. Steam escaped from his mouth like a kettle left on the fire. His whole body felt like it was burning from the inside out. Sweat dripped down his face while he stared at his trembling, frost-blue fingers. Then, boom, his foot kicked off the ground, scattering dust behind him as he shot forward. A thin haze of icy mana wrapped around his body while he ran. No matter how fast he pushed himself, he wasn't getting tired. Not even a little. Rayson sprinted past the green hedges glowing under the rising sun, heading straight toward a house where a rooster was crowing loudly atop the fence. Too much energy. Way too much. His whole body felt like it was bursting with mana. He rushed up to the house and shouted, Hampton! The half-awake servant stumbled outside, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Yes, master. Take me to the waterfall. The moment they arrived, water crashed down the rocky cliff like a silver curtain. Rayson grabbed the wet stones and started climbing straight up through the torrent. His fingers dug into every ledge, water splashing across his face as he thought, yes, this is better. I need to push my body harder. He twisted back toward Hampton. Bring weights, 10 kilos each. A moment later, the blonde servant was scrambling up behind him, teeth clenched, heavy weights strapped to his wrists. Rayson checked the system window floating beside him. Power of martial arts. Body protection active. Training mode without Shingon. Martial arts raised to level 2. Spirit strength enhances physical defense. Body weight training. Professional level. Rayson climbed effortlessly, a grin stretching across his face. His body felt light, almost too light. Increase it to 20, he shouted. Hampton froze, staring up at him with round eyes, weights dangling helplessly in his hands. Fine, then make it 30. A week later, the poor servant was carrying even more weights, nearly collapsing, while Rayson was shouting from the cliffside. Raise it to 50. Hampton squeezed his eyes shut, exhausted. Master, it's wonderful you're motivated, but if you push too far, your body might not survive this. But Rayson just laughed, scaling the rock like it was nothing. Even without sleep, he overflowed with energy. Meanwhile, far away, inside a castle wrapped in cold stone walls, a quiet voice echoed. It seems all of Carter's mana has been absorbed. A cloaked girl knelt respectfully on the floor, while the red-haired sorceress sat at her table, turning the pages of her book as if the chaos around them meant nothing. Persha didn't even look up from her book when she spoke. It wasn't a person. It was a monster. Her tone was calm, but the seriousness behind it made the masked girl straighten. Pershaw flipped a page with a faint smile as she continued listening to the report. He climbs the waterfall slope every single day, using nothing but his hands. Persh's head lifted slightly. Without magic, the masked girl hesitated. Maybe he used some magic. Pershaw tapped the book cover thoughtfully. Martial arts is limits, and he's following the manual in that book. Nothing more. But the girl in the cloak shook her head. On top of that, he strapped 50 kilograms to his body and still climbed. Pershaw blinked, then frowned. Wait, did you mean 5 kilos? No, the girl answered firmly. He scaled a 30-meter waterfall in 5 minutes. Pershaw leaned back, a soft laugh escaping her. This boy, he's overflowing with energy. How many days does he have left at that pace? The masked girl's expression turned uneasy. If nothing changes, 3 months. His mana output is too high. Without special protection, his body will explode from overload. He's only holding together because of Lady Heavy's residual power. Pershaw narrowed her eyes, irritation flickering through them. Annoying girl. She's already done her part. My turn to see exactly how strong he is. Her smile sharpened, cold and satisfied. And if he dies, the blame naturally falls on the one who tried to save him, Evian. Scene shifts. A cool evening breeze brushes across Rayson as he smooths his hair back. His fists clench with energy. His body feels harder, sharper, stronger than ever since taking in that mana. On the terrace of the castle, a small table is set with steaming tea. Rayson sits beside his mother while the maid, Era, stands quietly by. Rayson, his mother asked gently, have you lost too much weight? He laughed lightly. No, Mom. I've just been training hard. She looked him over with soft concern. Well, you look good, but health matters more than muscles. Rayson threw both hands up playfully. I'm perfectly fine. Healthy as an ox. Sue turned toward the maid and smiled. Era, your tea gets better every day. Era's eyes lit up. She bowed slightly. That's too kind, my lady. You're becoming more beautiful each day yourself. Rayson glanced at the maid, noticing the warmth in her eyes toward his mother. She really cares for her. Good. His gaze landed on his mother again, and he paused. The blue dots on her body, they were fading. Healing. Slowly, but definitely healing. Above them, the castle stood under a quiet, star-filled sky. Every window was dark, except one, where a lone light still glowed. Rayson lay stretched out on his bed, hands tucked behind his head, eyes fixed on nothing. Today was December 20th, year 28 of the Jin calendar. Only a few days left until the 24th. A faint chime echoed. System notice. Basic mana usage technique activated. Rayson exhaled slowly. December 24 th. Christmas Eve. But in this world, it meant something far greater. The birth of a star. He pictured it. A massive crowd gathered around an ancient stone platform. A lone man stood atop the rock, staff raised, brilliant light pouring from its tip. The star, the Emperor, the one who united all bloodlines, humans and heterogeneous alike, creating the first true human empire. In other words, December 24th was the birth of Jian. Rayson stared at the ceiling, expression unreadable. But whether that man was an emperor or a legend no longer mattered to him. Something else did. A different image flickered in his mind, a girl wreathed in flames. How did it all happen? He whispered. Because on December 24th, something else arrived at the western gate. Rydia, a girl of fire. Nemesis' bloodline. The Red Killer. The one-armed magician. He saw her in his mind, kneeling on one knee before the gate, head bowed, flames crackling faintly around her body. Lurvian stood above her, red hair glowing against the inferno. Back in 208.18, Lurvian had been expelled, punished, broken, and after enduring torment, she dragged herself to the western gate of the Maiden family. Pershaw looked at the kneeling girl with a smile, her thoughts cold and precise. A decent sacrifice. She didn't bother asking what happened. Lurvian explained to herself she'd been kidnapped on the 3rd day. Only now did Rayson truly understand why the fiery girl ended up like that. Why her heart had turned to ash. Lurvian hated the family, hated everything tied to them, and she wanted revenge. The attack came suddenly, Lurvian and the swordsman beside her charging toward the castle. She leapt high, fire bursting from her remaining hand. Flames roared across the courtyard, smoke thick enough to choke the sky. Lurvian wasn't just any enemy. She was a bearer of special abilities, a contractor of the Fire Clan, carrying their eternal flame inside her. And she had wandered the world with them, until the day she returned to burn everything. Rayson lay on his back, eyes drifting over the ceiling as old memories surfaced. After her clan was destroyed in the wars, Lurvian had inherited the holy grail of fire, the core of their lineage, a burden and a curse. A soft sound snapped him out of his thoughts. His eyes widened. Someone else was in the room. A figure dressed entirely in black stood silently against the far wall, so still he almost blended into the darkness. The system quietly displayed his details. Shadow of the Third. Rayson kept his breathing steady, mind racing. Since when was he standing there? Did he slip in while I was distracted? Either way, pretending he hadn't noticed seemed like the safest option. He tried to deactivate Qingnan, but system notice, basic mana method active. Cannot be turned off manually. Will deactivate when mana is depleted. Rayson's brow twitched in irritation. Fine. If he couldn't stop the mana flow, he'd fake being asleep. He closed his eyes and let out the most exaggerated snore imaginable. From the corner of the room, the masked shadow peeked out, baffled. What the hell? He's using mana, even while sleeping? She stared at the boy curled under the blanket, mana swirling around him like a faint mist. This technique is dangerous. You can die from mild shock or your mind can collapse, and he just sleeps through it? The shadow pressed a hand to the wall, thinking hard. Reckless. Completely reckless. What am I supposed to do with this? Her thoughts drifted back through the day, watching him earlier at the table with that book, convinced he could become one of the strongest by learning basic techniques from library manuals. Ridiculous. And yet, in his sleep, his mental stability didn't waver. She remembered flipping through those same books. None of them mentioned proper methods for handling raw mana this way. None. Then she remembered the morning, how the boy looked at his reflection, marveling at the changes in his body, how Evian had helped him absorb the carrier, how his body burned with condensed mana now. Too much mana, she thought. And yet, he's perfectly fine. That's the real threat. The masked shadow narrowed her eyes, watching the gentle stream of mana flowing around him. No, the mana is stabilizing on its own, slowly but steadily. He hasn't formed a second circle yet. It's almost like a new type of body-strengthening technique is forming. Everything about this was wrong. This is getting strange. I'll prepare a full report tomorrow. And with that, she vanished into the darkness. Rayson cracked one eye open. Finally, she's gone. He exhaled quietly, staring up at the ceiling again. Scene shifts. Outside, under the wide starry night sky, a massive Christmas tree stood tall in the castle courtyard. Its branches glittered with glowing garlands, bright ornaments, and at the very top, a golden star shining like a beacon. People began gathering beneath the tree, their voices rising with excitement as the night of celebration approached. Era and Hampton stood near the glowing Christmas tree when Rayson walked up to them. He greeted them casually, then motioned with his hand. Come with me. Era bowed politely, returning the greeting, and the two followed behind him. As they walked, Hampton leaned closer. Master, where are we going? To the western gate. Rayson answered without looking back. Hampton blinked. Has a letter arrived? They stepped through the cold night air. Above the distant gate, the family's coat of arms gleamed faintly. Two stone lions with wings guarded each side, statues that had watched over the clan for generations. Of the four gates, the western one was the farthest and the quietest. The moment they reached it, Rayson stopped. He stared forward, eyes narrowing. Today of all days, memories surged, Lurvian attacking their castle. The flames, the screams, the red killer. And then, like a punch to the gut, the realization hit him. She was already here. A faint rustle echoed. Lurvian's head snapped to the side, startled. She was sitting slumped against the wall, fire flickering weakly around her like dying embers. One of the guards turned and shouted, Killer! The killer is here. Lurvian shot up instantly. One hand thrust forward, the other erupting with fire. An ambush? I'll kill all of you. Her heart burned hotter than the flames in her palm. Back in the streets, Rayson, Era, and Hampton made their way through the quiet houses. Hampton cleared his throat nervously. Master, you're not planning to enter the chambers of the sixth successor, right? I prepared a lot of paralyzing poison for him, just in case. Rayson stared at him. No. Hampton lowered his head with the saddest expression imaginable. Rayson narrowed his eyes. What did you just say? And nothing. Master, nothing at all. At the gate, Two guards were locked in combat with the fiery girl. One took a blast of flame square in the chest and flew backward. The other summoned a shimmering magic shield, shouting, "Stop! Lurvian, stop!" Her answer was a scream filled with hatred. "I'll burn you all alive." The system flashed. Name: Lurvian attribute. Fire status: one-armed magician traits. Revenge, hope, desperation. Ray Sun, era, and Hampton rushed closer. Flames lit up the courtyard in violent flashes. Raisin's eyes sharpened. It's her, completely furious. We need to calm her down before she kills someone. Beside him, Hampton trembled. Who is that girl? Raisin didn't answer. He glanced at the girl's arm. No antidote, no healing tools, nothing. She was fighting purely on rage. Hampton, he called, use the paralyzing poison. Make sure you hit her. The servant stiffened. And my target is that girl? Yes. Freeze her now. Hampton swallowed hard, then threw the poison with a shaky shout. Paralyzing poison fire. The small bag arced through the air, bursting just above Lurvian's head. A cloud of shimmering dust scattered and fell through the fiery battlefield. Lurvian didn't slow. She charged straight toward her opponents, shouting, "I'll burn you all to ash." And the dust continued to drift down like deadly snow. Lurvian inhaled sharply, and the poison hit her all at once. A scream tore from her throat before her body locked up completely. She toppled like a stone dropped from the sky, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Raisin's heart lurched. Now, I have to move now. He sprinted toward her, but a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder, stopping him mid-step. He spun around. A magician stood behind him, eyes blazing, finger pointed straight at Raisin. "You, who are you?" Raisin met the man's gaze without flinching. "I just came from here. Do you intend to resist?" The magician blinked, startled. Raisin nodded toward Lurvian's paralyzed form. "That wizard is an outsider. She needs to be taken away. She's too talented to be left here." He looked down at the fallen girl. So small, unmoving, flames snuffed out. Too powerful, too valuable, too dangerous. That's not talent, Raisin thought. That's an incredibly powerful magician lying there. The magician's brows shot up. Who are you?" Raisin responded without hesitation. "I'll take her." "That's impossible," the magician shouted. "State your name." Before Raisin could answer, Hampton coughed loudly and stepped forward with great theatrical flourish. He stretched out his hand like he was announcing royalty. "This," he declared, "is a magician of the Maton family, a direct heir of Maton blood, a great man who walks the path of magic to bring light to our world." The magician stared at him in utter disbelief. Hampton bowed dramatically. "And there is no one greater than our master." Raisin's eyelid twitched. "For the love of, stop talking." But Hampton wasn't done. He raised his chin proudly. "He is Raisin Maton, the seventh successor." Silence. The magician's jaw dropped. What nonsense is this? Have any of you even seen the real seventh successor? Mr. Raisin is nowhere near this handsome. Hampton slapped a hand over his own mouth in horror. Raisin froze. Was that supposed to be a compliment or an insult? He looked the magician dead in the eyes, arms crossed. "I just lost weight." His expression sharpened. "Tell me your name. And answer this. Do you think some random stranger could stroll out of the courtyard and pretend to be the seventh successor?" The magician hesitated. "Well, that is true." Raisin cut him off immediately. "Everyone thinks the seventh successor is an idiot and fat like a pig." He jabbed a finger at his own chest, anger rising. "So tell me, have you ever actually seen him yourself?" He stepped forward, aura tightening. "If you don't want to die here, you'd better apologize." Now, behind him, Hampton stood proudly, eyes shining with admiration. "My master is so cool. There's nothing more to add." Raisin stepped closer, his shadow falling over the trembling magician. "If you don't believe me," he said calmly, "send someone to the main building. They'll confirm my identity." The magician stiffened, caught between fear, doubt, and the unmistakable authority in Raisin's voice. Raisin's eyes narrowed, expression cold enough to freeze flames. "And when they do confirm it," he continued, "every single person who ignored my words tonight, every person who acted arrogantly toward me," his voice dropped, dangerously quiet, "will be punished properly." The threat hit harder than any spell. The magician collapsed to his knees, forehead smashing against the ground. "Forgive me. I didn't know. I sincerely apologize." Raisin didn't respond. He just waited, arms crossed, watching the man grovel. Finally, the magician lifted his head slightly. And may I ask, why do you need this girl? Rayson looked at Lurvian lying on the ground, still unconscious, bound at the wrists and ankles, a strip of tape sealing her lips. He realized he didn't even have a reason prepared. He blinked once, thought for half a second, then smiled, bright, cheerful, and completely unserious. She's pretty. The magician lowered his head again immediately. Understand. Lurvian remained motionless on the floor, tied up like a captured beast, flames gone, strength gone, pride gone. Rayson sat on a wooden chair near the wall, arms folded across his chest like a judge awaiting a verdict. Era stood at his right side, calm and composed. Fukuda stood at his left, stern and ready. The room was silent. Only the crackling torchlight moved, flickering across the face of the unconscious fireborn girl who had once sworn to burn the world. Rayson and the others stared at the girl lying motionless on the floor when a new system note suddenly flashed in front of him. A split has occurred. Main story altered. Rayson's eyes sharpened. A split? The future changed because of one small detail? Before he could process it, Lurvian's eyes shot open. She gasped, blinking rapidly, flames flickering faintly in her gaze. She struggled upright, kneeling, and began making muffled, angry noises through the tape. Rayson watched her calmly. I don't understand a single word, but she's definitely cursing me. He needed to handle this fast, simple, direct, clean. So he softened his expression, leaned slightly forward, and spoke gently. Hello, I know why you came here. You need help saving your father, and I'm going to help you. Lurvian paused, staring at him in total shock. Rayson continued smoothly, as if he already knew her entire story. My mother is sick too. I understand your desperation. He pointed to her chest, and if someone looks closely, they'd notice the sun mark on your left side. Fire Clan's symbol. Hampton's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How does he even know that? Rayson kept going, completely unfazed. Halen is in the southern province, near the Dragon Mountains. I heard a plague is spreading there. Era turned her head, stunned. You know how to cure the plague? Lurvian mumbled something urgently in return, still muffled under the tape. Rayson looked at her, voice steady. You thought the Maton family had medicine, right? And that's why you came here. She froze, as if someone had snatched the secret straight out of her heart. If you understand me clearly, Rayson said, nod twice. Lurvian nodded. Twice. Immediately. Remove the tape, Rayson ordered. Eric stepped forward and ripped the tape off in one swift motion. Lurvian flinched in pain, but didn't scream. She just stared at Rayson, breathing hard, waiting. Feeling calmer now? He asked. She swallowed, voice trembling. Hey, are you really going to help me? Her language still sounded foreign to him, but he understood the meaning somehow. Rayson simply nodded. Yes, I'll help you. Lurvian's voice cracked. Why? Why would someone like you help someone like me? Rayson shrugged lightly. Doesn't matter right now. She lowered her head, whispering. I was told high-ranking people never help ordinary folk. Rayson tilted his head. Who told you that? My father, she murmured. And yet you still came here, Rayson said. Didn't you come to ask for help? Lurvian hesitated, then nodded. I did, but I wasn't going to ask for free. Rayson blinked. So that's what the holy grail of fire meant. His mind moved quickly, forming the picture. He imagined Kei-Sin, the armored protagonist, with a fire bowl glowing beside him. Rayson pointed gently toward her. I'll help your father. Lurvian's eyes widened, bright, trembling, filled with hope she'd lost long ago. Oh, really? Is that true? Her voice wavered, full of fragile joy. Rayson leaned back slightly, arms still folded. It'll cost a lot of money. Lurvian's expression sank. Her eyes dropped in sadness. I don't have money. Not anymore. Rayson waved it off. You can pay later. She lifted her head slowly. H, how much do you need? Rayson clicked his tongue, annoyed. I'll tell you after your father is cured. Lurvian clenched her fists and bowed her head. Please save him. You'll definitely pay me back, right? He asked. Tears shimmered in her eyes. I'll give any amount. Are you lying? No, her voice trembled. I'll give you whatever you want. Rayson grinned internally. Perfect. He snapped his fingers. Hampton, the servant, instantly stepped forward. Rayson spoke with a firm, serious tone. Take that 10-year-old plant. Crush it. Scatter it through the western region. If the mixture reaches Halen within 18 minutes, the plague will vanish. Hampton's jaw dropped. That plant? But master, that's a rare one. Please explain its effect to me. Rayson shot him a glare. Not now. Just do it. Oh, right. Hampton fell to one knee, bowing deeply. Yes, master. I understand. Rayson nodded to himself. Good. He adapted quickly. Era stepped forward cautiously. Master, may I ask something? Rayson looked her way. What? She blinked in surprise. How did you even find out about this cure? I mean, this information. Where did it come from? Rayson turned away, pretending to look philosophical. I'm Maiden. Era studied his proud expression. Arms folded, chin raised, confidence radiating off him. You really have studied well, master. I'm happy for you. Rayson remembered a younger version of himself, standing alone in the wind, cloak fluttering, pretending to be wise. Arrogance, maybe, but I like studying. He looked back to Lervian with a warm smile. Lervian, I'll free you now. The girl froze. Then suddenly, she shot to her feet and screamed. Rayson flinched back. W.O. She glared at him, furious. I never told you my name. How did you know? Rayson's heart dropped. Damn, I messed up. Flames burst around her body. Hot, wild, furious. Don't panic. Don't panic. Don't panic. He forced a calm look onto his face. It's strange, right? That I know your name. Lervian narrowed her eyes, studying him carefully. Very strange. Rayson leaned forward slightly, voice steady. Then isn't it just as strange that I guess your intentions from the very beginning? Lervian hesitated, then nodded slowly. Yes, it is strange. Rayson didn't stop. Isn't it strange that I know secrets about the Maiden family? Secrets no outsider should know? She looked away, uneasy. That's also strange. And isn't it strange, Rayson continued, voice dipping lower, that everything tonight is turning in your favor? Lervian stared at him for a long moment, then whispered, strange. Rayson leaned closer, looking directly into her trembling eyes. You came here to save someone precious to you, didn't you? Her shoulders sagged. Yes. She stared at the floor, tears clinging to her lashes. Rayson's next question struck deep. Then you understand the mercy I showed you just now, right? Lervian swallowed, lips quivering. I'm sorry. What? Rayson asked. She raised her voice, desperate. I said I'm sorry. Everything was my fault. Please forgive me. Rayson straightened, watching the fiery girl bow in shame. All right, that's enough. I accept your apology. Lervian lifted her head, hopeful. So, I can go home now. But Rayson frowned. You fought our guards. You stormed into the Maiden estate. You didn't think about the consequences? Her expression collapsed. When you told them you were here to save your father, what did they say? Lervian hugged her arms, shaking. They said I was just a lowly person. Her voice cracked. That no one would ever help someone like me. They laughed at me and at my father. Rayson looked away, troubled. Lervian rubbed the red marks on her wrist where the rope had been. That's why I got angry. I had no choice. Tears streamed down her face. My father is the only person I have left. I can't let him die. She broke down, sobbing into her hands. Rayson quietly turned his head. Era, free her. Yes, sir. As Era loosened the bindings, Lervian wiped her face and whispered, Who are you people? Why are you helping me? Rayson met her eyes and spoke softly. I'm Rayson Ming. Lervian froze. Rayson, Maiden. She touched her chin, thinking. Then realization hit her like lightning. She pointed at him, eyes huge. You wait. You're that goofball. The servants behind Rayson exchanged awkward looks. Rayson's eyebrow twitched. So, you did hear the rumors? Yes. Lervian answered honestly. They say you're the most horrible of the successors. Rayson inhaled slowly through his nose. But Lervian suddenly burst into bright laughter. But it's not true. You're actually a good person. As her laughter continued, a glowing system screen flickered above her head. Your actions have changed the flow of the original story. Rayson watched the glowing message fade from the air, his expression tightening. So the timeline really shifted. My actions changed the entire flow of events. He lifted his eyes toward the girl in front of him. The Red Killer, the one-armed magician, the destined enemy. Is this really okay? Was it the right decision to win her over? Lervian, still wiping her tears, looked up at him with a bright, almost childlike smile. A smile completely different from the fury she had shown just moments ago. Rayson exhaled slowly. Fine, I'll leave it like this for now. Maybe it was risky. Maybe it would cause more changes. But at this moment, this version of her was better than the blood-soaked monster from the original story. Scene shifts. Under the vast starry night sky, the Maiden Castle with its iconic blue rooftops stood silent and tall. Wind brushed through the courtyard. and somewhere inside the halls, footsteps echoed, slow, deliberate, approaching the next turning point in the altered story. Inside the quiet building, Hampton stepped in with a backpack slung over his shoulder, announcing that he'd gathered enough 10-year-old plants and was heading to Halen immediately. Rayson, still standing there in pajamas, asked how long the trip would take. Hampton replied, 3 days, roughly. Then the servant dropped to one knee, asking for permission to speak. He hesitated, then questioned why his master was helping that girl. Rayson lowered his gaze. His answer was simple. It was a disease that could be cured. Leaving her like that felt wrong. He lifted his eyes slightly and added another truth. If handled properly, this could also lead to strong allies in the future. Helping them wasn't a burden. Hampton bowed deeper, saying he understood and thanked him for the answer. Rayson told him to stop talking, but the man closed his eyes, thinking, if Master Rayson chose not to stay indifferent, if he stepped forward to protect the weak, then that was the true path of a wizard. Hampton suddenly realized he had really met his guiding light. He lifted his head, looked at Rayson with renewed respect, and departed. Rayson turned away, thinking to himself that there was an even bigger reason for wanting the Holy Grail of Fire. That item had the power to save him. 2 days later, beneath a clear blue sky, the castle stood bright and peaceful. Inside, maids dusting the halls stopped when a girl entered, whispering that the pig must have found a new toy. Red-haired Pershaw walked in with a smile, curious about what kind of plaything her dog had brought home this time. But when she turned her head, she froze for a second. A fair-haired boy stood there, handsome enough to catch even her off guard. She raised a brow and asked who he was, saying she didn't remember having such good-looking men in their family. The boy stared back calmly and said he was Rayson Mean, her younger brother. Pershaw folded her arms, amused. He kept surprising her more and more. A boy full of hidden secrets. Rayson looked to the side, saying he had nothing to hide, while thinking the exact opposite, except for the part where he literally created this entire world. Pershaw grabbed his chin and pulled him closer, saying it wasn't just that. Why was his face so sweet and pretty? As she leaned in, she suddenly felt her body go numb. A message flashed before Rayson's eyes. The power of martial arts protects the body. Rayson narrowed his gaze. All they did was lock eyes, and his combat instincts activated on their own. Pershaw asked him if he'd enjoyed his 3 weeks here. She stroked his head, smiling, saying that if he grew up to be this handsome, his big sister would love him even more. Rayson stood there with the most annoyed expression imaginable. Rayson gently pushed her hand off his head, saying he didn't need that. Pershaw blinked and asked why. Inwardly, he knew exactly why. She was testing him again. He met her eyes and said calmly that in the future, he would either become her biggest rival or her strongest ally. So he wouldn't be making any promises to her. Pershaw smiled as if that answer entertained her. She said he was adorable and that if he cut his hair and dyed it a little, he'd look like an absolute masterpiece. Rayson's jaw dropped, anger flashing across his face. He stepped forward with confidence and told her to stop joking around. She laughed, loud and cheerful, as if he was the one misunderstanding. Then she lifted her hand and added that she wanted to see the toy he'd brought home. Rayson instantly tensed. Lurvian, why did she want her? Images flashed through his mind. The girl surrounded by flames. Lurvian's fire talent was unmatched, and Persha's own ability leaned dangerously close to it. Of course, she wanted to claim the girl, but he wasn't going to let this happen. Not again. Not like the original story. He stared at his sister, raised his fist, and declared sharply that the girl was his. Persha's face twisted. What? Rayson doubled down, brows furrowing, voice firm. He picked that toy himself, and he wasn't handing her over. He wasn't playing by his sister's rules. That was enough to set her off. Pershaw raised her hand, and the entire room burst into red mana streams. Her voice dropped into anger as she demanded he repeat what he just said. A notification appeared before Rayson's eyes. Basic martial arts technique activated. External energy resistance. Pershaw lowered her head a little, staring at him with disbelief. He dared to resist her? Even he wasn't skilled enough to block her mana. She was certain of it. Another message flashed. Mana detected. Automatically activating Ching Nan. Rayson crossed his arms, letting his own mana flare around him. And he felt it. Her mana was terrifyingly strong. But he didn't back down. Pershaw finally calmed herself, sighing as if dealing with a stubborn child. She said she'd give him one last chance. Rayson lifted his head slightly. Last chance. She asked if he'd even learned martial arts. He answered that yes, he'd master the basics. Pershaw raised one finger, and a tiny white flame appeared at the tip. She told him she'd fight using only that one finger, just simple magic. Rei-sun tilted his head. You studied martial arts too? Pershaw shrugged, admitting she didn't bother with it much. She skimmed the book for about 5 minutes before getting bored. Rei-sun couldn't help but smile under his breath. He slid into a fighting stance, fists raised, eyes locked onto hers, and said he'd do everything he could to defeat her. Pershaw traced her glowing finger through the air, and a blazing streak of fire erupted forward. The fiery streak twisted in midair, forming a massive serpent behind it. Pershaw smirked, saying their youngest really was clever. She liked that. Raisin's eyes widened as the flaming snake lunged toward him. A notification flashed. Qingnan has detected false illusions. He gritted his teeth, pulled his fist back, and launched a punch straight through the illusion. Pershaw smiled, impressed. He'd definitely gotten stronger. She told him that if he managed to defeat her, she'd leave his toy alone, but he'd have to give everything he had. Raisin's brows tightened as he locked onto her. Pershaw leaned in with a sweet smile and warned him that if he lost, she would break his toy without hesitation. The two of them faced each other in the living room, an older sister smiling with confidence, a younger brother frowning with determination. Raisin declared he would do anything to win. Pershaw laughed softly, thinking, someone like you? Beating me? Even the fifth and sixth successors couldn't manage that. Raisin lunged forward, swinging his fist. Pershaw shifted her head slightly, dodging it with ease. Too slow. Her finger flicked, unleashing a brutal burst of force that slammed into him. Raisin managed to block at the last moment, but the impact still sent him skidding back 5 full meters. Pershaw's grin widened. She extended her hand, thinking how easy it would be to destroy him if she wanted to. Still, she was curious. Had he really learned defensive martial arts? He hadn't wasted his time after all. Raisin crossed his arms and blocked again, sweat dripping as he absorbed the blow. Pershaw watched him brace himself and commented that even if he stalled for time, this fight wasn't going to favor him. Raisin already knew that. The gap between their skills was massive. Dodging and countering at the same time was impossible. A new system message appeared. Mana usage detected. Strong will strengthens the body. Rei-sun clenched his teeth. She hit him with one finger, and it felt like his entire body was about to come apart. Then another notification popped up. Minor refining technique. Energy circle activated, starting body restoration. Rei-sun inhaled sharply. No more waiting. This was his one chance. He sprinted toward her, face twisted with resolve. Another message appeared. Beginner body balance technique activated. His speed surged. He got close enough to see her legs. His target was the right one. He dove low, grabbed her leg, and pulled. Both of them crashed to the ground. Pershaw's eyes widened in pure shock. She hadn't expected him to take the fight down with him. A system notification blinked again. Body balance technique permanently unlocked. Raisin roared, raising his right fist. His face was fierce. He was actually about to strike her. But then reality hit him. This was his sister. His entire expression collapsed, and pain shot through his arm. Ow! All my bones. My hand is broken. Raisin lifted his bloody hand toward Pershaw's face, breathing heavily. Sister, it looks like you're using protective magic. Pershaw clenched her teeth for a moment before admitting, yes. Then, with a bright, almost teasing smile, she added, you actually noticed. I thought you wouldn't catch on. Raisin nodded thoughtfully. I had to. That was my only chance to reach you. Pershaw's smile twisted. And to think you try to shove your fist into my face with that kind of rudeness. Don't expect me to pity you. Raisin wiped sweat from his forehead. Isn't that exactly what martial arts is for? Pershaw sat on the floor, mouth open, eyes squeezed shut in disgust. That's why I hate martial arts, she groaned. It's so ugly. Raisin stared at his sister's dramatic expression and said, even if I'm not worthy, you still lost. Pershaw's eyes snapped open, fury boiling inside her. She grabbed his bloody hand, gritting her teeth. You. Before he could react, she raised her other hand. Mana surged. Raisin was yanked into the air and hurled across the room like a rag doll. He crashed hard, skidding across the floor, blood spilling from his mouth. He coughed, trembling. You win, he muttered. Pershaw looked down at him with cold eyes. I have no interest in your little toy, she said. My condition was simple. You're the one I'm not allowed to be interested in. She flicked her hand again, sending him sliding back even farther. She examined his body, curiosity replacing anger. His physique had changed. Even though she'd used only her index finger, he'd absorbed that destructive mana and still forced his way through to attack her. Pershan narrowed her eyes. Now she really wanted to know what his true power was. His final strike had been weak, but everything leading up to it wasn't. With a dangerous smile, she turned away. See you later, little brother. Raysun, bruised and furious, knelt near the burning flames, tried to catch his breath. Persha walked through the hall of fire, her expression stiff, her thoughts sharp. How did Raysun burn through all of her mana like that? Outside, surrounded by the flames of the ruined hall, she muttered to herself. He did it intentionally, didn't he? She remembered the rumors, rare cases of mages who could absorb mana. But something about Raysun felt different. Too different. He could heal himself. He could endure her attacks. And if he mastered this ability, he could become one of the strongest. Persha stepped out into the open air, covered in a black cloak and mask. Behind her, a shadowy figure, the third artist, followed. You were with the seventh successor, right? The shadow asked, amused. You must have had fun. Persha clenched her jaw, barely containing her irritation. But if Raysun makes even the smallest mistake, she muttered. The shadow watched her raise her hand, flames reflecting in her eyes. His body will break. Blood pooled across the floor as a system message flashed before Raysun's eyes. Extreme measures initiated, self-healing technique activated. Raysun clutched his chest, sweat dripping down his face. He sees this burning pain again. It always hits whenever Persha shows up. Another notification appeared. Self-healing process has begun. He stretched out his trembling hand. Blood had soaked it completely. But right before his eyes, the stains vanished, absorbed away. Then another warning. Self-healing technique requires a large amount of mana. Raysun sat slumped on the floor beside a literal pool of his own blood, breathing hard. Another message appeared. After mana usage, additional energy collected. He glanced at the floating tablet window. Body restoration had started, and regeneration slowly kicked in. Then the next alert hit. Body regeneration is painful. Raysun collapsed and rolled on the floor in agony. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, someone should warn me about this beforehand. It felt like his body was cracking apart from the inside. Black liquid oozed from his ears, eyes, and mouth. He slammed his hand against the ground, and another alert triggered. Automatic self-healing for beginners activated. His thoughts were a mess. My bones, they're broken. They're not healing fast enough. Another system message appeared. Basic martial arts. Strong will enhances regeneration. Mana flow determines regeneration efficiency. At that moment, two girls, Era and Lervian, rushed into the room. They found Raysun twisted in pain on the ground. Era frowned immediately. This doesn't look like poison. Poison doesn't smell like this. This is decomposition. Another alert flashed. Body restoration requires a large amount of mana. Raysun lifted his hand weakly. Where? Where is all my mana going? Then the next warning. Mana insufficient. Regeneration will stop. If regeneration stops, severe consequences may occur. He stared downward as pain racked through him. I'm out of mana. I can't keep this going. Then, Lervian stepped forward. She placed her hand near him, her red flames flickering. A new system message popped up. Mana absorption detected. External mana entering system. Flashes of her flame, her heat, her terrifyingly powerful hell eyes, echoed in his mind. Slowly, his regeneration completed. Raysun pushed himself up, standing near the blazing fire, his clothes torn, barely clinging to him. Another notification appeared. Basic attribute, sacred body, stored within has been activated. He looked down at his hand, breathing out. To preserve the body, this is the best muscle technique I've created, and now. Raysun slowly turned his head to the right, still feeling the remnants of the regeneration. His eyes widened slightly. So, the attribute has evolved all the way up to the Emperor's final attribute, and it harmonizes perfectly with the Divine Sword attribute. This is my base body now, because of Ching Nan. He clenched his jaw. Why do I have all the main characters' items? Before that thought could go any further, he looked at Era and Lervian. Bring my clothes. Era snapped upright, hands clasped nervously. Oh, okay. Raysun exhaled. Something felt off. Something in this world wasn't lining up. Lervian tilted her head, genuinely confused. Everything's fine. Even my father is okay. Era nodded quickly, still amazed. Yes, I received his letter. Lurvian held the letter close, eyes sparkling. It's really my dad's handwriting. Era replayed the contents in her mind. How the letter explained that all the villagers had recovered, the plague had vanished, and it was thanks to the seventh receiver finding a cure. Lurvian's voice trembled as tears filled her eyes, a smile breaking through. Thank God. Rayson watched her quietly. This feeling, it's actually kind of nice. Lurvian looked up suddenly, cheeks pink, and bowed her head deeply. I owe you. You helped me. You saved my people. Rayson blinked. Help? Me? She nodded vigorously despite him, standing right there. Yes. You protected my entire village. Rayson rubbed the back of his neck. It's nothing. But Lurvian stepped forward, fists clenched shyly, raising them near her face. I want to be your assistant. I have a fire attribute. I can help you. As she gazed at him, even her thoughts raced. So this is it. The announcement of a fire contract. Rayson stiffened. A fire contract with her? A system message appeared. Fire Clan contract. A life-binding oath. The one who accepts the fire contract lights another's flame within their soul. The Fire Clan treats this as a vow for life. Rayson stood there, stunned inside the temple. If I accept this, my entire storyline could change. He swallowed hard. Lurvian, the Red Flame magician who would one day become Kaysen's strongest ally. If he brought her to his side now, Kaysen Sod would definitely see him as a threat. If that happens, I won't live past 17. Either I die early, or Kaysen kills me himself. Lurvian waited, eyes shining, hands extended. If you really want this, Rayson said slowly. She closed her eyes and smiled brightly. Then she opened them wide and declared, This Fire Clan swears to give our life for you. May our flames burn inside you forever. Rayson's eyes bulged, his face twisting. Wait, this is a fire contract. A system notification slammed into his vision. System override. Main plot alteration detected. New information began to load on the floating tablet. The main plot of the story. The moment Rayson opened his eyes, the system flashed a new warning right in front of him. Main plot line is changing. New control fire technique unlocked. Before he could process anything, Lurvian pushed off the stones, stretching out her hand. Flames gathered instantly in her palm as she murmured. When you wrote the novel, Lurvian was merciless. My anger, it was uncontrollable. Another system message appeared. Technique. Unrestrained control. An explosive surge of fire user mana. Grants the wielder complete fire control. Requirement. The fire bearer must die. Rayson froze, eyes wide, face darkening. Wait, die. He snapped, shouting with panic in his voice. Hey, wait a minute. I don't want that. I don't want Lurvian to die. Lurvian blinked innocently, raising her hand again. Why not? Isn't it good? Why don't you want to make the contract? Rayson's face twisted in horror. Sweat rolled down his forehead. No, it is not good. Lurvian tilted her head. But my dad said you would definitely be happy. Then explain to me, Rayson yelled. Why should I be happy about this? Lurvian flinched, suddenly too scared to answer. Rayson leaned closer, voice cracking with fear. Listen to me. If you become my fire assistant, you'll have to sacrifice your life for me. Lurvian blinked once. Then she smiled. To sacrifice my life? That sounds great. Rayson's jaw dropped. What? How? Why is that good? Lurvian answered cheerfully. Because it's wonderful. Rayson stared at her, horrified. If she changes her mind later, I won't be able to undo any of this. Lurvian calmly explained. Do you know what that means? It means you'll never be able to stop me. Another system message struck him. Side effect, death of the fire bearer. Rayson folded his arms tightly. See, you'll die. But Lurvian just nodded politely. If I die for you, it will be an honor. She even called it a sacrifice for the greater good, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Rayson dragged his hand down his face. God, she doesn't understand anything. He inhaled sharply and said, I don't want to kill you. I don't want the responsibility of that. Lurvian stepped closer, placed her hand on his shoulder, and smiled softly. You talk too much. By the time I die, you won't even remember me. Rayson's expression went blank. The more he talked to her, the deeper the hole he dug himself into. He grabbed her hand firmly. Listen, you're only 9. You're too young to be my assistant. But the system had already shown him. Age meant nothing in a Fire Clan contract. Rayson tried again. I'm not even a member of the Fire Clan. Your rules don't apply to me. Lurvian shook her head gently, still smiling. Imposing is bad. Yes, Rayson muttered. Exactly. I don't want this forced on either of us. But the world and the story were no longer following the rules he remembered. Lurvian's expression trembled. So, that means you don't like me? Rayson squinted one eye, exasperated. No, what I don't like is the responsibility. You're too young to understand what you're asking for. Lurvian placed a hand on her head, nodded once, and said, Okay, then I'll wait. A system message appeared instantly. Fire contract terminated. Lurvian stood outside, staring at Rayson. You really do like me, she said softly. Rayson blinked. Why that question again? Dad told me you're a good person, she said with a shy smile. In her thoughts, Lurvian reminded herself. The fire contract is sacred, but its bearers must be careful, very careful. Then her mood flipped, eyes bright, hands pressed to her cheeks. Sign the contract. I accept all conditions. My entire life, everything. She added proudly, Dad said you're reliable. A person like you is trustworthy. She raised her voice suddenly, frustrated. I already promised myself. I will become your assistant. Her anger lasted 2 seconds. Then she looked up, broke a chocolate bar in half, and gasped. It's so delicious. Later, sitting on the bed, she hugged her knees and looked at Rayson. Dad gives me chocolate sometimes. Why are you so kind to me? Rayson shrugged. You help me too, Lurvian. Really? She blinked. Oh, I forgot. Rayson looked at the table, thoughts forming. The Holy Grail of Fire, a sacred attribute of the Fire Clan. It should be hidden in the Dragon Mountains, a small stone tomb near a cross marker. Only a Fire Clan member can open it. Lurvian's voice cut through his thoughts. The village has many interesting things. Yes, Rayson replied. Dad told me a lot, she added proudly. And Rayson nudged. Lurvian frowned. I don't remember the name. Rayson scratched his forehead. Exactly what I expected. But Lurvian perked up again. It's a very beautiful bowl. Rayson internally sighed. If she can't even remember that, how can she help me retrieve it? He closed his eyes, frowning. He needed more information, proper information. A system message appeared. Holy Grail of Fire. Can produce water for 100 years. Its water purifies, cleanses, and burns away all poisons affecting body and mind. Rayson's eyes lit up. So in summary, I won't kill anyone. And the system's explanation still echoed in Rayson's mind. With this ability, even spoiled food won't cause stomach pain. For a mage, this power is perfect. Rayson turned around sharply. Let's go. Lurvian blinked. Sir, should I call the keepers of the hobos? Rayson froze, sweat beading on his forehead. Right, members of my family must always bring a hobo guardian mage whenever they leave the mansion, no matter whose territory we enter. He dragged a hand down his face. Why did I say I was going to Lurvian's village? How will they react when they realize I'm going there to steal the Holy Grail, a priceless fire relic? He paced across the roof, frowning. The 7th Department's magician will monitor me non-stop the entire time I'm gone. And my brothers, they're another problem. Because of the inheritance war, it's natural they'll go against me and gather powerful allies. But Rayson clenched his fists. He wasn't giving up the Holy Grail of Fire. He looked at Era, stomped his left foot on the floor, and narrowed his eyes. I'm risking my life just stepping into the Holy Golem's region. What should I do? The Guardian appears. We cut to the Guardian mage assigned to him. A man named Jill, draped in a black cloak, aura heavy and unsettling. His relationship with Rayson was horrible. Jill glared to the side, brows tightly furrowed. So that useless brat chose me as his hobo guardian. A memory flashed, 6-year-old Rayson gripping the old man's cheeks, forcing him to kneel. You're just a guard dog. I am your master, young Rayson had shouted, yanking his head forward. Close your eyes if you understand me. The old man obeyed, trembling. Back then, Rayson didn't realize all hobos were archmages of the 7th circle or higher. Back to the present. Jill and the maids stood near the entrance. A maid nervously asked what Rayson needed. He demanded documents and chocolate. She noticed he didn't look panicked, just focused. She didn't understand why. A stamp slammed onto parchment. The documents were ready. Jill stands again. The same gray-haired man who once knelt before a child now stood tall in front of the palace gates. He walked forward with heavy fists, determination in every step. He was the hobo guardian of the Might and Cardia families. Rayson spotted him from the balcony. Jill, he called out. Jill froze. His expression twisted for a second. Rage, disgust, old resentment, but he forced it down. The mage gritted his teeth, then bowed stiffly. Rayson stepped out onto the balcony. You've changed a lot since the last time I saw you. Jill raised his head slowly. Perhaps, Rayson added with a faint smile. I really have changed a bit. Rayson narrowed his eyes, clearly dissatisfied. Cardia opened his mouth, trying to ask something, but Rayson cut him off first. You want to know why I chose you, right? Cardia stiffened. Rayson looked to the side, remembering the old insult. A simple watchdog. Of course. A seventh circle mage never forgets anything. Rayson stepped forward on the balcony, spreading his arms slightly. I set myself back then. I am a master, and I need protection. Those words stabbed Cardia so deeply he almost looked ready to rip Rayson apart. But Rayson stood there with complete confidence, even though inside, he felt a faint tremble. Seventh circle or not, he's still dangerous. But I can't show weakness. He kept his expression calm. And among all the dogs, Rayson added, You, Cardia, are the most reliable. Cardia blinked, startled. You trust me? I trust you very much, Rayson replied, then leaned in slightly, eyes cold. Relax. I'm joking. Cardia's jaw twitched. Rayson continued, voice steady. My hobo guardian is greedy. You stand between two people, one man, one woman, and you choose whoever benefits you most. You're a greedy mage, which means I could trust you more than anyone. Cardia's expression darkened, but his eyes sharpened. Their interests aligned for now. Rayson kept going. You were originally loyal to fourth successor Saron. Then you became the dog of the second successor as well. Cardia finally spoke. So you chose me because of my greed? Rayson smiled faintly. You guessed correctly on the first try. At some point, that greed of yours will be useful. Cardia's lips curled into a hidden, malicious grin. What a helpless boy, he thought. But his smirk faded instantly when Rayson looked him dead in the eyes. I also heard that you served two successors at the same time, my older brother and my little sister. Cardia lowered his head, fists shaking. Yes, I'm a deceiver. I won't deny it. And you didn't even try to hide it, Rayson added. Cardia's jaw clenched tighter, but Rayson stepped closer, voice sharp. You should be loyal to one master. Isn't that right? Cardia answered with difficulty. Yes, that is correct. Rayson lowered his head, eyes glowing with confidence. As a member of the Maiden family, I am your master. You will obey me. Cardia straightened immediately, standing at attention. Understood. But inside, his thoughts were spiraling. This boy, what happened to him? He stared deeper at Rayson, into the magic circle inside his body. Rumors said he defeated the sixth successor, but no one taught him magic. Then how does he have such a perfect magic circle? Cardia leaned in slightly, pupils trembling. This is no ordinary circle. It's a single ring, yet it holds even more mana than multiple rings stacked together. Cardia's eyes narrowed as he inspected Rayson's internal magic circle. This has more mana than even a double circle. Even the second successor of IIA can't hold this much mana in a single ring. His suspicion only deepened. The scene shifted back to the forest trail. The three of them walked together, Rayson, Lervian, and Cardia, making their way toward Lervian's hometown. Lervian cheerfully sang songs the entire way, shouting for her father to wait for her. Rayson trailed behind her, thinking, so this is Lervian's village. A massive firebird symbol appeared on the stone gate ahead, proof of the Fire Clan's heritage. The narration explained, the Fire Clan of Hern once ruled the continent with powerful flame abilities. But after the Phoenix god absorbed divine power, their people declined and the clan fell into obscurity. A random village dog passed by and immediately growled at Rayson. Great, this place really does feel like the outskirts of Korea, Rayson thought dryly. Suddenly, Lervian inhaled deeply. So deeply Rayson already knew something terrible was coming. Then she screamed at the top of her lungs. Daadity! Her shout shook the entire village. Rayson covered his ears and shut his eyes in pure suffering. She had no volume limit. Just then, Hampton sprinted over, panting heavily as if he'd run for miles. Master, I didn't know you were coming. I couldn't prepare a welcome. But Lervian didn't even let him finish. She asked where her father was, and the moment he said, at home, she blasted off like a rocket. Confusion blinked, then ran after her, yelling, Hey, we should go together. Cardia watched the chaotic scene with pure disgust on his face. Then he remembered Rayson's words from the balcony. You'll be useful to me. Cardia grit his teeth. I still can't believe that Brat had the nerve to say something like that. By the time they reached the house, Lervian had already leaped into her father's arms. The others joined them as Lurvian and her father bowed gratefully to Rayson. Rayson glanced at the girl. She looked normal, cheerful, and harmless. But the mana and firepower inside this 9-year-old was something that couldn't be seen by normal eyes. Did I really manage to heal her completely? Rayson wondered. Before he could think more, Lurvian turned with a huge smile. Rayson is really good. We came to give him gifts. Her father stroked her hair proudly. One must always repay kindness, he said. Cardia stared blankly. They think he's good? What does that even mean? Her being a gift? He looked around at the villagers. Everyone wore warm, grateful expressions, every face filled with admiration for Rayson. Cardia gritted his teeth. Just by looking at them, all these people favor this little devil? What do you do to make them this loyal? He cut the thought short. Forget it. The important part is finding out what this brat actually wants. He narrowed his eyes at Rayson, finally realizing just how sly the guy actually was, because no one truly knows what Rayson pulled off back then, and the fact that it even happened in the first place was already suspicious. Before he could think further, Lurvian suddenly grabbed Rayson's hand and tugged him forward, telling him to follow her because she had a gift to give him. Rayson barely had time to react as she pulled him along, running under the warm sunlight, filtering through the forest canopy. Cardia watched them rush off, completely lost about what was going on. Soon, they arrived at an old stone grave marked by a weathered cross. Lurvian stopped and announced that this was the place. Rayson stared at the grave, confused, not understanding what she wanted to show him. But before he could ask, Lurvian raised her hands and began channeling her fire magic. She hummed a soft tune, smiling faintly as flames curled around her fingertips. The stones around the grave suddenly ignited, lifting into the air like burning petals before crashing down with a heavy roar. From that eruption of flames, a small goblet made entirely of fire slowly formed and floated upward. Lurvian held it steady in the air, and both Rayson and Cardia froze, stunned. Cardia stared at the blazing cup, completely speechless. What was this golden, flame-wrapped vessel that pulsed with raw fire energy? He remembered fragments from old documents. Someone had written about wanting this exact artifact, and the mana radiating from it. It wasn't normal. Rayson's breath caught. That bowl! He recognized it. This was the fire bowl he had been searching for. Then, out of nowhere, a system notice flashed right in front of him. He had uncovered one of the hidden truths of this world. Because he altered the original plot, a new path, a new life, was opening before him. Another message followed immediately. Flame fire can only be used by those who form a pact with a fire clan. Without a pact, the user will suffer and eventually die. Rayson stared at the message, rereading it again and again, the glowing text hovering right above Lurvian's fiery cup. Should he really form a pact just to obtain this power? Before he could decide, another notice appeared. The fiery water contained within this chalice oxidizes upon exposure to air. Its power will fade and turn into ordinary water over time. He looked at the blazing liquid swirling inside the cup. If he hesitated, he'd lose everything. But forming a pact wasn't a joke. He remembered how uncontrollably Lurvian's magic had exploded before. Even Kaysen struggled to keep her under control. If he made a contract, would he even be able to handle her? Rayson and Lurvian both stood there in tense silence, staring ahead, completely unsure of what would come next. Rayson kept thinking over and over, trying to predict the future, trying to imagine what he would do if he were in Ryder Cham's position. And then it hit him. The realization snapped into place so fast he didn't even question it. He turned sharply toward Lurvian. With a firm, steady gaze, he told her to form a fire contract with him. Lurvian's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, like she'd been waiting for these words her whole life. But Rayson had no time to admire it. He urged her to hurry. Every second mattered. Right then, a bright red aura burst to life around Lurvian, and a system notification appeared. A new Holy Grail ability is awakening, initiating the sacred covenant of fire. The goblet in the air suddenly blazed with divine brilliance, brighter than before. Cardia stood frozen with his mouth hanging open, unable to process what he was witnessing. The once dull cup shed all its dirt and imperfections, glowing like a relic forged from pure flame. Lurvian held it aloft, and Cardia couldn't help thinking that her earlier excuse, coming here to deliver chocolate, was absolute nonsense. This entire situation was too perfectly planned. He looked at Lurvian's radiant expression. That wasn't normal flame. That was pure fire mana, the kind you only read about in legends. Like 3 fire nymphs had woven their magic directly into her soul. His gaze shifted to Rayson, only now realizing that even the secrets of the 7th successor were hidden from him. Cardia clenched his teeth in frustration. Finally, drained but smiling softly, Lurvian lowered herself to the ground. The fire contract. It's complete, she whispered. A notification popped up in front of Rayson. Fire contract established. Lurvian has pledged to serve as your assistant. The original storyline has shifted. Before he could react, Rayson's entire body burst into flames for a split second. He jerked, startled, staring at his own hands. The fire vanished as quickly as it came. What was that? Why did it feel like the flame merged with his body? Another notification followed. The Holy Grail has witnessed a divine covenant. It has evolved into the Holy Grail of pure fire. Rayson lifted the blazing cup in his hands. The fiery water inside had transformed, becoming the purest fire essence in existence. Without hesitating, he raised it to his lips and drank. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, 2 more system messages appeared. You have consumed pure fire water. You may now control its fire. Learn to synchronize your mana with fire mana to use this power safely. He wiped the glowing embers from his lips, feeling the fire spreading through him, not burning him, but becoming part of him. Then Rayson sat down on the ground, exhaling. He looked at Cardia and said calmly, "Guard this place." Cardia stared at him, confused and uneasy. Something about Rayson's aura, it had changed. His eyes, his presence, everything felt different. Stronger, sharper, more dangerous. Cardia didn't know what had happened to Rayson's mana affinity, but one thing was clear. This wasn't the same Rayson from before. Rayson sat down, legs crossed, eyes closed, shutting out the world as he focused entirely on stabilizing the fire now surging through his body. Cardia watched him closely and couldn't help thinking, does he really trust me this much? Rayson was completely defenseless right now. One wrong move, one distraction, and his mana could spiral out of control. And the 7th successor didn't even realize that. Cardia remembered Rayson's serious expression, those quiet words telling him to trust him. Against his better judgment, Cardia clenched his fist and started forming a barrier around Rayson. If Rayson was willing to gamble everything, then Cardia had to protect him, no matter how strange and suspicious this entire situation seemed. The moment the barrier sealed, Rayson's body ignited again, this time from the inside out. Flames rippled beneath his skin like molten veins. He instantly understood the horrifying truth. This wasn't just fire water. It was burning his organs, tearing through him from within. But at the same time, 2 system notifications appeared. Mana assimilation successful. Pure fire water is merging with your entire body. The fiery liquid didn't just settle inside him. It began spreading everywhere, fusing with his mana, racing through every nerve and muscle. The effect of the purest fire water had begun activating in full. Rayson finally stopped, his mana reserves completely drained. His eyes snapped open, wide with exhaustion but filled with relief. The important part was done. The fusion with the fire water was complete. Whatever remained, he could finish at home. By now, the sky outside had already turned deep orange. Evening had fallen. Cardia stepped closer and asked if he was finally finished. Rayson nodded, surprised by how much time had passed. More than I expected. Cardia blinked in shock when Rayson actually thanked him. Rayson pushed himself up from the ground while Cardia muttered that he'd only done his job. Still, he congratulated him. It was obvious Rayson had gained a new kind of power, something dangerous, something different. They stood facing each other as Cardia reminded him where they were, Dragon Mountain. Then Cardia turned his head sharply toward the forest. Rayson, you sensed it too, right? Someone powerful is coming, and they're not even trying to hide their presence. They want us to notice. Rayson stared into the darkening tree line, fire flickering faintly in his eyes. That overwhelming surge of mana from the golden bowl, it must have drawn them here. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek as he wondered, was his power really so intense that it attracted this kind of trouble? If anyone found out how much stronger the 7th successor had become, no one would ever believe it. Rayson asked if Cardia could guess who they were. Cardia glanced at sleeping Lurvian before answering. If I'm right, they're swordsmen. Their mana feels different from magicians. Sharper, more aggressive, and judging by the speed they're moving, they're elite. Deep inside the forest, several masked swordsmen in dark hoods were running across branches and rocks without making a sound. Apple added quietly that these weren't normal swordsmen. They were top tier. Raisin clenched his fist, feeling his new power hum beneath his skin. In this world, swordsmen and magicians were practically born to clash. They never got along. He and Cardia stood still, waiting, staring into the forest. Running was pointless. Even if he escaped now, they'd kill him before he could reach anywhere safe. And before his 10th birthday, he'd never survive. Not with a seventh circle magician standing beside him. No, running would only make things worse. So he waited. He stood his ground. Moments later, a group of swordsmen stepped out of the forest all at once. Raisin's eyes shone as a system notice appeared. Chingon activated. His expression twisted into annoyance as the message continued. Major changes detected. High probability of storyline alteration. And among the group, one boy stepped forward. A boy wearing a jacket marked with an eagle. The notice flickered again. This boy is the true protagonist of the world. A genius among. The narration continued, explaining that this boy, this confident swordsman staring straight into Raisin's eyes, was one of the many geniuses created in this world. A typical fantasy novel's true protagonist. A monster crafted by fate itself, or rather by a Chungman. Raisin stood frozen for a moment, not understanding why he had appeared here of all places. He studied the boy more carefully. On his left chest, a blue hawk emblem was engraved. That confirmed it. He was the sword master of Seda, the second successor, and the same age as the seventh successor. And standing behind him were two figures in green suits. Assistants. Raisin immediately guessed they were his elite aides. A new system notice flashed. Major families of this world have finally encountered one another. Their innate mana recognizes each other like a beast senses another beast. As they stepped closer, Raisin realized instantly they had recognized him as a member of the Maiden family. Kaysen approached slowly, with calm dignity. He bowed and said he had come here after sensing an enormous wave of energy. Raisin blinked, surprised. A 9-year-old who could already sense mana fluctuations? That was ridiculous. Raisin asked him what exactly he felt. Kaysen replied without lifting his head. According to the Forest Guardians, the fire mana in this area spiked. I felt it too. Raisin stared at him. So this kid really had grown stronger, already stronger than the original timeline suggested. But why were they here? He asked Kaysen directly why he had come all this way. Kaysen nodded firmly. Another notice appeared. Kaysen, even as a child, was extremely curious. Whenever something interested him, he pursued it with full force. This was the first step toward becoming one of the strongest. The two boys stood face to face, heirs of two great families. Raisin said quietly, "It seems you already know who I am." Kaysen shook his head. "No, I don't know. I can only assume you're from Maiden, and probably older than me." His eyes sparkled with interest. "I heard you study the water attribute, but I can't smell any water mana on you." Raisin's heartbeat quickened. He really didn't want to get tangled up with this protagonist. Telling the truth was dangerous, but lying right now? Impossible. He thought, should I just say I'm the fifth successor? No. He dropped the idea immediately. But then Raisin casually mentioned that his fifth brother was an Earth attribute magician. And Kaysen's entire expression changed. His face lit up with excitement, and he suddenly shouted, "Wait, what? If your fifth brother studies Earth, then that means you're the seventh successor." The two assistants behind him froze as well, eyes wide with disbelief. The stories they'd heard about the seventh successor and the boy standing in front of them, they didn't match at all. Kaysen frowned slightly and said honestly that Raisin didn't look anything like the rumors. Not even close. Raisin scratched the back of his head, trying to ease the tension. How about we just talk calmly?" Kaysen replied confidently. "If you're really that guy, then there's nothing for you to worry about." The narration shifted, showing us Kaysen's past. A young boy practicing tirelessly with his sword. He came from wealth, surrounded by elite teachers. His parents adored him. Every resource was at his fingertips. But even with everything, he lacked one thing, friends his own age. And that loneliness bothered him more than anyone realized. Back in the present, Lervian quietly took Raisin's hand. Raisin was deep in thought. Maybe he and Kaysen could actually become friends? No one else ever would. Lervian suddenly asked him, "Is he your friend?" The moment she said that, Raisin's mind flashed through the original story. Lervian eventually becomes Kaysen's life partner. So yes, they had to get along. Smiling, Lervian stepped forward and said, I'm also 9 years old, and you're very handsome. Kaysen turned slightly away, face going red, and introduced himself with awkward politeness. Lervian beamed. Your name is as beautiful as your face. Kaysen coughed, tried to regain composure, but his attention snapped back to the forest. That strong burst of energy, what exactly happened here? So Lervian explained everything they'd just gone through. The fire, the goblet, and the sudden rise in mana. A little later, under the late-night sky, Kaysen stood opposite Rayson. It was you, right? You're the one who received that power. Rayson nodded lightly. I accidentally absorbed the fire mana. He knew full well it wasn't an accident, but there was no way he could explain the truth. Kaysen stepped closer. What kind of power does this fire mana give you? It felt very unusual. Rayson smiled confidently. It protects me from outside attacks, and from poison as well. Kaysen's eyes lit up. Incredible! That's a very strong ability. Meanwhile, Cardia stood to the side, silently observing the two prodigies talk. And the thought crossed his mind. Raisin's strength, it was becoming something far beyond what anyone expected. Cardia stood back, watching quietly, realizing how things had escalated far beyond an ordinary swordsman's level. Raisin's power now, it wasn't something you could compare to normal talent anymore. At this point, there was no choice but to accept the situation and step aside. He glanced at Kaysen's two assistants. Even they looked confused, like they couldn't understand how these two prodigy heirs had casually started bonding without even knowing each other moments earlier. Meanwhile, Lervian smiled brightly, pointed at Kaysen's sword, and asked, Can I touch it? Kaysen froze. Why is she being so nice to me? These feelings, whatever they were, felt unfamiliar and strangely warm. He extended his hand toward Rayson. If we part peacefully today, I want him to remember me in a good way. Rayson looked at the hand, smiling lightly. This is my first time meeting someone from Seda. You're not that different from me. They shook hands firmly. Kaysen nodded. It's my first time meeting a peer my age, too. Raisin's eyes sparkled with excitement. I heard swordsmen cross blades to become friends and comrades. Should we try it? Kaysen's own eyes lit up with the same excitement. I don't mind. They faced each other in the middle of the forest. Raisin continued. I heard it's a necessary step in becoming friends. Kaysen shook his head slowly. It's not necessary. But still, let's cross swords. He drew his blade and activated his aura, his serious tone cutting the silence. I ask you fight me. Right now. Raisin's blue aura poured out instantly, crackling like living energy. Good. I wanted this too. This would be the perfect chance to test the difference between the current him and the current Kaysen. Cardia stood behind them, confused at Raisin's intentions. These two prodigies were powering up in the middle of a forest with guardians nearby. Not the best place to start a duel. Kaysen's assistants looked around nervously, while Cardia frowned deeply. I should understand their intent first, especially since the seventh successor is from the maiden family. He knew interfering would only worsen the situation. Not only that, these two families have been rivals for hundreds of years. Stepping between them now could be seen as insulting both houses. With his jaw clenched and shoulders tense, Cardio watched helplessly. Rayson took off his jacket casually. Kaysen raised an eyebrow. You know how to fence? Rayson answered calmly. I've mastered martial arts. But fencing? Not really. Kaysen exhaled, gripping his sword tighter. I heard martial arts is a discipline very few people learn. Rayson met his gaze with a confident expression. It's the only thing. Rayson finished his sentence calmly. It's the only thing I'm good at. They faced one another, tension thick in the air. Kaysen studied him carefully, then asked, To learn martial arts, don't you have to pass some sort of special test? That's what every wizard says. But Raisin's next words stunned him. I don't have any friends. Kaysen froze. His two assistants stared at Rayson with their mouths hanging open, fear creeping onto their faces. Even Kaysen himself looked shaken. Why would he suddenly ask something like that? Rayson stretched his hands out to the side, avoiding eye contact. And I'm the same. I don't have any friends either. He turned back toward Kaysen, speaking with a strange mix of honesty and confidence. It's because we were born this way. For me, it's even harder to make friends. Kaysen blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Rayson exhaled. First, my family doesn't allow it. If someone outranks me, I'm only allowed to meet with them for formality, nothing more. Out of curiosity, Kaysen asked, So the people you know, are they friends? No. Ray-sun said firmly. They're acquaintances. That's why. I don't have friends at all. He clenched his fist. But if you became my friend, I don't think my family would oppose it. Keisen's eyes widened. Ray-sun had asked him to become his friend. So simply, so directly. 2 system notifications flashed. Chenan activated. For a swordsman, this is the symbol of accepting friendship. Ray-sun smiled gently. We'll trust and protect each other. But if you can't trust me, then I refuse. Keisen slowly clenched his own fists. I know what that means. Another notice appeared. To seal this alliance, one must have faith and courage, proof of complete trust. Ray-sun slid into a fighting stance. Of course, he wasn't as strong as Keisen, but this was something he had to try. As I said, I use magic, so our fight can be both close range and long range. Keisen drew his sword, letting it slide smoothly from the sheath. I'll use only the most basic form of sage swordsmanship, and only my right hand. He pointed his blade at Ray-sun. If I use more than that, I might kill you by accident. A confident, almost playful smile crossed his face, and the duel truly began. A confident smile formed on Ray-sun's face. He asked Keisen who he thought would win, but before Keisen could answer, Ray-sun answered himself. You'll most likely win. Keisen's eyes widened, shimmering with excitement. Ray-sun then asked, then why do you still want to fight me? Keisen replied without hesitation, because I want to be your friend. Ray-sun nodded slowly, then asked his second question, then does winning or losing matter to you? Keisen shook his head. No, it doesn't matter to me. But Ray-sun straightened his back and said firmly, it matters to me, because I want to defeat you and become your friend. They stood facing one another, 2 child prodigies from rival families, and Ray-sun added, friends should be equal in strength and spirit, so treat me as an equal. Keisen paused, lowered his sword, and apologized. I didn't mean to look down on you. Ray-sun returned to his fighting stance, eyes burning with determination. I'll do everything I can to beat you. The atmosphere tightened instantly. Cardia watched anxiously. The 7th successor of the Maton family and the 2nd successor of Seda are really about to fight. Keisen moved first. A perfectly straight lunge aimed at Ray-sun's torso. Ray-sun barely dodged it. A system notice flashed. Slow time, automatically activated. Keisen attacked again. Ray-sun twisted away, thinking, the tip almost pierced me. Another system message appeared. Basic martial arts, body balance, activated. Using the force of the blow, Ray-sun jumped upward, landing on a tree branch. He prepared to counterattack, thinking, his center of gravity shifted. If I move now, I can win. He launched himself from the tree, dropping down toward Keisen with both fists clenched and a fierce expression. But Keisen slipped aside effortlessly. Ray-sun landed and turned sharply, but Keisen was already moving again. Fast. Too fast. Ray-sun dodged another sharp blow, barely understanding how Keisen moved so quickly. He couldn't keep up with his speed at all. Keisen, he's stronger than I thought. Again, Ray-sun leapt back from another strike. To use magic, I need to get close. But he won't let me near him at all. Keisen prepared another attack, blade humming with aura. Ray-sun gritted his teeth. If I get close, I'm defenseless. If I stay far, I can't do anything. This is the strength of the main character. His eyes burned brighter. But I'm not going to lose to him. He tried to read Keisen's movements, predict them, anticipate every shift of the blade. If I watch carefully, Ray-sun focused all his senses. If he could predict the trajectory of Keisen's blows, even roughly, he could force his way inside the sword's range. He charged forward, swinging his sword and unleashing a cross slash, positioning himself so he could make a clean, direct strike. But then, his eyes widened in fear. This isn't going according to plan. Keisen's stance had changed, sharper, heavier, unmistakably serious. Keisen swept his arm, his aura exploding outward. Ray-sun realized instantly, I can't dodge this. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Keisen's sword came down in a fierce arc. A notification flashed. Beginner swordsmanship basic skill, strong will, activated. Ray-sun threw his arm up, blocking the attack with pure desperation. The impact crushed into him. Pain tore through his arm, teeth grinding, eyes stinging. Tears almost slipped out. He fell to the ground, clutching his arm. Could have hit my arm and not my ribs. If that landed on my side, it would have broken me. Before he could recover, Keisen's blade stopped right in front of his face. Ray-sun forced a smile. Yeah, I lost. Keisen sheathed his sword immediately. At least the duel ended without any fatal incident. Kaysen stepped forward and asked, "Is your hand okay?" Rayson flexed his fingers slightly. "My body tingles a bit after that hit, but I'm fine." Still gripping his arm, but smiling, he listened as Kaysen praised him. "That was an excellent defense." Tassin, one of the assistants, laughed with wide eyes. "It was great. I didn't expect to see fire sparks like that." Rayson blinked. "Fire, what spark?" He looked toward Lurvian instinctively. But no, everything happened too quickly. He hadn't noticed anything. Something, or someone, saved him in that instant. Kaysen then pointed at Raisin's sword. "That's a black sword." Raisin froze. Shock hit him hard. A system message echoed in his mind. Black sword. A blade capable of cutting anything. He stared at the weapon in disbelief. Kaysen continued. "I wasn't even using my full strength. But your defense, it really surprised me." Raisin chuckled weakly. "I knew I'd lose, but the skill gap is just too big." Kaysen extended his hand toward him. Raisin blinked, startled. Kaysen helped him stand up. "Most people can't even talk properly after fighting me. They're nowhere close to my level." Raisin smiled back, still holding his injured arm. "There's nothing wrong with a weaker person facing a stronger one. It just means—" He looked at Kaysen with a confident grin. "You can trust me completely." Those words genuinely made Kaysen laugh. He said it was the first time he'd ever met someone like him. Turning to Raisin and his subordinates, he added with a grin that he'd enjoyed this evening far more than he expected, so their paths would cross again soon. And just like that, in an instant, Kaysen vanished from the battlefield. A trap activation flashed into the air, and new notifications appeared. The main storyline had shifted. The plot had changed again. Raisin stared at the messages, stunned. Before he could gather his thoughts, Cardia walked up and said she only wanted to ask him one thing. Her tone alone made Raisin freeze. She asked how he managed to learn the fire attribute. His mind immediately jumped back to Kaysen's words, how he'd shouted with excitement about seeing a fiery spark. So that was it, that was the fire attribute. Raisin looked down at his hand. Two different auras flickered across his palm. That warmth he'd felt earlier inside his body, it finally made sense. The fire wasn't strong, but it was undeniably there, genuine fiery mana. A faint, fiery aura wrapped around him. He quietly acknowledged it. Weak or not, it existed, and he would test it properly once he returned to Chingon. But the world didn't give him time to think. A sudden blow came toward him. Raisin dodged, and a violent blast erupted behind him. Cassid, standing among the others, was taken aback. Another notification popped up. Pure fire energy and fire mana have successfully merged through simple mana control. Attributes combined. Raisin stared at his hand again. So he could control mana like this. Not with ordinary fire water, but with pure fire water. A thought crept in. Could he apply this attribute to techniques? Pershaw smirked, amused. The main character recalled that high-level magicians, like the third successor, could do this, but they avoided it because the result was usually too inefficient. Cassid's brows furrowed. He asked Raisin how he'd pulled it off. Raisin simply answered, "I don't know." That stunned him even more. Cassid realized the issue wasn't lack of knowledge. Raisin simply wasn't interested enough to learn it in the first place. Cassid sheathed his sword and exhaled sharply. In his mind, he pieced things together. From the start, today's battle had been arranged with the seventh successor. The meeting with Kaysen had been planned long before they even arrived. He pictured Pershaw and felt something was off. This wasn't her doing. A much higher-level magician had interfered, at least someone on the level of the third successor. With a deep frown, he finally spoke aloud, asking Kaysen to grant him permission to escort the main character back to Mython. She lowered her head and reluctantly agreed with him. But before the moment could settle, Lurvian suddenly shouted for him to stop. Her eyes burned with rage as she screamed that if the main character didn't take back his words, she would burn everything around them. Raisin raised his hands defensively, remembering what he'd said, that he had no friends, that they were nothing alike. Fiery energy burst from Lurvian, surrounding her like a living flame. She glared at him and declared that she considered him her friend. That was the only reason she had even entered into a fire contract with him. Raisin was caught off guard. He muttered that maybe friendship really mattered a lot to a 9-year-old. Then he quietly admitted, "We're friends." Lurvian's expression softened, but her voice trembled. She asked why he had ever said he had no friends. Stunned, Raisin immediately took back his words, admitting he was wrong, completely wrong. Lurvian's eyes widened. She leaned in, smiling faintly, and asked again, "Is that really true?" Raisin nodded, saying yes, she was his friend. She gently took his hand and told him to remember one thing. She was his very best friend. He agreed, and the anger in her aura faded. Then, with her voice small and honest, she apologized because he was also her very first friend. As the two stood under the warm glow of the sunlit city, the scene shifted elsewhere. A man scoffed, arms thrown up in disbelief. This fool actually went to buy chocolate. Another stranger asked why someone so foolish was even being kept alive. With a cold stare, he added that there were countless ways to change one's face and kill him without anyone noticing. He pictured a building with a blue roof. The head still hadn't killed Raisin, and that alone meant something was hidden beneath the surface. He remembered the way Raisin smiled as he asked whether he served his fourth brother and remained loyal to his second sister. The stranger suddenly felt uncertain. Maybe Raisin hadn't been lying. Maybe he was genuinely going to be useful later. The plot jumps midnight, January 1st, year 219. A quiet, star-covered sky wrapped itself around the castle. Inside, a large feast covered the table. Raisin's mother thanked Era, saying everything looked delicious. Era modestly replied that she was overpraising her, smiling politely as she held a tray. A small system window appeared beside her, showing her general information. While cutting a piece of meat, Raisin asked his mother a question he had never dared ask before. "Who was my father?" An image flashed in his mind, a hazy figure, half remembered, half erased. Raisin realized something. Even the original Raisin didn't have many memories of the man. He'd never truly met him, and this body, this childhood, felt eerily distant. Sitting across from his mother, Raisin thought to himself that the memories of his father weren't just missing. They were intentionally erased. His mother looked down and replied softly, "It's better if you do not know." Raisin froze. Then another notification appeared. The head of the Mythin family once loved the maid Sue. Sue was the only woman he ever truly loved. Raisin's heart sank. If that was true, then did his father ever love his mother at all? The main character was completely at a loss. A restless curiosity stirred inside him. He wanted to know more about that man. Suddenly, energy surged from the portrait on the wall. Yellow mana flickered through it like lightning trapped in paint. Then the air cracked open. A man stepped out of the portal, his eyes glowing a deep, terrifying yellow. Raisin felt his breath catch. It was him. Raisin and Sue immediately bowed, but the man calmly told them there was no need for such formality. Raisin stared at him, stunned. Even though he stood there alone, it felt as if the entire space was swallowed by his presence. The pressure was suffocating. Just looking at him made Raisin's entire body go numb. Not even fear, something deeper, something primal. Katra's usually calm face turned serious. Taking a seat at the table, the man asked casually, "Did you quarrel with your brother?" Raisin stiffened. "Well, if you mean the sixth successor, then yes. Why was he being reprimanded for something he didn't even cause?" Raisin frowned. "May I ask why you think we quarreled?" The man stood before him, waiting. Raisin explained, "The sixth brother tried to order me around. He even tried to hit me. I only defended myself." The man tilted his head slightly. "And did you strike back?" Raisin nodded. "I did. He insulted my honor as a magician." He touched his face, remembering the scene. Raisin admitted that he simply mirrored the sixth brother's insults and responded in kind. He did not consider himself guilty at all. The man's expression didn't change, but his presence intensified. Raisin added, "As a true magician, I simply wanted to end that meaningless fight as quickly as possible." Katra asked, "So you handled him swiftly?" Raisin replied, "I just needed him to stop resisting." He recalled the moment he struck Carlton. Raisin emphasized that he didn't inflict fatal damage, only enough to suppress the sixth successor using the martial arts he had learned. The man rested his hand against his cheek, still listening. Raisin finally asked the question burning in his mind. "Why must we fight each other to claim the throne? Isn't it foolish to wage a bloody war with my own brothers?" The man raised his hand. "No, your enemies are not your brothers." The words hit like a hammer. Raisin leaned forward. The man continued, "The martial clan of Grandly and Sod, the swordmaster. These two families must kneel before us." His tone sharpened with conviction. "We should unite, so that they lick the floor like dogs and crawl upon it like insects." A dark smile tugged at his lips. Raisin couldn't help but acknowledge those were powerful words. With a casual wave of his hand, the man added, "Your sixth brother should be grateful you let him live." In that moment, something clicked for Racing. If they united instead of fighting each other, they could truly dominate this world. The man looked deeply into Raysun, studying him. In his thoughts, he admitted he hadn't expected this from him, neither the strength nor the conviction. And the scene closed on his silent realization. Between the sixth and the seventh successor was far more competent. Hearing this, the main character raised his eyebrows, genuinely surprised. He told him that if he was still clinging to grudges from back then he was no longer the maiden he once respected. Rayson felt his heart jolt. Was that enough? Even now, his whole body trembled. The weight of the situation was still pressing down on him. The man finally sat on the throne. A glowing notification appeared above him. He loved only Sue. Then another system window opened, an update from the main storyline. The reason Rayson Mayton survived until the age of 17 is because he was Sue's son. Rayson froze, slowly turning towards Sue. The main character felt a chill creep through him. Did that mean, if he wasn't her son, he would have died long before turning 17? He narrowed his eyes, thinking deeply. No, something didn't add up. And that's where the tension hung, heavy and sharp, as the truth behind his survival began to take shape. Rayson realized why he was able to live past the age of 17. In his mind, he pictured a young boy chained beneath a guillotine, moments away from death. A cold thought passed through him. None of this had ever been mentioned in the novel. In the original story, Sue died a few years later from the mysterious blue dots. The main character imagined drops of blood hitting the floor, and he remembered, when Sue died, the entire government collapsed. An image of Sue kneeling flashed through his mind. Rayson thought that perhaps in the past, Mayton had exiled Sue, the woman who had given birth to Rayson, to the remote Maple Annex and then never saw her again. The main character straightened, introducing himself formally. No matter what the past was, he emphasized one thing. Now he had the strength to protect his mother, because the Rayson of the original story never had even a single chance of becoming the head. Another memory flickered. Mayton himself. He had deliberately driven Sue out of the palace, not because he hated her, but because he didn't want the woman he loved to be tormented or discriminated against by the other noble families. Rayson imagined the other palace women and noted that sooner or later, they all realized one thing. Mayton truly loved only Sue. With a serious expression, Rayson added that although his father acted calm and cold, there was one exception. Sue. The main character frowned, thinking, at the very least, Mayton was no longer the same man Rayson remembered from the original story. And Rayson himself was no longer the same either. He declared firmly, I will change the flow of history. Sitting upon the throne, Mayton nodded. Rayson vowed to do everything he could. Inside his thoughts, the main character realized Mayton wanted him to grow stronger. Rayson remembered something his father once said. Martial arts always had clear limits. Looking away, Mayton admitted, that's true. Half of it can barely be called a science. But then, staring directly at the main character, he continued, just because a limit exists doesn't mean nothing lies past it. He emphasized it again. Where there is a boundary, there is always a way to surpass it. The main character replied that new methods could be invented, like pouring water into a second cup once the first one is full. Rayson placed a hand on his chest and added that Mayton could give every child equal conditions in their fight for the throne. The main character responded quietly. Magic may have limits, but people do not. At the table, Sue listened silently. Rayson turned to Mayton and said, Don't forget, you are my father. Sue froze, shocked by his words. Rayson continued, I will become stronger, and I will protect Mother. Mayton's gaze deepened as he watched him. Later, Rayson received a letter. It asked him to come to the main building of the mighty Mayton family palace. He stood in the lobby of the banquet hall, with Hampton beside him. Rayson thought the letter was far too short to even be called a letter, but the main character recognized it immediately. A traditional Mythian summons. Daylight poured over the Mayton castle, bright and warm. Rayson reminded himself how important the 10th anniversary ceremony was for every member of the Mayton family. When a child of the family turned 10, everyone gathered, celebrated, and drank together. But beyond the festivities, there was something far more important, the ritual of body strengthening. An empty scroll rested atop the glowing magic circle. Rayson envisioned all kinds of seals and runes, each one designed to reinforce a child's physical foundation. This technique didn't give power instantly, but made the body stronger, tougher, and more resilient for all future growth. Adjusting his jacket, the main character glanced at his reflection. His suit, his posture, even the aura he carried. Everything felt different for what he expected. He wasn't just changed in appearance. He had changed in soul. He opened the door. The plot shifted to the main building of the Maiden family, the grand banquet hall. Era stood beside him, brows slightly furrowed. Rayson noted that this hall was special, the place where every Maiden child underwent their decade ceremony. Rows of chairs lined a long table. A notification flashed. Raisin's mana has a permanent magic release effect. Turning toward Era, the main character asked where his seat was. She answered that his place was directly across from the head of the family. Raisin nodded, then asked, "Where's my mother?" With her arms folded, Era answered quietly. Miss Sue wasn't invited. Raisin's gaze sharpened. Just then, Carlton approached, gripping his staff. "Ray-san," he called. The main character greeted him politely and asked about his condition. Carlton frowned, confused by how dramatically Raisin had changed. He muttered that Raisin must have been training nonstop. But Raisin simply replied that Carlton was being disappointing today. A faint smirk tugged at the protagonist's lips. "If you still can't recognize me," he said, "I don't think you were being harsh enough earlier." Raisin added calmly that if Carlton won another fight, he should be prepared, because Raisin's skills had improved, and the next round would hurt even more. Carlton's face twisted with rage. He shouted that he would destroy him soon. Raisin turned away, unfazed. "Try harder," he said. Inside, the main character thought that this was much better than hiding in the shadows. Pershaw entered, arms crossed. Well, she said, "our handsome brother has arrived." She smirked that he reached earlier than expected. Approaching Raisin, she asked if he was still playing with that thing he found. Raisin nodded. "Yes, we practice together every day." Carlton flinched. Did that mean Raisin had clashed with the third sister? Had he actually won the bet? Impossible. Nonsense. As Carlton spiraled in panic, the girl looked their way, and Raisin's eyes widened in surprise. The plot revealed a new figure, the High Mage T. Mitten, IIA, the second successor. She stepped into the hall and cast a calm, piercing gaze at the main character. Raisin noted that she was the strongest magician in the family, almost equal to the head himself. She had a gentle personality, but she was also someone who would push herself beyond limits for the people she cared about. And now, her eyes were fixed on him. Like Pershaw, the third sister, IIA also possessed 7 circles. Her main attribute was light, and her secondary attribute, terrifyingly, was darkness. Raisin quietly noted that in the original story, she was a tragic character, one who would eventually be beheaded by Kaisin himself. The main character imagined Kaisin standing before her, sword resting coldly against her neck. The irony stung. She was Kaisin's first love. Tears slid down Kaisin's face in that imagined memory. Sitting beside Pershaw, IIA commented softly that their youngest sibling had changed a lot. Pershaw closed her eyes and agreed, in a good way. Raisin sat there stunned. Seeing Pershaw and IIA together only confirmed what he'd been sensing since he entered the hall. Their aura was overwhelming. The pressure they exuded filled the entire room. They truly were monsters of the Maiden family, and Raisin realized he might have been acting a bit too boldly around them. 2 more figures entered the hall. Raisin's gaze briefly drifted toward the girls, but Katra's stern expression pulled him back. Raisin took his seat across from him. Inside, he counted. Maiden had 3 wives, and if one excluded the missing child, 6 children were present. 10 people in total, all gathered for this moment. With a serious face, Maiden announced, "Our youngest has turned 10 today. Congratulations." The siblings echoed the sentiment, congratulating Raisin. He thanked them, still dumbfounded by all of this. Then IIA stood up. "In accordance with Father's orders," she said, "I have returned after slaying the Balrog evil spirit that emerged from the Fountain of Darkness." Raisin thought to himself that this hall was no place for peaceful tea. It was a battlefield of accomplishments, a place where the older siblings showcased the terrifying things they had done. The next to speak was the 6th brother. Smiling, he reported, "The corpse of Karen, the sorceress of the North, has been captured and sealed in the Devil's Tomb. More than 20 magicians who followed her were eliminated." Maiden asked whom he traveled with. The young man replied proudly, "I accomplished the extermination alone." Pershaw rose from her seat next, smirking. "I have brought the wings of Cilia. They belong to the temple of the Forsaken Warden." The hall froze. Even Maiden was momentarily shocked. Raisin's thoughts raced. Persha had stolen the wings of Sylvia, sacred treasures guarded by the goddess Sophia of the renounced temple. They were artifacts capable of massively boosting several attributes, especially wind. The main character pictured Persha standing among a mountain of corpses. 30 priests, 7 monks, and 17 elite swordsmen had defended those wings. All of them were killed. Maiton's expression darkened. "I hope this serves as a warning to the other temples," he said coldly. He asked if the Holy Empire had responded. Persha replied that they were silent, for now, but she expected a message soon. Death, another sibling, shook his head. "All we can do is apologize when they finally come for us." Persha calmly asked what she should do next. Katra didn't hesitate. His command was cold and simple. "Ignore it." Raisin's expression tightened. Inside, he thought this was unthinkable. Someone from the Sacred Empire had dealt a staggering blow to the Maiton family, and yet Katra wanted to simply ignore it. But then Raisin understood the logic. Maiton wasn't preparing for war. Even if the Empire made noise, nothing would escalate into a large-scale conflict. Not yet. Suddenly, a knock at the door. The scene introduced Deck's henchman, carrying a tray as he entered the hall. He sat beside Raisin. Raisin's eyes fell on the objects lying atop it. Scrolls. The servant politely asked him to choose one. Inside, the main character immediately recognized them. Scrolls for body enhancement, personally crafted by Dysarts himself. A notification flickered into view. Body enhancement scrolls activated. Raisin froze. Waves of mana from all 7 scrolls suddenly resonated, their wavelengths merging into one massive surge. One scroll even lifted into the air. Raisin calmly reached out. "I'll take this one." Persha blinked in shock. His brothers exchanged stunned looks. Even IIA's eyes widened. He chose that one. Holding the scroll, Raisin repeated firmly, "This is my choice." The hall fell completely silent. From the throne, Dysarts finally spoke. His expression was unreadable. "Did you explain this to him?" he asked IIA. She shook her head. "No, I did not." Persha looked away, adding, "I didn't say anything either." Everyone stared at the scroll in Raisin's hand. A scroll radiating an unusual pink mana wavelength. Dysarts narrowed his eyes. "So, are you telling me a 10-year-old child analyzed the mana waves by himself?" He turned toward IIA. "Why couldn't you do that at 10 years old?" IIA's gaze sharpened. "His ability is stronger than mine was at that age." Persha raised a hand to her face, stunned. She hadn't expected Raisin to be able to do something like this. IIA continued quietly. "His martial arts talent must be exceptionally high, and the growth rate of martial arts is fastest in the earliest stages." Dysarts leaned forward, tone serious. "Why can a child barely 10 years old do this?" The conclusion is simple. None of us practice martial arts at that age. Then he gave an order that shifted the entire atmosphere. "Bring the scroll of the transcendental attribute." Raisin began walking toward Dysarts. He recalled that during the decade ceremony, the Maiton family offered several enhancement scrolls. The child turning 10 would select one, gaining the magic and physical reinforcement sealed within. Dysarts presented a series of scrolls, explaining each attribute as Raisin visualized them one by one. A red scroll, fire. A blue scroll, water. A silver scroll, steel. A brown, cinnamon, scroll, earth. A yellow scroll, electricity. A black scroll, darkness. A white scroll, light. Each one pulsed with its own elemental mana. But the transcendent scroll had not yet been revealed. And Raisin stood there, knowing that his choice today would reshape the future. Raisin explained calmly that if the 7 attributes were combined in the correct order, they could materialize into a single, transcendent elemental attribute. He looked down at the scroll in his hands. Inside, he thought, this is just the fusion of all attributes, and having everything isn't always a good thing. Still, he handed the scroll over to Dysarts. Dysarts raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think you would pick this one." Raisin smirked. "Then I'll take it as a compliment." Carlton nearly choked. How could he speak to the head of the family, his father, like that? Had he completely lost fear? Carlton silently screamed that Raisin should shut up before he died. Dysarts ignored the commotion and declared, "IIA will conduct the ritual of magical body strengthening." Raisin froze. "But wasn't I told you would guide me?" he asked. Dysarts answered bluntly, "If I performed the ritual myself, your chances of survival would be very low." Raisin swallowed hard. "No one told me that." He clasped his hands together. Then if I does it make a difference? Yes, Desarts replied. Her mana is much calmer than I am. Your survival rate will be higher. Rayson suddenly wondered if choosing the Transcendent Scroll had been a huge mistake. But then he steadied himself. I'll do it. In this insane world, surviving without taking risks is impossible. He turned to IIA. I leave it to you. IIA's eyes softened for a moment. Do you trust me? I trust you, Rayson replied. As a magician, IIA exhaled slowly and said, My father is too optimistic. In my opinion, your chances are far lower. The air tightened around them. The transcendental attribute contains destructive mana, which means the ritual itself will be just as destructive. She unrolled the scroll. Rayson asked quietly, Then what are my chances of survival? IIA answered without hesitation, 50%. At best. She spread the scroll across the floor. He asked if she wanted him to choose another attribute instead. IIA shook her head. Those who follow the path of magic never force their opinions on others. Then, with a calm but solemn face, she added, But I wish you strength. Her sincerity stunned him. Rayson placed a hand over his heart. I will stay loyal to my choice. IIA nodded. Then strip down to your underwear. Rayson began removing his shirt. Persia's gaze drifted over his body. A slow smirk spread across her lips. Who would ever believe this body belongs to a 10-year-old? She thought. Just a month ago, he hadn't looked like this at all. Persha narrowed her eyes, wondering, how did Rayson manage to change this much, this fast? Through the scroll of the transcendental attribute, Persha squinted, her thoughts sharpening. Why is his body this muscular? What other secrets is he hiding? She looked at the dumbstruck Rayson and smirked. With a body and face like that, you're practically decoration, she said, half teasing, half testing. IIA placed her hand on Rayson's chest and announced solemnly, This marks Rayson's 10th anniversary ceremony. Standing above him, she added a respectful bow of the head. Thank you for giving me the honor of conducting this ritual of magical body strengthening. Rayson quickly raised a hand. Wait. IIA paused. Are you scared? Rayson shook his head. No, I just need to tell father something. Every sibling froze. Desart's eyes locked on Rayson. Even the ones who rarely reacted. IIA, Persha, all stared. Lying on the floor, Rayson inhaled deeply. If I survive, I want you to do me a favor. The siblings leaned forward. IIA's expression shifted. Desarts finally asked, What favor? Rayson spoke firmly. By the tradition of the Maiden family, it is the patriarch who performs the ritual of body strengthening. That tradition has been broken. Desarts frowned. Rayson knew IIA was extremely capable, but she was still nowhere near Desart's level. This was his chance. If he wanted something, it had to be now. Carlton smirked internally. Good. Father will kill him himself. Rayson continued. I want my mother to be allowed to come here from now on. The hall erupted in silent shock. Persia's eyes widened. Another sister muttered angrily. A servant cannot be allowed in this place. Rayson glared. And why not? Why are you doing this to my mother? The girl answered coldly. Her birthright and origin are different from ours. Lying on the floor, Rayson replied with a voice that cut deeper than steel. I'm my father's son. Half of my blood comes from my mother. If you call her a servant, then you're calling me a servant, which means you're also calling father a servant, because his blood flows inside me. The entire hall went dead silent. Even the air felt heavy. Desarts leaned back on the throne. Why do you want this? Because my mother wants to see you, Rayson answered. Desarts froze. Persha couldn't speak. Even IIA was stunned. Inside, Rayson thought, this will make all 3 mothers my enemies, but one father's protection is worth more than 3 mothers' wrath. One of the mothers slammed her hand against the table. This is outrageous. That servant wants to see him. Rayson lowered his gaze. Mother, you really are father's only weakness. The 3 mothers stared at Desarts, waiting for him to explode. Instead, Desarts exhaled softly. If you survive, I will grant your request. Then he added, so, try to stay alive. A slow smile spread across Rayson's face. I will. I promise I'll live up to your expectations. Energy surged around IIA. Yellow mana spiraled around her like a star being born. She lowered her hands and declared, I'm beginning the ritual. IIA's voice echoed through the hall, calm but carrying absolute authority. Those who walk the path of magic, those who obey its commandments, and those who stand before the ritual of the decade, to them, I issue my command. Raisin lay there, stunned. And those who follow the will beyond all realms, she continued, shall be embraced by the cruel and boundless arms of mana. Magic seals flared to life on Raisin's hands. Heat surged through him, sharp, scorching, unbearable. It felt like someone was branding his flesh with burning iron. His eyes flew open. He was no longer in the hall, no longer hearing IIA's voice. He stood in a pitch-black space, inside his own consciousness. He lifted his hand. All limbs were still attached, but he couldn't feel any of them. The numbness was total, like being placed under deep anesthesia. He remembered lying under bright lights, surrounded by doctors. And then, a flame appeared before him. A swirling mass of red energy rose up, greeting him like an old acquaintance. A cup materialized in front of the fire, overflowing with mana. Raisin blinked. Is this the holy grail of fire? A golden chalice glowing with scorching brilliance floated before him. He stared at it with wide eyes. Holy grail of fire, he whispered. The grail tilted as if looking directly at him. Do you remember who I am? It asked. Raisin nodded. The holy grail of fire. But the cup's expression turned unusually sad. That's not true, it said softly. Raisin froze. What? I am not the holy grail of fire. Raisin felt something drop in his stomach. Then what are you? The cup's voice deepened. I am the ultimate grail. Raisin's eyes widened. What? He tried to analyze it with his celestial eye, but nothing happened. No information. No readings. No results. If I can't analyze it, does that mean I'm not strong enough? The ultimate grail seemed to read his thoughts and sighed. There was a misunderstanding among the Fire Clan. It began. Curdle filled me with fire mana. Raisin narrowed his eyes. Curdle? The grail quickly added, you don't need to know who that is. He's just an old man. But Raisin recognized the name immediately. Curdle, the legendary alchemist. He pictured an elderly man with long hair and a pointed hat, a figure standing in the background of countless myths. If the great sage Alberto was a self-proclaimed fraud, Curdle was someone people truly believed existed. The Grail looked at him again. In any case, I want to help you. Hyan. Raisin stopped breathing for a second. Hyan? Why is this cup calling me Hyan? And why does a cup have a gender? Trying to stay composed, Raisin asked. How exactly are you going to help me? The Grail replied calmly. You possess a rather unusual body. Raisin blinked. Unusual? And the ritual's true danger began to unfold. Raisin's eyes flew wide open at the Grail's answer. In the era I was created, the Grail said, bodies like yours were called celestial bodies. A chill ran through him. Your body is incredibly strong, the Grail continued, bending down to inspect him closely. But even that isn't enough. You tried to absorb an enormous amount of mana right now, and your magic circle is already full. The Grail tilted her head. So tell me, what do you think will happen if a destructive force this massive enters a body that can't hold it? A bead of cold sweat slid down Raisin's cheek. I'll die. The Grail nodded. That's right. Then her tone softened. And I don't want you to die. Raisin blinked, confused. What? The Grail suddenly toppled over onto her side and closed her eyes dramatically. Because if you die, it'll be boring, she said, and I'll have to go back to sleep for at least 100 years. Raisin didn't know whether to laugh or panic. He steadied himself. So, how are you going to help me? The Grail turned her gaze away, looking at a swirling mass of purple destructive energy in the distance. Raisin followed her line of sight. She looked back at him with a mischievous glint. I'm going to absorb the mana for you. Raisin froze. You can do that. I can, the Grail replied proudly. And honestly, I really like the taste of this mana. Raisin clenched his fists. If he couldn't absorb the mana himself, his body would burst apart. He'd die instantly. He didn't have any other option. He would have to trust this eccentric, ancient, terrifying Grail. A system message appeared before him. Information updated. The Holy Grail of Fire trembled restlessly, as if desperately searching for the one it truly belonged to. Raisin watched it quietly, thinking back to the day it ended up encased inside his hands. Back then, it had never acted like this. A faint reflection of Raisin's face shimmered in the Grail's eye. The cup spoke softly, almost hesitant. It's hard to explain, but you have the skill to be my true owner. Raisin frowned. Why? The Grail turned toward him, staring straight into him. Because your soul is full of holes. And that's exactly what someone like me needs to settle inside. He froze. What are you talking about? You'll understand in time, she whispered, then suddenly perked up. Anyway, Let's get to the important part. A wide, mischievous smile spread across her face. She closed her eyes, launched little bursts of fiery fireworks into the air, and declared, "Become my owner." A violet mass of energy swirled into her hands, pulsing like a living heart. "This," she said, "will dissolve inside your chest. It will devour every last drop of mana in you." Rayson tensed. "And after that, it will be reborn," she said proudly, as the holy transcendental grail. Above them, a vision of a high magician flickered like a ghostly mural. "There are plenty of weird spells out there," the grail huffed. "But that scary Nuna can take care of all that. Don't worry." Her tone softened as she drifted toward him. "I'll rest inside your heart, and when you need me, I'll come out again." Rayson blinked. "When necessary?" "In the near future," she answered. "You'll be using me a lot." A notification flashed before his eyes. The holy transcendental grail will dissolve into the heart of its true owner and act as an additional mana circle. Rayson stared ahead, stunned. Another mana circle added to mine, but before he could react, his body began to fade. He glanced down, horror striking him like lightning. His limbs were dissolving, his torso fading away. Only his neck and head remained. "If I disappear completely, I'm dead." His teeth clenched. His heartbeat roared in his ears. "No, I don't want to die." His mother's gentle face flashed before him. The warmth, the kindness, the dreams he still hadn't fulfilled. As even that memory began to blur, Rayson screamed from deep inside his soul. "Holy, transcendental grail, I accept." Golden mana erupted from the cup like a sunrise. "Wonderful." The grail laughed as fiery mana surged into the sky, weaving golden circles across the air. Rayson's eyes widened, awed, breathless. "So this is the power of the holy, transcendental grail." Light swallowed everything. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying down, still alive. Ia stood beside him, speaking softly to her father. "The ritual to strengthen his body is complete." Her father nodded. "Good work." Rayson's eyes snapped open, sharp, frantic, his entire body seizing as he sucked in a breath. Sweat streamed down his face. For a moment, he lay frozen. Then his gaze shot upward, wild and unfocused. "I'm alive," he thought, chest trembling. Was it a dream? No, definitely not. His heart felt different, unfamiliar, powerful. Across the room, Ia stood near the table, facing her father. "I didn't complete the ceremony," she said softly. "But I thought father meant to say it failed." Those words struck Rayson like a blade. Horror flickered in his eyes, sharp, cold. Ia lowered her gaze. "No, father is right. Because of my physical limits, I didn't notice when the mana and the enhancement magic faded on the scroll. I wasn't skilled enough." Her father turned away, walking out with a heavy finality. "That means this is his fate," he said. And with this, the ceremony for Rayson Mithin's 10th anniversary ends. Rayson remained lying on the cold floor, staring at the ceiling. No, she didn't fade away, he thought slowly. She was absorbed by the holy transcendental grail. Scarts was already climbing the stairs when Rayson called out, voice cracking slightly. "You promised to bring Mother here." Scarts paused. He didn't turn. "A promise," he said, "should be given only to those worthy of it. And the one who makes it must be the one to fulfill it." Then he walked away. Rayson pushed himself up, sitting quietly on the floor. He watched his father leave the hall, followed by Ia and the others. His eyes narrowed. "I'm improving, but do they really not know about the holy transcendental grail?" Even while performing these rituals, a maid stood beside him as he dressed, silently watching. Rayson adjusted his jacket, a calm determination forming on his face. Good, he thought. At least nothing manifested externally. And now, I have another powerful ally. The ritual wasn't a waste. He stepped toward the exit, then paused and glanced back. It's time to return. But the maid didn't move. Rayson frowned and turned fully toward her. She stood perfectly still, motionless. But there was something else, something sharp. Rayson felt it instantly. Energy leaked from her body, quiet, cold, deadly. He stared at her, stunned. This aura, it's like looking at a polished, perfectly sharpened blade. The maid, Arrow, was radiating a killing intent that wasn't human. Rayson slowly exhaled and called the maid by her name. She didn't lift her head. Instead, in a low, steady voice, she said, "I want to ask you something." A system prompt flickered in front of Rayson's eyes. Interlocutor cannot be analyzed. His pupils tightened. Then he saw it, her eyes beginning to glow an eerie emerald green. So, even the basics can't be read, Rayson thought. Is she revealing her true nature, even inside Father's presence? Another prompt appeared. Current location, main banquet hall. Highest tier defensive magic active. Raisin's expression hardened. The only person in the entire main mansion who could activate the highest level of defensive magic was Scarts. Meaning Scarts already knew something was wrong. Raisin shifted his weight and slipped into a defensive stance, mana circulating through his limbs. The air around the maid distorted slightly, her aura sharpening like a hidden blade. Era, watching her carefully, asked, "So, you think you knew what you learned?" The girl finally lifted her eyes, the green glow cutting through the dim hall like twin lanterns. "You've changed your attitude toward me," she whispered. Raisin didn't flinch. "I've just put myself together recently." Her aura thickened, like fog swirling around a predator. "Then tell me," she said, voice sinking lower, "who do you think hired me?" Raisin did not drop his stance. His heartbeat stayed calm, his gaze unwavering. "I believe," he said quietly, "that—" "My father," Raisin answered. The maid narrowed her glowing green eyes. "And why do you think that?" Raisin inhaled slowly. "Because you're not hiding your aura. Not here, not inside the main building, while my father is present." A faint smirk tugged at her lips. "So you can feel my aura? That's amusing." Raisin lifted his hand and pushed his fist forward, letting it brush against her swirling aura. The pressure bit into his skin like icy needles. "You're sharp," he said. "Sharp and violent, almost terrifying." "That's only because you're still weak," she replied flatly. Raisin tightened his fist, jaw clenching. "I just turned 10. Of course I'm weak." She remained motionless, stone still. "That may be true," she said, "but is that enough reason to assume your father hired me?" Raisin swallowed. He could feel sweat gathering along his forehead. Arrow, if she wanted, could kill him before he even moved. She wasn't afraid he would run. Even if he tried, she would always be faster. "If my father hired you," he thought, "you wouldn't be allowed to eliminate me." Raisin looked up, meeting her emerald gaze. "You're releasing that much aura," he said quietly. Yet no one came. This was a mansion full of elite magicians. People who could sense even the slightest ripple of mana. But not a single person noticed her. He pointed around the hall. "That means something is blocking detection. A barrier. Protective magic." Arrow didn't respond. She simply watched him, silent, expressionless. "In this entire building," Raisin continued, "there's only one person who can activate protective magic without restrictions." He paused. "My father." Arrow blinked once, slow, deliberate. "He hired you," Raisin said, "and he put that barrier up. He ordered you to show me your true nature." The maid finally spoke. "You're right," she said. "Your father's orders were simple. If you lack the ability to analyze the situation, I was free to do whatever I wanted with you." Raisin slipped back into a defensive stance, sparks of tension snapping around him. "Whatever she wanted," he thought, throat tightening. Arrow continued calmly. "But he also said, since you're a member of the Maiden family, you should at least be capable of this much." Raisin exhaled through his nose. "Typical of him," he muttered. "You don't look upset," the maid observed. "Oh, I'm upset," Raisin answered. "Very upset. But there's something else I don't understand." He looked her straight in the eye. "Why now? Why reveal yourself? You've hidden your identity so perfectly until today." Arrow's face remained blank. No emotion, no reaction. Raisin continued piecing everything together aloud. "If I think about it, today is the ideal moment. I formally entered the main building. I met my father. My position changed." He raised his fist again. "And today, I put up a protective barrier too." Cold, icy mana flickered around his body, his aura sharpening like frost-covered steel. He lowered his stance slightly, eyes narrowing. "My father wants to test me." Era slowly reached behind her apron and drew a dagger from its sheath. The blade glinted coldly as she extended her hand, pointing the weapon straight at Raisin. "That's right," she said. Her aura flared, brilliant green, sharp enough to slice the air itself. "I didn't think you'd figure it out," she added. Raisin narrowed his eyes. "So what exactly were you hoping for?" Era tilted her head slightly, as if confused by the question. "I assumed," she said, "that the moment you saw my aura, you'd wet yourself." Raisin let out a small, defiant smirk. "So you're underestimating me that much?" The maid placed one hand neatly over her apron. "It's time," she said. To introduce myself properly. She placed her hand over her heart, bowed elegantly, and spoke. My name is Silent Silence, but continue calling me Kara. Raisin's blood ran cold. Silence, silence. He clenched his teeth as the name echoed in his mind. He remembered that terrifying childhood story, a mother whispering to her crying son, if you misbehave, Silent Silence will come and take you away. He saw it. Huge, dark birds crossing the night sky. A lifeless samurai lying on the ground, throat cleanly severed. Family members wailing. Elite guards standing helplessly around the corpse. Silent silence. The assassin even the strongest of the world feared. Even a legendary sword clan once hunted her and still failed. And now, she was standing right in front of him. This young maid with emotionless green eyes. I've heard of you, Raisin said quietly. The sword family was hunting you back then. Kara nodded calmly. That was 15 years ago. I'm surprised you even know that. 15 years ago, Raisin whispered. His eyes widened. That means this appearance of yours, it's fake. Kara's expression didn't change. I'm not obligated to answer. Raisin raised his fist again, jaw clenched. I get it. So you're going to test me. She stared at him, her eyes glowing like a predator in the dark. You know what I specialize in, she said. If you can block even one of my attacks, you win. Before he could react, she vanished. Raisin blinked, stunned. One moment she was in front of him. The next, the floor where she stood was empty. A notification flashed. Celestial Eye activated. No presence detected. Raisin's brows drew together tightly. Even the Celestial Eye can't find her. He raised his fists, every muscle tensed, scanning the hall. Then her voice drifted behind him. Cold, sharp, merciless. Your father told me, if you're a weakling, I should get rid of you. Raisin's heart clenched. Horror shot through him. Get rid of me, he thought, teeth grinding. Raisin raised his palm sharply. Stop, he shouted. A stillness settled in the air. From somewhere unseen, her voice echoed. I'm listening. Speak. Raisin lowered his hand slightly, keeping his guard up. If I win, he said, what will you do for me? A faint tremor in the air, and Silent Silence appeared, her form materializing like a specter stepping out of fog. I didn't expect you to ask about a reward, she said. Raisin spun around instantly. Her voice was behind him, but now she stood right in front of him. She tilted her head. So, what do you want? Raisin didn't hesitate. Stay with me, he said. For now on. Arrow blinked once. I'm already your maid. Naturally, I'll stay. Raisin smirked. No, not just as a maid. His voice deepened. I want you to protect me. He glanced at the dagger in her hand, the green aura wrapping it like venom. You said it yourself. I'm a weakling. So until I become strong, you'll protect me. Arrow looked at him, expression unreadable. Good, she said calmly. Raisin exhaled, relief washing over him. Perfect, he thought. That's enough. But then, her figure blurred. Silence vanished. The test begins now, her voice whispered from nowhere. Raisin raised his fists instantly, spine straight, senses sharpened. He stared forward, scanning the hall. I'm confident, he thought, but I need to feel at least something. He stood alone in the center of the massive hall, fist tight, body tense. Even the Celestial Eye can't detect her. He shifted slightly to the right, analyzing every possible angle. If I can't use the Celestial Eye, I can't predict her movements. She was hiding somewhere invisible, her killing aura suppressed to nothing. She's intimidating, but she won't kill me. Get rid of me was just an empty threat. Raisin examined his own body. She won't aim for the neck or above. She won't target my heart either. His eyes narrowed. She'll go for the limbs. Non-lethal attacks. Legs or arms. He looked up at the balcony. And if she's up there, she'll strike the moment I drop my guard. He inhaled slowly. If I can't locate her, I'll just have to block whatever attack she throws. He tightened his stance. Defend first. Think later. Then something clicked. He remembered slow current, his unique mana flow, and his Celestial Eye. He stared at the mana floating in the air around him, then raised his palm. Mana shimmered around his hand. Slow current doesn't just slow down time, Raisin realized. It also lets me see mana in slow motion. Raisin clenched his hand and froze. A ring of purple mana spiraled into existence around his fist, glowing like a living flame. His eyes widened. What? The properties changed. A notification flashed before him. Mana stored in the heart reacts to the enemy's will. Beginner martial arts. Advanced Iron Will interacts with the mana within the heart. Skill has evolved. Advanced self-defense. Rayson looked at the mana ring pulsing around his knuckles. So the holy transcendental grail released the mana from my heart. All my skills, they've been strengthened. Before he could process further, Silence moved. She extended her dagger forward and launched herself at him, aura bursting like a green comet. But Rayson saw it, clear as day. With the celestial eye activated and his slow current flowing, her killing intent became a visible trajectory in his vision. A side strike? No, he focused. It's aimed at my leg. He watched her spin midair, dagger sweeping downward. I can dodge, Rayson thought. Easily. Her green eyes met his mid-attack. But if I dodge, I can't parry. And this test isn't about avoiding. It's about blocking. Another message flashed. Beginner martial arts. Self-defense activated. Her blade was inches from his leg. Now, Rayson roared inwardly. He threw out his left arm. Clang. He blocked the dagger with his bare hand. Skin tearing, blood splashing. At the same moment, he swung his right fist, glowing with dense mana. Beginner martial arts. Effective use of weight activated. His punch shot forward like a hammer. But Silence didn't panic. She caught his fist with her palm. Their arms trembled from the impact. Her eyes widened slightly. It almost touched, she murmured, glancing at the space between their chins. Rayson kept his fist pressed against her hand. So, he smirked. This counts as a deflection, right? She lowered her gaze, thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, it does. She stepped back, lowering her dagger. A promise is a promise. The dagger vanished beneath her apron as she bowed deeply. From this day forward, she said, voice steady and solemn, I, Silence, pledge to protect you, young master, to the best of my ability. And then, she disappeared. Rayson stared at the empty space she had stood just moments ago. Blood dripped from the cut on his left hand. He curled his fingers into a tight fist. I did it, he thought. I passed the test. Under a purple-tinted sky stood a massive gray mansion, several stories tall, cold, and imposing. Inside, a quiet room stretched out, stone flooring, tall chandeliers with burning candles, and a single wooden door at the far end. Kriawak. The door opened, then closed with a heavy thud. Tables and chairs were scattered throughout the room. A lone candle flickered on one of the tables. A moment later, Silence appeared, materializing from thin air. Permission to report, she said. She turned slightly, speaking toward the empty couch as if someone invisible sat there. Young Master 7 predicted my attacks. I cannot explain any other reason for how he managed to block me. She paused, replaying the moment in her mind. I also believe he didn't dodge on purpose. He knew I wouldn't kill him. Standing motionless, she continued her assessment. There was no other method to deflect my blow. Choosing to block rather than evade was wise. But then her brows lowered. There is something unusual. She remembered the moment Rayson caught her dagger with his bare hand. My dagger was coated with melia poison. A direct cut should have been fatal to a boy his age. And yet, after the blade sliced his skin and the poison entered his bloodstream, he remained completely unharmed. No one else was visible in the room, but she continued her report as if someone was listening. I'm trying to understand why. It appears his mana neutralizes the poison. But the question remains, did he do it knowingly? Or was it luck? Silence bowed her head slightly. I will investigate further. She vanished. Creak. The door opened again. An invisible figure slipped out, then closed it gently behind her. As she walked through the corridor, her thoughts sharpened. He changed, but not this much. I didn't expect him to repel my attack and neutralize Melia. His growth in a single month is remarkable. Her green eyes softened, just barely. He's worth protecting. The city at night. The city glowed beneath the night sky. Lanterns lit the grand buildings. Windows shimmered with warm light, and horse-drawn carriages rolled over cobblestone roads. Pedestrians strolled along the sidewalks, enjoying the quiet evening. Among them walked Rayson, moving slowly, hands in his pockets, exhausted. Today was definitely tiring, he thought. I should rest a bit. At least they allowed me to walk around. But then, pop! A familiar small bowl suddenly appeared right in front of his face. Well, I managed it, she announced proudly. Rayson nearly screamed, stumbling back. W.A. Don't just appear out of nowhere, he shouted, raising his hand in reflex. He quickly covered his mouth and whispered, Don't jump out so suddenly. Someone might see. The bowl tilted smugly. Why worry? Only you can see me. Still, Rayson hissed. The grail floated closer. Anyway, shouldn't you be thanking me? Raisin blinked. Thanking you? For what? That pretty girl earlier, the Grail said brightly. Her dagger was coated with Melia. Raisin's eyes shot to the glowing system window above the Grail. Melia? On the screen, new text appeared. Melia, a deadly poison extracted from the horned venom starfish found in the Southern Sea. Most victims die within the first 5 minutes of exposure. The glowing text reflected across Raisin's face. His breath tightened, his jaw clenched. Deadly poison on her dagger. He stared at the Grail, horrified. You absorbed the poison? To get rid of it. The Bull closed her eyes, smiling proudly. Of course not. Why would I destroy poison? Poison is one of my attributes. It's sitting safely in my stomach. Raisin froze. In your stomach? The Grail's smile widened. But, well, you should be careful. If my stomach hurts too much and I spit it back out, your body will melt. Raisin's heart dropped. What? He immediately called for someone. A moment later, huff, huff, young master. I'm here. Hampton burst out on the street, backpack bouncing, panting heavily. Raisin sat hunched on a bench, barely holding himself together. Hampton, Raisin said weakly. Do you know what Melia is? The servant's eyes lit up instantly. Melia? Of course, young master. It's rare, but I can acquire it. He leaned in eagerly. Are we poisoning someone? Raisin's eye twitched. No, I'm not going to poison anyone. Why do you always assume that? He took a breath. What about the antidote? Hampton scratched his chin. Oh, the antidote is much easier. I can get that right away. Raisin shot to his feet. Then get it. Now. Yes, sir. Hampton shouted, sprinting into the night. Right away. I'll find it. Raisin watched him disappear, exhaling. Well, I guess it's a good thing my shadow's main attribute is poison. My maid is an assassin, and my shadow is a poison master. He turned as he sensed someone approaching. A figure stepped closer, a maid, now dressed in a crisp formal suit with trousers and a tie. You changed? Raisin asked, confused. Aaron nodded. To assist you better, I've been placed into a shadow state. Another maid will replace my previous role. Raisin blinked. So, I have 2 shadows now. Yes, she replied softly. Is that a problem? He studied her carefully. Your attitude, it changed. Still not lifting her eyes, she answered quietly. I no longer need to hide. They stood together under the streetlight, talking. You really are good at acting, Raisin said. For a killer, she replied. Acting is a basic survival skill. Then her eyes flicked up, curious. You knew about the Melia poison on my dagger? Raisin placed a finger under his chin, pretending to think deeply. Yes, I used to pretend. Raisin frowned. He didn't actually know the answer, but the thought of it made him angry. If she wasn't trying to kill me, then why the hell use poison? Before he could voice that frustration, Kara asked calmly, then why did you pretend not to know? Raisin straightened his shoulders. To show you I can handle it without an antidote, he said. To show you you're underestimating me. Kara's green eyes flickered. Melia is deadly poison. Raisin allowed himself a small, confident smile. I know. It's made from the poisonous horned starfish from the Southern Sea. Kara blinked, genuinely surprised. You know that too? Of course, Raisin replied smoothly. But in his mind, I literally just learned that 5 minutes ago. Silence studied him carefully, eyes narrowing. He's not just physically strong. I underestimated him, she thought. She looked away. You must become stronger, she said softly. I promise to protect you. But there is a limit. I'm giving you a time frame. Raisin listened intently. Until you become strong enough, I'll protect you. After that, you will no longer need me. Raisin smiled. That's fine. I'll do my best. Era bowed her head. I will assist you however I can. Raisin tilted his head. And how exactly will you help me? She lowered her gaze. I will think of a method. As your second shadow, my duty is to protect you completely, regardless of what I must do. Raisin stiffened. Please, only within reason. He cleared his throat. All right. Then can you get me some Oriental prickly pear powder? Yes, she said calmly. I can find some nearby. Bring it, Raisin ordered. But then, his throat suddenly tightened. Huh? Why am I so thirsty? He grabbed his neck, stumbling. Water. Bring me water now. His whole body felt like it was burning from the inside. Why am I craving Oriental prickly pear powder, of all things? Kara returned swiftly with a small bag. Master, the powder. Raisin snatched it out of her hands, knelt down, and immediately began shoving the bitter green powder into his mouth. Why don't we return home and call the doctor? She suggested. No time, Raisin shouted between breaths. He scooped more powder with his bare hands. This isn't enough. More, much more. He grabbed the glass beside him and poured water down his throat greedily. Arrow raised her voice. That's enough. Please wait. But Racin didn't hear her. Mana burst from his body in waves, raw, uncontrolled, surging like a storm. Silence stared, stunned. What is this? Era's expression tightened. Something is happening. Racin continued drinking water, trembling as mana swirled around him, growing thicker, heavier, more violent. Then a system window appeared. Special condition achieved. Eastern prickly pear contains a trace amount of an unknown substance known as ether. When combined with deadly poison, the moment the notification flashed, the grail wobbled in the air. Ugh, I'm getting dizzy, she groaned. Her face twisted. I feel sick. I'm going to vomit. She spun away from Racin and, bleared. A stream of bright green poison poured out of her mouth. Racin dropped his glass in shock. It shattered on the ground. Mana swirled violently around his body. Purple, gold, red, crackling like unstable lightning. He clutched his chest. My heart. It's expanding. Arrow's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping. What the hell? She whispered. Racin clenched his teeth so hard his jaw trembled, pain ripping through him like a blade twisting inside. Arrow watched the mana rising around him, wild, explosive, and beyond human limits. His mana is increasing uncontrollably. She took a step forward, panic rising. I should take him to a healer. No. If I touch him now, I might kill him instantly. My job is to protect him, but I can't even get close. Racin collapsed to one knee, gripping his chest, gasping for breath. Arrow's heart pounded. I swore to protect him until he became strong, but I'm not a mage. I don't know how to stop this. Her hands shook. There's only one way. Her eyes turned cold and resolute. I have to channel my mana into his body, and if I have to, I'll die in his place. Her aura sharpened, deadly, determined, absolute. But a new notification appeared. Warning, the reaction between ether and melia accelerates drastically when combined. Only those with the transcendental attribute, also known as combined mana, can survive or control this phenomenon. Racin trembled, barely conscious, his heartbeat pounding like a war drum. He reached out with his mind, trying desperately to restrain the explosive force churning inside him. Racin froze for a moment, confused. Why did his mana feel like he was dying all over again? His fist tightened as a sharp realization hit him. His heart was expanding, and this time he could barely keep the transcendental mana under control. Another screen flickered before him. Mana cultivation activated, easy to learn. Easy to learn? He could barely breathe. Pain shot through his side, and Racin gritted his teeth, finally admitting to himself that, yeah, one of his ribs was probably broken. More text appeared, merciless as ever. Even those with transcendental mana cannot perfectly control the ether, melia reaction. This is only one condition. Then another line followed immediately after. Without the blessed body of a martial arts family, complete suppression of expansion is impossible. Racin's expression darkened. If he couldn't stop it completely, it meant death. But the screen wasn't done. Alternatively, those with certain special bodies may survive the expansion, such as a celestial body. Huh. Racin's eyes widened. A celestial body could endure this? That means maybe he had a chance. And then he heard it. A voice. Calm, gentle, and echoing from deep inside him. You're doing better. Just trust me. Racin's heartbeat steadied. That voice, it was the holy, transcendental grail. His eyes flashed with divine blue light as he brought his palms together. A glowing sphere of mana expanded between his hands. From inside him, the grail spoke again. Your abilities make this much easier for me. Racin responded mentally, half in pain, half amused. You mean cultivating mana? Yeah, seems like your specialty. Arrow watched from the side, stunned. Her master was glowing. The light grew so bright she had to shield her face with her arm. As she peeked again, she noticed something impossible. His chest was returning to normal. Then she saw it. His eyes brilliant blue. His face calm. His mana stable. He stopped the expansion on his own. But before she could even exhale in relief, flames erupted across Racin's chest. Era gasped. The boy wasn't burning. He was transforming. And then she saw it. 2 rings. 2 intertwined circles of mana. Her jaw dropped. Where did the second circle come from? Racin stood calmly in the middle of the swirling mana, lifted a hand to his chest, and examined the glowing rings himself. Era stepped forward, still in disbelief. A second circle at the age of 10? That wasn't just rare, it was unheard of. Rayson glanced at her and sighed. Are you going to keep staring? She snapped out of it instantly. Sorry, master. And congratulations. Rayson narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, so you can see them clearly? Era looked away, cheeks warm with embarrassment. Yes, master. You now have a second circle. Rayson let out a slow breath, noting calmly, almost jokingly, that he had been one step from death. Al stared at him, eyes wide. Did you seriously nullify a mana explosion on your own? Rayson flashed a proud grin. Yeah, pretty cool, right? But Al shut that down instantly. No, not cool. You were born into the Maiden family. Blessed heart, blessed mana. This much is expected. Rayson's smile twitched. She can never just praise me normally, can she? He lifted his hand and examined the glowing circles on his chest. His thoughts raced. The deadly Melia poison, the Eastern prickly pear ether, transcendental attribute, celestial constitution, the easy-to-learn mana cultivation, and the holy transcendental grail. 6 impossible conditions, all fulfilled completely by accident. He lowered his hand and looked at the maid. She met his gaze silently, waiting for whatever came next. Rayson smirked slightly. So, you want to do it like last time? Ael blinked. Do what? Training facility. The scene cut sharply. A towering multi-story glass building shimmered under the deep blue night sky. Inside, Noah lounged on a chair with his feet on the table, an open book resting over his face as he snored softly. The moment he heard someone call his name, Noah shot up, flailing, and yelled, Yes, yes. I was thinking. The man with glasses froze when he saw Rayson and Ale standing there. Rayson nodded calmly. It's been a while, Noah. And what? Noah pushed his glasses up. Brings you here at this hour. He stopped, because he finally saw it. The glowing circles across Rayson's chest. A second circle. Noah's jaw dropped. A month ago, the kid barely had his first. Meanwhile, Mills stared at Elle, the girl in the neat suit, and thought, why does the maiden next to him look like an assassin now? His mind drifted to what Jill had said earlier, that something was being prepared, a plan, and that it involved the 7th young master. Now seeing Rayson with the second circle at age 10, Noah suddenly felt like every instinct in his body was telling him to stay out of this. Too dangerous. Too unpredictable. He cleared his throat and spoke carefully. How can I help you? Rayson pointed at El. I want to fight my shadow. Noah blinked, then stared at the girl. Shadow? Since when did his maid become a shadow? But Rayson didn't clarify, so Noah simply nodded. Right. Then I should create a wide, open space. Era and Rayson stepped into the training hall. Yes, she answered simply, already shifting into that silent, razor-edged presence. When she turned, Noah caught her glowing green eyes and froze. Pretend you didn't see anything, pretend you're stupid, he muttered internally, terrified. A new screen appeared. Location, training center, free zone created. Rayson slid into a fighting stance, eyes locked on Era. You saw my level last time. Era nodded. Yes. Rayson smiled, a dangerous glint forming. Then let's fight again, but based on my current skill level. She tilted her head, not accounting for the fact that you now have a second circle. I'm going to try something new, he replied. Era blinked. Then what do you want me to do? Rayson grinned. First, don't kill me. Second, attack a little slower. Her brows pulled together sharply. Real enemies won't be that considerate, young master. But you're not my enemy, he said quietly. Era's eyes softened for a heartbeat. Then she heard him say it. You're my shadow. Something flickered inside her. She drew her dagger and repeated softly, as if carving the words into her heart. His shadow. Rayson glanced at the circles glowing across his chest. Second circle. Connected links. A completely different mana capacity. His eyes burned blue. I get it now. I can direct mana however I want. He stared at the rings again and made his decision. Dissipate mana throughout the body. A screen lit up instantly. Beginner martial arts technique enhanced by advanced mana. Technique rank. Ordinary, advanced. Beginner martial arts is now. Advanced beginner martial arts. Rayson's lips curled upward. He raised his fists. All right, let's go. Era vanished the instant he shouted. Rayson's eyes snapped to the floor where she had stood. Gone. Same pattern as before. Except, I still can't see her. A surge of blue flashed through his pupils. Celestial, eye activated. Suddenly, Thin threads of light traced across the air, the faint afterimages of Era's movement. So this is the difference between the first and second circle. His slow flow attribute surged as well. Era darted toward him, dagger ready, silent as a shadow. Stubborn as always, Rayson muttered. Slow flow attribute activated. Era appeared behind him, aiming for the leg again, her favorite opening strike. This time, Rayson moved first. He stepped aside, twisting smoothly out of her path, then jumped back with perfect timing. Era halted mid-motion, eyes widening in shock. He dodged. Her heart skipped. Can he see my movements? Rayson kicked off the ground, exploding forward like a cannon shot. Era hadn't even turned fully after her failed attack when he was already upon her. His fist came swinging in, mana flaring across his knuckles, teeth clenched, ready to land a clean strike. Era spun around at the last second and raised her dagger to block. But Rayson's fist stopped right beside her chin. She froze. Her eyes widened at the glowing fist hanging inches from her face. Rayson stood there, arm extended, mana pulsing along his forearm like a streak of lightning. And then, a cold blade slid against his throat. Era's second dagger. She'd appeared behind him without a sound. Rayson didn't move. He just glanced sideways calmly. She's strong, even with celestial eye. I didn't catch her last movement. He inhaled slightly to admit defeat, but before he could speak, Era lowered her dagger. I lost. She sheathed her blade, shoulders sinking. Guilt clouded her expression. I promised to match your skills exactly, but I broke that promise. Her voice trembled faintly. You performed better than me. Rayson nodded. It's only because I have a second circle now. Era frowned. I didn't know the difference would be this big. Rayson grinned. Oh, is that a compliment? She immediately turned her head away, closing her eyes with a pout. Not really. You're still weak. Rayson crossed his arms, offended. Can't you ever just praise me? Empty praise is poison, she replied flatly. On the outside, Noah stared through the observation glass, hands trembling. The cup he was holding slipped from his fingers and clattered loudly onto the floor. His jaw hung open. What did I just witness? A 10-year-old boy, performing movements that most battle magicians couldn't even perceive. He replayed it mentally, Era lunging with a killing intent. Rayson dodging in an instant, sharp, controlled, clean. Detection magic wouldn't even catch movements like that. And the destructive force behind his strikes. Noah swallowed hard. That's not the same child from a month ago. That was a monster in the making. Noah watched Rayson speaking casually with Era, but his mind was miles away. That last move, the one Era used. He had never seen anything so terrifying. And the worst part? That was her final, most lethal strike. Noah swallowed hard. Nope. He saw nothing. He knew nothing. He wanted no part of this. Rayson raised a hand as he and Era approached the exit. We'll get going. Sorry for coming so late. No, it's fine. Noah yelped, waving frantically. Please be careful, young master. Then he froze. Did I just apologize to him? Asterisk. Before he could process the shame, a cold dagger touched his throat. Era stood behind him without a sound. Her eyes shifted sideways. Forget everything you saw today. Noah nodded so fast his glasses almost flew off. And nothing. I saw absolutely nothing. I went to the toilet. Yes, toilet. What happened while I was gone? Still looking away, Era replied calmly. Young Master Rayson reached the second circle, but he hasn't mastered that power yet. Noah's jaw dropped. Second circle? At age 10, Era removed the dagger. A thin cut glistened on Noah's neck with a single bead of blood. Good. You're not completely stupid. And like mist, she vanished. Noah remained frozen, hand pressed to his throat. What is happening in this household? Scene shift. Morning sunlight floods the estate. A voice echoed through the courtyard. 245. 246. Hampton and Era watched as Rayson hung from horizontal bar, pumping out sit-ups like a machine. 247. 248. Era stepped forward and handed a letter to Hampton. This is for the young master. Rayson blinked mid, sit up. For me? Without coming down, he extended one hand. Let me see it. He grabbed the letter and began reading, still hanging from the bar. Then, thud. Young Master Rayson fell straight onto the ground. Hampton screamed. Why, young master? Are you hurt? Rayson stood up slowly, body trembling. He stared at the servants. This. Hampton blinked. This. Rayson held up the letter and finally shouted. The famous swordsman family sent me an invitation." Then his face twisted with horror. "But I never wrote to them. This must be a mistake, a horrible mistake." Scene transition, mansion hallways. Rayson marched through the corridor, the invitation clutched in his hand. His name echoed faintly behind him. Perhaps that's why he was called today. Scene shift, meeting room. Rayson sat on the floor, back straight, expression tight. Era and Hampton stood before him. Rayson took a deep breath and commanded, "Era, report this to the main residence." His voice was cold. "I've completed the decade ritual, and now I must participate in the war for heritage." Hampton's eyes widened. "Young master, defeating a tiger isn't easy." He leaned in, whispering urgently, "If you want to survive, get inside the tiger's den. And it's always safer to side with the tiger." Suddenly, from the top of a nearby tree, Lurvian's voice exploded across the courtyard. "Kaya, I want to kill the tiger too." Rayson turned instantly, startled, though she was perched on a branch like a wild squirrel, waving both arms. He sighed. "Fine, come with me, then." Lurvian beamed, jumping down from the tree with a bright smile. Kaysin, standing nearby, scratched his cheek awkwardly and muttered that he wanted to be her friend too. Lurvian's face lit up even more. Friends. She didn't have many of those. Scene shift, the main hall entrance. Rayson stood before the grand doors of the main hall. He didn't move, didn't breathe. An invitation from a rival family, and not just any family. The famous swordsman of the continent. He wasn't sure if he should step inside, but he pushed the door, and the world turned cold. Inside the hall, Lady Ia stood at the throne, elevated above everyone else. Beside her was Lord Decatur, standing with his back to the hall, silent, unmoving, radiating something far more dangerous than killing intent. They were expecting him. He felt it. Rayson clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay composed. A system message flashed across his vision. Plot shift detected, probability altered. The timeline he thought he knew? Already changing. Ia waited patiently. Decatur did not turn, but Rayson could feel his gaze like a blade. He swallowed hard. "He called me because of the invitation, didn't he?" A drop of sweat slid down his temple. Is this about the invitation from the Sada's family?" Rayson asked. The candle flames in the hall flickered, then died instantly. A violent gust surged through the room. Rayson felt something coming. Ice. Fast. A spear of frozen death shot toward his throat. He tried to step back, but fear froze him in place. The sharp tip hovered just millimeters from his skin. Rayson's breathing stopped. He turned his trembling eyes toward Decatur. The man looked back with the expression of someone who found amusement in fear. "What made you think you had time to run?" His tone was relaxed, almost laughing. "If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be a corpse." Rayson glanced down. The ice spear dissolved into thin air as if it never existed. His heart pounded, but his mind cleared. They weren't trying to kill me. If they were, I wouldn't still be standing. He looked at Decatur again. Not angry, not offended, just watching. Dialogue continues. Decatur sneered internally. "The young should kneel. The wise should crawl under our feet." Rayson raised his head. "Yes, sages should lick your sauls, right?" His voice was calm, but his behavior didn't match the words at all. He wasn't bowing. He wasn't shaking. He wasn't even trying to please them. He was simply standing. Scene transition. Kaysin and Heron. Rayson met Kaysin and Heron just as Decatur ordered. And right there, he challenged Kaysin to a duel. The memory hit him again. Kaysin's blade swung with brutal force. Rayson raised his elbow to block and was blasted backward. For the Sada's family, this wasn't conflict. This was friendship ritual, their way of bonding. Decatur, still irritated, snapped at Rayson. "How did you know Kaysin would be here?" Rayson shrugged. "Pure coincidence. And a good chance to spit in the Sada's family's faces." Kaysin corrected him immediately. "No, you challenged me to the duel." Rayson smirked. Hidden magic is always more frightening than magic you can see. Decatur stared at him, eyes narrowed, lost in thought. This boy, this cursed, unpredictable anomaly. He was becoming something dangerous, something uncontrollable, something interesting. Ia watched Rayson standing there, fire in his eyes, and she couldn't deny it. He had changed. But the strange thing was, she'd sensed the same shift during the rite of the decade. So where did all the rumors come from? She narrowed her eyes. Rayson hasn't changed in essence. People don't change that easily, which meant only one thing. Someone deliberately twisted the information about him. Someone powerful enough to spread lies without being questioned. Who? She didn't get to finish the thought, because Rayson suddenly raised his voice. Father. Decatur turned, startled. He hadn't expected his son to speak up so boldly. Rayson stepped forward. I completed the rite of the decade. I am a full member of the Maiden family. I wish to participate in the War of Succession. IIA's eyes widened, genuine shock flickering across her usually calm face. But Rayson continued. My brothers and sisters have already formed their territories. They have their supporters. He placed a hand on his chest. It isn't my fault I was born later. He realized something important. He would never grow stronger staying under this roof. He needed his own land, his own army, his own power. Patra, the father, stepped forward, furious. So you want to drag outsiders into our family's war? Rayson snapped right back, shouting just as loudly. This is my only path. Patra's voice thundered across the hall. You don't even understand what you're talking about. But Rayson didn't retreat. Not this time. He remembered something Patra once said. Even a tiger can fall prey to a patient, well-prepared wolf. So Rayson answered with the same cold confidence. And sometimes, a tiger eats its own master. Patra froze. Rayson clenched his fist, raising it to his chest with absolute conviction. If that happens, then that is fate. If I get eaten, that was simply the destiny prepared for me. A slow smile spread across Patra's face. He was satisfied. Rayson, meanwhile, had already planned his next move. He would train Kaysen like a dog, and instead of becoming a master swordsman, Kaysen would become a famous dog who would obey every command. Corridor scene. Rayson walked through the long hallway when he heard someone call his name. Rayson. It was IA. She walked beside him, matching his pace. Her expression was calm and unreadable. Is this, she asked softly, what you expected when you received the invitation? Rayson didn't hesitate. Yes, I expected something like this, but I didn't know who else would be invited with me. IA looked ahead, sinking into thought. Rayson couldn't go alone. Someone had to accompany him. Someone trustworthy, someone capable of protecting him. And suddenly she understood. That person is me. She looked at him again. Rayson spoke to her with the ease of someone who had practiced this conversation dozens of times in his mind. He scratched the back of his head, embarrassed. Honestly, my brain wouldn't have managed anything intelligent if I hadn't rehearsed it beforehand. IIA's mind drifted to the past. A memory resurfaced. She was small, roughly Rayson's age, standing silently in front of someone she respected so deeply that she couldn't even speak. She remembered the helplessness, the fear, the admiration, and now here she was, walking beside the boy she once could not even approach. Rayson. Her voice cut through the hallway. Both of them stopped. Rayson stood a half step behind her, almost instinctively, when suddenly the world around them dimmed. The corridor, the walls, the lanterns, everything vanished into darkness. Only the two of them remained. IA slowly turned toward him. Her expression was calm, but her eyes carried the question she'd been holding back. Rayson froze. His breath hitched. He stared at her, wide-eyed, startled, almost fascinated. She stood in front of him, the void silent, and finally asked, Did you truly not fail the physical strengthening ritual? The shock left his face. He steadied his breathing, then answered softly but firmly, I didn't fail, not even a little. IIA's gaze sharpened. Then what happened to the transcendental mana sealed inside the scroll? Rayson's expression shifted instantly, calm to stone, casual to serious. I can't tell you. IA narrowed her eyes. Why? Father told me not to speak about it, he replied. His tone was flat, final. A short silence followed. Only the darkness surrounded them. IA lowered her lashes, lost in thought. So this is the change Father warned me about. He wasn't lying. Rayson truly is different now. Their eyes met. Neither spoke. Neither blinked. IIA's mind sharpened even more. He couldn't talk about this moment differently unless the change was real. Whether I take advantage of this chance depends entirely on my own ability. Rayson stood firm, staring at her without a hint of hesitation. Unmoving, unflinching. IA understood something. If I don't handle this well, Father might pass Rayson to another sibling. Kaltra gave me the first chance. I have to be the one to make him stronger. In her eyes, Rayson's silhouette reflected. Sharp, clear, powerful. She had already made her decision. Rayson finally broke the silence. IA, I want to show you something. He raised his arm, elbow bent halfway, fingers tightening into a fist. His blue eyes shifted, slowly turning into a deep, glowing purple. Mana buzzed. The inside of his fist burned with color, violet sparks dancing across his knuckles. Then, a flat, purple circle formed around his fist. Rayson opened his palm, and a soft hum filled the darkness. Then light. A bright violet glow burst from Raison's palm, illuminating his face. His once blue eyes were now fully purple, and the satisfaction on his expression was unmistakable. IA stared at his hand, first in shock, then in pure fascination. Rayson slowly spread his fingers. Above his palm, a jagged purple orb crackled to life, mana twisting and sparking in an unstable spherical shape. IIA's breath caught. Impossible. Did Rayson just manifest transcendental mana? Rayson glanced at her and lifted his hand slightly. You can see this, right? IIA nodded slowly, voice trembling with awe. That is transcendental mana, the mana of the transcendental attribute. And yes, I feel its power. Her eyes sharpened. This is fiery mana. Rayson stiffened. So she saw it too. She saw the same fire that burned violently within him. They stood less than a meter apart, quiet, but the mana between them roared with heat. IA softened first. Rayson, don't push yourself, she said gently. I can already see how much potential you have. Rayson blinked, completely confused. Her words didn't make sense. He continued to hold his hand out, the purple orb still swirling dangerously. He had no idea that keeping mana manifested physically was a heavy burden on the heart. And IA knew it. She lowered her gaze slightly, sadness flickering in her eyes. While you're young, you don't understand yet. But with a second circle, your heart is under far more stress than before. Her voice softened even more. To become a great magician, you must not force your heart too hard. Raisin's expression shifted. Shock, surprise, guilt all mixing together. So that's why his father hid the truth about the second circle. IA straightened herself. Raisin, what are you planning now? He let the mana dissolve from his hand and listened carefully. IA explained that the famous swordsman family wasn't inviting just the two of them. The Grindle family would also receive an invitation. A union between two great families could reshape the entire continent. Rayson immediately understood. Someone his age, with the same talent, from a family just as prestigious. Rosalina. She belonged to a legendary martial arts clan, and both he and IA knew her family would use the portal to cross into the Vesa mainland. Rayson clenched his jaw. He wanted to arrive there before they did. IA reminded him, be rude to the general family. Don't lower your head. But that phrase triggered an old wound. A flash of the past. Rosalina sat on the ground, head bowed, blood splattered across her clothes. Opposite her stood Rayson, hands trembling, holding a blood-stained wooden bat. His face was twisted, broken, filled with guilt and regret. He lifted the bat again, ready to strike. He wanted to beat her to death. That fight, that moment of rage, that was the reason Rayson had been expelled years ago. Back to the present. Rayson lowered his head, voice tight. I want to apologize to her. I know I was wrong. IIA's eyes hardened immediately. Our family stands its ground to the end. We do not apologize lightly. Rayson placed a hand over his heart. A magician stands tall when his conscience is clear. But when honor is stained, that's a different matter entirely. His voice firmed with conviction. When I hit Rosalina, I crossed a line. I disgraced myself. So I must apologize. Rayson paused, a single thought cutting through the haze. How did I, someone with useless martial arts until recently, manage to beat a girl from the most physically powerful family? Before he could untangle the memory. System notification. Event reconstruction. Rosalina's past triggered. Rosalina. Sensitive. Kind. Unlike the rest of her ruthless family. She always believed that cruelty and violence were barbaric. But then Rayson remembered the shattered wooden training figurine. And the system continued. System notification. A new personality has awakened. Optimistic and bloodthirsty Rosalina. A new scene flashed. Rosalina, her eyes white, empty, crazed, slamming her fists into a wooden training dummy. Splinters exploded in all directions as she crushed it with raw strength. Another message appeared. System notification. Rosalina has tasted helplessness for the first time. She understands the weak. After that day, she trained relentlessly. Her father, Fawn, the patriarch of the martial arts family, watched with pride, eager to teach her everything. Her blows became faster, sharper, more precise than anyone her age. Rayson swallowed hard. It was all because of him. System notification. Rosalina is a born fighter. She simply saw no reason to learn martial arts before. Her progress is extraordinary. Her entire clan welcomes the change. Rosalina, pure genius. Rayson clenched his jaw. He had changed her fate, and not gently. Scene shift, back to the corridor. Rayson stood half-turned toward IIA. The corridor returned around them. Bright torches, marble floors, polished walls. He was the main guest of the event. The invitation was meant for him. IIA walked beside him, silent yet steady. Whatever he chose to do, she would support him. No hesitation. Scene transition, stairs to the portal. Marcin, IIA, Lervian, Hampton, Eric, all climbed the long stone staircase, their footsteps echoing upward. At the top, a massive golden portal shimmered. The sunflower field portal, the third gate. Lervian bounced next to Rayson, barely able to contain herself. Do you think there'll be a lot of food where we're going? Rayson nodded confidently. There'll be plenty. Kaysen is smart, she declared proudly. Hampton walked behind them, deep in thought. They were heading straight into the den of a terrifying enemy. The Sod family, the Sword Masters, the killers of legends. But Hampton raised his fist with absolute confidence. One day, they would bow to Rayson. Rayson bit back a smile. He always held himself with perfect tact. Hampton's heart warmed. Young Master Rayson must already have some brilliant plan. Even being allowed to accompany him as a shadow is more honor than I deserve. He walked with pride, until Era looked at him with total indifference, ruining his dramatic moment. He quickly placed his hands behind his head, playing it cool. Portal sequence. System notification. Current location, Sunflower Field, third portal. Golden flowers swayed around them as they approached the shimmering gate. One step, and they crossed. System notification. Current location, Tiny Midnight Forest, seventh portal. A forest soaked in blood-red moonlight. Trees twisted like claws. One more portal. They stepped through. System notification. Current location, Black Sea, first portal. A vast night sky glittered above. Moonlight, starlight, birds gliding across the horizon. Then the final gate. They entered together. System notification. Current location, Tomb of Swords, first portal. The air turned cold, silent, ancient. The battlefield of swordsmen. Their destination. Rayson walked to the front, calm and focused, while behind him Lervian and Era followed closely. Era, with zero emotion on her face, carried Hampton on her back like a sack of potatoes. They had passed 22 portals just to reach the central one. Hampton, nearly unconscious from motion sickness and exhaustion, whispered, I'm sorry, young master. I'm just so tired. Rayson stopped dead in his tracks. His eyebrow twitched. You're tired? He wasn't angry. He was offended. Going through 22 portals was his personal nightmare. And yet this guy was the one complaining? The Tomb of Swords, gate to the Sod territory. The group finally reached the end of the staircase. And then it opened up. A vast desert city sprawled before them. Not a dead wasteland like its name suggested, but a small, thriving town built just beyond the portal. Markets, merchants, a park full of travelers, children running with paper windmills. Lervian's eyes sparkled at the sight of food stalls. Rayson pretended not to notice. They descended the last set of steps, and Era immediately checked Rayson's condition. Quick, subtle, efficient. Are you all right, young master? Rayson nodded. According to IIA, the Grindel clan would arrive in about an hour. When everyone gathered safely at the bottom, Rayson made a decision. We split up. Era, take Lervian and Hampton to the shelter. He then looked at IIA. You and I will train the mana-breathing technique. IIA nodded silently. Training begins. Rayson sat down cross-legged on the sandy ground, eyes closed, posture perfect. Instantly, the air around him shifted. Mana responded as if recognizing its master. IIA watched him from the side, arms crossed lightly. Just how many more surprises does this boy have? A small pillar of blue light rose from Rayson's body, soft, steady, controlled. Kaltra sat at a long table, leaning forward, face tense. A shimmering blue projection of Rayson meditating appeared before him. The mana pillar visible even from across the realms. The elder next to him spoke. I met Rayson before, but the ritual of strengthening the body, it succeeded. Though I can't believe it. Kaltra's expression hardened. That ritual, The battle happened inside Raisin's heart. The elder stared at him in shock. You're saying his heart held a reaction? That's impossible. Kaltra shook his head. With a rare smile, he said, No. Raisin dissolved the mana directly into his heart. The elder's eyes widened. That shouldn't be possible without. Yes, Kaltra cut in. Without the holy transcendental grail. For a moment, Kaltra's vision shifted. He saw someone, possibly himself, locked in a fierce fight. Sparks flew around him, magic circles spinning like miniature suns. Kaltra clenched his jaw. The Holy Grail traveled with Curdle all over the world, he muttered. And before Curdle died, he didn't finish the sentence. But the implication was clear. The Grail found a new host, and that host was Raisin. He suddenly realized the thing everyone believed to be the Holy Grail wasn't the Holy Grail at all. Sitting at the table, he listened quietly as the story unfolded, hearing it for the very first time. But the other man wasn't surprised. Of course he wasn't. This tale was something their family only whispered about in their ancient records. Back then, their family progenitor and Curdle were closer than brothers. In the memory, Curdle knelt on one knee beneath a flower-covered gazebo, gently kissing the girl's hand. A picture-perfect moment, yet it was the moment everything changed. Most likely, the true Grail vanished the same day Curdle died, and the world simply forgot it ever existed. With a faint smirk, he revealed what he discovered. The child brought back by the youngest as a joke was actually from the Fire Clan, and he was convinced Raisin had absorbed something into his heart. He finally dropped his polite mask, letting a wide smile stretch across his face. Their progenitor, the so-called Holy Transcendental Grail, had once been called the Auxiliary Circle. The other man froze, stunned. He never expected news like this. Curdle had jokingly called the Grail a portable charger, but when he dug deeper, the truth became unavoidable. Raisin must have absorbed the Holy Transcendental Grail. There was simply no other explanation. But the person he was speaking to had no idea what situation he was referring to. So he explained. Raisin now possessed a second circle. And not only that, he could even manipulate a small amount of elemental attribute mana. The two stood back to back, and for a moment memories from childhood resurfaced. Back then, everyone called them prodigies, the other boy a master of mana control, and him born with overwhelming physical strength. But now, with a harsh stare, he asked the question that cut deep. Could you have mastered a second circle at the age of 10, like Raisin? The tension between them tightened. Maybe he could have tried, but he definitely wouldn't have survived it. Yet Raisin mastered the second circle like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Raisin himself sat in meditation, eyes closed, two glowing circles floating in front of him, interlocked, radiating a soft blue light. Someone else watched him with boiling anger. How had he never noticed Raisin's talent before? No, Raisin was hiding something. Something big. He issued a command. At once, the man beside him stood up, fist to chest, bowing deeply. His mission was simple. Watch Raisin. Protect him. Do not let him die. With pure joy on his face, he accepted the duty. Blue skies stretched overhead, clouds drifting peacefully. Raisin opened his eyes, a hint of nervousness visible, because a renowned martial arts family had just arrived in the city. He walked to the stone stairs leading to the portal. Two people stepped out with fierce expressions, a completely different presence compared to the Sword family. Raisin smirked, satisfied. He recognized them immediately, and then he shouted up the stairs, Rosalina. She emerged fully from the portal with the person standing behind her. Raisin stood at the bottom, smiling boldly. Rosalina narrowed her eyes in curiosity. Who are you? He didn't answer. He just smiled. And then, Rosalina's eyes widened. She remembered. Raisin swung his club wildly, shouting that her stance looked like a fish flapping on land. Rosalina froze, eyes widening in shock. Then, without a word, she pushed off the ground. In one explosive movement, she leapt straight off the steps, dropping from that ridiculous height like it was nothing, landing right beside him with a heavy thud. What are you doing here? She demanded. Raisin blinked. How did she jump from that high? He pushed the thought aside and smiled, saying he came to apologize. Apologize? Rosalina repeated. She stared at him, then laughed. The laugh faded instantly as she clenched her teeth, frowning sharply. Should I be the one apologizing instead? She hissed. Raisin stared at her, thinking she was much crazier than he originally believed. Just then, a man descended the stairs, laughing loudly. Arms crossed, Brows drawn tight, he spoke with authority. Shouldn't you greet the elder first? Rosalina turned. Uncle. Raisin bowed politely. Greetings. The man narrowed his eyes. Do you even know who I am? Of course, Raisin said confidently. You're the Grindel family's escort. He lifted an eyebrow. Raisin added, the martial arts lord. That is correct, the man replied. Raisin's mind briefly conjured the image of Magyar, a battlefield, countless men lying defeated at his feet. Magyar, Rosalina's uncle, younger brother of the patriarch, and easily stronger in pure martial arts talent than the family head himself. The aura surrounding the elder intensified, sharp and overwhelming. I've been meaning to teach you a proper lesson, he growled. And now seems like the perfect time. Raisin met his glare calmly. A famous martial arts family wouldn't do something dishonorable. He flinched slightly. Raisin wasn't afraid. Interesting. Raisin turned back to Rosalina. I made a mistake, so I'm apologizing to your entire family. Rosalina raised her hands with a bright smile. If you want us to forgive you. Her smile twisted into something dangerous. Then you'll just have to die. She lunged. Her fist appeared beside Raisin's cheek in less than a heartbeat. Magyar's eyes widened. Impressive. Rosalina stopped her fist right at his face. Yet Raisin didn't move a muscle. He didn't flinch, didn't blink. Rosalina smirked. I thought you'd at least scream. Her expression changed. She pulled back, mana exploding around her fist as she shouted. All right then. How did you do that? A system notification flashed before Raisin's eyes. Slow flow attribute activated automatic. Beginner martial arts technique. Self-defense triggered automatically. Rosalina's blow struck him like a cannon. Raisin shot upward from the force, teeth grit, vision shaking from the pain. Before he could recover, Rosalina spun and launched a sharp kick. Her heel crashed into his side. Raisin flew, skidding across the ground. Magyar watched silently, eyes narrowed. So this is martial arts magic? He remembered correctly. This is what the famous magician families called it. Magna glanced down at Raisin, who was lying on the ground, calmly holding the spot where he took the hit. For someone who got launched across the courtyard, Raisin's reaction was surprisingly good. He'd even managed to shield himself with man of the moment before impact. Rosalina towered over him with a terrifying glare. What were you doing? Why didn't you dodge? Flat on the floor, Raisin apologized without lifting his head. Then, in the most absurd way possible, he gave a small smile. 2 years ago, I acted badly, so I'm apologizing now. He thought to himself that maybe he was simply too used to modern society, where apologizing solved half of life's problems. Rosalina stared at him like he had lost his mind. What kind of nonsense are you saying? But then she went silent. Raisin gulped and added softly. It's just, you were really beautiful back then. Rosalina blinked. What? Raisin continued with an awkward sincerity. You know how boys are. I just wanted your attention. So I teased you. Rosalina let out a laugh, and 1 second later her foot hammered into his knee with full force. Raisin clutched his leg, screaming internally. A system message appeared. Beginner martial arts technique. Self-defense triggered automatically, a faint magical aura wrapped around his knee. Rosalina scowled. This is boring. Raisin blinked. Clenching her fists, she shouted. It's boring fighting someone who can't put up any resistance. If you want to apologize, then fight me. Raisin slowly pushed himself up from the ground, wincing. Fine, I will, but not here. Magna clapped his hands sharply. Rosalina spun around. Why not? I'll only feel better if I kill this bastard. Magna pointed behind her. Look, Rosalina turned and froze. A crowd had formed, murmuring excitedly. Are they really going to fight? Who started it? Is that the Grindel girl? This is going to be good. Rosalina's eyebrow twitched dangerously. Who cares what they think? Raisin shook his head gently. This isn't a good place. If we fight here, it'll become a rumor, and people might get hurt. Magna hid a smile. For a child, that's surprisingly wise. Rosalina narrowed her eyes at Raisin. So, what do we do? Aren't you going to apologize? I am, Raisin said. But somewhere else. Where? Magna stepped forward, patting her on the head as if calming a fierce beast. To the sod residence. We'll settle it there. Then, Raisin stiffened. He heard a voice. Raisin, you really know how to pick your moment. He spun around, confused. Whose voice was that? Magna smiled knowingly, and then the voice echoed again. So Raisin wants to act friendly now? Unless, of course. Raisin's expression hardened. What was that? Who was speaking to him? He realized instantly. That guy wanted rumors to spread. A fight between the Grindle family and Rayson? Perfect gossip fuel. Rayson stared at Lord He, confused. He hadn't even opened his mouth. So what was that voice Rayson heard? Before he could question it further, a glowing system window slid into view. Character Lord He has shown interest in Rayson. He will now analyze every action Rayson takes and assign meaning to it. A relationship-affecting turn has occurred. Rayson froze. He slowly activated his eye ability, and what he saw frightened him. Lord He was literally analyzing Rayson's movements. Every breath, every glance, every step. But then another notification burst into existence. Celestial Mage doubts the believability of the world. A plot-affecting plausibility break has occurred, ×3. World logic stability decreasing. Rayson's eyes widened. Celestial Mage? Lord He and the Celestial Mage both think something is wrong with the world. And then, the ground beneath Rayson dissolved. The city, the people, the sky. Everything crumbled away. He fell into a silent, colorless void. A new system message materialized in front of him. A new probability is being generated. Character Rayson has obtained creator-level privileges linked to probability worlds. Rayson spun around in panic. Creator privileges? Me? Before he could react, another window opened. Setting. Probability settings not yet filled. Activating. Absence of settings mode. Something flickered in front of him. A sheet of paper slowly floated down like a feather, then stopped in the air. Rayson grabbed it. It was a character sheet. Character age, 21 attribute. Ice personality, cold, innocent, occasionally cruel preference. Chocolate is the best. Rayson stared, speechless. Chocolate is the best. Did I write this? He flipped the page, and his blood ran cold. Everything on the sheet, the characters, the world events, the people he met, the plot twists, they were all things he remembered from before arriving here. Words he wrote, ideas he created, fragments of a story he never finished. His hands trembled. This is my script. But the paper wasn't filled. There were more blank spaces than actual settings. An incomplete world. An unfinished plot. A chilling realization washed over him. He was inside his own incomplete story. And the missing settings were causing the world to glitch. His silhouette flickered, appearing next to Rayson in that void for a heartbeat. His old self. His writer self. Why did he possess Rayson? Why did the story reshape itself? Why did creator-level abilities awaken? Before he could think further, a harsh beep snapped through the void. A final system message appeared. Time limit for setting access reached. Probability space collapsing. The paper dissolved. The void shattered. Reality snapped back like a whip. The street, the people, Rosalina, Lord He, everything returned as if nothing had happened. Rayson's chest rose and fell rapidly. He could still feel the phantom paper between his fingers. He had less than a minute inside that probability space. To see more, he would have to trigger another major plot break, or create the right conditions. But for now, he remained silent. Lordy clapped his hands once. All right, enough distractions. Let's move. Rosalina threw him a glare, but said nothing. Rayson followed quietly, still shaken. Lordy continued. First, we're going to the restaurant. And Rayson walked with them, still hearing the echo of that mysterious voice in the back of his mind. IIA was already waiting for them when they arrived. Rayson nodded. All right. Inside, he wondered what else the future planned to throw at him. They entered the restaurant, and immediately Lord He's booming voice echoed. Well, long time no see. IIA, sitting gracefully at the table, smiled lightly. It has been a long time. He folded his arms and laughed loudly. It looks like you've gotten even stronger since the last time. He took a seat, and IIA responded calmly. I still think I could give you a handicap for about 5 more years. He burst into laughter. I'll accept your challenge anytime. Elia shook her head with a soft smile. Back then I could challenge you whenever I wanted, but now I can't. Rayson thought to himself, of course. She's a magician now, a matriarch. She can't just throw fights around casually. He clicked his tongue playfully. Where did your childish attitude go, huh? He patted her head like she was still a little girl. You were always pestering me when you were younger. He laughed, remembering. You even used fire magic on me while I was sleeping once. IIA covered her mouth dramatically. I was trying to burn your brain, but I missed. Rayson frowned. It's exhausting trying to understand their conversations. Then Rosalina suddenly cleared her throat loudly. HLO. Her face reddened. I'm Rosalina of the Grindle family. We crossed paths 2 years ago. Raisin remembered instantly the time she nearly killed him in a single punch. She had been terrifying, and now she looked completely different. Rosalina clenched her fists with a determined smile. I want to become as strong as you, she said to Iia. In our martial arts family, women start at a disadvantage compared to men. Iia shook her head. You can't use your fighting spirit yet. Raisin imagined it in his mind. A martial artist pulling a massive stone forward, their body wrapped in blazing aura. Swordsmen channeling their spirit through their blades. Magicians igniting their magic. And martial artists relying purely on the human body, then pushing beyond those limits to unleash impossible strength. That was fighting spirit. Rosalina blushed and clenched her fists even tighter. Then I'll train my fighting spirit. I'll get strong enough to stand beside you. Iia smiled. I'll be waiting. Just then, a huge stack of dirty dishes dropped onto the table in front of them. Someone behind Raisin sighed and said, the portal will activate again at 1917. Iia looked around the table, her expression calm and resolved. I'll handle it myself. I doubt any of you want to come with me anyway. Lordy snorted. Of course. Raisin glanced at the mountain of empty plates on the table and wondered silently how they managed to eat all of that. Iia stood and said, we still have about an hour. I need to talk to you. Her gaze locked on Raisin. Let's step outside. Raisin blinked. What is really going on with me? He stood as well. In that case, we'll meet at the portal at 1917, Lord, he declared. Rosalina bowed politely. Iia simply nodded. We'll see each other again. A moment later, the scene shifted, a clear blue sea stretching endlessly before them, the wind brushing softly against the shore. Iia stopped walking. Dear brother, her voice tightened slightly. Explain. What was that back at the portal? Raisin walked a few steps behind her. You mean the fight? Iia turned around sharply, brows furrowed. Did you plan it like that? Yes. Raisin nodded without hesitation. You knew Rosalina would attack you? That's why I came. Iia studied his face carefully. So, you're trying to make peace that way? Raisin remained silent for a moment. Then she continued. You could have invited her to the special arena near the shades. You could have settled things properly there. No, Raisin said, shaking his head. You want to know why I used magical martial arts techniques? She folded her arms. Yes. Raisin frowned. Because Lord he was there. He remembered that terrifying look in his eyes. He's the second strongest in the Grindel family. Of course he'd noticed how well I used battle magic. He must have been confused. Iia stared at Raisin thoughtfully. Magical martial arts, and she imagined the scene from Lord He's perspective. A 10-year-old boy using battle magic at a level far above what should be possible. A massive quantity of mana. A strange, unpredictable combat instinct. He would have definitely started doubting Raisin. Raisin continued. He knows I have a bad reputation. With what he saw today, the most logical conclusion he'll reach is that I've changed. Or worse, that someone raised me to become a variable. Iia pictured Raisin in a battle stance, and her breath caught. He didn't know he that well, but he predicted everything. Perfectly. That's impressive, she whispered. Raisin shrugged lightly and smiled. So yes, he will definitely think I'm a variable developed by the means. Iia's eyes widened slightly. And Mag, he'll want to know everything about you. Her mind drifted back to a memory. Her father, standing with his back turned, telling her, make it obvious that Raisin is a variable. Now she finally understood why he said that. She looked closely at Raisin. Magical combat techniques have limits, but Raisin's ability to predict, plan, and adapt to every possibility. That's something far rarer. His talent wasn't just his power. It was his mind. Iia watched Raisin's gentle smile and felt a quiet shock run through her. The most unbelievable part wasn't his talent. It was the fact that he was only 10 years old. His potential was frightening. The sun was setting, painting the horizon orange. Despite her father's orders, Iia felt something entirely different brewing inside her. This child, I want him to be mine. Out loud, she spoke calmly. I met Lord He when I was 14. Back then, I was more of a pilgrim than a magician. Raisin nodded. He already knew. Every successor of the maidens undertook a pilgrimage for truth before they could even qualify as a candidate for patriarch. He gave a small smile. Yes, and you didn't even know who he was, right? Otherwise, you would have killed him on sight. Iia didn't deny it. Raisin wondered how someone with such a beautiful face could say such horrifying things so casually. Iia remembered clearly, blood running down her cheek. her breath ragged, her killing intent overflowing. She stood face to face with Lord He. He told me, she recalled, if you're upset, kill me. I'll give you 3 chances. Rayson blinked. Even he couldn't guess how many memories Ia shared with He, but they were clearly close. Ia smiled faintly, turning toward the sea. In any case, he's the kind of man who must uncover every suspicious or interesting thing he sees, even if it's a young magician trying to kill him. Rayson chuckled. Well, if he's so curious, let him come find out more about me. Ia nodded. Correct. I think I'll learn a lot from him. Waves crashed along the shore, the sound steady and calming. There's still half an hour left, Ia said softly. Why don't we have a brotherly date? There must be something interesting in this city. It's a trading hub, after all. Rayson smiled. You've been to market towns plenty of times. Ia looked back at the sea, her expression darkening. Yes, and most of them were destroyed. Because of me. Rayson stepped forward. Without hesitation, he reached out and took her hand. Let's go, he said with a gentle smile. I'll show you the way. Ia's eyes softened, and she smiled wider than before. The two walked together along the glowing shoreline. Meanwhile, Lord He and Rosalina strolled through the bustling evening streets of the trading city. He imagined young Rayson in his mind and scoffed. 2 years ago, that brat had been an 8-year-old menace. He remembered the moment earlier, Rayson standing calmly, saying they shouldn't fight because people might get hurt. He's a completely different person. He frowned deeply and took a bite of a banana, chewing as he thought. People don't change this much. Not in 2 years. That's impossible. He must be pretending. Or someone changed him. Even his appearance is different now. He glanced at Rosalina. What was that boy trying to achieve? Why did he change so drastically? And what exactly was Rayson hiding? He pictured Rayson in his mind again, and the thought hit him like a knife. This is a plan. The Shades invited them. But what they truly wanted wasn't just cooperation. They wanted a relationship between the Sadas and the Maidens. He stepped slowed as he walked through the bustling night city. Something happened, something I don't know about. The Grindle family, among the great households, was the weakest. He crushed the banana in his hand without realizing. If unpredictable changes happen now, the Grindle family will be wiped out, devoured by the stronger clans. And if Rayson was the central piece, the core link of all these sudden shifts, then he couldn't help smiling wide. Fine, let's see what they're plotting, and how far this boy's influence stretches. Crowds had gathered in front of the massive golden portal. The air buzzed with excitement. Step forward, someone shouted. A man folded his hands behind his back, smiling proudly. He really opened a portal. This is such an honor. The girl next to him smiled sweetly. Be vigilant during teleportation. The man blinked. She added cheerfully. Just reminding you, you still have one more chance. He panicked. Oh my God, I'll be careful. One by one, they stepped into the glowing portal. A dazzling landscape unfolded before them. Bright sunlight washed over golden fields. We're in the right place, someone murmured, breathless. Meanwhile, Rosalina clutched her chest. I feel sick, like my soul left my body. Lurvian giggled beside her. You get used to it. He and Ia exchanged amused glances. She didn't even try, he said dryly. Ia nodded. She was being kind. We had a child with us. She meant Lurvian. A calm voice called out. Rayson, Lurvian, over here. A boy approached with slow, confident steps, hand raised in greeting. Black hair, red eyes that glowed like polished rubies. He and Ia both studied him silently. Kaysen, the one everyone expected to become the next successor. The one Sod never personally met until now. Kaysen reached them, smiling warmly. Lurvian ran up first. Rayson followed, smiling softly. It's been a long time, Rayson said. You've grown a lot, Kaysen replied. Rayson shrugged. That's magic. Before either could continue, Lurvian shoved herself between them, waving her hands like a referee breaking up a fight. The two boys blinked at her. She stretched her arms wide, pushing them apart. I am Lurvian, his best friend. So step back. Kaysen chuckled, closing his eyes politely. I don't think friendship has priorities, he replied gently. Rayson and I get along because we share similar thoughts and intentions. That's how friendships are built. Lurvian clenched her fists in outrage and spun toward Rayson. Thoughts? Intentions? What is he even talking about? Kaysen smiled again, radiating a warm, almost holy glow. That's the important part, he said. Lurvian glared at him. The closest person to Rayson is me anyway. Kaysen answered calmly. Well, actually, Kaysen finished his sentence calmly. We were going to be friends too. Lurvian scoffed. Yes, yes, we are. Even though her face showed clear displeasure, she reluctantly extended her hand. Kaysen shook it gently. Thank you, he said with a polite smile. You're welcome, she replied through clenched teeth. Just then, Rosalina descended the stairs, announcing dramatically, Young Master Kaysen. Everyone's attention instantly shifted toward her. She paused mid-step, cleared her throat, and added loudly, Don't forget about me. I'm also invited, right? Kaysen immediately bowed his head. Forgive me. That was rude of me. I simply missed my friends. He straightened and greeted her properly. Rosalina's eyes softened, a smile tugging at her lips. Kaysen continued, voice warm. It is an honor to meet someone like you, someone who walks the path alone with such dignity. Rosalina waved her hands quickly. No need for formalities. Speak casually. None of us are that old. Kaysen chuckled. As you wish. Rosalina watched the three of them, Raysun, Lurvian, and Kaysen, laughing and chatting with ease. Their energy blended together so naturally that it annoyed her more than she wanted to admit. Why is he so friendly with them? And why doesn't he even look at me? On the side, Lord he watched with narrowed eyes, amused. He's cunning, he thought. He created this situation on purpose. He looked from Kaysen to Raysun, and in his imagination, a snake coiled beside Raysun. A child? No. This boy is like a 100-year-old serpent wearing the skin of a 10-year-old. Someone is pulling the strings. Raysun stepped closer to Kaysen. I need a favor. Kaysen blinked. A favor? Raysun looked him straight in the eye. I want to fight Rosalina. Kaysen stood frozen for a moment. Fight? As in duel? Yes. Can you arrange an arena for us? The three of them exchanged shocked glances. Raysun's inner thoughts sharpened. The opponent is the only daughter of a legendary martial arts family. The battlefield, a famed arena of the sword family. Audience, members from all three great families. This will be the official debut of the idiot Raysun Mean. The sun blazed against the towering arena walls. Inside, buzzing voices filled the air. Who will win? Someone whispered. Three men sat in the viewing area, studying the arena. The man in the center smirked. Obviously, Raysun will lose. He's a clueless henchman. No way he beats Rosalina. The man to the left frowned. I heard she can't control her fighting spirit properly yet. In that case, the man on the right added, this becomes a test of pure physical ability. They imagined Rosalina, muscles coiled like a leopard prepared to strike. Isn't she stronger? One muttered. Then their eyes shifted to the opposite side, to Raysun, standing calmly, aura faintly shimmering like a white snake ready to shed its skin. The problem, one said, is that Raysun's main skill is magical combat technique. At that moment, a man in a blue kimono, short hair, piercing red eyes, spoke from the head seat. So my son wants a duel. He was the patriarch of the famed Karas sword family, and sitting opposite him, quietly composed, was Kaysen. Kaysen leaned back in his seat and sighed. I'm jealous. His father chuckled. Of course. Duels between friends are always fun. Kaysen smiled warmly at him. Everyone else seemed convinced that Raysun was just some scoundrel, an idiot, a goofball. Kaysen admitted quietly, I thought so too, but he turned out to be a good guy. The two sat together at a long wooden table, sun filtering through the paper windows. I think Raysun will make an excellent opponent, Kaysen said. His father raised an eyebrow. What kind of opponent can a 10-year-old boy even be? Kaysen only smiled. I'm stronger now. His father nodded slowly. I see. He gazed out the window at a towering ancient tree, its leaves glowing gold under the sun. There's a possibility, he thought, that someone intentionally distorted the information about this child, which meant, he smiled faintly, Raysun is the hidden variable of the Mython family, and this entire scene was created with intention. He leaned forward. So, Kaysen, who do you think will win? Kaysen didn't hesitate. Raysun. His father blinked. Raysun? What? Kaysen lowered his head, expression serious. He'll lose. His father stared at him. What? Then why say he'll win? Because Raysun, Kaysen whispered, has a good heart. The father stood, hands behind his back. In that case, I should attend tomorrow's duel myself. Kaysen jerked his head up. You're coming. Sunlight washed over the building outside. Kaysen clenched his fist, smiling softly. Then I'll finally introduce my father to my friends. His father smiled back. Your friends are quite impressive. The arena was overflowing with spectators. The golden banners of the sword family rippled high above. Rosalina warmed up fist clenched, eyes sharp like a predator. I've waited for this day, she muttered. Across the arena, Rayson exhaled slowly, shifting his stance into a solid defensive posture. I'll need full control of the arena, he thought. Kaysen, his father, and hundreds of clan members watched from the viewing seats. Rayson straightened. No point pretending to be a normal kid anymore. Kaysen's father studied him carefully. So, this will be his debut. Rosalina's eyes flared with light. Behind her, a spectral leopard materialized, muscles coiled, aura trembling. There you are, she whispered. She launched forward with explosive force. Rayson raised his fists. His right eye lit up bright blue. Slow flow activated, automatic. In a pure, physical fight. I have the advantage, he thought. She still can't control her fighting spirit properly. But Rosalina moved sharper than expected. She dodged Rayson's punch, slipping behind him instantly. She leaped, and Rayson saw it all from the corner of his vision. She stepped on his shoulder, using him as a foothold. Rayson's instincts kicked in. Magical martial arts, self-defense activated. A glowing aura surged around his body as Rosalina prepared her next strike. And the real battle finally began. Rosalina's eyes widened in disbelief. She had launched a kick strong enough to break arms and ribs, but when she hit Rayson, it felt like she kicked a puddle of water instead of human body. He and IIA both froze, jaws dropping open at the same time. They had clearly seen the technique that neutralized her attack. Yet even they couldn't comprehend how a 10-year-old boy just did it. Rayson stayed in a calm defensive stance. Rosalina roared and launched another attack from above, her heel descending like an axe. Don't get arrogant. Her kick met Rayson's crossed arms, blocked by sheer accident. She slid back, gritting her teeth. I can do much more than that. Her fist ignited with burning heat, flames crackling around her knuckles as she charged again. Rayson met her fist head-on. Boom! The impact blasted him backward like a cannon shot. But instead of freezing, he counterattacked instantly, swinging at her midair. She twisted aside, dodging with feline agility. Rosalina leapt back, chest heaving, face red from exertion. Her torso bent forward as she tried to regain her breath. Rayson slid into his defensive stance again, steady as stone. Kaysen and his father watched with wide eyes. He and IIA stood frozen in shock, mouths open like statues. He lowered his gaze, mind racing. He's predicting Rosalina's movements. One step, no, 2 steps ahead. Rayson smiled faintly, the blue aura wrapping around him like a protective tide. His expression tightened. This boy really is an apple that fell from a very unusual tree. Every rumor about him was absolute nonsense. He studied the shimmering aura. This is training from the maiden family. No doubt. Rosalina leaned forward, panting, her eyes locked on Rayson. Rayson answered with another calm smile, raising his guard as the blue magic cloaked him more tightly. Rosalina clenched her teeth. All he does is defend, create distance. Why? What is he planning? He watched from above. Rayson saw it. Rosalina is attacking full force, with no restraint. Wide movements, huge openings. She's leaving her whole body exposed. He winced. Why is she doing this? Is she that frustrated? He replayed the earlier scene in his mind. The descending kick she threw from above. Rayson must see her weak points. He remembered the moment Rayson blocked that kick. His strikes, they're deliberately harmless. Soft. Controlled. You can only do this if you're more experienced than your opponent. A thrill ran through his chest. He's not attacking to win. He's defending to teach. Mag's excitement overflowed. He grinned wildly. He's still just defending and showing off those skills. Yes, this is the maiden family's child. Rosalina lunged again. Rayson blocked with one hand, firm and steady. His eyes narrowed further. That fighting style, one of the primitive, foundational forms of magic combat. The oldest kind. The kind used before warriors learned to enhance it with mana. Primitive but perfect. Rayson's foot hit the ground hard, and he leapt back, a massive cloud of dust exploding behind him. He stood steady, expression calm, but in his mind his thoughts echoed sharply. His technique, it's primitive, but it's better than a martial artist's. They're children, yet their potential is already monstrous. He crossed his arms, analyzing Rayson. There are 2 reasons he's fighting like this. First, Rayson was proving that even the weakest magical combat techniques could surpass martial arts. He and the elders exchanged subtle smiles. Second, this duel was Rayson's stage, a chance to show the true power of the Mean family to all famous clans watching. Kaysen's father nodded. It seems we all reached the same conclusion. Kaysen agreed silently. The father smiled, observing Rei-san with newfound interest. It appears this boy was secretly raised as a mage specializing in magical martial arts. Everyone watching agreed. Below, Rosalina lunged at Raisin again, leaping with full force. Then why show these abilities now? Someone whispered. Raisin blocked her punch cleanly. The crowd murmured. Maybe he trained in secret, and now he wants to test it in a real battle. To sharpen those techniques? He couldn't help but grin. Oh, he's going to be noticed, he said confidently. Kaysen's father nodded. This is a challenge and a declaration. IA watched from the side, smiling faintly. Just as he planned, everything is unfolding exactly how he intended. Kaysen's eyes sparkled. He was mesmerized. Raisin stood there, clothes torn, bruises blooming across his body, but still in that same solid defensive stance. Rosalina, panting heavily, glared at him. How long are you going to just defend? Raisin didn't flinch. Until you stop going crazy. Her eyes widened in fury. She clenched her fist. A red aura flared around it, pulsing violently. So that's what you want. She launched herself at him like a bullet. The system flashed. Notice, fighting spirit detected. Rosalina has activated her fighting spirit. Raisin barely had a second to react. Her fist slammed into his stomach. Boom! His body shot backward like a rag doll. He hit the ground hard. Blood burst from his mouth. Rosalina lowered her head slightly, chest rising and falling. Raisin pushed himself up, coughing blood onto the arena floor. Why didn't you dodge? She yelled. Raisin raised his head slowly. Blood dripped from his lips, but he still tried to smile. I thought, you might want to hit me again. Silence. Everyone froze. Rosalina stared at him, fists trembling. What kind of fight is this supposed to be? With shaking hands, she pulled out a blue elixir and tossed it to him. Drink it. Raisin blinked in surprise. A potion. Rosalina didn't answer. She turned sharply, her back tense, as she began walking away. Just before leaving the arena, she muttered loud enough for him to hear. I lost. Raisin stared, completely stunned. She lost. She said that. His hand tightened around the potion as he watched her walk away. Confused, dizzy, and utterly shocked. She spun around, glaring at Larson, and muttered that he pisses her off. And the worst part? He probably didn't even realize she was using fighting spirit just now. But she's too tired to stay angry anymore, because despite everything, he's still the same kind, clueless guy. Raisin lifted his head as she mentioned forgiving him for breaking her rib, saying she no longer holds a grudge. He thanked her quietly. Suddenly, Chaz-sun jumped out of the viewing area, shouting Raisin's name. A system ping followed. Young Kaysen is enjoying the biographies of the heroes. He looks at the world with bright eyes, discovering joy, friendship, trust, and camaraderie. And just like that, Kaysen sprinted straight toward Raisin with a huge smile. He excitedly claimed that he felt like he'd leveled up his abilities. Raisin thought to himself that maybe the fight with Rosaline actually inspired him. He told Kaysen that magical combat skills boost quickly at the early stages, but Raisin's face suddenly paled. His body felt heavy. Meanwhile, Kaysen kept talking, saying he was genuinely happy that his friend had grown stronger. Then he paused, smiled, closed his eyes, and declared, Raisin, dear friend, I officially challenge you to a duel. Raisin froze. He was right. This idiot was serious. He sank down to the ground, staring at Kaysen in disbelief. He said he appreciated the thought, but he was exhausted after fighting Rosaline, and magical martial arts drain a ton of mana. Kaysen blinked in shock. Really? Then, I'll fight you when you recover. It's the least I can do for you. To Raisin, it felt like Kaysen had just sliced him open with those words. Kaysen tilted his head, confused, and asked, Then tomorrow? Raisin nodded weakly. Fine. Kaysen lit up like it was a birthday present. Right then the system announced that their wounds were healed. Raisin walked over to Rosaline, who was sitting nearby. He said he needed to ask her something. She looked surprised and asked what. He reminded her that she attacked him using fighting spirit. She looked at him suspiciously, assuming he wanted to humiliate her. But Raisin shook his head. I'm not going to do that to you. Raisin placed a hand over his chest, glancing at Rosal as he sat down beside her. She asked what exactly that moment was back then. Raisin hesitated, then admitted that when she struck him, he felt something. Rosal's eyes widened. Wait, are you some kind of pervert? She leaned back instinctively, staring at him like he'd grown another head. Raisin shook his head, just as confused. I don't know, but I felt a kind of excitement. I almost understood what it was, but not fully. She blinked in disbelief. What are you even talking about? Rayson met her eyes and said, honestly, I'm asking for your help. He thought to himself that her martial arts technique might be exactly what he needed to grow stronger. He lowered his hand and looked at her seriously. Rosal frowned and asked why she should help him. Rayson replied calmly, take it as a debt. I'll repay it later. A shadow crossed her expression. Every night she had promised herself she would take revenge, but now that anger was fading. Everything she thought she would hold on to was slipping away. Just then, Era approached them. Both Rayson and Rosal looked up, startled. Era smirked lightly and said, go on, try it. She glanced between them. Do him this favor. For the son of a famous family of magicians, it won't kill you. Rosal stood up, brushing the dust off her clothes. She glanced back at Rayson and said she'd help him, but only once, and he'd better be ready to return the favor. Rayson nodded immediately and thanked her. Era and the others looked at them in surprise as Rayson added, of course, I'll do everything. I swear on the honor of the future magician. Rosal froze for a second at that wording. Honor of the future magician? IIA's eyes widened, and a small smile tugged at her lips. He actually said that, because saying those words openly meant something huge. It meant Rayson was asserting himself as a rightful contender in the Maton family succession war. And he had said it right here, in front of the patriarchs of the famous families. No wonder everyone around them was staring. Rosal's aura suddenly erupted around her, a fierce red glow. Rayson answered with his own deep blue aura. She cracked her knuckles and said she needed to hit him again. Rayson stepped forward. Yes, I'm ready. The system immediately triggered an alert. Magical martial arts technique. Self-defense activated. Rosal's excitement shone through her eyes. Even she didn't fully consider this strange technique of hers a real martial art, but she didn't hesitate. She drove her fist straight into Raisin's stomach. Raisin's face twisted in pain, but he forced out, it's not your fault if I get hurt. He felt it again, the same reaction. The mana in his heart was interacting with Rosal's unshaped fighting spirit. Rosal stared, stunned. That's all. Rayson shook his head. No, hit me again. She didn't hesitate. Gladly, she landed another blow. Era stood to the side with her arms crossed. Watching like this was some bizarre performance. What in the world is he trying to accomplish? Rayson shouted for another strike, voice cracking from the pain. Everyone else was completely lost, staring at the scene with wide eyes. Someone asked IIA what the young master was doing. IIA answered calmly. It seems the mana in Raisin's heart is reacting to Rosal's fighting spirit. What kind of reaction? They asked. IIA sighed. No idea. And I'm not guessing. Rosal punched him again, her fist sinking into his stomach with full force. Rayson doubled over, groaning. Rosal leaned down, worried. Are you okay? Rayson ignored the pain and stared at his chest in shock. His extreme mana was reacting to fighting spirit, but according to the canon, mana and fighting spirit should never interact. He lowered his gaze even more. If that rule is breaking, then the probability is collapsing. The system suddenly blasted another notification. A missing probability has been discovered. You are permitted to fill part of the missing probability. Rayson stared at the window in disbelief. What is he supposed to do in a world where probabilities don't even exist anymore? Because this wasn't just about surviving. It was something far bigger. A faint hum echoed in the air as a blue book materialized in Raisin's hands. His eyes widened. This is the settings book I saw earlier. Before he could fully react, glowing numbers began appearing around Rosaline. Her body slowly turned gray, like the color was being drained out of her. The entire world shifted into black and white. Frozen, motionless, silent. Numbers filled the air. Rayson looked around in disbelief. Time had completely stopped. He realized it. Time halts whenever he opens or creates a new setting. He flipped the book open in a rush, the pages glowing as he skimmed. System notifications slid across the air. Fighting spirit of a famous martial arts family and the mana of a famous magician family are absolute opposites. They cannot mix. They cannot interact. Rayson muttered the words under his breath. He remembered clearly. The system had always stated the same thing. Martial spirit and mana belong to different worlds. Their natures reject each other. They cannot fuse. They cannot resonate. But the book continued. However, during the fight with Rosaline in January 2019, Larsa Maton's mana reacted with. Rayson froze. reacted. So the system itself is contradicting everything it previously taught. His grip tightened around the blue book, heartbeat shaking the still world around him. Because this wasn't just a small anomaly. This was a broken rule. And when a world built on strict rules begins breaking its own, something far bigger is happening behind the scenes. The text inside the book continued. Rosalind's martial spirit. And the reason is... Rayson stared at the glowing words while holding the pen that had appeared in his hand. His heart pounded. He had to fill in the reason for this broken rule. And that's where the previous setting ended. Rayson lowered his head, anxiety gripping him. If he wrote the wrong thing, if he slipped even once, he could corrupt every previous setting he'd made. He read the unfinished line again, eyes landing on the single word. Reason. I can't just write anything. If I write the wrong cause, what if I become the destroyer of this world instead of its creator? Rayson brought the pen closer to the page, hands shaking. He needed a reason that wouldn't destroy the balance. A reason that wouldn't interfere with the other settings. As he hesitated, the book suddenly responded on its own. A glowing sentence appeared under the reason column. Character Rayson Mayton does not comply with the rules of this world. Rayson froze. He stared at the book, stunned. I was going to write something else. Maybe because of the holy transcendental grail, or the mana of the transcendental attribute, or the celestial body. But the book had chosen something different. He stood in the center of the arena, frozen time swirling around him. He thought deeply. Maybe this is better. Focusing the cause on Rayson Mayton is safer than blaming external forces. If I set myself as a character who doesn't obey the rules of this world, then I'll be exempt from all probabilities. I won't be affected by earlier settings. Rayson Mayton becomes the exception. The glowing blue book slowly dissolved into particles, and the world around him resumed motion. A new notification appeared. Missing probability detected. Privilege. Add one more line. Time limit. 10 seconds. Rayson's eyes sharpened. He studied the new entry carefully, already thinking of how to use this final privilege. But before he could finish, everything shifted. A house stood beneath a dark night sky, the windows glowing from within. Inside, Lervian was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall, dozing off. Her head drooped forward. She was half asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Loud banging echoed through the room. Lervian opened one eye, jolted awake by the aggressive knocking. She stumbled to the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and opened it. A tall man stood outside, expression serious. Who are you? She mumbled. The man bowed slightly. I'm Magner, Rosalina's uncle. I've arrived with the famous family of swordsmen. His gaze sharpened. Where is Rayson Mayton? Instantly, fire flared around Lervian's fists. Why? Do you want to harass him? Magner blinked, completely unfazed. What? Are you calling me a bully? Before Lervian could fire back, Rayson walked into the room, bare-chested, confused, and still half-dazed. He stared at both of them, and Lervian suddenly didn't know what to say. The martial arts lord glanced through the window at the fair-haired boy inside and narrowed his eyes. Rayson's physique was far too developed for a normal magician. Unlike fighting spirit, mana spread through his entire body, and this kid was carrying it effortlessly. Inside the room, Rayson stood in nothing but a towel tied around his waist. The swordsman lord analyzed him like a weapon being inspected. Most magicians store their mana only in their heart, but this boy is different. A mutant. If he trained his body like a martial arts clan, pure mana circulation should have become a burden. But instead, Rayson's body looked built for magical martial arts. Lervian came over, eyes sparkling. She poked a finger toward Rayson's abdomen. Rayson, you have 8 abs? Let me touch. Rayson instantly covered his torso with both arms. And no, Magner watched from the door with a blank face as Lervian tried to poke Rayson's abs again. Rayson quickly called for his maid to bring clothes. He got dressed, and Magner finally noticed the woman beside him. Era, commoner black business suit. The way she moved, sharp, precise, trained. No ordinary maid moves like that, Magner thought. Using someone that's strong as a servant? Impossible. Rayson and Magner sat at the table. Era placed a plate of fresh fruit before them, bowed, and stepped back. Rayson glanced at the fruit. I assume the reason Lord Magner came to see me is his interest in magical combat techniques. Magner admitted without hesitation. That is correct. You spark curiosity. Rayson blinked as the man devoured the fruit with terrifying speed, then asked if the swordsman was also interested in martial arts. Magner's expression shifted, his brows tightening. You sound very confident, as if you expect me to teach you. Rayson studied him quietly and responded, I assumed you were curious enough about me to explain them. Magner clicked his tongue. That answer is good. He leaned back in his chair. Let's say I do teach you martial arts. Did you even think about the consequences? Rayson straightened. That's exactly why your famous swordsman family invited me here. Ironically, my father will never reach a place like this anyway. Outside, under the night sky, the swordsman settlement stood behind towering walls, a fortress carved into the mountains. Even the Maton family wouldn't dare draw the swordsman's attention. The famed swordsman family, simultaneously the most dangerous enemy and the safest sanctuary. Magner narrowed his eyes. Did the Maton family train him themselves? Then he stood. Very well. I want to see your body first. Strip to the waist and turn around. Rayson nodded without hesitation and removed his shirt. The swordsman lord stepped behind him, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders. His eyes widened. This back, smooth, solid, hardened. Impossible. No child of 10 should have a physique like this. This physique, it was clearly the result of long, disciplined training. Magner finished examining Rayson and finally spoke. The moment my fighting spirit surrounds your body, don't resist it. Just accept the energy. Rayson clenched his fists, tense. Are you sure there won't be any side effects? Trust me, Magner replied calmly. Rayson went still, staring forward. And if I don't trust you? The Lord asked. Rayson exhaled. Then, I'll trust you. Red fighting spirit surged from the Lord's body, slowly wrapping around Rayson. Magner kept his hands on the boy's shoulders, analyzing him deeply. So that's how he is. He created a situation where I can't back away, even if I wanted to. And now he acts like he's risking his life by trusting me. Clever brat. Rayson's eyes began to glow blue as the energy seeped into him. His mind wandered back to the settings book, the privilege to add one more line for 10 seconds, right after his duel with Rosalina. If I'm the author, what would I give my main character? The pen had moved on its own. It had written, the fighting spirit of a famous martial arts family interacts with Rayson Maton's mana and helps him grow, with no side effects. Red energy exploded around Rayson. Behind him, the furious visage of a roaring tiger manifested for a moment. Rayson realized instantly. The fighting spirit had successfully entered his body. Magner froze, eyes widening. He took a portion of my fighting spirit. Is this what the Matons are trying to show us? His expression darkened. A mage who can absorb fighting spirit. That alone is enough for the martial families to declare war on the Matons. He tightened his grip on Rayson's shoulders. Who, he asked slowly, is teaching you magical combat techniques? Rayson turned around with the most innocent smile imaginable. I'm teaching myself. Magner raised both hands in disbelief. I've analyzed your body. This is the first time I've ever seen a magician capable of accepting fighting spirit. Rayson nodded thoughtfully. I didn't know magicians could do it either. Magner stared at him, voice low. Do you understand what this means? A member of the Maton family growing with martial arts and fighting spirit. Rayson looked straight at him and smiled. Yes, and I need to see what I can learn. Images flashed through his mind. Humans training with swords, fists, footwork, battle stances. Let's see what this world can teach me. To the Matons, swordsmen were primitive. To them, martial artists were failures. They looked down on everyone except pure mages. Magner remembered a girl from the Matons who burned her opponents with magic alone. A flaming human skull flashed in his thoughts, the arrogance of magic-born elites. But Rayson, this boy was doing something no Maton should ever do. He was taking steps toward martial arts to grow stronger. Magner leaned closer, staring directly into Rayson's eyes. Magner leaned in, staring straight into Rayson's eyes. Are you sure you're a pure blood Maton? Rayson blinked, confused. If you're asking about who my father is, then yes. I'm Decatur Maton's son. Magner straightened abruptly, slapped his own forehead, and groaned. I've never seen anyone like you. He lowered his hand and fixed Rayson with a sharp look. So, what do you want from me? Rayson asked cautiously. Can I tell you? Magner narrowed his eyes. You were going to say it anyway, weren't you? Don't waste my time. Just spit it out. Rayson's eyes lit up with determination. He looked straight into the swordsman lord's gaze and said, I want you to become my mentor. Magner folded his arms across his chest, studying Rayson carefully. Rayson slowly lifted his fist, the one glowing with multicolored mana, and stared at it. There has to be a connection, magical martial techniques and martial arts. Magical combat techniques grow stronger through martial spirit and martial arts themselves. And with that realization, it clicked for him. That's why magical combat techniques were always so rare. Before Magner could even speak, Rayson stepped forward and shouted, "Minter!" Magner's eyes widened. "What did you just say?" "Minter." Rayson stared boldly. "Yes, I said Minter." Magner barked back, furious. "And you think the Maitons will allow this?" "I'll handle it," Rayson replied calmly. "Who even are you?" Magner snapped. "I'm the seventh son of a famous family," Rayson said. "That's not what I asked," Magner growled. Rayson corrected himself. "I'm a magician who wants to learn martial arts." Magner's face twisted in disbelief. "This is the craziest idea I've heard in my entire life." He crossed his arms again. "Do you even understand what you're saying?" Rayson ran a hand through his hair and closed his eyes. "Yes, because I'm a potential successor. And you might think the Maitons are bowing to the swordsman clans because of me." He opened his eyes with a confident smile. "But Master, if you truly wanted to reject me, you wouldn't have hesitated this long." Magner paused. He remembered examining Rayson's body, how Rayson deliberately created a situation where he couldn't refuse. He aroused my curiosity. He even let me inspect his body. What a cunning brat. The Lord knitted his brows. By failing to reject the offer immediately, he had already lost. Rayson stood surrounded by swirling mana, watching him. "I didn't force you. Or are you really not interested in magical combat techniques?" Magner finally sat down in his chair. "I'm interested," he admitted, "but only in the magical combat techniques you use." Rayson lifted his glowing fist and smiled. "Magical martial techniques are strongest when combined with martial spirit and martial arts. That will become my own new martial arts." Magner leaned closer, inspecting him. "A magician shouldn't talk like this. No mage should think like this. And for this," Magner said, "you showed them your strength the moment you met Rosalind again." Rayson leaned forward as well. "Yes, I noticed you were paying special attention to me." Magner nodded slowly. "So even the duel, that was part of your intention?" Rayson straightened up and answered honestly. "Yes, but I also wanted Rosalina to stop being angry at me." Rayson turned toward Magner and addressed him clearly. "Master." He stepped closer, eyes steady. "Would you like to witness the creation of a new martial art?" He added, "And I hope the famous swordsman family will help me build it." Magner's eyebrows twitched. "What are you saying? The others will think you're a hostage." Rayson placed a hand on his chest, gaze drifting to the side. "That's because I'm the hated child. It doesn't matter whether I'm part of that family or not. I'm sure if I stay with the Sadas, my father will get whatever benefits he wants." Magner stared, stunned by how casually the boy said that. Rayson lowered his eyes and rested one hand on the table. "So yes, I'm asking you to help me. This is the safest place." Magner let out a long breath. "This is insane. Honestly, I can't tell if this is because you were raised by the Maitons or if you're some kind of mutated freak." Rayson lowered his head, closed his eyes, and replied quietly, "I'll take that as a compliment." Magner studied him intensely. "This bastard, he's unbelievably calm. He planned all of this long ago. None of this is spontaneous. He created the situation, guided it, cornered me. And now he wants an answer." Finally, Magner straightened. "I'll figure it out myself," he said. Rayson blinked in surprise. "What do you mean?" Magner tightened his brows, then allowed a small grin to form. "I mean, yes. Step by step, you can become my disciple." He stood, his voice firm. "And in return, I will study your magical combat abilities and watch your growth with my own eyes." Magner crossed his arms again, eyes sharp like a hawk examining Rayson's body in mana flow. "I'll study everything the Maitons prepared in you," he said, "and you will take everything you can from me." Rayson's face lit up with pure excitement. "That's exactly what I wanted." On the training ground, Hampton sat quietly, staring at the sky. The young master. He's becoming something so grand, I might never fully understand him. He remembered overhearing the conversation between Rayson and Lord Magner, and how Rayson allowed it. He trusted me completely, even then. Hampton looked out the window again, eyes widening at what he saw. The world young master dreams of, a world where all three families are united, where everyone can live happily. The thought filled his eyes with tears. A handkerchief suddenly appeared in front of him. "Thank you, sister. HH. He jumped, nearly falling over. Era stood there with her usual cold, unreadable expression. "Don't cry," she said calmly. Hampton looked at her, still struggling with the fact that she was another shadow. At this rate, I'll die from a heart attack, he whispered. She replied flatly. If you're going to die that easily, you're not fit to serve the young master. Hampton winced. You're so insensitive. AA approached and asked, have you heard the young master's decision? Hampton nodded. Yes. He said he's staying here. His eyes shot wide open when she added, after the birthday feast, he'll return to the main house to get permission. Era finished. We may have to risk our lives. Hampton gripped the handkerchief tightly, his whole body trembling. Well, yes, he said quietly. That's the duty of the shadow. He looked down sadly. No matter what the patriarch does to me, I will always protect young Master Rayson, because he is my light. AA disappeared into the shadows. Hampton spun around in panic, trying to find her again. Under the dark sky, the tulips glowed faintly blue. A soft voice asked, do you want to see each other? Rayson and Nelia stood on a quiet path overlooking the city lights. Yes, Rayson answered. Nelia folded her hands behind her back. So, you going to tell me something important? Rayson smiled. You always understand things quickly. She looked at the tulip field, eyes shining. Why not say it later? She suggested gently. Rayson watched his sister as the night wind passed through the tulips. These simple moments felt too precious to break with words. Rayson and IIA stood together, admiring the vast tulip field. Under the night lights, it looked like a glowing blue ocean. Rayson turned to his sister. Do you like tulips? IIA answered with a quiet sadness. People are always drawn to beautiful things. Rayson smiled softly. I always thought the most beautiful thing for you is magic. His sister nodded. Yes, magic was the most beautiful thing for me. Her mind drifted back to the battlefield, to the moment she shielded herself with a shimmering energy barrier. Enemies bound by golden magical chains, struggling helplessly. Her spell cast, her body vanished, and a roaring blast of mana shredded them into nothing. Their screams echoed. Only skeletons remained, and then even they crumbled into dust. IIA's expression dimmed, but beauty became cruelty. Magic became the most merciless thing of all. She looked back at the glowing tulips. At least flowers don't harm people. Rayson grinned. Then next time, I'll give you a bouquet. Flowers, she murmured. Her face brightened, a rare spark lighting up her eyes. Even hearing that makes my heart flutter. She turned toward him fully. Then, I should hear what my little brother wants to say. Rayson took a breath. I want to stay here, with the famous swordsman family. IIA's smile disappeared instantly. You want to become a patriarch? No, Rayson said immediately. If you want, you can test me with your skill. IIA raised her hand. I have truth. A magical eye formed in the air, glowing intensely. Rayson stood still and let it read him fully. IIA closed her own eyes, then opened them slowly. He's sincere, she said. But then what is making you so impatient? Rayson answered quietly. I want to live. IIA's eyes widened. You want to live? Rayson remembered the image taped on the execution pole. He remembered the murderous expression of his older brother, the sixth young master, summoning a monstrous spell and screaming. Rayson is a bastard. I'll kill him no matter what. IIA clenched her fists. I know the succession war is cruel, but they wouldn't kill their own brothers and sisters. Rayson shook his head calmly. No, sister. Father eliminated his own brothers to become patriarch. IIA's voice rose. Fine. Even if he did, why do you want to stay here? Rayson looked straight into her eyes. Because I want to become stronger. Why? She demanded. Because I want to live. That's not all, she said firmly. There's another reason. Rayson answered quietly. I want to protect. IIA frowned. Protect who? My mother and myself. The moonlight illuminated her face, revealing pure shock. Her eyes widened. Rayson knew why. His sister loved the Maton family with absolute, unwavering loyalty. And yet, she was also the same girl who could turn a person into a skeleton with a single spell. For the family, she could be merciful. For the family, she could be merciless. Her memories flashed. Walking down a quiet street, a man rushed her from behind, sword raised. You'll die here, he shouted. IIA barely turned her head. In the next instant, golden magical chains wrapped around him, dragging him to the ground. She whispered gently, I don't want to kill you, but the man glared at her, teeth clenched, and IIA finished softly. But for the family, a pillar of fire erupted. All that was left were bones scattering across the ground. A single tear rolled down her cheek. She told herself it was the right thing to do. The city lights, the elegant mansions, the bright blue sky. Ia loved everything about the Maiden family, but she despised the succession war because the brothers she loved shed each other's blood for power. She trained desperately, pushing her magic beyond its limits. She wanted to become the matriarch, not for authority, but to end the cycle of killing. 6 circles, absolute magic, peacemaking power. She wanted power strong enough to stop every blade and silence every spell. Her battles flashed again, monsters, not siblings. She hunted terrifying Balogs in the Decade Forest, one even slashing her across the face. Her trials were harsher than her siblings, but she refused to hunt humans. Meanwhile, Rayson thought back to the world he wrote, casual descriptions of fights and deaths. Words on a page. But for her, those stories were her life. Her pain. He imagined her killing a man with magic, then imagined her standing alone, crying silently. He looked at her now, lost in thought, staring over the field like she carried the whole world on her back. Rayson swallowed. Sister. She turned. What if I said, I want to become stronger so I can protect even you? Ia froze. Protect me? Rayson nodded. Would you consider that something to be proud of? There was a moment of silence. Then, Ia burst out laughing, loudly, freely. Rayson stared. He realized this was the most sincere laugh he had ever heard from her. You want to protect me? She said between breaths. That's the first time anyone has ever said something like that to me. Rayson scratched the back of his head, suddenly embarrassed. Why are you laughing? He asked. The girl wiped away her tears of laughter, but the warmth stayed in her smile. Ia wiped away a tear, half from laughing, half from emotion, and smiled warmly. It's always such a pleasure talking with you, my little brother. Rayson looked away slightly, gathering himself. Sister, will you help me? I need Father's permission. Ia's smile faded. I don't think Father will allow it. Rayson's eyes hardened with resolve as he stared off into the distance. I can convince him. The siblings stood together beside the glowing moonlit field. Rayson repeated again, this time with absolute confidence. I can convince Father. Sunlight poured across a wide veranda, surrounded by water and blossoming trees. Soft music echoed through the air. Rosalina sat on the floor, watching Rayson. He was trembling slightly from the overwhelming music. This place reminded him of the John Horu Pavilion from Jongbekon Palace. Men in black suits played classical instruments, and Rayson regretted arranging everything so hastily. What am I doing listening to classical music in the Koru Pavilion? He couldn't calm his nerves. Rayson, Lurvian called, her dress flowing like a fairy tale character. He turned toward her and froze. Where'd she even find that? She smiled mischievously and pointed. Look, do you see this cake? Rayson blinked. Yes. Are you not fascinated by it? On the table stood a towering 4-tier cake, decorated with berries and a big ribbon bow. But Rayson's thoughts drifted. Her smile was more charming than the cake. Everyone suddenly shouted in unison. Happy birthday, Kaysen! Kaysen, in a black suit and red bow tie, scratched his head in embarrassment and grinned widely. Thank you, everyone. Lurvian stepped forward joyfully, holding a small black stone. This is my gift. Father gave it to me. And the celebration continued. Kaysen lifted the small stone in his hand, surprised at his luck, and thanked Lurvian for the gift. She waved it off casually and even asked if she could have one too. Rayson, watching them, immediately recognized the stone. It looked exactly like the one he had once seen discarded on the side of the road. Then Rosalina stepped forward. She held out a neatly wrapped box with a red ribbon and bow, presenting it with both hands. She explained that this gift represented her family's sincerity and her own. Kaysen accepted it politely, thanking her again. Rosalina smiled and replied softly, please. Meanwhile, Rayson lowered his head. He hadn't prepared anything. Kaysen looked at him and simply said, it's fine. The two stood up from the table at the same time, locking eyes. Lurvian stood with them, holding a giant piece of cake on her fork, staring at both of them in confusion. Rayson broke the silence first. He said that, instead of a gift, he wanted permission to stay here and continue fighting. Even he knew the birthday boy would probably not consider that a gift. Kaysen suddenly dropped to the floor in shock. The guy in a black suit widened his eyes. Did he really mean here in his house? Rayson nodded. He would get approval from his father. The birthday boy shot up, shouting, really? Kaysen looked at Rayson with genuine excitement, calling it an unexpected gift. Rayson blinked. Was it really that surprising? AA stood behind a column, overhearing everything. She whispered that yes, spending time with friends really was amazing. Rayson then asked the guy to inform the patriarch. But the maid turned her eyes away the moment she heard him say he'd get permission from the Maiden family. At that moment, the golden door opened. A figure stepped out, thinking about the two goals he had to accomplish. Rayson now stood in a cloak at the base of the grand staircase. Beside him were his comrades, servants, and he. In his mind, Rayson repeated his plan. He needed Kassen's support, and he needed to use he to his advantage as much as possible. Kassen waved goodbye with a bright smile. "Come back soon," he said. Rayson smiled back, just as warm. "I'll be back soon." Rosalina watched him leave and felt something unsettling. This Rayson didn't feel like the same boy she once knew. The pink-haired girl stepped beside her and hoped that next time they could greet each other with smiles instead of tension. Rayson thought to himself, he was actually the first one who said those words. Then he heard Lervian's worried voice. She asked her brother if he had any idea how dangerous this was. If their father got angry, no one in the Mythen family would be able to withstand it. Rayson stared straight ahead, unwavering. He said he believed in himself. And from afar, under the thick haze of night, the towering structure of the main Maiden estate stood like a shadowed giant, waiting for the storm that was about to begin. Rayson stepped toward the massive window, staring into the star-filled night. Cold air brushed against his skin, and a bead of sweat slid down his forehead. That chill wasn't from the night. It was from what he was about to face. He pushed open the large door and walked inside. A deep voice echoed immediately. "No need to greet me." His father stood in the center of the courtyard, expression unreadable. He said he had already received a full report from Rayson's sister. Then, with a heavy tone, he asked if it was true. Rayson wanted to stay with the swordsman family. Rayson answered firmly, "Yes, that's correct." His father's brows tightened, anger rising on his face. He demanded if Rayson understood how this would look to outsiders. And if Rayson couldn't explain himself properly, then his actions would be considered a direct insult to the family. Rayson muttered under his breath, "Flash." He looked down at his palm. A magical glow ignited, and in the next instant, a sparkling dagger materialized in his hand. The dagger of instant death. A single touch from this blade kills any mage below the third circle. Rayson stared at it, thinking, this is the result of flash death. He lifted his head and faced his father. Mana streamed from a blade as Rayson held it forward. He asked quietly, "Do you remember the swordsman's booth?" His father nodded. They were a strong pawn. Rayson recalled the cheerful guy in the long black kimono and said, "Kassen, the one I met. He has a weakness for human feelings and relationships." His father made a questioning sound, half curious, half skeptical. Rayson continued, "If I stay there, I'm certain I can make him my little dog." A slow smile appeared on his father's face. "And is that the only reason you want to stay in that kennel?" Rayson stepped closer. He said that magical martial arts were an unexplored field for the rest of the world, but he alone had seen their true potential. His father urged him to continue. Rayson reminded him that he had already formed his second circle, and inside his body, something special was hidden. His father's expression darkened. "You mean the holy transcendental grail?" Rayson realized instantly his father already knew. Mana swirled around him in a cloud. He looked at his hand and said, "The transcendental mana, the holy grail, my unique physical attributes, and my body responding to the fighting spirit of a legendary martial arts family." He explained that he had absorbed some of that fighting spirit, and it had been accumulating inside him ever since. Then Rayson took out a letter. He showed it to his father and said he had already received an invitation from the Sadas. He introduced it as the official recognition from the swordsman family, meaning their relationship had already been confirmed long before this conversation. Rayson remembered the moment of farewell. He, Kassen, and Rosalina standing side by side. He recalled the way they spoke proudly about how the descendants of great families interact to maintain world peace. Did that look like defeat? Not even close. The point of the dagger hovered right at Rayson's throat as he continued speaking. He said that the swordsman family would never lower themselves to petty battles over public opinion. And if rumors spread claiming the Maiden family had bowed their heads, then he alone would take the responsibility, even if it meant giving up his life. His father watched him closely and said that Rayson seemed very confident in himself. Rayson nodded without hesitation. His father asked, "What next?" Rayson froze for a moment. "What next?" Then he slowly lowered himself to one knee, head bowed. He declared that the swordsman family had been the first to extend a hand toward unity. He insisted that his father could verify how the rest of the world viewed their family. Then, inside his thoughts, he wondered if this is the absolute truth. His father narrowed his eyes as Rei-san continued speaking. He said that absolute strength and overwhelming power were the most effective tools for ruling. But warmth and humility, those were what made a true ruler. His father stared down at him, expression darkening. He said that if Raisin had spoken such words without this change of attitude, he wouldn't still be breathing right now. Raisin stiffened, fear rising in his chest. On one knee, head still bowed, he waited. Then his father finally spoke. Go. But he warned that he would be watching closely to see whether Raisin would truly gain the abilities he'd boasted about. The dagger vanished from Raisin's hand. He thanked his father and promised to live up to those expectations. But then he reminded himself he was still just a kid, only 10 years old. His father's face twisted with sudden rage. What are you whining about? Raisin gave a small smile and said, That's why I need the warm care of my mother. Please send her with me to the safe family. His father burst into loud laughter. Butcher's face curled into a grin. He thought to himself, this boy, he really knows how to control people. Amazing. And they dare call him a failure? Raisin stood up slowly. But as he did, his father stared at him with a strange expression. He thought, his talent lies in magical martial arts. Yet how did no one notice it until now? Then Raisin's eyes widened in horror. A notification appeared on the screen. The celestial magician has become suspicious of the missing probability of the world. The moment he saw it, Raisin's blood ran cold. The probability had partially collapsed. His jaw tightened in terror. If probability collapsed, if the world itself cracked apart, then he would be destroyed along with it. Far away, inside a quiet office with a huge window, someone sat calmly at a desk, a thick book resting in her hands. IA, wearing her thin glasses, read each line with careful focus. A sudden knock echoed against the door. She lifted her head. Of all people, she had come to her room? How unexpected, IA muttered. Pershaw stepped into the doorway with a bright, casual smile. The red-haired girl looked around and then asked what kind of book IA was reading and why she was going through a basic magical text. IA replied softly, just because, but Pershaw leaned in and looked at the cover. Alberto's 77th text, How to Easily Master Mana. Raisin reads that too. This book is popular right now. IA slid off her glasses and placed them on the table. I actually have something to tell you, she began. But before she could finish, Pershaw cut her off. Pershaw raised her chin and said she also had something to tell her sister. IA stood up from the table first, refusing to drag things out. Her eyes sharpened, and with a chilling tone, she declared, I'm going to take care of our little brother. Pershaw burst into a laugh. How funny, she said with a smile. Because I came here to say the exact same thing. IIA's expression turned dangerous as she stared back at her sister. Pershaw just kept smiling. Inside her thoughts, IIA remembered their father's words. He had given her a chance. In the end, it didn't matter in whose hands this variable ended up. She gritted her teeth. It's none of your business, she snapped. Pershaw tilted her head thoughtfully. Not mine? No, it's rather not yours. I've had plans for him for a long time. IIA's eyes flashed. If you don't cooperate, I'll act according to the commandments of mana. Pershaw looked away and calmly replied, I'll obtain power no matter how wrong the path is. Inside her mind, Pershaw recalled something terrifying. The steep canyons of Napia, her fingers barely gripping the cliff with one hand, and IIA standing in front of her. Back then, IIA looked down on her and said, If I were in your place, I'd make you my dog. Pershaw clenched her teeth, but in the end it didn't work. Back in the present, IIA's voice exploded. Pershaw, what a misunderstanding. Pershaw shot back with a crazed smile. Sister, seriously. A yellow flash lit the room. Drops of blood splattered across the carpet. Pershaw was now sitting on the floor, blood pooling beside her. IIA stood over her, heel crushing down on Pershaw's chest. Pershaw glared up and spat her words. You're a monster. IIA pressed her deeper into the floor with overwhelming strength. Her voice iced over. Why do you need Raisin? Pershaw coughed blood, but kept her smirk. I'm not telling you. And honestly, your reaction makes me want him even more. IIA leaned closer, eyes burning. Why do you need him? Bleeding, Pershaw wiped her mouth and whispered. He's cute. IIA's expression twisted in fury. Stop fooling around. Pershaw, face pinned to the ground, suddenly shouted. You heard he has a second circle, right? Did you really think I wouldn't find out? There must be a reason a child has such a muscular body. Second circle at the age of 10. Pershaw shrieked with a teasing laugh. Inside her head, she confessed the truth to herself. She had hired a shadow to observe him. And then, that same shadow vanished without a trace. Pershaw lowered her head, trembling, and thought. Besides, Pershaw lowered her head, trembling, as the truth echoed in her mind. She was obsessed with him too. Ia stared at her sister quietly. In her thoughts, she admitted she had come just to see how Pershaw would react. Looking down at Pershaw, who could barely stand, Ia ordered, "Get up. With the amount of mana we released, the elders will be here any minute." Pershaw, holding back a twisted smile, thought to herself, Ilia's reaction. It only makes me want to take our little brother even more. Meanwhile, Rei-sun sat at a table. He suddenly paused, looking down in surprise. His mother glanced at him and asked softly, "What happened?" Rei-sun scratched his head. "Nothing." Just then, Era arrived with a tray. "Young master, your meal is ready," she said. "Spaghetti with meatballs." Rei-sun and Sue both stared at her. Inside her thoughts, Era noted, "With me here, the probability of him being killed by some hired assassin is much lower." Rei-sun looked at her and thanked her. She smiled brightly. "No problem. Make sure you eat well while you're still growing." Rei-sun blinked in surprise. Her attitude was kinder than usual, suspiciously kind. A system notification suddenly popped up. Celestial Eye activated. The spaghetti and meatballs contained traces of sane. Lethal to those without mana. For those with mana, is often used to strengthen immunity. An image flashed. A man collapsed on a floor after consuming sane. Era remembered something. She had been eating sane since she was 3 years old. Rei-sun looked at the plate again, stunned. He leaned toward Era. "There's something special in this." Era didn't reply. Rei-sun, sweating a little, corrected himself. "Well, not special, but maybe poison or something like that." From across the room, Hampton suddenly screamed, "Young master!" Tears streamed down his face as he yelled, "I forgot to warn you about this. It's all my fault. Please kill me." Rei-sun sighed. "Get up first. Explain." Not had fallen outside. Hampton bowed deeply. "I understand." Era clasped her hands together. She asked how Rei-sun found out. Rei-sun just said, "Intuition." Era adjusted her glasses with a proud smile. "You have excellent observation and analytical skills. You must have smelled the sane, but you cleverly credited it to intuition." Rei-sun stared at her, confused. Where did she even get those glasses? Era removed them thoughtfully, thinking, he always exceeds my expectations. Then she asked, "How is your shadow?" "I will continue to do everything in my power to make you stronger." AA and Hampton both clasped their hands and looked at Miss Sue. Sue smiled. This dish was made with everyone's preferences in mind. There's nothing to worry about. Sue thanked Era warmly. Later that night, Rei-sun lay on his bed. A soft glow filled the room, and the Holy Grail appeared in front of him. With a calm yet mischievous tone, it said, "Well, I'm here." Rei-sun sighed and replied, "Still, it's poison." The Holy Grail barked back loudly. "Poison? This? Don't make me laugh. This tiny thing is nothing." Rei-sun stared at it. The Grail looked oddly tipsy. It swayed, pointed at him, and shouted, "Listen here, short version. Once upon a time." But Rei-sun was already lying back, exhausted. As his eyes drifted, he suddenly saw Lervian beside him. She asked softly, "What time are we leaving?" Rei-sun mumbled, half asleep, "Ada." Lervian frowned. "What do you mean? We can't leave now. I want cake again." Still sunk in his bed, Rei-sun said, "If we leave now, we can't get through the portal." Lervian stepped fully into the room. "That's true," she admitted. Then, without hesitation, she flopped down next to him on his bed. "Then I'm going to sleep right now. If I sleep, tomorrow will come faster." Rei-sun blinked, staring at her, speechless. He slowly leaned on his elbows and called out, "Era, do you hear me?" AA was standing right beside his bed. He jumped. "How long have you been standing there?" "Yes, young master," she answered calmly. Rei-sun sighed. "Please take Lervian back to her room. And please don't wake her." Era, eyes gently closing, said, "Understood." Lervian suddenly rose into the air, floating above the bed. Raisin's eyes widened. Sweat trickled down his face. "This arrow-like efficiency really impresses me." By morning, sunlight flooded the courtyard. A carriage waited in the center of the house. Raisin's family gathered to see him off. Hampton glanced nervously at So-So. "We have to take the carriage. Miss Sue smiled. It's fine. Raisin thought back to his old world. Carriages powered by manna had once been exclusive to nobles. His mother stroked the horse lovingly. She's so smart and so beautiful. Raisin winced internally. She's going to make other mothers jealous. I really don't need that kind of attention right now. He walked toward the carriage, thinking, this is my first step toward independence. I'm heading to the famous swordsman family, the ones who will help me carry out my plans. The journey through the forest took time, but they eventually reached the city. Sue said, we're here to visit the Sadas. Raisin turned when he heard someone call out to him. There, standing on the steps, was Kei-sin, as if he had been waiting from the very moment Raisin left. Raisin smiled. I'm here. Kei-sin nodded, satisfied. You kept your promise. He stepped aside and said, we'll start the battle. Raisin looked up. There were countless steps ahead of him, the path he needed to climb. He gripped his robe, lost in thought. Everything is exactly as I expected. Then he let go of the robe, threw it aside, and said, this time, this won't be easy, Kei-sin. Raisin thought as he stepped forward. But aloud, he said, I'll show you everything I've got. He stood across from Kei-sin and realized just how much had changed since their first meeting. He now had a second circle, far better magical combat control, the holy transcendental grail, the magic of physical strength, and transcendental mana flowing through him. Across from him, Kei-sin Saad gripped his sword with perfect form, eyes locked on Raisin. Raisin clenched both fists, thinking, with an opponent like him, I need to see how far I can go. But at the same time, he admitted to himself, no matter what happens, I cannot defeat Kei-sin. Kei-sin shifted slightly, looking to the right with his brows drawn together. Raisin recognized that expression. That was the personality Kei-sin had carved for himself. In Raisin's mind, an image formed, a line of swordsmen laying down their blades in respect. No one our age can beat him. He's a genius among geniuses, so talented that even other prodigies look average next to him. He remembered the way Kei-sin held his sword before the other swordsmen, how even with all that talent, he trained harder than anyone. Raisin glanced at the smiling Kei-sin in front of him and thought, Kei-sin Saad, youngest son of the S family, the boy who combined talent and effort to rise above everyone. They were the same age, which meant Raisin had no excuse. He had to have improved too. A bright flash exploded between them. Kei-sin dashed forward with a powerful strike, so fast that Raisin's soul almost left his body. As expected, his speed and destructive force are way higher than before. A system notification popped up. Talent, slow flow, automatically activated. Raisin gripped his casting blade and counterattacked. His heels rising. He's about to chain another hit, Raisin analyzed. A solid blow was just the opening. The real attack always followed right after. Raisin dodged, but if he dodged, Kei-sin would instantly close the distance. And he did. Kei-sin shifted into his stance and unleashed his sweeping kick ability. He's too fast. Even slow flow can barely keep up. Raisin studied the sword swing coming at him. The angle, the timing. That's a smart sword, maybe unintentional. But for me, that's even better. Kei-sin, sweating, didn't understand why Raisin was smiling. Raisin thought, he must realize it too. Using a smart blade in a fight is basically cheating. On one knee now, Raisin smirked. Kei-sin let his guard down. Perfect. He charged at him. Kei-sin tried to block with his leg, but Raisin gathered lightning in his hand. He's dodging. I just need a breakthrough. Kei-sin grit his teeth, eyes narrowing. Raisin, don't rush me like this, he thought. You'll break your balance, and if you do, the destructive blow you'll receive will be catastrophic. Raisin stepped closer. Kei-sin was ready to strike back. Raisin extended his hand, clenching it into a tight fist. A system notification appeared. Advanced magical combat technique activated. Beginner skill. Skillful use of weight. Raisin gritted his teeth and charged. Kei-sin watched him approach and muttered, so, you regained your balance. Raisin lunged forward. His fist shot out, striking the blade head-on. The impact hit Sin's point exactly. The explosion that followed was violent. Raw energy blasted outward, tearing apart everything in its path. He and Mayton watched with cold, sharp expressions. The moment Raisin's energy detonated, Kei-sin was thrown backward. He winced, thinking, it wasn't much, but it still hurt. His fighting technique, it's completely different from before. If I let my guard down, I'll lose. Grinding his teeth, Kei-sin demanded, how did you improve this much in such a short time? Raisin smirked. Magical combat techniques evolve fast. Kaisen's eyes narrowed. No, you feel like a completely different person. Raisin stepped closer, expression darkening. There's still more to surprise you with. So don't relax. He watched the fight with burning eyes. This kid is unbelievable, he thought. Was this Rosalina's influence or something else entirely? He realized the fight wouldn't end after Kaisen's first attack. Kaisen launched forward, solid punch. The strike smashed into Raisin's guard and shoved him back. He ground his teeth, furious. If only he'd been born into the Grindel family. He stopped himself immediately. Why am I even thinking this? He analyzed Raisin's actions. He's playing with someone like Kaisen. If Kaisen fought seriously, the opponent wouldn't survive long. But the most astonishing thing, Raisin predicted every move. He rushed forward exactly when the smart sword activated. That wasn't luck. He exploited every opening. He understood Kaisen's combat style and surpassed him mentally. Maiden watched them with a deep scowl. Nugger whispered, "What message is he trying to send through this child?" Both Raisin and Kaisen collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Kaisen, smiling despite the exhaustion, said, "I heard magical martial techniques were advancing, but I never thought this much." Raisin, sweat dripping down his face, muttered, "I still lost." Kaisen waved a hand. "It doesn't matter who won or lost." He grinned wider. "I'm happy." Raisin frowned. "Why?" "Because," Kaisen said proudly, "my friend became so strong. So fast." A system message appeared. None of the relatives can defeat him. Raisin froze, thinking, in other words, no matter how fast I grow, Kaisen will always grow faster. Because of his natural data, his bloodline, his talent, I will never surpass him. Raisin scoffed. "Don't be too happy." Kaisen looked confused. "Why not?" Raisin stared at him calmly and said, "One day, we might become enemies." Kaisen stared at Raisin, shocked. "What do you mean?" he asked. Raisin didn't hesitate. "This is our fate." He turned away, his cloak shifting behind him. "I am Maiden," he said quietly, "and I am safe." Kaisen shouted back, angry and confused. "What nonsense are you talking? We're friends. I'll always think of you as a friend." But even as he said it, both of them knew the truth. No matter how much they cared for each other, they lived in a world where people fought for power, a world where paths could split at any moment. Caltron Maiden raised his hand to his mouth, impressed. "A remarkable performance from such young children. I am proud of you." Raisin bowed slightly. "I'm flattered by your praise." Caltron nodded. "I've heard magical combat techniques are improving rapidly." Raisin answered firmly. "It's true, and I want to become stronger." Caltron smiled. "Good." But Raisin interrupted, raising his voice. "No, I don't just want to become strong." He clenched his fists and shouted with absolute conviction. "I want to become stronger than Kaisen." Kaisen froze. "Stronger than me?" The words echoed in his mind. Kaltra's eyes narrowed, thoughts sharpening. This child, this isn't simple passion. This is determination. Something absolute. Kaltra nodded slowly. "Excellent. Then you will be a formidable contender." He looked directly at Raisin. "How do you intend to achieve this?" Raisin met his gaze without fear. "I plan to study under a martial arts master." He then turned toward me, eyes cold and focused. "That is why I sent Rosalind home and stayed here." He clenched his teeth, eyes shutting for a moment. "What kind of child is this?" Mean thought, troubled. He announced this, right in front of the patriarch of the legendary swordsman family. This declaration meant only one thing. While Raisin was on their territory, no one could do anything unfair to him, because for the successor of a famous family, such disrespect would spark a war. Mages had once learned martial arts from the second strongest member of the legendary martial arts family. Raisin remembered this and smiled to himself. If anyone interpreted this arrangement as the martial arts clan trying to take over the mage clan, it would cause chaos. And yet, he still announced it openly. He, standing proudly, said, "You answered correctly. As promised, I'll teach you martial arts." He narrowed his eyes at Raisin. "You already have permission from your family?" Raisin nodded. "Yes. I told the patriarch I will work with both families and share knowledge with each." He was stunned. What? How did the patriarch allow this? What nonsense is this? He lowered his head to the floor in frustration. The patriarch would never allow such a thing. And yet, he did. He crossed his arms, glaring at Raisin. "There is a test," he said coldly. "Anyone who wishes to learn martial arts must pass it." A system notification popped up. All potential successors of the famous martial arts family must pass the test before learning martial arts. Raisin blinked. Test. Another message followed. The test must be passed before age 10. The task: hunt a red tiger or a white tiger. Adults are strictly forbidden from helping. Rayson inhaled deeply. I understand. Images of red and white tigers flashed in his mind. He turned toward he and Mayton. I will hunt a white tiger. His eyes widened. I haven't even explained anything yet. There's a lot you don't know about our family. Rayson just looked at Kaysen with a calm smile. Kaysen can come with me. Adults can't help. But he isn't an adult. Rayson added. White tigers are massive. Some are the size of a house. Kaysen's face paled. There are tigers that big. But, Rayson continued, if that's the case. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table. I did not give you the right to choose. I order you to kill the red tiger. Rayson frowned. Okay. He exploded. This brat. He knew it. Rayson wanted the red tiger from the beginning. Kaysen stared at Rayson in disbelief. How do you understand these things so well? Rayson shrugged. I read it in the library. Kaysen slapped his forehead. He fooled me again. He thought back to the moment earlier. How he saw Rayson pretend to aim for the white tiger, while actually wanting the red one from the start. He scratched his head. He's too clever. Rayson smiled. I'll learn a lot from you. He gritted his teeth, but then paused. Maybe. He imagined Rayson looking at Kaysen with that sly smile and saying, I took on a student smarter than expected. He exhaled heavily. Maybe this wasn't a mistake after all. Kaysen grabbed a handful of chips and started crunching away. To me, this is just like a hike, he said casually. Rayson sat on the bed and watched him eat. Yes, that's right. Kaysen nodded. I'm going to Garen for the first time. I heard the mountains there are insanely beautiful. Rayson pictured Garen in his head, a mid-sized city far out in the east. Garen is next to the Tigran mountain range, he explained. That's where the red tigers live. Even though it looks close on a map, you can only reach the mountains after 4 full days on foot. The Tigran range is considered dangerous. But honestly, it's pretty peaceful. No strong monsters except the red tigers. Lurvian, listening with shining eyes, jumped in. Then I'll go with you. It'll be more fun. Rayson looked at her flatly. I'm not going there to have fun. Inside a house nearby, light flickered in the windows as if someone was awake. But you said it's like a hike, Lurvian argued. I love hiking. I used to go with my father all the time. Rayson sighed. If the teacher allows it, I'll take you. He summoned magic into his palm. Amazing how convenient magic is. He turned to Kaysen. You should put your stuff here too. Kaysen shook his head. I'll handle my own gear. A glowing portal opened beside them. We've arrived, Rayson said. Lurvian dragged her feet along the road. Let's rest a little at a tavern. Please, we've passed through so many portals. She plopped onto the floor dramatically. Rayson, I'm really hungry. There should be a restaurant in this village, he said. We need to move quickly. Rayson and his friends walked down the stone steps toward the settlement. Well, here comes. He froze. The entire city ahead of them was silent, completely empty. Rayson stared in disbelief. This place is deserted. They approached a lone citizen trembling in the street. Rayson gently asked, Excuse me. The man jumped back, terrified. What is it? This is Garen, right? Of course it is, the man screeched. But instead of asking questions, you should find shelter and leave. Hurry. Rayson and Kaysen exchanged stunned looks. Leave, they asked. But the frightened man was already sprinting away, screaming. Before the robbers come. Rayson narrowed his eyes. Robbers? Lurvian, panicking, clutched Rayson's robe. My stomach still hurts. I'm too hungry to deal with this. Rayson clenched his jaw. Just hold on a little longer. He walked up to a nearby door and knocked firmly. Is anyone there? Silence. Not a single answer. Rayson and his friend stood in front of the silent door. Wrong timing. Rayson thought. Completely the wrong time to arrive. He scanned the empty houses, his expression sharpening. Hard to believe something like this could happen in the Tigran region. It was supposed to be a small, calm place. So who are these robbers that terrify the locals this much? He stared ahead, his eyes narrowing. Then, Rayson and Kaysen saw it. A red tiger stepped out from between the buildings. Its glowing eyes locked onto them. Rayson's heart dropped. No, something's wrong. That's not just a wild red tiger. Someone was sitting on it. A system message flashed. Heavenly Eye activated. Information appeared. Rider identified. Caden. Taming ability. High. Traits. Hunting instinct. Rayson pictured Caden in his mind. Not one of the 3 great clans. But I remember him clearly. He belonged to a different circle. A massive bandit organization outside the 3 families. The Coniferous Train. A group so large it shook entire regions. Caden held a massive spike club, sitting confidently atop the red tiger. He was born to lead the Coniferous Train, Rayson thought. And because of this one guy, the entire city freezes in fear. Caden looked down at them from the tiger's back. Who are you kids? Just children. Nothing interesting. Kaysen gritted his teeth. This is the robber who terrified the whole city. Caden raised a brow, then laughed mockingly. A robber? Me? He burst into hysterical laughter. Kaysen's face hardened. What's so funny? Caden stopped laughing and leaned forward, eyes sharp and twisted. I'm not a robber. I just enjoy hunting people. Raisin's blood went cold, even with Kaysen's abilities. If we fight Caden now, we'll die. Raisin clenched his jaw, sweat forming. Caden, you're trying to challenge us? Caden folded his arms, closed his eyes lazily, and said, Trying? Kid, do you really not know? I don't need anyone's permission to hunt. He opened his eyes with a grin. A hunter hunts wherever he wants. Raisin's mouth hung open. This is Garen. There should be 7 high-class sword warriors guarding this place. How would they let someone like you run wild here? Caden stared at them silently from atop the tiger. Raisin's mind raced. Only 2 explanations. The red tiger growled forward. Either the sword warriors made a secret deal with him, or this is because of the terrible probability I created. Kaysen took his stance, drawing his sword with determination. He shouted, He's advancing. A system message popped up in front of Kaysen. Combat ability activated. Low probability, or rather, the distortion of it, had already begun to show its effect. Caden, riding atop the red tiger like a king of predators, charged straight at them. The ground shook beneath each step. A system message suddenly flickered in front of Raisin. Warning, copyrights associated with the character Raisin may have been obtained. For a moment, the battlefield blurred. Raisin found himself staring at a pen in his hand and an open notebook on his lap, as if reality had glitched for a second. Copyrights. He thought about the advantage of such a thing, how it connected to ownership, destiny, control. But the scene snapped back instantly. Caden's bloodthirst still surged toward them. Raisin clenched his jaw. Even after Caden announced the hunt, the knights guarding Garen didn't move. Not a single defender lifted a finger. The silence of the city, the terror of the locals, and now the knights' refusal to act. It all pointed to one horrifying conclusion. Something was deeply, fundamentally wrong here. The entire town had been acting strangely, whispering behind closed doors and eyeing the mountains with suspicion. Everyone believed Caden hunted freely in Garen because of brute strength, but Raisin knew there was more to it. Holding his pen, he muttered to himself, This time, I'll do it perfectly. The red tiger burst into Raisin's blue circle. Its jaws spread wide in a guttural growl. Then it lunged, blasting them backward with sheer force. Raisin steadied himself, shocked at its speed. Faster than expected. His eyes flicked toward Lurvian, who was clutching her shoulder, and Kaysen beside her. Good, neither of them were hurt. He exhaled slowly. This creature, as you guessed, it's a red tiger. If any of us take it head-on, we're dead. Then he added, but it has one weakness. It charges in a straight line before stretching mid-air. Before he could finish, Lurvian clenched her teeth. I'm starving. I'm actually dying. She raised both hands and began casting a fireball. Lurvian, wait. Raisin shouted, but she was already screaming. If I kill this beast, I can eat. She hurled a fireball straight at the red tiger. Caden, sitting lazily atop the beast, smirked. Kids these days. The tiger swallowed the fireball whole. Lurvian froze. It ate it. Caden burst into laughter. A young magician using that little trick. Hilarious. You 3 should join the coniferous trail. I might spare you. Kaysen bristled. What is a coniferous trail supposed to be? Caden's eyes thinned with amusement. It simply means we own this mountain range. Robbers is such a rude word. Kaysen stepped forward, sword raised. I have no intention of joining criminals. By my blade, I'll cut down every bastard who dares terrorize the people. Caden tilted his head, smiling like a predator. Oh, then I assume the 3 of you are prepared to die. Right now. Raisin exploded. Stop. This is so stupid. Even Caden blinked in confusion. Why didn't I ask who they were first? Why are 3 kids fighting a red tiger? Raisin's expression brightened suddenly, as if checking something off a list. Good. The condition is fulfilled. He had already written the advantages of English rights in his notebook earlier. Because the truth was simple. Caden wasn't hunting in Garen because he wanted to. He was following an order, performing a test. Since ancient times, these tests were arranged long in advance. The successors, no matter how dramatic the battle looked, were never in real danger. Just like Rosalina when she hunted the white tiger. Raisin's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, dangerous glint. So, you already knew who we were. And even after figuring that out, you kept spouting nonsense. That means you're trusting someone, aren't you? Caden, still seated atop the red tiger, clenched his fists. Behind him, a yellow portal rippled open, bright, swirling, and unmistakably magical. From that portal, a girl stepped out with her head lowered. Rayson stared at her. So, this must be the older sister. Kaysen turned toward her in disbelief. "Lady," he shouted, his face going red. Lurvian blinked in confusion. Meanwhile, Rayson glanced at IIA and sighed internally. I knew it. Something felt off. Things are going too smoothly. He pictured how people would enter that portal. Anyone managing such a gate had to be at least a third circle mage. Robbers didn't have the power, or the reason, to tamper with M's profitable teleport business. Rayson imagined a grand castle. Then imagine a man sprinting away, locking doors in panic, just because a hunting alert had been issued. Strange. Way too strange. Then Caden's smiling face flashed across his mind. He wasn't even a confirmed villain yet. He might not have hunted a single person. Rayson's attention shifted to the enormous tiger. A city like this, you can't just manipulate it under the excuse of a test. So there's only one answer. He stared at the surroundings again. The air, the ground, the light. This isn't Heron. This entire place, it's artificially created. Only one person had that kind of power. IIA stepped forward, looking at Rayson with sharp, almost predatory eyes. Amazing, she said. Rayson caught the tone and smiled lightly. That's when everyone started hiding, right? IIA landed on the ground beside him. So the whole fight with the red tiger, it was all an act. Rayson nodded. Yeah, I figure I might as well show a bit of interest in the test. She closed her eyes and exhaled. So then, a figure appeared behind her, silently, almost like a shadow. You've passed the test, he said with a frown. Caden quickly jumped off the red tiger, as expected from the Maiden and Sod successors. To stay so calm in front of a red tiger, impressive. Then he dropped to one knee and bowed deeply. Young masters, I apologize for my rudeness. Rayson waved it off. It's fine. None of this was your fault. The whole space was created by your sister and her martial artists. Caden raised his head, relieved. I appreciate your understanding. And if I may say so, his gaze shifted toward Rayson. You seem to be the leader of your group. He studied Rayson and Kaysen carefully, curiosity flickering in his eyes. I assumed Kaysen would be the leader. He's the strongest among them. But this guy, he lowered his gaze, folding his hands behind his back, almost amused. Interesting. Training him might actually be fun. He finally spoke. The Grindle family never tells their potential successors to defeat the red or white tiger outright. Kaysen turned toward him. So, the real purpose of this test was to see whether we'd break mentally before the enemy. Magner nodded. Yes. Kaysen crossed his arms, thinking aloud. Then the guardian spirits supporting us must also be hiding somewhere nearby. Rayson blinked. Guardian spirits. Suddenly, a system window flashed before his eyes. Celestial Eye activated. He looked toward the treeline, and there, faintly glowing, he saw them. Multiple blue silhouettes concealed between the branches. Rayson quietly admitted to himself that Kaysen was right. He's only 10 years old. If I wasn't the creator, I never would have figured any of this out. Lurvian wandered over to the red tiger and gently stroked its fur. Rayson stiffened just watching it. If that thing had faced me seriously, I'd probably have fainted on the spot. He looked at the group. So, Kaysen, you attacked the red tiger because you trusted the guardian spirits, right? Kaysen nodded confidently. Yes. Magner frowned. That's not exactly a satisfying answer. Kaysen lifted his chin, meeting his gaze without hesitation. I don't believe a wise man stand alone. Magner blinked, unsure how to respond. So who are you then? Kaysen tightened his fist. The one who stands alone can achieve true victory. Even if I lack something, there will always be reliable people beside me to fill that gap. That is what life is. Rayson looked at him baffled. He's not even embarrassed about acknowledging weakness. Watching Kaysen's unwavering face, Rayson wondered if maybe Kaysen had sensed the guardian spirits first and trusted them completely. He cracked a smile. So, your strength, the things you can rely on, those are your true skills. IIA watched silently. This is coming from a child of a famous magician household. I never expected this. Her brows knit tightly, her eyes closing as an unexpected ache spread through her chest. Why does hearing this kid talk feel like my heart is breaking? Suddenly, system message. A change has occurred that affects the plot. Rayson's eyes widened, lighting up. Another change? I can't see which one. My celestial eye isn't high enough yet. He forced a calm smile. Well, guardian spirits are definitely one of my strengths. Even if that's not the answer I wanted. Magner narrowed his eyes. Rayson, you knew about the guardian spirits from the beginning? Of course. Rayson replied smoothly. Even before I met Kei-sen. He stepped forward, voice turning sharp. A potential successor of famous mage family. Invited into a swordsman family as well. If something happens to me, while walking beside the child of a renowned swordsman clan, his eyes darkened. That would disgrace their honor. And worse, it would give their family a perfect excuse. Magner's head snapped toward him. A reason? Yes, Rayson said calmly. A clear reason. Magner's face twisted with outrage. How dare you? Are you saying we would threaten your life for an excuse? That is an insult to the means. Rayson looked at his sister with calm eyes. It's because I'm not you. A memory flickered through his mind. Sitting on the cold floor, nibbling chocolate while the maid quietly stayed beside him. Back then the marble was stained with blood. I was never an important figure in the family like you, he said quietly. If anything had happened to me back then, I would have been nothing but a living piece of trash, someone they could easily throw away. His brows tightened. For someone as weak as me, the means would definitely turn a blind eye. It would give them a perfect excuse to pressure the Sadis. IIA's eye softened. Even now, in such a moment, he's completely calm. Is this how a 10-year-old should think about his own family? Rayson smiled gently. Don't misunderstand. I don't hate my family. I'm simply speaking logically. Suddenly, IIA rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. Rayson stiffened, cheeks flushing red. The blood of the Maitons still flows in you, she whispered, her voice trembling. Hearing such words from a child, it hurts more than you know. Rayson closed his eyes as she held him tighter. I only pray, she continued, that the means never become a burden you have to carry alone. Thank you, Rayson said softly. Behind them, Kei-sen clenched his fists. A red aura burst around him, his entire body trembling. He glared at Rayson with burning eyes. Rayson turned. What's wrong with you? Kei-sen suddenly shouted. I'll be your family. Rayson blinked. What? Kei-sen frowned, jaw tight. I can treat you much better than they ever did. Before Rayson could respond, Lervian sprinted toward them and tackled him into a hug. He hit the ground, stunned. What's happening? The situation changed too fast. How do I deal with this? Lervian's cheeks went bright red. I'm hungry. The ordeal is over, so we can finally eat. Rayson sighed helplessly, but smiled. All right, let's go. A few days later, the scene shifted to a quiet pond. Steam rose from a wooden bath. He relaxed inside, glancing over with a small grin. So, what brings you here? Rayson stepped closer. I want to go to the Tigran mountain range. He inhaled, smiling faintly. I heard the views are incredible. In his mind, he pictured towering hills, endless ridgelines, and wild, untouched stone. I want to see the real Tigran, not the artificial one created with magic. His eyes narrowed slightly. So you want a vacation? No. Then what? Rayson smirked. I found something in the space my sister created. He tilted his head. And what exactly did she prepare for you? Rayson answered calmly. She left something for me to use. Of course. He was lying through his teeth. His eyes sharpened, his gaze turning cold. What did she leave? Rayson quietly decided. It was time to follow the plan he had written himself. The plan on how to create the lie he was about to sell. I was told there's something hidden in the mountain range, he explained. In his mind, a massive blue sphere formed, glowing, pulsing, radiating mana. Even inside an artificially created space, I felt a strange flow of mana. That's how I knew she sealed something inside the mountains. He stared at Rayson in shock. And why didn't I know about this? Rayson shrugged. The means have their own way of communicating. His mind drifted off, imagining Rayson and IIA standing still like statues, talking telepathically through mage family magic. These two, they're not normal. He frowned deeply. Shouldn't you have told me about this? You're my teacher, Rayson replied calmly. You already know how this works. He let out a sharp exhale, clearly irritated. Rayson raised 2 fingers. She contacted me for 2 reasons. What reasons? He asked, leaning forward. Rayson recalled Kei-sen and smirked. First, to keep it secret from Kei-sen. He's my rival, after all. He nodded slowly. Yeah, IIA would definitely do that. Rayson placed a hand over his heart, then clenched his fist. And second, to see if I would understand her message. She hit 2 birds with 1 stone. He sank deeper into the bath water and asked, So where exactly is this mountain range? You'll know when you see it, Rayson replied. She only gave me the approximate area. He narrowed his eyes. And where is that? Rayson hid his real thoughts. I know the exact location. He pictured a faint, mystical glow buried deep inside the mountains. The opportunity Kei-sen gets in the original story, the 1,000-year dragon's breastplate. If he goes with me, the danger won't be half as bad. He suddenly shot upright in the water, eyes trembling. The head of the dragon. One of the 108 peaks. Rayson tilted his head. What's wrong? Magner forced a smile. Nothing. Just a funny memory related to that place. Scene shift. At the portal. He climbed the steps, Rayson following behind. After crossing gate after gate, Rayson clutched his chest. We've passed through so many portals I feel sick. Can we rest here for at least one day? He looked back with cold eyes. No. Time is money. Did you forget? Rayson stared into the distance with the expression of a dying man. So we're walking 3 days straight to reach the mountain. The head of the dragon. He echoed. What exactly do you mean by that? He started descending the steps again. 1 day of rest is more than enough. Rayson stared at his back, confused and irritated. Wait, what are you even saying to yourself? He turned with an infuriating smile. If you don't hurry, you'll fall completely behind. Rayson shouted, Hey, wait for me. He scoffed. What were you expecting? You can't even keep up with an old eccentric like me. Rayson reached out in panic. I'm a magician, you know. Then used distortion. I can't. I'm a second circle mage. He waved a hand dismissively while continuing down the steps. Then we can only rely on your strength. Rayson stumbled into view, drenched in sweat, gasping desperately. A blue aura flickered weakly around him. He stared at He with hollow eyes. This man is insane. At this rate, I won't reach the dragon's head. I'll die on the way. His legs gave out. Rayson collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach. A moment later, the nausea hit. Hard. He bent forward and vomited heavily. He watched, expression half annoyed, half disgusted. Why are you so frail? Rayson lay on the ground, trembling, trying to catch his breath. He crossed his arms thoughtfully. He's gone farther than I expected. I thought he'd pass out halfway. Rosalina would have given up even earlier. Even though he absorbed a bit of my fighting spirit, his foundation is still mana. For a kid like that, it's impressive. Rayson forced a shaky smile. He snorted. What was a weakling like you expecting when you became my student? Rayson croaked. I just want to take back the words I said in front of the patriarch. His eye twitched violently. Rayson flinched. Why are you looking at me like that? TCH. Nothing. He turned away. He glared into the distance, annoyed. This brat is unbelievable. His breathing is already completely stabilized, so restless. If only he had proper fighting spirit. Rayson pushed himself to his feet. He asked coldly, Done relaxing? We still have hours to go. Rayson sighed. I told you. This journey normally takes 3 days. His eyebrow twitched. According to maiden standards? Yes. He instantly picked up the pace. Rayson scrambled after him. At this rate, he was practically gliding forward. Rayson watched with gritted teeth as the distance between them grew. How is he moving so fast on Bearstone? Not even a speck of dust rises behind him. Rayson stared at his back in awe. He's like the wind. Then suddenly, Rayson froze. Something ahead made his eyes widen in shock. He glanced around, confused. What was that wind? Rayson slowly turned his head, a spark of realization flickering in his eyes. Wait, I think I get it. The wind, it's blowing at my back. Maybe, just maybe this could work. A faint hum vibrated in the air. Then, a magical sphere formed right in front of him, swirling with blue mana, rippling like a heartbeat awakening. Rayson focused on circulating mana through his entire body. But then a thought struck him. What if, instead of just circulating it, I create a channel, a path that traps the wind and pushes me forward? The moment he imagined it, a blue aura flared behind him, and his body suddenly shot forward, lighter, faster, sharper. He blinked in surprise. Whoa, what am I even doing? Every step felt easier, as if the wind itself had agreed to carry him. A system window flashed. Magic Martial Arts, Beginner. Attribute use, Unsealed. Attribute activated, Wind. Rayson accelerated, wind slicing past his ears. He looked down at his hands, glowing faintly blue. Attribute use? Another system message appeared. Magic Martial Arts, Beginner. Attribute use sealed and heart, unsealed. Raisin's lips curled into a grin. I may not become a true attribute magician like Lervian, but thanks to my forbidden mana, I can still use attributes. His eyes hardened. This is the path a magician trained in magical combat should walk. He glanced ahead, and found he looking back at him with a calm smile. So, the kid finally learned something. Scene shift, deep in the forest. 2 blue butterflies drifted through the air. Rayson lay sprawled on the ground, gasping. I'm starving to death. He groaned. I used up every bit of mana the holy transcendental grail stored for me. I can't move another step, even if they kill me. Sweat soaked his clothes, dripping down his chin. Can't take it anymore, he whispered, eyes shutting. He was moments away from passing out when the Grail's voice echoed. Get up. Rayson ignored it and drifted into sleep. Magner is a complete monster. Who the hell covers 100 kilometers in 50 minutes? He, standing nearby, watched with a bored expression. So he fell asleep. Once we reach the end of this path, we'll see it. He stared down at Rayson. If you can't handle this, you only have yourself to blame. That's what my brother and I were taught. Magner lifted his gaze to the trees overhead. When I was 10, 100 kilometers in 50 minutes. He chuckled, closing his eyes. Even I couldn't do that. And neither could my brother, the patriarch. He looked back at the sleeping Rayson. Well, the more he trains, the lighter his body will become. Suddenly, Rayson's eyes snapped open. He screamed as he saw he dragging him across the ground by the leg. What are you doing? He flicked Rayson's hand away. Dragging you to the dragon's head with my old, fragile arms. Sleep well. Oh, what? Rayson stared ahead in terror. Magner sighed. I'm tired. From here on, everything depends on you. Rayson grit his teeth and raised a hand to block the harsh sunlight. He crossed his arms. I'm only here to keep you company. Rayson nodded gratefully. Thank you. As he looked ahead, the outline of a small, quiet village appeared, and behind it rose enormous mountains twisting upward like scales. So this is the dragon's head. Rayson frowned and glanced sideways. I should pretend I'm surveying the area and try to spot the well. This place looks abandoned, Rayson muttered. He smiled faintly. It was probably an agricultural village. Rayson turned sharply toward him. Didn't you say you had memories connected to this place? He stiffened. You weren't supposed to know that. Rayson stepped a little closer to the silent village. It doesn't look like anyone's lived here for a long time. I want to take a look around. He shrugged. Do whatever you want. A system message flashed before Rayson's eyes. Current location, Old Robber City. Another message followed. A small settlement where bandits lived 30 years ago. He cleared this city after stumbling upon it. Rayson immediately pictured it. He tearing through waves of bandits, bodies falling like leaves around him. Another message appeared. He killed over a dozen robbers with his bare hands. Rayson imagined he turning away, drenched in blood, expression dark and merciless. Another message surfaced. The public does not know of this incident. Rayson pictured the corpses scattered in the rain. Of course, he wouldn't keep something like this in the open. Then a girl appeared in front of Rayson, a memory projection. He met Maya here. He appeared next, running desperately through the rain, carrying a young woman on his back. Maya was a kidnapped villager. He fell in love with her at first sight and destroyed all the bandits to save her. Another image appeared. Maya coughing blood, trembling. Maya was already poisoned. Rayson watched the memory. He lifting Maya into his arms, rain pouring over both of them, his voice breaking as he screamed to the heavens. Maya died in Magner's arms before he could escape the mountains. The rain poured. He stood motionless, screaming into the thunder, unable to save the one person he loved. Rayson swallowed. So that's it. That's why he never married. Why he lives alone. He can't forget her, his first love. Rayson looked around the ruins. There's something unusual about this place. He nodded. Find it. Rayson turned, annoyed. Is it really that hard for you to help me even a little? He glanced away. In any case, it's none of my business. Rayson followed the narrow path between the ruined houses. I'll check the area for more clues, he said. He waved lazily from behind. Good. I need to rest anyway. I'm old and fragile, remember. Rayson rolled his eyes and kept walking. If the well is still here. He soon stopped in front of a large, weathered stone well. Arms folded, he stared down into the darkness. Honestly, who even cares about this abandoned city anymore? He stared deeper. This well, it was filled with blood back then. He threw all the bandits' bodies into it. Rayson extended his hand over the well. A faint red aura rippled around his fingers. But what if they weren't all robbers? What if there's more to this? As he pushed energy downward, his expression changed instantly. What? The sight shocked him. This can't be. He channeled more mana, letting it sink into the well's depths. Where are the bones? The dozens, maybe hundreds, that should logically be here? Who pulled them out? And why? Suddenly, a pulse of purple energy surged from the inside of the well. He froze. Even if someone cleared the corpses, they would have placed a barrier, or sealed it with a spell. Then Magner's voice echoed from behind, a faint smile on his face. So you figured something out. Purple energy spread farther, swirling like mist. A heavy, oppressive presence seeped from the well. Dark energy, rising slowly from below. Rayson felt a chill crawl down his spine. He stared at the rising dark energy, brows tightening. If the corpses vanished, Did someone also seal their souls? He took a stance, fist clenched. I don't know what this barrier is for, but destroying it will be easy. Just then, Rayson casually walked up behind him. Teacher, did you find anything here? He blinked in surprise, then forced a calm voice. Nothing. Rayson smiled to himself. Liar. I already found it. The bloody well that hides the 1,000-year dragon's breastplate. Dark energy pulsed from the depths like a heartbeat. A system message appeared. Inside the well lies the willpower of a barrier arts master. Blood well formation. Activated through the master's will. Rayson's eyes narrowed. The barrier master never mentioned anything like this in the records. Not for this well. He stepped closer, peering into the black abyss below. Teacher, Rayson asked with a calm smile. You know something about barrier arts, don't you? He flinched. Why would I need that kind of information? Rayson chuckled. You already knew there was a barrier on this well. His eye twitched. This brat, such a scoundrel. With a stiff face, he replied. And how would a martial artist like me know anything about barriers? Rayson pointed at the well. Isn't it strange? A barrier on a well no one uses. He answered flatly. There are plenty of madmen in the world. Why question what madmen do? Rayson ignored him and continued. This barrier is more than 10 years old, which doesn't make sense at all. He tightened his jaw, staring at Rayson with growing irritation. Too knowledgeable. Far too knowledgeable for a 10-year-old. What exactly are you saying? He asked. Rayson smiled. That the barrier wasn't created by a master. This well created a barrier on its own. He froze. Are you saying this well is sentient? What nonsense. He closed his eyes, trying to shut down the idea. The well is just a well. But then, his breath caught. A memory surfaced. One he had buried for decades. He stood at the well long ago, surrounded by the bodies of bandits he'd slaughtered. He remembered throwing their corpses inside, then meeting Maya there. He ran through the rain with her on his back. Her body weak from poison the bandits had forced on her. He remembered holding her as she slowly grew colder. On the mountain path, she died in his arms. And then, his eyes widened in horror, because in that buried memory, he remembered turning around and seeing her, standing calmly in front of the well. He remembered it clearly now. She was dying. She could barely breathe. Yet she was calmly walking around this very well. How is that possible? Rayson stared into the depths of the well. There's only one condition under which an object gains its own will and creates a barrier, he said. A special installation embedded inside it. Magner's voice trembled. And what do magicians call that? Rayson turned to him with a teasing smile. Are you sure you want to know? You're not very talkative, teacher. He frowned. Tell me. Rayson tapped his chin dramatically. Well, there's a secret only I can reveal. He stiffened. What secret? Rayson's smile widened. I have an eye that can read supernatural installations. And the proof is right here. His face paled. Rayson pointed toward the well. I can sense Mayton's name from this place. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. This well is called the Bloody Well, and this is what my sister wanted to show me. Magner froze. 30 years ago. I met Maya here. 30 years ago. Rayson wasn't even born. When Maya died, I cried at this very well. Rayson placed his hand on the stone rim. The strangest thing is, I don't feel even a hint of blood here. He stared deeply into the darkness. What exactly was your special someone? Teacher. His expression hardened. How much more do you know? Rayson shrugged. You tell me. What do you think this means? He raised both hands. This is all I can see. The rest, you'll have to handle. Suddenly, a burst of purple smoke erupted from the well. The force blasted Rayson backward, slamming him onto the ground. Rayson gasped and shouted. What is that smoke? He stared ahead, expression grim. We don't understand this devil. As the smoke thickened, a shape formed inside the well. Delicate at first, then clearer. A girl's silhouette emerged from the swirling purple haze. She stepped forward slowly, studying them with calm, distant eyes. Rayson and Magner both turned pale. His heart stopped, because the girl's face, the hair, the eyes, everything was the same as the woman he had lost. Maya. He stared into the swirling smoke, eyes trembling. Maya. The figure stepped forward. A young woman in a long dress, short hair, gently brushing her cheeks. She smiled softly. It's been a long time. Rayson's eyes widened. So this is Magner's first love. But the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. She's not human. This aura, she's nothing but smoke. A pheromone creature meant to seduce humans. Maya's gaze slid to Magner, warm and inviting. You've matured, and you came back for me. You never forgot me, did you? He gave a small, bitter smile. No, I didn't forget. Maya tilted her head. What does it feel like? Meeting your first love again. She pinched her cheek shyly. You've aged, but I've become even more beautiful, don't you think? Rayson narrowed his eyes, studying this woman, his first love, someone that important to Magner. There's no way this is normal. Maya stepped closer. You seem happy, she whispered. He nodded. I was thinking about how you died. He remained completely still, as if afraid to even breathe. That memory, it was the heaviest stone on my soul. But now, I can finally let it go. Maya's expression flickered. Magner. In the blink of an eye she vanished, then materialized right behind him, her breath brushing his ear. So much time has passed. She pressed herself against his back, her voice dripping with seduction. Why don't we surrender, just a little? Her hand slid around him, tightening. Back then you were just a boy, but now, she blushed. You're a real man. Her tongue brushed his neck. Let's spend eternity together, giving each other warmth. Rayson spun around, face red. He. Magner didn't answer. Instead, his hand snapped up and grabbed Maya by the throat. She was lifted into the air instantly, eyes wide with fear. He. What are you doing? She shrieked. Magner didn't flinch. Rayson, he said coldly. Watch closely. This is your first lesson. Rayson froze. Maya struggled. And Magner. He tightened his grip. She's a female yakai. His voice dropped to a terrifying growl. You asked what a spirit means? There are only two ways to kill one. He held her higher. First, use sheer physical force. His aura surged. Second, crush it with your fighting spirit, mana, or any energy you possess. Maya gasped, trembling. I didn't know you liked it rough. I'm going to show him, he said calmly. He stepped forward, placing Maya before him like a target. A powerful aura burst around him, shaking the ground. This is the basic martial arts technique of the Grindel family. One of the four great forces. Rupture. Rayson stared at his teacher in awe, breath catching in his throat. Rayson felt it instantly. That amount of fighting spirit, it's insane. He watched as he stretched out his hand. A violent shockwave blasted forward, slamming into Maya with such overwhelming force that her body split into two. Her eyes widened in terror. Magner, what have you done to me? Rayson clenched his teeth. He didn't just strike her. Lightning and chaotic energies burst from Maya's body, tearing the air apart around her. Rayson's eyes widened. He didn't break her. He broke the space she was inside. As Maya's exploding form scattered across ripped space, Rayson swallowed hard. Did he actually destroy the space itself? A massive surge of energy erupted. Maya's voice shook. Magner is trying to kill me. Wasn't it true? Didn't you love me? How could you do this? Magner's expression darkened. His fighting aura roared outward, shaking the earth. Rayson, watch closely, he shouted. This is the first method of killing a yakai. Rayson crouched, eyes sharp. Destroy the space itself with overwhelming force. Strike the spirit by tearing apart the world around it. I understand, he said. He charged forward, his body erupting with purple aura. Now, he passed through Maya at a speed she couldn't follow, leaving a gaping crack in space behind him. Maya screamed. How could you? One of the most beautiful girls in the world. Are you both insane? Her body flickered, disappearing piece by piece. Rayson exhaled sharply, clutching his chest. Too much mana, and no preparation. My chest feels like it's going to explode, but for a first attempt, it's not bad. Maya's form dissolved, until only a faint outline remained. She smirked weakly. So that's it. A love rivalry between two men? You're competing for me. Only one of you can keep me alive, right? Her laughter echoed as her body vanished, leaving behind only a trembling hand on the ground. Magner crossed his arms. Not bad. Rayson stomped on the remaining hand. Of course. I had an excellent teacher. He turned with a grin. But teacher, why didn't you kill her immediately? Why all the small talk? He raised a hand dramatically. Bet. You hesitated because you still love her. Wham. His fist crashed into Rayson's head. Rayson grabbed his skull, face turning bright red. Ack. I didn't even have time to activate Iron Skin. He crossed his arms, sulking. This idiot. His tongue is too sharp for his own good. Rayson's charge toward Mate kept replaying in Magner's mind. The way Rayson killed her. It wasn't magic, and it sure wasn't any martial technique he recognized. It was too different, too raw, too dangerous. He remembered that moment. Rayson's fist flashing with a violent purple glow, as if he had forced every last drop of mana into a single strike. And when that strike landed, Magner could only think one thing. So he freed her by destroying her. Just imagining a magician using a technique like that, a spell that could make your hands vanish just from the recoil, made Magner's skin crawl. That kind of attack usually meant losing both arms forever. Magner looked over and saw Rayson yelling back in frustration, furious that Magner even considered the idea of wanting to kill his own student. How was Rayson's body even able to withstand that technique? Magner genuinely couldn't understand it. After a long breath, Magner said he'd show Rayson another technique next time. Rayson stared back and calmly asked if he could guess what technique it might be. Magner only sighed. Let's go. As they walked, Rayson suddenly stopped and asked, "Is this because you want to hide your eyes?" Magner raised a brow. "And what makes you think that?" Rayson shrugged, saying his siblings were probably jealous. Magner frowned. Why didn't this kid trust him? And why did he not hate it? Soon, Rayson climbed up onto the edge of the old well. Magner blinked, wondering how something this disgraceful even existed in the Maton family grounds. Rayson swung his feet over the opening and asked what IIA had prepared inside. Magner corrected him. It wasn't prepared. It was created. Rayson tilted his head. So this dungeon, it's artificially made. His curiosity spilled into imagination. Mages shaping entire spaces out of mana, crafting virtual worlds for specific purposes. Looking into the darkness below, Rayson said he originally thought it was a natural dungeon, but she definitely messed with it somehow. Magner agreed. The whole place reeked of a mage's handiwork. Then he yawned and muttered, "But why'd she make it this complicated? That girl's still half crazy." Rayson chuckled. "I don't think she's trying to kill me. Maybe she just left some kind of guard down there." He lowered himself into the well. Magner wished him good luck. Rayson jumped first. Magner followed a heartbeat later. Both plunged downward at high speed. Magner squinted into the darkness, wondering why this dungeon was so impossibly deep. He shut his eyes, thinking back on the truth they'd uncovered. All those bandits Rayson fought, none of them were real. Just illusions. Consciousness manipulation at its finest. And he hadn't realized it earlier. As they fell deeper, one final question echoed through Magner's mind. If this place housed such a powerful yakai, why had no one ever found it? And if IIA had really come here, would she have left everything just like this? A system message blinked into existence before Rayson. Setting: Destroyer. Probability of the world beginning to falter. Rayson froze. Fear crawled up his spine. Is this the settings destroyer? His eyes darted around, searching. He turned toward Could be him. Again, the system message appeared. Settings destroyer doubts the missing probability of the world. Probability partially destroyed. Rayson's heart raced. What exactly had been destroyed? A notepad and pen materialized in his hands. His thoughts spun. Could this be another settings clue? Opening the notebook, a line had appeared on its pages. After he visited the bloody well, no one could locate it for 30 years. Another system message popped up. Reason for inability to locate: unknown. Rayson closed his eyes, imagining the night creeping toward the well. He tried to decipher the original record. How had Kaysen found it before the researchers and yakai hunters? He needed to fill in the gaps, to stop wandering blindly. Heavenly. He wrote the word into his notebook. The answer revealed itself. Only those who possessed the heavenly eye could see the true essence of the well. A system message appeared again. Missing probability partially filled. Rayson smiled, feeling the puzzle pieces click into place. Another line of truth had been unlocked. He looked down into the abyss below. Everything seemed still. Isn't this the perfect answer? But the weight of possibility pressed down on him. If this happened repeatedly, the world itself could collapse. He had to remain vigilant. Suddenly, his fingers touched the floor. He rose, and a system message announced. Current location: 1,000-year-old abandoned dragon nest. Rayson's eyes widened. A nest that had not felt life for a millennium. And here he was. Magner's voice echoed through the cave. Why aren't you using magic? Rayson whipped around in surprise. Magic? Yes, he said. You can't use reconnaissance, study techniques, or anything else. Rayson's gaze dropped. I'm still only on the second circle. He adjusted his belt, calm as ever. Which circle do you need to reach to use them? The third, Rayson replied. Blue mana swirled around him, faint but solid. He observed it quietly, and his eyes narrowed. He has enough mana for the third circle. Yet he's still alive? What a strange kid. Peering deeper into the nest, he added, Before we move forward, we should check for traps. Rayson shook his head. I don't think she'd test me beyond my limits. He smiled. Still, you could at least light the path. Rayson raised a finger, calmly pointing downward. This is just a dungeon. There's no need to waste mana on the first lap. And with that, he moved forward, the faint blue aura shimmering as he descended deeper into the 1,000-year-old nest, ready to face whatever awaited. He looked at him, shaking his head slightly. What a strange kid he is. Rayson and he stepped into the dark dungeon together. The air was thick and humid, clinging to their skin. Raisin's gaze swept forward. It has to be here somewhere. Then, a blue lake appeared before them, shimmering faintly in the darkness. Raisin paused. What exactly is this? Suddenly, darkness swallowed everything around them. In the distance, a voice cut through the void. Go away. His eyes narrowed as he looked into the void. Why place it here? He asked. Raisin, eyes fixed ahead, shrugged. I heard she picked up a strange toy, something that emits light. At the center of the lake sat a massive figure, a giant clad in dark armor, its presence radiating authority and danger. Raisin's lips formed a single word, bronze giant. He glanced at Raisin, frowning. Is that really a giant? It seems too small. Raisin's expression remained calm. Of course it's not real. It's just a creation, modeled after a sample. The bronze giant's gaze locked on Raisin. Leave. I am the keeper of the treasure, it declared, voice echoing across the lake. Raisin settled himself at the water's edge, pondering. This opponent is not simple. He glanced at Raisin. You would lose against him, he said matter-of-factly. Raisin shrugged, peeling off his outer layer of clothing. Sure, but giving up isn't an option. The bronze giant's helmet glowed ominously. Twice, its voice rang out. Leave. Raisin's body tensed as he warmed up, eyes locked on the towering figure. Everything ends with just one mistake. That's why I brought you here. The giant slowly began to rise. Raisin swallowed hard. I only have one chance. He imagined the original story, how Kaisin had barely survived a single blow from this same bronze giant. Its strikes were lethal. In the original, the energy wave from its sword almost killed Kaisin. The bronze giant struck first. A massive surge of energy swept toward Raisin. He dodged just in time. A violent explosion erupted where he had been standing. Raisin smiled faintly, determination blazing. I won't let history repeat itself. The giant rose fully, gripping its sword tightly. Raisin waded into the water, rolling up his sleeves. Okay, let's fight. One strike, that's all I need. The iron golem swung its massive blade, energy crackling along its edge. Flames ignited across the sword, scorching the water beneath. Raisin leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike as it smashed into the lake, sending a shockwave rippling outward. Pain shot across his back. A severe burn, but he grit his teeth. Compared to Kaisin, I'm just a grain of sand. He imagined Kaisin in the original story, holding out his hand, barely enduring the overwhelming force, and Raisin clenched his fists tighter, ready to rewrite this battle entirely. Raisin's eyes locked onto the golem's massive sword, rushing toward him with terrifying speed. His mind flickered to Kaisin in the original story, swinging his blade, even after sustaining grievous wounds. If he could do that, maybe I can too. Raisin clenched his fist. This is my only opportunity. He imagined Kaisin dashing forward in a flash of lightning, cutting relentlessly at the bronze giant. Kaisin had thrown himself at in the past, but brute force alone wouldn't win here. Raisin had to think. He had to move smarter. The golem's flaming sword slashed through the air. Raisin leapt aside, barely avoiding the inferno. I'll have to circle around it, find the opening. He activated self-defense, feeling mana hum through him. Launching himself onto the golem's sword, he planted his right hand to brace himself. Heat scorched his skin, burning hot, but I can endure it for a few seconds. The golem slammed the sword into the wall with all its might, stone fragments raining down on he. The giant's gaze was relentless. Raisin balanced on its head, calculating. Now is the right moment. He visualized Kaisin cutting at the hinge at incredible speed. If I strike the hinge, if I can reach it. He focused on the giant's belt. A system message blinked before him. Fatal weakness detected. Bronze giant. Raisin's eyes narrowed. The rusty hinge. This is my Achilles heel. He swung his fist, a surge of aura flaring around him. Maybe I can use the skill he taught me. Just one hit, straight to the hinge. A sudden glow appeared from a small hole in the giant's head. Before he could react, a poisonous arrow struck his back. Raisin's body plummeted like a stone. The arrow. How could I have forgotten? The burn on his back flared in pain. He had intended to prepare for this in the settings, but had never applied it in the novel. The golem's sword swung at lightning speed, missing Raisin by mere inches. Was I too focused on the guardian? Energy surged ahead, throwing Raisin violently to the ground. His head struck the floor with a sickening thud. Every muscle in his body trembled. Teeth clenched. He whispered, "Nothing is ever simple." He watched in horror as the bronze golem's massive hand, sword still gripped, slammed into the water. A violent explosion erupted near its forearm. The golem's hand collapsed on the ground, heavy and motionless. He exhaled, grim determination settling in. This battle is far from over. Magner stood on the shore, staring at the bronze golem. His eyes widened. Raysun, he tore the keeper's hand off. Raisin's mind replayed the moment, dodging that crushing surge of energy. In that split second, he had poured every ounce of fighting spirit and mana into his fist, pulled it back, and then launched himself downward at terrifying speed. Somehow, he had evaded the Guardian's lethal blow. Magner's gaze fell on Raysun, lying on the ground. What kind of force could have propelled him so far? Raysun screamed, "Maybe he can help me." His thoughts raced. It's worth trying a new skill, even if I already missed my chance. The giant barely stayed on its feet. He looked at Raysun with a faint smirk. He's giving his all against such a trivial opponent. Raysun gritted his teeth. I had all my mana is gone now, thanks to the unexpected turn of events. He shook his head. You're weak. Raisin's eyes narrowed, watching him carefully. A powerful red aura suddenly flared around He smiled faintly. I want to show you something. Shock coursed through Raisin. He remembered how he had attacked the Yakai before. But now, Magner's fighting spirit, which he had only glimpsed once before, was far stronger. A colossal force radiated from him. The bronze golem took a step forward, swinging its massive hand toward but he stood calmly, frowning. Scatter. In an instant, the golem's helmet blazed with light, shattered, and exploded into fragments. A colossal cloud of fire and smoke erupted, engulfing the area. Raisin's eyes widened in horror. This is the highest level of verbal commands. So this is what the settings meant, the authority of the Supreme Being. He lowered his head, clutching it tightly. Could I even survive in a world like this? His voice cut through his thoughts. Hurry up. We're being transported to the full moon. Somewhere in the forest, someone moved at inhuman speed. Hampton and Era raced forward, adrenaline surging. Hampton glanced ahead nervously. Can't we rest a little? Era spun to glare at him. Rest? You call yourself the shadow of the young master, yet you're whining like this. Hampton frowned, lowering his gaze. I'm not weak. AA is just impossibly strong. Era smirked. Maybe you're not tired at all, since you won't stop talking. Suddenly, Era froze, her gaze locking on the well. Stop, Hampton, she shouted. Memories of the night before yesterday flashed in her mind. Raisin had been lying there, exhausted, and she had to act quickly. 2 days after that night, the destination was clear, Dragon Head Mountain. Raisin's gaze fixed on the well ahead. This will be the entrance to the dungeon. Let her find it. Era studied the well carefully, scanning for any signs of previous battles. There must be traces, some indication that the dungeon begins here. Raisin lowered his head, feeling the lingering burn from the earlier attack. I'm immune to poisons, thanks to the holy transcendental grail, and sane, but the abrasion still burns. He muttered under his breath. He should have helped me earlier. His mother's voice echoed faintly in his mind. He turned slightly. I'm old and weak, he replied calmly. It was too easy for me. You understand this. Raisin tilted his head, puzzled. Old and weak. Era's gaze sharpened. Then what now? What should we do? Raisin's eyes flicked to the side, thoughtful. If there's a guardian here, then it must have something worth protecting. The weight of the dungeon ahead pressed down on them, the quiet before the storm stretching taut, as Raisin prepared for whatever awaited beyond the well. Protect. His voice carried disbelief. He doesn't even know how to react when Raisin says such obvious things so seriously. Raisin smiled faintly and took a step forward. Then it means, I must find the treasure. Let he follow. Suddenly, Raisin's gaze snapped toward he. By the way, isn't this strange? His smile widened. Raisin's eyes narrowed, scanning his surroundings. The body of the bronze giant. It was coated with some special oil. He nodded slightly. I noticed that too. Let on. It doesn't even have a smell. Magner's memory flickered back to that moment when Raisin had been standing on the giant's head. He must have noticed it then. A system message appeared before Raisin. Ledhan is a special type of oil, most often used in the southern regions. Another message followed, most often applied to protect metal from moisture. Prevents corrosion. Raisin lowered his head, turning away thoughtfully. Even though the giant was coated in oil, its body is still rusty. Isn't that strange? He frowned, studying Raisin carefully. We were also flying, confirmed by the faint influence of residual poisons. He wondered briefly if he had been unknowingly aiding Raisin all along. Magner remembered her expression. Mouth wide open, disbelief painted across her face. What kind of nonsense is this? She had thought, hoping this time she could succeed. She had sat near the fire, waved her hand, murmuring, just a couple more, and he would have died. He had not faltered. It wasn't worth it. She furrowed her brows in determination. Next time, I will kill him. I hope the darkness attribute magic works better. The humidity is lower than usual. Rayson frowned, voice low and steady. The poison corrodes, and given this, the whole path should be filled with it. He looked at Rayson, impressed. Truly my brother. His gaze shifted toward the giant, noticing a faint green glow near AA. This road, it's truly flooded with poison. The aura radiating along the path confirmed it. This poison, it's unlike the arrows. Far more potent. He furrowed his brows and stared at Rayson. If you absorb this, you could forget your arms and legs forever. Rayson only smiled faintly. I can't help in any way. I'm not a magician. He looked at him with intensity, and Rayson's mind flickered. Why is he staring like that? Turning slightly, Rayson muttered, I've prepared something for this occasion. They were transported forward. Hampton looked into the well, his voice shaky. Era, are you sure this is the dungeon entrance? AA swung her leg back with all her strength. Hampton's eyes widened, gazing into the dark abyss. Where is a safe descent? In the next heartbeat, he was launched down, tears streaking his face as he flew into the depths. Era peered into the empty well, guilt and determination in her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispered, before diving in after him. We don't have much time, she shouted, slicing through the air. Rayson glanced at her with a faint smile. If there's poison, then there must be an antidote somewhere. Hampton and AA plummeted at terrifying speed, landing inside the dungeon. Hampton turned to AA, tears streaming down his face. You wanted me to die. Era's hand gripped a knife, her expression fierce and unyielding. She fixed Hampton with a terrifying glare. You'll really die if you don't get up now. Pain is the only way to bring someone to their senses. Fear propelled him forward. Hampton ran after her, his mind flashing back 2 years, when he had cried and she offered candy, but it had all been a pretense. She's serious this time. She really will stab me if I falter. Here, Era shouted suddenly. Rayson and Magner turned sharply. Rayson smiled faintly. They're here. His voice cut through the tension. Who are they? Hampton and AA bowed deeply, shouting in unison. We greet the martial artist, Mag. His eyes narrowed as he looked at them. So, these are Rayson's subordinates. Then his gaze shifted to Era. Surprise flickered across his face. This is the maid I saw last time. Rayson's smile widened as he turned toward he. My father entrusted them to me. Because he missed it. He spread his arms and laughed. He really did that. He looked at Hampton and AA. A normal person carries an aura that betrays their strength. But those without any aura, that is rare. Only those with the highest skill can hide it. He approached Era with a calm smile. You are the best killer I've ever seen. Era's lips curled faintly. I assumed the killers you've met before are no longer around. So yes, I truly am the best. He chuckled. Modesty suits you. But remember, a killer with a massive ego is doomed to death. Era lowered her head, acknowledging his words. I'll take note. Hampton glanced ahead, fear etched into his features. His gaze sharpened on him. What poison do you carry? Hampton hesitated, then nodded. Yes, I have it. Suddenly, his mouth opened wide, and his eyes narrowed. Then you must be Raisins. Shadow. Hampton shouted, his voice sharp, cutting through the dungeon's stillness. His gaze followed Raisin's charge, narrowing thoughtfully. This is good. But how does Hampton plan to protect his master? Hampton lowered his head, silent for a moment. Magner's voice broke the tension. And what if he's a coward? Hampton reached into his backpack. He folded his hands calmly. This is our plan. This is why we have confidence. From his pack, Hampton produced a small bowl filled with various ingredients. Carefully, he began grinding them. I can't remove all the poison, but I can prepare an antidote. Something temporary to protect the young master's body. Rayson stepped forward, placing a hand gently on Hampton's head. You've done well, he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. On this journey, you've done well. Confucius' eyes lit up, a wide grin spreading across his face. He blushed, then shouted with pride. That's right. Nothing is scary when he's next to Ray's son. A small black lump appeared on the bedspread before them. Hampton explained, if you hold this in your mouth, your body can resist almost any poison. Rayson picked up the black lump, examining it carefully. Will the effects stop if I swallow it? Hampton's eyes widened with alarm. You can't swallow it yet. Raisin's mind flickered, imagining Kaysen from the original story, lying unconscious for 3 days, poisoned and barely surviving. Understanding the sequence of events now, he knew exactly what needed to be done. He opened his mouth and placed a red lump inside. I'll be back. Wait here. Hampton nodded quickly. Okay. Rayson couldn't help but frown at his teasing laughter. How much would you take for this week's poison? What a wonderful student you have. Rayson thought it better not to answer. Together, Rayson and he moved toward the deeper part of the dungeon. Rayson raised his head, surveying the cavern ahead. On the wall, a dragon was engraved in intricate detail. This must be where the 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate is located. The cave opened up before him, massive and awe-inspiring, the dragon carved into its vast surface. Suddenly, a flash of bright blue light appeared at the far end of the corridor. Rayson's eyes widened. What is over there? A system message appeared in front of him. At the end of the cave, on a golden stand, lies the 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate. Rayson and he approached, and Rayson's mind raced. This piece of fabric, it wasn't just armor. It was protection for the heart, a safeguard, almost like a spare life, a chance to survive what should have been deadly. Rayson stared ahead, eyes widening in surprise. What is that? He and Magner stepped closer, stopping right before the glowing breastplate. Its light grew brighter, soft blue, ancient, alive. A system message materialized in front of Rayson. Only those claiming to be the successor may read this. Rayson blinked. An inscription on the ground? He turned toward Magner, waiting just in case he reacted. But he said nothing, which meant only one thing. Only I can see this. Because of the heavenly eye, he nodded calmly. This is what she wanted to give you, Rayson. Rayson frowned quietly. This inscription, I didn't write this into the story. That means there are hidden things in this world. Even I, the creator, don't know about. He stepped toward the breastplate and extended his hands. Whatever the truth was, one thing remained clear. He needed this 1,000-year-old dragon breastplate. Just as he reached out, the breastplate dissolved, shattering into particles of bright blue light. Rayson smiled. It turned into mana. This is what will save my life. The Holy Grail appeared before him, shimmering faintly. He whispered, interesting, so that's what this feeling was. I felt empty before. Rayson pointed toward the exit. Thank you, Magner. Let's go back. He smiled, extending his hand. If you want to thank me, you can pay me. The scene shifted. A golden frog rested atop a pedestal. Someone murmured that it was an artifact he had once taken. Then, steam, warm water, and laughter. Rayson sat in the bathtub beside Kaysen. He grinned. It's armor. Something that protects my heart. Kaysen squinted at him. Armor? Where? There's nothing on you. Rayson chuckled. How should I explain this? Its form changed, but is on me right now. Kaysen's eyes lit up like stars. Seriously? That's amazing. Rayson smiled softly. He really is still a child. He stood up, tapping his own chest. If you don't believe me, go ahead. Try hitting me in the heart. Kaysen raised his fist, confused but excited. With my fist, Kaysen didn't hesitate. He grabbed his sword, leaped straight at Rayson, and shouted, Should I try with the sword instead? Rayson's soul almost left his body. Wait, what are you saying? His eyes darted around in panic. Where did he even get a sword in a bathtub? Meanwhile, Lurvian waited over with an inflatable duck wrapped around her waist. I want to play too, she said sweetly. Era's expression stiffened like stone. That is forbidden. From a bathroom came a chorus of screams. Kaysen, swinging wildly, shouted, Larson really is wearing armor. A system message appeared in front of Rayson. Durability of the 1,000-year dragon breastplate, 32/100. Artifact will be destroyed if durability reaches 0. Durability can be restored with mana. Rayson froze. The durability dropped because Kaysen liked the breastplate too much. He's trying to test every ability it has. The scene shifted outside. Rayson turned to Kaysen. You could just stand guard. I need to replenish my mana using a few techniques. Kaysen nodded energetically. Okay. His cheeks flushed red, and he lowered his head. Today, I stabbed my friend in the heart with a sword. So that's what Father meant by heroic friendship. Rayson sat down to meditate. A system message floated into view. Durability restored by +1. Current durability, 33/100. Rayson calculated. 1 durability point restored every minute. This'll take an hour. The moon rose silently over the town. Another system message appeared. Durability of the dragon breastplate, 100/100. Rayson stood up and approached Kaysen. Thanks for guarding. Kaysen waved a hand. It was nothing. He smiled brightly. See you tomorrow. Of course, Rayson said, watching the boy walk away. The protagonist. I really did write him like this. Later, Rayson walked down the quiet street. He lowered his head slightly. Era, She appeared behind him instantly, silent as a shadow. Rayson frowned. My heart. Era's eyes sharpened. You want me to try hitting you for real? Rayson stuttered, confused. No, I. She leaned forward, voice cold. If I hit you with all my strength, even with that armor, you'll die. Is that acceptable to you? Rayson froze in terror. No, I didn't mean it like that. Even with the dragon breastplate, I'm scared. Era stepped in front of him, lowering her gaze. Rayson, you must become strong. You will become strong. Rayson stared at her, stunned. Then he closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. You're right. He lifted his head, eyes serious, determination flaring within him. I will. 1 year later, a vast, shimmering lake spread out beneath the golden sky. We are in the mountains, looming behind the mansion of the Sod family. A dense forest stretches before us, shadows twisting between the trees. Someone mutters, This is the end of basic endurance training. A sharp reminder cuts through the air. Black clothes should always be worn inside out. He glares downward, eyes menacing. From somewhere in the crowd, a voice complains, No way, this thing must weigh a whole ton. 300 kilos, comes the reply, drowned out by the chorus of whining. This is only for training. Every day. Then, Rayson appears before them. 11 years old, but his arms and legs are visibly stronger, sharper, each movement control precise. He glances to the side in surprise. Is his sister? Magner storms forward, anger in every step. Do not try to deceive me. Rayson trembles slightly, but fearlessly extends his finger forward. This time, I am not deceiving you. From behind, she appears, smiling warmly. It's been a long time. She pulls a small envelope from her hand. Rayson, send a letter. Rayson perches on a stone, a faint smile on his lips. Yes, a lot of time has passed. I missed you. The life of 11-year-old Rayson Mayton begins here. A letter materializes in front of IIA. It begins, To my dear sister IIA, whom I value and respect very much. IIA glances ahead, murmuring, I wish he had written love instead of respect. Rayson sits next to her on a bench, apologizing. IIA smirks. It would have been better if you wrote, I love you too. Rayson furrows his brows, meeting her eyes. I understand. IIA covers her face with her hand, laughing. I'm just joking. She tilts her head. Did you want to leave Lervian with me? Rayson smiles faintly. Yes. In his mind, he imagines an angry monkey clutching a flaming banana. Lervian leaping and dodging, shouting, I'll fry you to a crisp. As I wrote in the letter, Lervian can no longer grow here, he thinks. IIA glances at him. So this. Rayson wants her to raise a girl without might or blood. Rayson shakes his head. No, she's bound to me by a special contract. She serves me. He smiles faintly. Might as well obey her. IIA blushes, eyes flicking to him. You mean, I'll work under her? Rayson nods. If only you'll take me. IIA looks forward thoughtfully. Then you must answer me something first. Rayson freezes. What is it? She meets his eyes, sharp and piercing. What were you doing all last year? Rayson furrows his brows, a cold realization hitting him. It's true. I hadn't developed everything. Not yet. Not as a magician. Rayson rose from the bench, a faint purple aura flickering around him, weaving through the air like smoke. The quality and quantity of my mana, he thought. It hasn't changed a bit since last year. He clenched his fists, and the aura flared violently. I've been focusing. IIA's eyes narrowed, curious. Focusing on what? Rayson's gaze sharpened, glinting with determination. On creating a vessel, a strong vessel within myself. One that can accept pure mana. IIA tilted her head. A vessel for what? Rayson's voice grew stern, resonating with power. Magical fighting techniques, superior quality mana. They put tremendous pressure on the body. I am forging myself into a vessel that can withstand that pressure. If only you would trust me and wait. Suddenly, IIA stood from the bench, calling his name sharply. Rayson jumped slightly. What? Who do you think I am? She demanded. Rayson lowered his head respectfully. You are the pure blood of the Mayton family, the best candidate for the post of head of the family. The only one who truly walks the path of magic. IIA's eyes glinted with disappointment. I am your sister. Don't tell me your mana hasn't increased over the past year. Her gaze pierced him. I only asked what your strength was a year ago. Rayson's mind raced. I underestimated her, like K-Sin. She's hungry for affection, for love. I should be the first of the family to write her a letter. A faint smile tugged at his lips. She didn't want dinner with me today, as it should be in the family. IIA's smile widened, warm and bright. What a sweet word, so warm. Raisin's eyes softened as he looked at his sister. Later, I'll bring her flowers from the garden again. Only the ones blooming this spring are truly beautiful. The moon rose outside, silver light spilling into the room. Raisin lay on his bed, thinking. She remembers exactly what I was like a year ago. I have to prove to her that I've changed. Suddenly, he shot upright. Prove it? How exactly should I prove it? A year had passed, and Raisin felt the subtle weight of time in his bones. He turned to the side and called out to Era, his voice calm, but edged with curiosity. Era, you heard our conversation, didn't you? Yes, she replied, eyes fixed on him. She didn't hesitate. I'll wake you at dawn tomorrow. You'll leave by 6. Her tone carried both certainty and caution, for she hadn't yet determined how long this journey might take. She had already prepared enough food and water for whatever lay ahead. Raisin swung his legs off the bed, settling into a thoughtful posture. And what do you think? He asked, the faintest curve of a smile tugging at his lips. What kind of test have you prepared for me? Era's gaze softened, tinged with a rare amusement. Something you've never faced before, she said, eyes locking with his. Raisin's grin widened. Ah, so you think I won't be recognized by my younger brother? Then we'll see just how much I've changed. Moments later, he appeared before them fully dressed in a simple shirt and long pants, stretching lazily along the path, a yawn escaping him. Did you sleep well? He asked casually. I think so, she replied, though her eyes were sharper than her words. Raisin could feel her scrutiny, but it only fueled his confidence. He already knew what he had to prove. Yes, he said softly, almost to himself. It's all part of her check. IIA studied him carefully. Raisin, you must have spent the night thinking. He nodded. I did. I need to show that I've grown stronger, even if my mana hasn't increased a single bit. He frowned, mind racing, and then a sudden clarity struck him. The test. It had to be something that could be completed in just a few days without disturbing the sod leaves. Only one challenge fit that description. IIA tilted her head, smiling knowingly. And what do you think it is? Raisin's eyes darkened with focus as he envisioned towering mountains. Then an angry horde of goblins, their clubs raised, faces twisted in malice. I have to drive out the poisonous goblins of Mount Byronstone, he said firmly. That's my guess. A satisfied smile spread across IIA's face as she extended her hand toward him. You're right, she said. Shall we go there now? Raisin took her hand without hesitation. Yes, let's move. Everything around them shimmered, the world bending as they prepared to step into the unknown. Raisin glanced at Hampton, whose small form trembled on the ground. Can he come with us? IIA asked. Raisin nodded and extended a reassuring hand. Together with Era and Hampton, they were transported to a strange space where red trees dominated the landscape. Hampton shivered, his body quivering as though seized by an invisible force. Raisin knelt beside him, murmuring an apology for the sudden jolt. The air shimmered again, and a system message appeared before Raisin's eyes. Current location, Mount Byronstone, Class Red Pine Grove. Raisin's gaze swept across the endless red pines. Could this really be Mount Byronstone? Danger pulsed from the forest itself. Another system message appeared. This is one of the most dangerous places in the world, home to countless monsters. Raisin's eyes narrowed. Red pines, a symbol of peril, of challenge. He took a few deliberate steps forward, glancing at IIA. Will you just watch? He asked. Yes, she replied quietly. Until it's time. And so, at the edge of danger, with a red forest stretching endlessly before them, Raisin's true trial was about to begin. Raisin's vision flickered at the edge of darkness. Death had brushed past him, and he realized something chilling. He didn't expect anyone to bat an eyelid if his life were threatened. Even if his limbs were torn apart, he thought no one would flinch. Hampton, trembling but alert, extended a hand forward and pointed toward a sign looming ahead. There's a sign, he panted. Raisin stepped closer, his gaze steady. A system message flashed before him. Warning, habitat of poison goblins. Extremely dangerous. Do not approach. Raisin's mind flickered with questions. What did it mean for them to venture here? Yet, without hesitation, he pressed forward, Hampton following closely behind. Hampton's breaths came in ragged bursts. How much farther? He asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Almost there, Rayson replied calmly. Almost there, Hampton echoed, exasperation breaking through. You said that an hour ago. Rayson paused, turning to him, eyes narrowing in thought. It's here somewhere. Let's lay everything out, he said, glancing back to where IA waited. IIA's eyes tracked Rayson carefully. She wondered if he had brought Hampton along not out of companionship, but because of fear of the poisonous goblins lurking ahead. Rayson extended a hand toward Hampton. Spread out more, he instructed. IIA's gaze swept across the small bags scattered on the ground. She realized that this wasn't a solo challenge. Rayson alone could not possibly handle the goblins, for they moved in packs. Her mind calculated rapidly. She would need to neutralize the others once Rayson had weakened the first few. She glanced at Rayson and noticed the faint, confident smile curling his lips. He's prepared something far more interesting than I expected, she thought. Rayson scanned the area, then nodded. That should do it. Hampton sat down on the ground, exhaustion written across his face. Okay, he murmured. Rayson looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Can you climb trees? Hampton hesitated, maybe with difficulty. Rayson's eyes glinted with determination. In a sudden blur, he pushed off the nearest tree trunk and shot upward, reaching the very top in seconds. It's fine, he said, offering a hand to Hampton. Climb onto my back. IIA's eyes widened as she watched him ascend. Then, almost imperceptibly, her body shimmered and began to vanish. Stealth skill activated. She had underestimated him. Rayson's movements were far swifter than they had been a year ago. Suddenly, a long-nosed goblin emerged, followed by an entire pack, charging over the hill with feral screams. Rayson's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Exactly as I expected, a whole pack, he thought. IIA's surprise was immediate. Magicians shouldn't use this method, she exclaimed, though her words carried more awe than reproach. Rayson perched in the treetops, calm and precise. I know, he said. I never wanted to work as a magician. I wanted to be special. From above, Arson and Hampton held their positions, hidden within the branches. Below, the goblins devoured the meat that Confucius had scattered earlier, greed fueling their frenzied movements. IIA observed silently, her mind racing. Now she understood. Rayson had meticulously planned this, knowing full well that poisonous goblins operated in packs. Rayson, still seated in the tree, added with a subtle smirk, I also knew they would not tolerate encountering another pack like theirs. And with that, the hunt began. The red forest echoed with the rustle of leaves, the screech of goblins, and the quiet, calculated breathing of a boy who had grown stronger than anyone could imagine. Rayson's mind raced as he imagined the inevitable clash of two goblin packs. When they smell the meat, the other pack will charge too. Chaos will erupt. Death will feast on death. Below, the trap unfolded exactly as he had foreseen. One goblin opened its mouth wide, screaming a raw, piercing war cry. Another, brandishing a sword, lunged and cleaved through its opponent with brutal precision. Rayson's eyes sparkled with quiet amusement as he watched the carnage unfold. The battlefield descended into pure madness. A dagger flashed through the air, smashing into the skull of a bandana-wearing goblin. Another swung a morning star with deadly force, severing its brother's head in a spray of green ichor. The goblins tore into one another with feral intensity, killing indiscriminately, leaving piles of mangled bodies in their wake. IIA ducked instinctively as a flying goblin head narrowly missed her. She counted 1, 2, 3, her gaze landing on the last goblin standing. He was exhausted, surrounded by the corpses of his kin, breathing in jagged, desperate gasps. And then he laughed, wide-mouthed and unhinged, the sound echoing across the clearing. Rayson's eyes narrowed, lightning crackling faintly across his body. He extended his hand, a storm of energy gathering around it. In an instant, faster than the eye could follow, a bolt of pure force struck the goblin. His body shattered, disintegrated in a flash, leaving only silence where chaos had raged. Hampton slid down from the tree, wide-eyed and trembling. How many of them were there? He shouted, running past the remains of the fallen goblins. IIA's gaze swept across the battlefield, counting silently. 24, she murmured, a mixture of awe and shock in her voice. She studied Rayson, imagining her father's reaction. Would he be proud or furious at the destruction? Even in the midst of this carnage, Rayson's grin was faint but confident. He wore a special artifact, its weight pressing down on him. 300 kilograms of protection, barely slowing him. IA wants to see magic in action, he thought with a smirk. His mind turned to strategy. He pictured a tree marked with an X in his vision. The leader of this pack must be nearby. Rayson traced the paths in his memory, marking caves with mental crosses, ensuring he knew every hiding spot along the way. He lifted a red-tinted lipstick to his lips, a silent symbol of his next move. Here, he thought, I will show the path of magic. Hampton shivered, staring at the lifeless goblins scattered across the forest floor. There are more. So many more, he thought in fear. Rayson approached the cave entrance, pressing his hand over his nose. The smell disgusting, he muttered, though his eyes gleamed with anticipation. The true test, the true challenge awaited inside. Rayson's mind raced as he stepped into the shadowed cave. What if the leader is a warrior? He wondered. His eyes swept over the rocky walls, every sound amplified in the tense silence. If he's a warrior, he would have revealed himself by now. But if he's a medicine man, everything changes. A faint clatter echoed through the cavern. The staff with its crystal tips slipped from trembling hands and fell to the floor. The poison goblin leader sat there, quivering violently, eyes wide with raw fear. Rayson's gaze sharpened. Is it sensing my sister's presence? He looked to IA, her figure concealed, but her presence undeniable. A subtle thought struck him. Perhaps that is why the goblin dares not move. Hampton's small frame trembled as he watched Rayson, letting out a frightened shout. Rayson glanced at him briefly, considering the boy. Though Hampton seems terrified, he understands the danger. He knows this is beyond simple fear. It is survival. Rayson's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. The cave's darkness was theirs to command, and the poison goblin leader, paralyzed by fear and strategy, had unknowingly walked into their trap. Rayson froze for a moment, his breath tightening as his eyes landed on several skulls scattered across the cave floor. Some were goblin, but others were unmistakably human. A chill ran down his spine. So humans really were their main source of food. His jaw tightened. Dark energy pulsed across his knuckles, swirling like smoke around his fist. He didn't hesitate. He drove that dark-coated punch straight into the ground. Goodbye, he muttered coldly. Survival of the fittest. A short while later, we cut to Rayson, IA, and Hampton standing at the cave entrance. Rayson dusted off his hands and casually said that the technique he just used was the magical combat skill he'd been practicing. IA folded her arms, eyes narrowed with a small smile. I can tell you've been trying hard. Then she tilted her head upward. You were able to charge straight at that goblin medicine man only because I was nearby, weren't you? Rayson couldn't help the small grin. Well, yeah, with you there, I felt safe. Her eyes widened for a second, then she looked away quickly. That level of confidence and will doesn't suit you very much. Rayson blinked. Really? Her cheeks turned pink as she forced a smile. It suits me, actually. Rayson stared at her, stunned. But before he could say anything, she vanished into the yellow portal. This time I was testing you, her voice echoed. Next time, I'll bring you gifts. She disappeared completely. Rayson exhaled with a faint laugh. She's in a good mood today. Rayson, Hampton called. Rayson turned. What is it? Hampton scratched his head. Is it time for us to go home? Rayson looked straight ahead for a moment, stunned by the question, then smirked as he turned back. No, we're staying in the mountains for a couple more days. What? What? Hampton panicked. Rayson raised a brow. Hope you pack lunch. Hampton closed his eyes and proudly nodded. Of course. Rayson walked a few steps away, hand behind his back. You really want to know why we can't go home yet? Hampton nodded quickly. Rayson sighed. Because I left Lurvian with my sister. Hampton blinked. And that means she'll do exactly what I told her. And when Lurvian leaves, she'll know everything. Rayson smirked. Arrow will confirm the rest. We just wait here. Hampton smiled nervously. Honestly, I want to go back with AA. That's the point, Rayson replied. We stay put. He lifted his hand to block the sunlight and looked over the mountains. This place is safe now. We wiped out all the goblins. Hampton's smile faded as he looked at Rayson's back. You came here to save all those people, even though you live in an unprotected area yourself. Rayson looked over his shoulder, confused. Hampton lowered his head. In places like this, people aren't protected. Most people live like that. A shadow crossed his expression, and then his memories hit him all at once. He saw himself as a child, lying on scorched ground, his face burnt, hands trembling as he covered his mouth to stay silent. His eye glowed faintly as he watched, helpless, while goblins tore through his home. He saw his parents. He saw their end. Tears welled up and spilled down his cheeks as he whispered, "They killed my parents." Hampton quickly wiped his tears and forced a smile. "My parents, they died in a place just like this too," he said softly. Then he straightened up proudly. But Rayson already knew goblins love human meat. That's why he killed their leader. I'm proud to stand in his shadow. Rayson turned around with a calm smile. "You're right, Hampton." Hampton immediately blurted out, "Rayson, you're so beautiful." Rayson paused. Too sentimental. He sighed internally. "Fine, I should play along." He looked ahead thoughtfully. If he were in his sister's place, he'd be pleased with how everything went. It seemed she really did like the results. Rayson's brow tightened as he scanned the surroundings with a cold stare. Still, the real test might not be over yet. Activating Celestial Eye, Rayson carefully examined the entire area. His expression sharpened. He glanced toward the cave and spoke quietly. "Hampton, run toward the cave about 3 steps in. Then look up." "Up." Hampton gasped, confused. He raised his head, and the color drained from his face. A massive white tiger was perched in the trees above the cave entrance. Its fur glowed like snow under the sunlight, its eyes burning with wild ferocity. The beast opened its jaws and let out a thunderous roar. A system message flashed. "Desert-class ferocious white tiger detected." Hampton began trembling uncontrollably. Rayson lowered his posture slightly, eyes narrowing. 1. The white tiger's muscles tensed. 2. Hampton froze, unable to move. 3. Hampton shot forward instantly, eyes squeezed shut as he sprinted with everything he had. He turned back mid-run, terrified to see whether Rayson was following. But Rayson was standing calmly in the open, not even flinching. "He's distracting it for me." Hampton realized, breath shaking. "I just have to trust him and run." He pushed his legs harder and kept going. Behind him, Rayson cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted toward the tiger, "Hey, don't look at him. Look at me." The white tiger's furious eyes snapped directly on Rayson. Then, with a deafening snarl, the beast launched itself at him, jaws wide open. Rayson smiled faintly. "So she wants to see my limit, and the first test was too easy. Fine, watch closely." He lunged forward, wind spiraling around his legs. A system message burst in front of him. "Beginner-level magic combat technique activated, wind attribute." Rayson shot forward to meet the tiger head-on. Rayson tightened his fists, a thrill running through him. A real white tiger. Catching one of these would be insane. The beast lunged first, mouth wide open, fangs gleaming, rushing at him with a killing intent that shook the trees. Rayson lifted his hand. A turquoise sphere shimmered to life in his palm as the wind bent toward him. "The wind feels nice today," he said calmly. He clenched the sphere, compressing the wind until it vibrated violently. The tiger roared, closing in, but Rayson only smiled. He swung his arm. A sharp wave of wind exploded outward, forming a spiraling barrier around him. "I'll pass my sister's test easily," he declared. The white tiger's eyes burned bright, its growl rattling the earth. From a distance, IA watched silently. So confident. Is he really betting on his speed? Rayson cracked his neck. "All right then. Try not to slow me down." The tiger launched itself like lightning, leaving a streak of magic across the air. Rayson stepped forward and kicked straight into its open jaw. A violent crack echoed as the tiger's head snapped shut. The massive beast crashed to the ground, stunned. Rayson approached slowly. "Sorry," he said with a light bow. "But this is the end." He gritted his teeth, shifted his stance, and pulled his fist back. With perfect weight distribution, he struck, a blow so powerful it detonated like an explosion. He stood over the fallen creature, exhaled, and smirked. "Now how are you still, Al?" His words froze. The tiger's eyes snapped open. It growled, lunged forward, and clamped its jaws onto his side, blood spraying across the dirt. Rayson stumbled back in shock. Then, a shadow moved above him. A massive stone was hurling through the air, ready to crush him. Rayson clenched his teeth, crossed his arms, and roared. "Beginner magic combat technique, self-defense." Mana blasted out from his body, erupting into a dome that shattered the stone into hundreds of pieces. The fragments whistled as they flew in every direction. Even though his thousand-year dragon armor absorbed every external hit, its durability dropped. Durability, 60/100. Rayson bent low, blood dripping, but his eyes sharpened. The real fight had finally begun. Rayson grabbed his bloody left arm, his fingers trembling as pain shot through his ribs. He gritted his teeth hard. He defended with everything he had. Yet the tiger still shattered his left arm and cracked a rib. If not for the thousand-year dragon armor, he would have died on the spot. Rayson pressed his hand over the wound, channeling mana into it as the faint glow of self-healing began repairing the damage. But even as the pain eased, his expression remained cold. I'm faster, but that tiger outclasses me in raw power and defense. I need to fall back. Regroup. Think. He dashed toward the cave, Hampton's temporary shelter, leaving a glowing trail of mana in his wake. Inside, Hampton quickly wrapped Rayson's arm with bandages, pressing healing green herb against the wound. Then, voice shaking, he bowed his head. Master, forgive me. Please kill me. Rayson blinked. Why would I kill you? Hampton squeezed his eyes shut. Self-healing drains a huge amount of mana. You should conserve as much as you can before becoming critical. He clenched the herbs in his hand, tears forming. If you had used me as bait, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. You could have escaped. A shadow exists to die for its master. Rayson buttoned up his shirt and turned away. Shut up. Hampton's head jerked up in confusion. Rayson sighed. How would you know? Have you ever died before? Hampton froze. Rayson kept speaking, his tone colder now. How am I supposed to live if my shadow dies first? He glanced through the crack in the rock, where a red streak of sky glowed ominously. I'll never let you die like that. Hampton's breath shook. He stared at Rayson's back, at the boy who, despite acting tough, had done far more for him than he ever realized. And then, a thunderous roar shook the cave walls. The tiger. It stood atop the cave entrance, growling deeply, but recoiled the moment acrid green smoke seeped from inside the cave. Hampton whispered, Master, is the tiger unable to enter? Rayson slowly scanned the floating smoke. When we first came here, I felt something off about this place. Hampton tapped his chin nervously. Something wrong. Rayson replayed the earlier scenes in his mind, from the moment they stepped inside to the moment they left. For a region crawling with goblins, there are almost no tracks outside the cave. Hampton blinked. Then why were all the goblins inside? Rayson narrowed his eyes. It means something forced the goblins to stay trapped in this cave. The real danger wasn't the tiger. It was whatever kept an entire goblin colony sealed inside and had just driven a ferocious white tiger away. Rayson recalled the magical chain shield at the cave entrance, and everything suddenly connected. That's why the poisonous goblin's waste was building up here, he muttered. He glanced aside, and why the white tiger couldn't get any closer. The poison keeps it away. At least we're safe. Hampton lifted his foot in disgust, shaking off a clump of toxic slime. It's everywhere. He imagined IIA forming the shield, trapping the goblins inside, then walking away without looking back. He turned to Rayson with wide eyes. You mean your sister put up the shield herself? Yes, Rayson replied calmly. IIA sealed the goblins in. Hampton smacked his fist into his palm, lighting up with excitement. She did it to make the place safe for the white tiger. Exactly, the servant then suggested. Then we just wait here for Era to arrive, right? Rayson answered instantly. No. Hampton blinked in shock. Why not? Rayson folded his arms, lowering his head. Because that's the safe option, but not the best. By the time Era gets here, the white tiger will already be dead. Hampton's eyes filled with horror. A white tiger dead? Rayson looked at him seriously. Can you make a paralyzing potion? The servant panicked. Why, yes, but how much do we need to paralyze a tiger that big? Rayson shook his head. We don't need to paralyze him completely. Hampton exhaled in relief. Then how much do we need? Just enough to calm him down, Rayson said. But privately, he smirked. If I pass this test, IIA will reward me properly. Hampton poured the poison into a cup until it overflowed with glowing green liquid. It's done. Rayson glanced at a goblin corpse on the ground and spoke casually. Smear the poison on that goblin's body. Hampton stared at the corpse, horrified. The goblin's corpse? And cut it into pieces, Rayson added. See cut, IT? Hampton shrieked. Rayson ignored the screaming. With a flick of his hand, he used mana to lift the severed, poison-soaked pieces and tie them together with rope. He swung his arm. and hurled the bait far out of the cave and into the trees. Rayson and Hampton listened closely. A distant roar echoed back. Outside, the first rays of sunlight climbed over the mountain peaks. The two sat in silence near the cave mouth. Hampton sat frozen, staring straight ahead, sweat running down his face. Rayson leaned on his hand, tapping his finger against his knee as he counted. 58. 59. After a while, he stood up, stretching his arms and twisting his torso, loosening his muscles. 30 minutes should have passed by now, he muttered. The test was about to enter its final phase. Rayson squinted at the blazing sun overhead. The hottest hour of the day had arrived. Far outside the cave, the white tiger lay collapsed on the ground. Its tongue dragged across the dry earth, desperate for moisture. Its eyes were half closed, paws stretched out in front of it. The beast was completely drained. Rayson quietly wrapped fresh cloth around his wounded hand. An 11-year-old magician catching a real white tiger. Impossible. In this world I've created, no kid could do that. None. Not even in this absurd world. Not magicians. Not warriors. He looked at his bandaged fist and exhaled. IA understands all of this better than anyone. That's exactly why she gave me an impossible test. She wants to see how far I've come. Rayson straightened his posture, eyes filled with determination. Two glowing mana circles emerged across his chest, overlapping. A magical shield formed around him with a low hum. He lowered his gaze, remembering everything he had learned in the past year. Then his mind drifted further back to the very first day he woke up in this body. 2 years. 2 years since he took over the life of this blonde protagonist. And now he only had 7 years left to live. Rayson stepped out of the cave, sunlight burning against his skin. My death is predetermined, he thought, but I won't accept it. The white tiger lifted its head, eyes locking onto him. If this world is doomed to follow its original path, then I'll rewrite it. No matter what powers my sister or father have, no matter what martial arts the protagonist boasts, I'll surpass IIA. I'll surpass Kaysen. I'll surpass everyone. The tiger slowly rose, trembling, then began walking toward him. Its growl deepened, and suddenly it lunged straight at him. Rayson didn't flinch. He tightened his fist, mana and lightning bursting from his knuckles. All right, he whispered. Round 2. He smiled. And this time, I'm coming back alive. A system message flashed brightly. Rayson, Mythin character tier, strong resolve detected counterattack tactics unlocked. Rayson's eyes widened. Counterattack tactics? The moment he activated it, something inside his body shifted. He extended his palm. A blinding magic sphere formed instantly, its power unknown, unstable, overflowing. The air around him crackled. Mana and radiant light shot outward like wild streams, making the entire cave tremble. Hampton fell backward, jaw dropped. See the young master's mana. The servant watched in terror as Rayson's body was wrapped in multiple mana circles, glowing one after another. Rayson gritted his teeth as pain surged through every vein. The mana, it's rising to the third, no, fourth circle. Hampton gasped. A new recording appeared before Rayson's eyes. Counterattack tactics. Active duration limit. 3 seconds slow flow. Activated automatically. Rayson's heartbeat thundered. Counterattack tactics, a technique that releases every drop of mana in a single instant. He wasn't just fighting a tiger anymore. He was fighting the world itself. Rayson felt a sudden surge. His physical abilities had skyrocketed. He slipped under the white tiger's massive paws with impossible smoothness. 2 seconds left on counterattack tactics. No hesitation. He burst forward, wind mana swirling violently around him as he activated the wind attribute to push his speed even further. Mana wrapped around his entire body like a storm cloak. He leapt, a sharp, explosive movement, and sprinted like a streak of light. A golden trail of mana burned behind him. 1 second left. Rayson locked his eyes onto the tiger's open jaws. This is what fighting spirit is for. If I hesitate now, I die. He steeled himself. I have to kill it. He drew back his fist, every muscle screaming, and unleashed his full strength into a single blow. The impact detonated like a bomb. A shockwave ripped through the clearing. Multiple rings of mana burst outward from the point of collision, shaking the entire valley. Hampton clutched his chest, horrified. Why, young master? When the dust settled, the white tiger's massive, bloody body lay motionless. Under it, Rayson struggled to breathe. He clawed his way out from beneath the beast, drenched in blood. A message flashed in front of him. All mana completely depleted. Counterattack tactics. Finished. Heavenly Eye. Finished. Rayson raised his head, blood dripping down his chin. He smiled weakly. Thanks, sister, for the reward. He collapsed onto the ground, only a few meters from the torn carcass of the tiger. Hampton sprinted toward him in panic. Young master, are you all right? The grail inside Rayson was drained beyond limit, and Raisin's heartbeat weakened. His vision blurred. He felt his chest tighten. Everything was fading. My body, he whispered. It feels strange. He shut his eyes as exhaustion swallowed him whole. He was completely spent, completely empty. Rayson felt a little better than before, but when he tried lifting his head, reality hit him hard. He couldn't move. Not even an inch. He barely had enough strength to breathe, let alone speak. The consequences of that skill were terrifying. It would take a long time before his body could handle that level of power again. Hampton suddenly lifted his head, eyes widening. A low growl echoed from beyond the forest. Hey, another white tiger, he screamed. Rayson forced his head up just a little. Another one? Of course, just as I thought. With the last fragments of strength, he looked forward and saw her. A girl with snow-white hair stood beside the dazed tiger. Era, she's here. Era calmly examined the wounded beast's face. I gave you enough rest, she said softly. 2 daggers glowed in her hands. The white tiger lay motionless, too exhausted to flee. Era raised her blades, leaving shimmering mana trails behind them. The tiger released one final roar, and then silence. The twinned daggers slashed through its body, ending the struggle in an instant. Era walked forward slowly, her clothes and hair splattered with blood. She approached Rayson and Hampton. I'm glad you two are safe, she said. Hampton stared at her like he had seen the devil. You're scarier than the white tiger. Rayson opened one eye, processing the scene. Wait, she saw all of that. Oh no, my consciousness. His head dropped. He passed out on the spot. The last thing he heard was Hampton shouting his name, and Era ordering him to carry the young master on his back. Rayson slept for several days. In his dreams, he watched a completely different version of himself. A man standing in a crowd, staring at his phone. A worker in a cramped office, phone pressed to his ear, papers scattered everywhere. A person drowning in debt, trying to survive through menial work during the day, and typing a rank B novel at night, struggling to finish chapters. He saw himself from years ago, a childhood photo with his mother. And then it hit him, somewhere along the way. I forgot. I forgot that I took over the body of this blonde protagonist. I forgot who I was before this world. He opened his mouth and coughed violently. Rayson shot up in bed, clutching his chest as the coughing fit passed. A maid's voice came from the side. Young master, you've awakened. Rayson looked at the girl. How long was I asleep? Eric answered calmly. About 3 days. 3 days? Rayson muttered. That's quite a while. His eyes drifted to a glass jar sitting on the bed beside him. Something was inside. He looked closer, then screamed. What is that? He had never been more horrified in his life. Eric replied with a straight face. It's a piece of the white tiger's heart you caught. She paused. The tiger you captured was torn apart. I finished it off. Rayson just stared. This was not the reward he imagined. Rayson exhaled slowly and nodded. I get that much, but why is this thing here? Eric kept her usual calm expression. The heart of a white tiger is excellent for restoring mana, she explained. I thought it would help you recover. Rayson lifted the jar, staring at the pulsating chunk of heart floating inside. He forced a smile and thanked her. Of course, this feels like something my sister planned from the start. He set the jar aside and lowered his head. That's why she prepared 2 white tigers. She must have known exactly how everything would play out, but something didn't sit right with him. Arrow, watching him curiously, tilted her head. What's bothering you? Rayson tapped his fingers together. When you're in the mountains, you heard something, didn't you? Something off to the side. Era paused, recalling a memory. Rayson continued. With your skills, you must have known there were 2 tigers up there the moment you climbed the mountain. He leaned back, thinking it through. Yet despite knowing that, you walked slowly, even while carrying a white tiger corpse. I don't believe for a second it was because the tiger was heavy. Era blinked slowly, remembering how she dragged the tiger's body, and how she had left deep red scratches on the trees along the path. She closed her eyes. It didn't matter whether I carried a tiger or not, she said quietly. It wouldn't change my speed in the slightest. Rayson stared forward. No doubt about it. She truly is the best killer I ever designed. Eric stood silently, watching him. Rayson continued, I'm certain my sister asked you to do something. He turned slowly toward Era. But knowing your personality, you probably refused. Era's expression twitched, but she said nothing. My sister wanted to test me, Rayson said. But your top priority is protecting me. He could see the truth in her eyes. So she would have used restrictive magic on you. Something to slow you down. Something that prevented you from rushing to my side. Era lowered her head, eyes closing. You're 100% right, she admitted. Lurvian sat at her desk, pen in hand, scribbling something in her notebook. She looked up with a bright smile and asked. Lurvian sat at her desk with a bright, excited smile. Raysun is finally coming back. She had recently entered a fire contract with the seventh successor, a path that would one day turn her into a mage killer. She was proudly writing in her notebook when, bonk, a magical hammer slammed onto her head. AH, she screamed. IIA stood beside her, expression blank. I asked you to speak politely, she reminded her. Lurvian jumped up, waving her arms angrily. I can't anymore. Rayson will be back soon. IIA stepped toward the massive stack of books covering the table. He will only greet the patriarch and leave, she said calmly. You won't even see him. Lurvian's smile instantly disappeared. That can't be true. Why not? IIA asked, tilting her head. Lurvian blushes, placing her hand on her cheek and closing her eyes dreamily. Because Rayson told me himself. He said, we're friends. IIA smiled gently. There's nothing more important than family. Lurvian puffed out her cheeks. But we signed a fire contract. That means nothing, IIA replied. I'm the eldest daughter of the Maton family, candidate for the next head. Lurvian's eyes lit up with joy. That means if I marry Rayson, I'll become his family too. What? IIA blinked, completely thrown off. But before Lurvian could continue fantasizing. Bonk! She was hit again. What is with you? She cried. I told you to speak politely, IIA repeated. Far away, inside a beautiful castle surrounded by lush green trees. Another girl raised her voice. Persha, the third daughter of the Maton family, crossed her arms. Her red hair fluttered as flames danced from her left hand. Shadow, report. The younger one, he's on that pilgrimage now, right? Her shadow, a swordsman kneeling beside her, answered, yes. Persha's eyes sharpened. When I heard he wasn't far behind my sister, I wanted to cut off all his fingers. Flames roared around her as she clenched her fist. But he's lucky. Before she could continue, a crowd of tattooed men stormed toward them. One man shouted, You burned our belongings. You took Celia's wings and our ancient stone. Behind them stood a massive, muscular man with gray hair and an eye patch. He raised a giant sword, emitting streams of mana shaped like skulls. In the name of Hanker, I'll kill you. One of the warriors stepped forward. Where did you hide the stone? But the shadow immediately slit forward, placing his sword against the man's throat. Stay back, he warned. Persha did not even blink. The men froze as her shadow announced loudly. It was her. He pointed to Persha by name. Persha looked unfazed, staring straight at her enemies. Inside her mind, she thought calmly. You fools have no idea what kind of family you're provoking. Persha folded her arms across her chest, watching the man in front of her raise his fist. He shouted, veins bulging. You must have a death wish. Don't forget to leave a will. Persha tilted her head slightly, a faint smile forming. Your hands are quite beautiful, she noted. The man growled, teeth clenched. Those will be your last words. Persha's expression didn't change. Actually, that hand doesn't belong to you anymore. The warrior roared and rushed her. His massive hand wrapped around her entire face, and he slammed her into the wall so hard that the stone collapsed behind her. Dust exploded outward. One of the warriors sneered, see? The Maton aren't even special. Shut up, their leader barked, his eye patch glinting. Don't let your guard down. The Maton family isn't that simple. The man who threw Persha suddenly froze. Then he screamed, My hand! Blood poured down his arm. His hand was gone. Persha walked out of the dust cloud calmly, glowing red eyes piercing through the smoke, and she was holding something. His severed hand. She lifted it, inspecting it with a thoughtful tilt of her head. What a lovely sight, she said softly. Then she looked at the trembling group of warriors. Now, who else wanted to voice their opinion? They all shook with fear. One of them, desperate and sweating, pulled out a sword. Do not be afraid of her. Family or not, she's just a girl. Kill her, The group charged. Fiery mana spiraled around Persha's body, erupting like a crimson storm. She tossed the severed hand aside and spread her palms upward. Her shadow stood behind her, motionless. Persha pointed at it. If even one person touches my shadow, he dies first. The leader with the eye patch scrambled onto a stone ledge. His heart pounded. They never told us she was a monster, he whispered. She's not even the family head, but that power. It's unreal. Persha erupted forward, tearing through the charging warriors like a living flame. Bodies burned, armor melted, screams echoed, blood splattered everywhere. The commander's face turned pale. This is one of Hanker's elite units, and she's annihilating us. He turned to flee. He didn't get far. A fiery skull appeared behind him, illuminating the stones with a hellish glow. He felt scorching heat on his back, and then a blade sliced through the air. His head separated. In the next instant, Persha caught the severed head in her hand. Her shadow remained behind her, silent and unmoving. Persha stared at the face frozen in terror. From a distance, you looked better, she sighed. She clicked her tongue. Coming closer was a mistake. Real trash. Persha tightened her grip and crushed the severed head in her hand. Blood splattered across the ground. Her shadow, still calm, spoke quietly. If you mean Prince Carlton, then yes. You're absolutely right. The shadow lowered her sword and looked at her mistress. What should I do next? Persha turned slightly, fire flickering in her eyes. Nothing. I'm not interested in insects with no talent. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, something glowed behind the trees. A faint blue light. Carlton stood there, breathing steadily, a luminous sword in his hand. He had been slaughtering goblins one after another, honing his magic through battle. Carlton Maiden, Raisin's elder brother, the sixth son of the Maiden family, and a magician already controlling the third mana circle. He stared into the distance. See you soon, Raisin. Back with Persha. She folded her arms again, irritation visible on her face. What annoys me most, she muttered, is that I couldn't catch Carlton. And I can't just ignore that. Her smile sharpened like a blade. Fine. Time to give them a surprise. Scene shift to dinner table. A table filled with different dishes. Kaysen raised a brow. So what exactly is a pilgrimage? Raisin leaned back, sipping calmly. I've spent the last 2 years traveling across the world, collecting artifacts. And I've been successful. Kaysen sighed. The main character, swordsman, second son, future head of the Sod family, crossed his arms. So you're training outside our world. But why do you need that? Raisin thought for a moment before answering. The main reason is to become number one in my family. I'm the youngest Maiden's son, and I currently only support the second circle. Kaysen nodded slowly. Raisin added, also, my brothers aren't allowed to touch me. Kaysen took a long sip from his glass. The food finished, Raisin stood from the table. Kaysen watched him carefully. Brothers as enemies, that's sad. It's the Maiden family, Raisin replied simply. Kaysen stood and approached him. Raisin extended his hand. Even after I return home, we'll still be friends. Kaysen looked at his hand, then at Raisin's eyes. Right? He asked quietly. Of course, Raisin said. They shook hands firmly. Scene shift to a small house. Light glowed through the windows. Inside, Sue sat on the floor, shaking her head. I said I'll do everything myself. Era, Raisin's shadow, his mute guardian, sat across from her. In that case, Era said softly, I'll have nothing to do. Sue pointed at her. I'm not your master, Era. The shadow bowed politely. Then, please let me serve you as your maid. No. Sue refused immediately. Why? Era asked. Sue looked at her with a tired smile. Because you do everything better than AA. Era blushed deeply. Well, that is true, but that's enough, Sue interrupted. She sighed and asked, even if we return to our hometown, will you still try to serve me? Sue asked quietly, even if we return to our hometown, will you two still be that close? Era didn't answer. She only watched the woman silently. Sue closed her eyes. So you don't know? She murmured. It's all right. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Era blinked, genuinely surprised by the question, but still said nothing. Sue bowed her head on the floor. Will Raisin come? Era stood up. Yes. Sue lifted her eyes toward the girl and smiled sadly. I'm sure my son really likes you. Era froze, then answered firmly. The gentleman should not relax. Not for your sake, not for mine, and not even for his own sake. And with that, Era disappeared. Sue turned her head toward the doorway, just as Raisin's voice came from outside. Mother, you knew we would return to the city tomorrow, right? Yes, Sue answered softly. Rayson entered the room, his expression calm but serious. I want to visit father first. His mother nodded. And I want you to come with me. Sue's eyes widened. A nervous bead of sweat rolled down her face. If I meet him, Rayson frowned. Mother? What's wrong? And nothing. Everything is fine, Sue said quickly. Rayson looked out the window, watching raindrops slide down a glass. I'll protect you, he said quietly. Rain pattered against the roof. Then Rayson added, there's something else I wanted to ask you. A system note flashed. Plot change detected. Sunlight pierced through the thick rain clouds. Sue looked up with a small smile. She's here. Sue stood on the stairs leading into the house as sunlight formed a halo around her. AA appeared beside the stairs, quietly stepping forward. How did you know? She asked. Sue smiled warmly. I could feel your presence. AA blinked, stunned. My presence? Sue smiled even sweeter, her eyes soft. I'm glad Era came here with you. Era lowered her head. It wasn't necessary. Rayson told you two to find a room together, Sue said gently. Era looked away, then muttered. Well, if he says so. Sue intertwined her fingers nervously. He didn't want you to keep hiding anymore. Her voice trembled. To be honest, even I don't know what's right or wrong anymore. She lowered her head even more. I always thought everything was fine, but I know my background is not good. I can't be a strong support for my son. In her mind, Sue imagined Rayson sinking into a dark abyss and dozens of hands reaching up from the ground, trying to drag him down. No matter what I do, she whispered, it will create a huge gap between us, and that gap will become a burden for him. Her heart trembled with fear. Her biggest fear wasn't for herself. It was becoming a weight that slowed her son's future. Sue remembered her conversation with Rayson the night before. She stared out the window as she continued speaking. Rayson told me not to worry, she whispered. He said if I follow my heart and just do what I truly want, everything will turn out fine. She looked at Era with a soft smile. And that's why I decided. Era turned toward her. Decided what? Sue took a deep breath. I will become a support for my son. Era's eyes widened in shock. Sue continued, her voice trembling slightly. I don't have experience. Not in magic, not in politics, not in anything. But I'll try. She remembered the night she stood between Rayson and his sisters, shielding him with her own body. She remembered hiding him behind her, terrified they would hurt him. I've lived in hiding for so long, she said, always thinking Rayson might get hurt because of me, because they were chasing him. She stood on the stairs, sunlight hitting her face. But now, I realize he's old enough to walk his own path. There's no point in hiding anymore. Era stared at her, stunned. A woman with no magic, no killing abilities, no noble blood. How does someone like her have this kind of willpower? Era watched a small sprout breaking through the soil near the steps. I understand, she whispered. Then she turned to Sue. The patriarch loves you more than anyone. The words slipped out faster than she intended. And with that, Era vanished. Sue blinked, startled, looking around. What was that? Era covered her own mouth in a distant corner. Why did I say that? Her knees hit the ground. If someone hears that, I might die. I can't believe I said something so dangerous. She lowered her head, burning with embarrassment. Why'd I blurt that out? The next day, the sky was clear. Era stood by the carriage, receiving a final warning. Be careful, the girl's voice told her. Hampton stood beside her, a backpack slung over his shoulders. He knew everything about poisons now. After all, he was Raisin's first shadow. Beside him stood he, Raisin's teacher, a martial arts master with a terrifying aura. He crossed his arms and shouted with an angry face. Don't you dare send me letters. We already have enough problems. I remember, Raisin replied calmly. The teacher leaned forward, still yelling. And don't you ever mention that I'm your teacher. If someone hears it, I'll deal with you myself. Yes, sir, Raisin nodded. Raisin and AA walked toward the carriage. Raisin turned one last time toward his master. I'll definitely write when I arrive. Magna threw his hands into the air. He's not listening to me at all. The command sounded. The horses moved forward, the wheels clattering against the road. Raisin stared out the window, eyes dim. He was returning once again to the city of the Maton family. Behind him, the master crossed his arms and sighed. I'll bet anything he won't send that letter. Raisin sat quietly inside the carriage, the wheels rumbling beneath him. His thoughts drifted ahead. There should be a resident magician waiting at the teleport. But who exactly did they send? Ahead of the carriage, Era, Hampton, and Sue stood a short distance away from him, waiting silently. Rayson stepped down and turned toward Era. He stared at the glowing teleport circle, its runes humming with power. Era, he said, since we're crossing the Black Sea, there should be a resident magician from the Imperial Bureau here. But who is it? Before she could answer, the teleport lit up. A shadow appeared. A figure slowly took shape inside the portal. Rayson's eyes widened. No way. He stepped closer, squinting. Evian, the man emerged from the teleport with perfect posture, adjusting his glasses. The librarian of the Star Library, Evian, greets you, he announced calmly. Rayson stared at him, stunned. The Ice Witch's librarian. So, she's the one behind this reward. A small smile crept onto his face. This was going to be interesting. The moment they stepped inside, Rayson felt it instantly. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, but her presence alone told him everything. If Evian herself came to greet them, things here must be stricter than usual. With a soft shimmer of frost, a teapot and a mug materialized beside the ice sorceress. Evian's emotionless voice echoed gently. It's been a long time. Would the gentleman like a cup of black tea? Rayson kept a polite smile, though inside he muttered, "Black tea, really?" He replied calmly, "All right." Beside him, Era stared at her master in disbelief. But he doesn't even like black tea. Then why? Rayson lifted the cup, snowflakes drifting off the rim. He smiled lightly. Your tea cooled a bit. Evian nodded. As it should be. Her expression never changed. She looked at him with that same icy calm. I'm glad you're back. Please visit the Star Library more often. Rayson returned her cold politeness with a warm smile. Sure, I promise. And just like that, the tea party ended. Evian lowered her eyes. You may enter now. Rayson blinked. That's it? She's actually letting us through this easily? Still, he nodded. Then let's go. They stepped toward the teleporter. Inside the teleport. The moment they crossed the threshold, sharp-toothed monsters appeared all around them, snarling as if ready to tear them apart. The heroes tensed. Rayson stared straight ahead while Evian spoke calmly. We're almost there. The light grew blindingly bright. Then, flash. They arrived. Rayson exhaled softly. Home sweet home. Hampton staggered over, holding his head. Master, I've vomited several times, but I'm fine probably. Rayson sighed and looked away. We arrived too quickly. Evian stood near the horses, bowed slightly, and said, The carriage is ready. You may leave. Rayson thanked her and turned toward his mother. Facing the maiden mansion. Are you ready? He asked gently. Soso lowered her head, closed her eyes, then opened them again, sadness flickering inside. Yes. The Maiden family's towers pierced the clouds themselves. A woman's voice echoed through the castle halls. Miss Soso has arrived. 3 maids whispered among themselves, wondering how she would survive the fury of the other wives. One murmured quietly, She looks different. Something's wrong. Rayson and his mother entered the main room, and the silence shattered. A furious voice roared. What is happening here? The pressure in the air thickened. Rayson clenched his fists. This aura, it's suffocating. This is how he always treats her. He stepped forward, jaw tight. I have to keep my mother safe. Don't you want her to be safe? His father stared at him coldly. And where did you get that idea? Rayson hesitated for a moment, then spoke firmly. Spouses should love each other. Don't you love my mother? His father didn't answer. He simply watched. Soso lowered her head, sadness pulling her gaze to the floor. His father took a step closer, voice harsh. If it was to protect her, why did you bring her here? Rayson's eyes hardened. Because she won't run anymore. He stood tall, unwavering. My mother will not hide from you ever again. Rayson stared straight into his father's eyes, voice steady but burning underneath. I remember everything. How you did whatever you could to keep my mother trapped, like she was something you owned. His fists tightened. But we're changing that future now. I finally understand your world. In your eyes, if you use power to cage someone, that's normal. His father listened quietly, then nodded. You're right. Humility is for the weak. For a moment, the man's cold gaze drifted forward, as if remembering the past. So protective of Soso, and yet, look what I became. Rayson didn't back down. I'm not a helpless child anymore. You don't get to choose for us now. You can only accept it. This time, the father lowered his eyes. Softly, almost too softly, he replied, You're right. Rayson blinked. A small smile flickered across his face. He admitted it that easily. Before he could speak, his mother straightened up, wiping her tears. I want power, she whispered. Rayson turned in shock. Soso's voice cracked. tears clinging to her lashes. I never had enough strength to protect my son. The only strength I had was my art. Raisin's jaw tightened. Isn't that enough? Under the bright full moon, a calm voice echoed above them. The strongest man in the world, and what does he think? A blast of magical energy erupted from the top of the tower. A man stepped out of the light, descending with the confidence of someone who carried entire eras on his shoulders. I didn't expect the head of the family to be this worried, he said. The head of the family turned slightly. And what would you advise me as a friend? His assistant, Sankan, bowed deeply. You once told me not to stare at the future. Look at the present instead. The head blinked. I said that. He scratched his forehead, baffled. Sankan continued, voice steady. You've always lived in the present. That's why you stand here now. He bowed again, hand pressed to his chest. I have trusted you since youth. You feared nothing. Every one of your decisions, I respected. Ayatra, leaning casually against a column, arms crossed, looked out over the moonlit courtyard with a soft smile. I'm glad you think of me that way. Suncan lowered his gaze, sadness creeping into his voice. My world used to be full of ambition and goals until I met Lila. His voice trembled. As the head knows, a year ago, she passed from an unknown illness. She was my wife, my world. His words froze the night. The memory hit him like a blade. Lila lying peacefully among the flowers, eyes closed forever. The head of the family lowered his eyes. She replaced everything for you, he whispered. And now she's gone. Rain-soaked memories flashed. Suncan kneeling at her grave, drenched in the storm, whispering apologies he knew she would never hear. Every day since then has been torment, Suncan said, voice breaking. Because in the end, I couldn't save her. Senkin's voice trembled as another memory surfaced. How he once sat on the bed, head resting against his hand, staring blankly at the table before him. 2 empty cups, a half-finished glass of wine. A picture of the life he once had. He swallowed hard. Now maybe I regret it a little less. Slowly, he straightened himself and faced the head of the family. His eyes were firm this time. Master, I want the world of Decatur to be kinder than the one we lived in. The night around them deepened, swallowing their words into the dark. Far away, beneath the autumn-colored night sky, the mansion with the blue roof stood silent. Era lay sleeping in her room until a faint sound. Her eyes snapped open instantly. In the next room, Era sat up as well, turning her head sharply. She listened. Another noise, soft, controlled, unnatural. Era, already alert, appeared silently in Raisin's room. The young master slept peacefully, unaware of the world. Era tilted her head, listening closely. Her expression sharpened. Without hesitation, she threw her dagger. The blade tore through the darkness and embedded itself into an invisible body right beside Raisin's face. Blood splattered across the floor as the attacker's concealment broke. A man appeared, clutching his wrist, the dagger buried deep. He chuckled despite the pain. Your skills haven't changed. I gave it everything I had to sneak in unnoticed. Era glared at him. Explain. What's going on? The man looked at the dagger stuck in his hand and smiled casually. I've come to take the young master. Her eyes narrowed. On whose orders? Sunken turned toward her, unbothered. The head of the family. Era's disbelief cracked through the room. The head? At this hour? Sunken lifted a brow. Do you think I'm joking? Era looked away, exasperated. Do you even know what time it is? He shrugged. Orders are orders. Time doesn't matter. The girl clenched her jaw, then nodded. Fine. I'll accompany you. Sunken sighed lightly, amused. Do as you please. Time passes, and yet you never change. Her eyes dropped to the floor, silent. He raised his uninjured hand. You can lower the knife. I'm not here to fight. He stretched both hands out in front of him, making his intentions clear. A glowing magic seal formed above Raisin's bed, spreading across the room like cold fire. Sunken turned toward Era with a calm, almost mocking tone. Still willing to die for him, Era didn't flinch. There were no orders but yes. Before the head of the family, Raisin's sleeping body floated over a transparent glass floor. Era knelt instantly. I greet the head of the family. Sunken also went down on one knee. I've delivered the young master. The head of the family examined Raisin and nodded. Excellent work. But then his eyes shifted. Why is Arrow here? Sunken answered without hesitation. To ensure the young master's safety. The head of the family turned to Era. Am I not someone you should trust? Era kept her head lowered. Of course I trust you. But trust should never affect how I do my job. A faint smile crossed his face. True. He looked at Rayson again. Calm yourself. I'm only performing a ritual. Era exhaled in relief. Thank you, sir. May I rise now? Rayson suddenly stood up, confused, blinking to sleep away. Was I hit with a sleep spell? He looked around, then faced his father. What's going on? He stepped onto the platform, sitting opposite him. His father raised a hand, flames flickering around it. The Mythen family possesses countless magical techniques. Rayson watched the flames dance. Among them is the technique for strengthening the body. From this moment, I'll engrave a tattoo on your hand and begin the procedure. Rayson's breath hitched. Procedure? A technique he named after himself. It has to be something extraordinary, but what is it? He bowed slightly. Father, I need to know exactly what this technique does. His father looked surprised. Usually, others accept whatever I decide without question. But Rayson stood firm. The Tiamarang, this place, it's suspicious. I must ask. A cold notification materialized. This space cannot be analyzed by the celestial eye. Rayson squinted at the message. Why would father do something so secretive? And at this hour, Butcher scratched his chin casually. It's just convenient. Besides, his tone darkened. This technique might turn out to be poisonous for you. Rayson's eyes widened. Then why do it? Before he could finish, runes burst into existence around him. Ancient, glowing, swirling. His father's voice thundered. Because I see potential in you. The circles lit up in blinding light. Rayson screamed, clutching his hand as blood poured out. The pain ripped through him like knives. It feels like my skin is being sliced into thousands of pieces. He extended his shaking hand, staring at it in horror as the runes carved deeper. Rayson stared at his hand as the agony pulsed through him. Runes, hundreds of them, had carved themselves across his fingers and the back of his hand, shining with a faint, eerie light. His father's calm voice echoed through the pain. Someday, this will be useful to you. Rayson winced, one eye squeezed shut. Useful? How exactly? But before he could finish, his vision blurred. The world twisted. He felt himself collapsing forward. The last thing he saw was his father's silhouette, blurry and distant. You'll understand the benefits of this tattoo. Soon enough, his body hit the floor. They wrapped him in a blanket, and his father let out a small breath of disbelief. He didn't even scream, and the pain should have been unbearable. He looked at his unconscious son. He's weak now, but one day he'll be much stronger. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room. A gentle breeze brushed across Rayson's face. Someone was calling him. Something warm? Something heavy? He opened his eyes and froze. Lurvian was right on top of him, smiling brightly. You're finally awake. She practically threw herself onto him, and Rayson's expression twisted into pure shock. Why are you on top of me? Lurvian puffed up her cheeks. I'm hungry. She pointed accusingly at Ivelia. And she brought me here. Ivelia crossed her arms coldly. She's wanted to see you since early morning. Then her expression shifted, sharp, menacing. And she still hasn't learned how to choose her words. Should I punish her right now? Lurvian's entire face turned red. Tears began forming in her eyes. But she woke me up so early, and you didn't even hear me. And Rayson couldn't help thinking she sounded exactly like a child tattling to her parents. He lifted his hand to check. The tattoo was gone. Was it all a dream? Suddenly, Ivelia extended her hand. Chains of magic shot forward. Stop bothering Rayson. Come here. Lurvian clung desperately to Rayson's blanket as the chains dragged her away. Rayson sighed. Looks like you're taking good care of her. Lurvian screamed as she slid backward. That's not true. She bullies me every day. Tears streamed down her face as she was yanked away like a sack of potatoes. Rayson watched the scene unfold with a tired smile. Ivelia tightened the chains and asked with a calm expression, Rayson, when will you begin your pilgrimage? He answered quietly, in 3 days. I plan to rest a bit, then I'll leave. Rayson froze. Of all the things Lurvian could have said, this he didn't expect. Still wrapped in chains, she sniffled and shouted, then my mother will be very worried. Rayson blinked at her, stunned. Your mother? His expression twisted into pure confusion. What mother are you talking about? Lurvian's eyes went wide. She suddenly realized what she'd just implied. No. I misunderstood. Panic exploded on her face. And the moment reality hit her, Lurvian, still bound in chains, began thrashing around wildly. She kicked, she flailed her arms, she waved her little fists like a furious squirrel caught in a net. Meanwhile, Ivelia watched her with a calm, ice-cold stare. I didn't say anything like that. But Lurvian kept raging anyway, her movements chaotic and dramatic enough to rattle the chains themselves. Ivelia didn't know exactly what the problem between the two girls was, but she silently hoped it would settle Sosan. Before she could even finish the thought, a massive fiery serpent burst into existence above Lurvian's head. The snake coiled, its body blazing like molten metal, flames hissing from its jaws, and all of that scorching heat was aimed directly at Ivelia. Lurvian threw her small punch downward, commanding the serpent forward. It roared, hurling a wave of fire at Ivelia. But Ivelia raised a barrier with a single flick of her hand. The attack shattered harmlessly. She looked up at the raging Lurvian, then turned to Ray-sun with a warm, almost teasing smile. You passed your test perfectly, so now, I'll give you your reward. Raisin's eyes widened with excitement. The trials, the white tiger test, she means that, right? He quickly climbed out of bed as she gestured for him to stand. A gigantic magic circle snapped into existence above him, glowing, rotating, humming with an ancient, almost divine power. Light poured down in a pillar. In the next instant, a robe materialized around Ray-sun, wrapping him from shoulders to boots. He stiffened. His breath caught. What is this? Then, a notification slid into view, floating before his eyes like a decree carved into the air. White dragon scale robe, a masterpiece crafted by the legendary dwarven smith, head of all dwarves. A robe infused with rare, magical properties. Ray-sun stared in awe. Ivelia watched him, nostalgia softening her expression. If this was made from white dragon scales, then that means... Yes, she said, smiling. You noticed correctly. I wore that robe during my pilgrimage. Raisin's heartbeat quickened. His eyes glowed bright blue. This saved my sister's life many times. This is an incredible gift, he whispered. Ivelia nodded. It used to be stronger. Over the years, it weakened, so I fixed it. Raisin snapped his head up, shocked. Fixed? Weakened? What does that even mean? Ivelia answered without hesitation. Once this robe allowed me to kill a magician below the sixth circle. Raisin's pupils shrank violently. His entire body stiffened. She continued calmly, as if discussing whether. You could do it too, but only once. His mind raced. A magician of the sixth circle, even the weakest one, is almost impossible to kill. And yet, someday he would need this. A day where survival came down to one impossible attack. He held the robe tightly and bowed his head. Thank you for such a magnificent gift. Ivelia placed a hand on his shoulder. As your sister, I want you to return safely. Raisin smiled from the heart. She turned, her voice steady. And as the eldest daughter of the Maton family, I expect you to return stronger than before. Lurvian, still wrapped tightly in chains, was dragged along behind Ivelia. As they left, Lurvian twisted around to wave at him. Ivelia raised her hand in farewell. Her yellow eyes shone brightly. Her smile was sincere. In her heart, only one thought echoed. If he becomes stronger, he'll finally be able to protect what's truly precious to him. And with that sentiment, the two disappeared down the corridor, leaving Raisin standing there with the legendary robe glowing softly against his chest. 3 days later, Hampton stood there crying loudly, wiping his face with a handkerchief as his nose ran uncontrollably. I loaded all the antidotes into your luggage, and I attached the instructions too. His whole body trembled as he tried to stay composed. Era stepped forward and bowed slightly. Goodbye, Raisin. Become stronger. Raisin nodded quietly. Take care of my mother for me. He turned to Evian next. Reaching out, he shook her hand. Formal, gentle, almost too composed for the moment. You did well, he said. Thank you for coming to see me off. Evian lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, saying nothing. Raisin felt something small pressed into his palm. He looked down confused. A tiny piece of candy. Evian's faint voice brushed his ears. Be careful. He closed his hand around it and smiled. This might be the best gift she could have given me. He tucked the candy away and turned toward the horizon. Before him stretched the vast lands of his kingdom. According to the strict rules of the Maton family, a pilgrimage was required, a tradition he could not escape. He clenched his fist tighter, lifted his head, and walked forward with a confident gaze. He took his first steps outside the kingdom's threshold, then paused as if someone was watching him leave. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball tore through the sky, roaring down toward him. Boom! It smashed into the ground right in front of his face, blowing dirt and rock everywhere. Out of the smoke jumped Lurvian, Beamerang, dust all over her, a letter in her hands. Am I late? The witch gave me permission. Rayson blinked in disbelief as he took the letter. It was from Ivelia. He began reading. Learning under me is good, but experiencing the outside world will bear its own fruit. He exhaled slowly, continuing. For 2 years, I've shown you how difficult it is to study without a mentor. Take a friend with you. She is your strength. Rayson looked at Lurvian. She jumped up and waved her arms, smiling so wide it looked painful. So we're together now. Behind her, the crater from her landing spread across the ground like a battlefield scar. Rayson stared at it. Well, no room for doubt anymore. We moved forward together. Lurvian ran ahead joyfully, practically skipping, while Rayson followed behind her with a calm smile. The two of them, and the silent cup, walked toward their future. Night arrived, and they climbed a long staircase in the darkness. Halfway up, Lurvian suddenly leaned close to Rayson. Very close. She sniffed him, her face twisted in disgust. Her eyes narrowed with burning rage. Your clothes smell like that witch. Rayson sniffed his own sleeve. I don't smell anything. 2 minutes later, for absolutely no reason, both were standing side by side smiling again. We finally made it, Lurvian shouted proudly. Before them, on a huge rocky cliff, stood a large building. The signboard read, Fat Cat Hotel. Rayson looked at it and wondered. If I remember correctly, there are around 3 hotels in Savior. Savior Street had 3 inns, and the very first one was the same Fat Cat Hotel. A cute wooden sign hung above the door, decorated with a chubby cat stretching lazily. Rayson stared at it, thinking, so this place really belongs to Sound of the Night. If that was true, then his father had deeper ties here than he imagined. He and Lurvian stepped into the lobby. Rayson spoke first. Since this is a pilgrimage, let's stay here for the night. His eyes drifted to the cats lounging everywhere, purring on pillows, shelves, and even behind the counter. If Sound of the Night owns this place, then the Maton family must have some connection with them. The bartender wiped a plate with lazy movements. The moment he saw Rayson, he spoke bluntly. 30,000 grain for the night. 35 if you want food. Scrub, scrub. Another plate wiped. Checkout is at 12 o'clock. But if you're late, doesn't matter. We don't get many customers anyway. Rayson quickly waved his hands. See, can you show us the room? Please? He thought to himself, this guy, he's definitely Sound of the Night. The informant. Brick. While he struggled, Lurvian was already on the floor, hugging 2 kittens, smiling like a child in a candy shop. Brick pointed lazily at the stairs. Go up. Turn right. 3rd biggest room. Rayson's smile died instantly. He's not even going to show us the way. He tried again, staring at the bartender. It's been really hot these days. Brick blinked in confusion. Hot. I couldn't sleep last night. It was freezing. Their eyes froze on each other. Rayson leaned in. Then, what can we order on a hot day? He flailed his arms dramatically. I want a beer. And 2 slices of pizza. Brick laughed. Breakfast. I'll make it for breakfast. Rayson stared at him deadpan. Brick squinted. Aren't you too young for beer? Rayson half closed his eyes, defeated. Maybe I should just go play with the cats. Both of them turned toward Lurvian. She was hugging 2 kittens like they were her own babies, cheeks puffed with happiness. Rayson imagined a secret code in his head. A sunny island, palm trees swaying. Because Sound of the Night passwords work like opposites. On a hot day, you must say it's cold. Images of snowmen flashed through his mind. And on a cold day, you say it's hot. He finally understood the informant's code. Rayson closed his eyes and imagined 2 people standing in front of him. One holding beer, the other holding sweets. If I'm a child, I should ask for beer. If I'm an adult, I should ask for sweets. Ridiculous logic. He imagined a spear slam meringue into a shield, sparks flying everywhere. And suddenly he understood. This absurdity is the password of Sound of the Night. A soft overhead view of the Fat Cat Hotel appeared in his mind's eye as the narration spoke. In exchange for permission to operate inside the Maton family territory, Sound of the Night grants special privileges to Maton disciples who embark on pilgrimage. Down below, Brick the bartender burst into laughter. You brought 2 cats? Rayson's eyes narrowed. So the man already knew the truth, that he was the 7th son of the Maton family. Brick pointed toward the kittens Lurvian was cuddling. The red one is Hobbs. The plump one is Valve. Hobbs is picky, so he's skinny. Valve eats everything. So, well, you see the result. Both men watched as Lurvian rubbed her face against the kittens, hummerang with happiness. Brick asked casually, "Which one do you want to play with?" Rayson answered instantly, "Valve." Brick squinted, awkward. "Hobbs would be easier. And why is the Maton family's son asking me for money?" He narrowed his eyes, confused. For the Maton family, money means nothing. Then why? Rayson just smiled awkwardly. Because Maton children only get financial support from their mothers. Artifacts or not, I need money more than anything right now. He cleared his throat and said, "I like fatter cats." Brick snorted. Rayson began walking up the stairs, glancing back at the bartender. He understood now. Helping Rayson meant Sound of the Night's contract with the Maton family would end. Brick stacked more plates, face calm, until he looked up. His eyes burned with anger for a brief moment. Rayson understood. Once he receives help, this hotel will close. Meanwhile, in Mython, Buttra folded his arms and questioned one of his men. How did Rayson even learn about this? The subordinate hesitated. He might have found information in the library. Buttra's eyes narrowed, filled with fire and amusement. You mean he found the correct book? The man looked away nervously. Maybe Evian helped him. The scene shifted to Evian, sitting silently, eating something, while dozens of books floated around her in a perfect circle. Buttra clicked his tongue. Librarians are supposed to remain neutral, aren't they? Evian quietly ate her chocolate, staring blankly ahead as books floated around her under her magic. Buttra continued speaking, voice low but edged with amusement. She's quite attached to the youngest, isn't she? No other Maton child would stay in some old inn or waste nights reading dusty books. Across from him, Sun stood silently, his posture firm. Buttra turned toward him. Tell me, Senator, did you really plan all of this? Sun didn't blink. Every child had equal chances. Buttra smiled, genuine, warm, maybe even proud. You look like you're enjoying this. Sun shrugged lightly. Rayson is the only one who's following the path I intended. Which means, he looked outside the window. Today is the final day of the Fat Cat Inn. The scene shifted to the hotel under moonlight. Quiet, peaceful, unaware of what dawn would bring. Sunlight poured through the windows. Rayson stretched lazily, eyes still closed. I slept well. Around him lay dozens of bags. Piled, stacked, overflowing. He blinked, then opened his eyes fully, and froze. What is this? He opened the first bag. It overflowed with coins. Then another, and another. He shot straight up, voice shaking with disbelief. No way. How'd they put all this here overnight without waking me up? The coins glittered so brightly they nearly blinded him. He estimated it quickly. 3 million grain? No, 3 billion? This is enough for 2 years of luxurious living. Lurvian yawned behind him, stretching like she'd just crawled out of a dream. When are we having breakfast? She mumbled. She shuffled toward him with half-closed eyes. I was dreaming of cats. Rayson couldn't help but laugh. Of course you were. We're staying in a cat hotel. But then, a jolt ran down his spine. She told him her dream. Lurvian's dreams are often prophetic. He remembered the time she dreamed of an attack before it happened, and how Cassin stood drenched in blood, baring his teeth as he fought for survival. A cold notification flashed in front of Rayson. Danger detected. Every sign, every omen, even the divine eye, all pointed to the same truth. Something terrible was Komarang. He snapped his head toward Lurvian. As she finished changing clothes, Rayson met her gaze with complete seriousness. Lurvian, burn this hotel down. No holding back. Her eyes widened, but she nodded. A few minutes later, a massive fire raged through the forest. The Fat Cat Hotel burned violently, flames roaring into the sky and filling the air with thick black smoke. On the second floor, dozens of men in black suits gathered near Rayson's room door. One pressed his ear against it. All right, let's go in. He motioned for his men to move. But before he could take a single step, a fist stopped 1 inch from his face. A monstrous punch. A strike powerful enough to crush bone, shatter steel, and blow a grown man across the hallway. A punch delivered by Rayson himself. Rayson's punch didn't just hit the man, it obliterated him. His skull shattered into fragments, scattering across the burning hallway. The others froze in terror. Cries burst out immediately. The seventh son. He's only second circle. We can't let him escape. Magic circles lit up everywhere as the assassins panicked. Rayson stepped beside Lurvian, fists tightening. They're attacking even though they know who I am. His eyes sharpened. They must be desperate to keep their secrets, and they're strong enough. If I hadn't trained with Father, I'd already be dead. His hair began losing its color, streaks of white appearing like frost spreading through winter branches. And now I know something else. They have no idea what happened in Sadas. More white, more power, until his hair turned completely snow white. Raysun raised his head. Let's end this. A notification flashed. Blitz tactic activated. Mana reserves allow 1 minute. The assassins gasped. His hair. That mana level isn't second circle. Use defensive magic. Keep distance. Purple barriers rose instantly, but they meant nothing. Rayson moved. A blur. A flash. Lightning disguised as a human. He broke through all 3 defensive barriers at once and smashed their faces with devastating strikes. 1, 2, 3. Dead before their bodies hit the floor. He ripped masks from their corpses, holding them loosely in his hand. More mages gathered, fire blazing in their palms. He's Komarang. Use everything. 3 fire circles ignited at once. Even a maiden won't survive this. Flames merged, 3 dragons twisting into one colossal fire beast. The blazing monster roared and lunged straight at Rayson. We'll see you in hell. Rayson stared in shock. This fire mana, this density, a fiery goblet materialized beside him, licking the flames with childlike joy. Oh, what delicious energy. The 3 mages kept pouring more fire into the dragon, unaware it was pointless. Moments later, their flames sputtered out. What happened? All 3 stared, trembling, as another notification appeared before Rayson. Blitz tactic, remaining time, 52 seconds. But then, the number twitched. Flickering, shifting. Rayson felt his limbs flood with more mana, his entire body vibrating with power. Blue sparks danced between his fists. Another notification appeared. Blitz tactic extended, duration, 2 minutes. Rayson grinned, malicious and hungry for combat. He rolled his shoulders, lightning crackling around him. I wanted to play with Valve, his smile sharpened. But I like this option too. His eyes burned with wild excitement. This is my peak. A pulse of purple light fills the room as a voice calmly orders the guards to remove the man's bandages. Inside the massive, glowing violet sphere, several shadowy figures stand in judgment. And at the center, beaten, tied, and barely conscious, sits Sean Brigg, wrist bound, his little finger twisted and broken. The sphere ripples like liquid magic. Then a cold, emotionless voice emerges from within. Why did the sound of Night Squad attack a member of the Maton family? Brigg lifts his head, blood dripping down his jaw. He grits his teeth, shouting back into the sphere. Because we thought we could keep working. His voice echoes through the chamber. But the sphere brightens, almost offended, and the voice returns calm, dangerous, strange. I recall you were allowed to continue your business. The sphere flashes, revealing a memory. The moment when that same official had leaned toward him with a cruel smile, declaring, "Today is the last day of the old cat. I've changed my mind. Let the fat cat continue his work." In a reflection on the sphere's surface, the interrogator becomes visible, an information broker trying to piece together the patriarch's motives. He whispers to himself, so the patriarch of the Maton family wanted details about the 7th son, to observe how he acts when cornered. The scene snaps back to the present. Above a fallen enemy from that same clan sits Raysun, looking down with icy calm. He doesn't bother asking the man's identity. He already knows enough. Brigg, still trapped inside the interrogation sphere, continues spilling everything. I attacked the 7th son as a small favor, repayment for the kindness the Maton patriarch showed us. The man on the floor gasps through his mask, staring up at Raisin's eyes glowing with violent violet sparks. Raisin's voice cuts through the air, cold and absolute. This entire territory is under Maton control. If magical fire had erupted here, the Maton Magical Investigation Squad would have arrived instantly. The masked man trembles. Rayson lowers himself, lightning crackling at the edge of his aura. My family doesn't care where I go or what I do, he says, each word heavier than the last. Then, in a flash of lightning, Rayson rips off Brigg's mask, tearing away the last layer of protection. His voice becomes a quiet threat. But if anyone dares touch a Maton, especially in front of the investigation squad, they'll be arrested on the spot. Brig, bruised, bleeding, and stripped of his mask, can barely breathe as he whispers, a broken confession forming on his lips. Rayson stares down at Brig, his voice low and unshakable. You understand me, don't you? You attacked me, and you'll be punished for that. Brig can only tremble. Rayson lifts a hand to his own head, and red sparks flicker to life, dancing across his fingers like a burning warning. If you truly tried to kill me, Rayson says, eyes narrowing, you wouldn't be alive right now. But I'll consider the fact that you didn't actually intend to. Brig almost sighs in relief, until he notices what's surrounding Rayson's hand. His eyes widen. That isn't mana. And then, snap, his broken little finger twists in the opposite direction. Brig lets out a scream that echoes off the walls. A glowing system notice flickers before Rayson. You have infused a small amount of fighting spirit into the target. Brig collapses onto the floor, shaking uncontrollably. Rayson ignores him, looks over his shoulder, and calmly calls, Lervian, let's go. Tears streak down Brig's battered face as Rayson walks away. His mana refuses to restore, leaving him half dead, half conscious, and completely terrified. Time passes. Brig sits once again before the giant purple interrogation sphere, trying to hold himself together. The sphere pulses approvingly. Your service was satisfactory. Brig forces a smile, bows deeply, sweat dripping from his chin. I will continue to work hard. But then comes the question. Did you start the fire in this building? His stomach drops. He quickly shakes his head. And no, it wasn't me. He remembers Lervian earlier, darting around in panic, trying to figure out where the seals had gone, and blurts. The fire started because of the young lady's fire magic. The one traveling with the seventh master. Outside the illusion, the magic investigation squad was already inspecting the scene. Brig now realizes Rayson didn't just defeat them. He baited the attackers, and then summoned the investigation squad intentionally. He knew their plan. He understood their motives, and he countered everything flawlessly. The sphere brightens, impressed beyond measure. Even Ivelia and Persia had never shown such natural confidence. For the first time, the father inside the sphere silently acknowledges it. The seventh son is truly worthy of the maiden name. The chains around Brig disappear with a soft clink. You may leave, the sphere says. Your work will continue, and your competence will be rewarded. Brig exhales in shaky relief, rubbing his wrists. But then the sphere asks, almost casually, your finger must be hurting quite a lot, isn't that right? He freezes. Sweat runs down his temple, and he forces a smile, so fake it looks painful. And not at all. It doesn't hurt. The room goes silent. Then, swish chop. His finger is instantly severed. Brig screamed tears through the hall as snot runs down his face. He stares at the stump in shock. He hadn't even felt pain before the cut landed. And then he imagines, what if it had been his neck? His hand instinctively covers his throat, now drenched in cold sweat. He needs to leave. Now, Brig stumbles out through the gates, terrified, shaking, barely able to stand as the guards watch him with blank expressions. And he finally understands. He survived today, only because the seventh son allowed it. Behind Brig, several members of his clan were waiting. They had finally recovered the two cats they'd lost earlier, and they waved energetically when they spotted him. Even through their blood-stained clothes, their smiles were warm, almost cheerful. Brig lifted his hand to wave back, only to remember a little too late. He no longer had all his fingers. Still, he forced a smile. Compared to what could have happened, he'd gotten off shockingly lightly. A few days later, the scene shifts to a peaceful forest clearing. Rayson and Lervian sit beside a campfire, frying fresh fish over the flames. Lervian bites into her fish and suddenly blurts, "We've been walking for 6 days. So where exactly are we going?" Rayson raises a brow, amused. "You decided to ask now?" She laughs awkwardly, still chewing. "I forgot to ask earlier. I was too busy admiring the scenery." Rayson takes a calm bite of his food. "We're going to Holland, the Sacred Empire." Lervian's eyes light up. She proudly replies that she's read about it in the book the old granny gave her, and even passed the test with a high score. They soon reach a weathered wooden signpost. 3 arrows. 3 destinations. Lervian tilts her head. "Why are we going there? Is something interesting happening?" Rayson smirks. "There's a lot of interesting stuff there." In his mind, he imagines piles of precious jewels, treasures he himself had created in the past. It wouldn't hurt to grab a few pieces before Casson gets his hands on them. As Lervian puts out the fire, Raysun stands before the sign and activates his skill. A notice flashes. Divine Eye activated. With half-closed eyes, he examines the signpost again. 3 arrows. Sacred Hall, Holland Empire. Grand Ill Estate, Scarlet Forest. But beneath them, runic letters begin to glow. Raysun points at the tablet. Lervian, do you see these words? She answers instantly. Of course I do. You don't need the Divine Eye to read that. Hand on her chest, chin up proudly, she reads aloud. Holland Holy Empire. Raysun sighs. Not that part. She leans closer, squinting. I can see it clearly, but I don't understand it. Raysun scratches his chin, thinking deeply. A memory surfaces, standing beside Master he, searching for the chest plate of the 1,000-year dragon. The scene back then looked almost identical. A mysterious artifact, runic words floating above it, just like the writing on this sign. The runes shimmer, and suddenly a system notification appears. Automatic translation. Things for my descendant. At that exact moment, a burning heat rises from the runic inscription. The runes on the sign flared. Then a familiar goblet materialized beside Raysun, glowing faintly. The cup let out an annoyed huff. This inscription, it absorbed all your mana. It tried to act calm, but its voice trembled with irritation. Raysun simply crossed his arms. Well, now we can't do anything about it. The goblet twitched. That was my mana, you know, but I suppose I can stay quiet, if you praise me a little. Raysun ignored the whining and brushed his fingers over the glowing runes. You endured it well. Not bad. The goblet instantly straightened up, pretending it wasn't pleased. Suddenly, the entire inscription shook, and the glowing runes rose above the signpost, rearranging themselves into a new message. Raysun squinted, and another system prompt appeared beneath it. Automatic translation. Whoever finds my relics may claim the chest plate of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Then more lines unfolded. Possess the golden teeth of the white swan, or the eye of a wild beast from the Harlem staff. Raysun, Lervian, and the goblet stared silently for a moment. Lervian tilted her head. There's a lot written here. Before Raysun could respond, another notification appeared. Alternative requirement. Possession of the Divine Eye. Raysun blinked once, and the air in front of him suddenly warped. A bearded man in flowing robes took shape out of pure light. Long hair, cascading down his back, calm eyes, and an overwhelming presence that pressed against the air itself. He bowed lightly, every movement controlled and dignified. I am Curdle, he said. It is good to finally meet my descendant. Raysun froze. This was him, the legendary Archmage Curdle, a name every mage had heard at least once. Lervian immediately started circling him like an excited puppy. He doesn't smell like anything, and I can't touch him. Raysun, he's not even a person. Before she could poke him again, the goblet behind Raysun suddenly erupted in furious light. You insolent old man. You show up again after ignoring me. It vibrated so violently that Lervian leapt backward in surprise. It was obvious. The cup was extremely offended. Raysun sighed. He suddenly remembered the truth. Curdle was the first owner of the Holy Grail. He turned to the cup. Calm down. Curdle isn't actually here. Curdle nodded. Indeed, I am merely a projection. My true body sleeps in the North Sea. Raysun's eyes widened. North Sea? That's at the absolute edge of the northern region. Colossal cliffs of ice flashed through his mind. A wasteland so cold that humans could never survive. Even a mighty Maiden family had never managed to conquer it. Curdle folded his arms behind his back, smiling softly. One day, I hope you can awaken me. His body began to fade, dissolving like smoke in the wind. But if you choose not to, then that too is your path. His silhouette became translucent. For the future's sake, I sealed myself in the North Sea. And just before disappearing completely, to break that seal, I prepared many items. The last shred of his form vanished into the wind, leaving Raysun beneath the glowing runes, the cup still trembling with anger, and Lervian staring wide-eyed at where the Archmage had been moments ago. Raysun and Curdle's projection stood facing one another, the runes glowing like embers between them. Raysun could feel it. These were the relics the legendary Archmage had left behind. Curdle's voice deepened. To inherit my legacy, 2 conditions must be met. Raysun leaned forward, eyes sharp with curiosity as the ancient secret unfolded. First, you must possess the Divine Eye. Second, you must accept revenge through the Holy Grail. Raisin's gaze drifted sideways. The grail, floating beside him, was sticking its tongue out like a mischievous child. Under the weight of such a serious moment, Raisin let out an awkward laugh. Curdle ignored the cup's antics and continued. Go to Heron. If the Fire Clan still exists, they can be found there. Lurvian jabbed a finger at herself with a wicked grin. He's talking about me, right? But Curdle didn't react. His tone became more solemn. Winning the hearts of the Fire Clan is essential. Without their recognition, you cannot form the Fire Contract. And without that, the true Holy Grail will never be yours. With those final words, the projection dissolved into drifting sparks. Raisin placed his hand on the rune-covered tablet and channeled his mana into it. Light surged, and suddenly, the ancient mage reappeared. Curdle blinked, stunned. You actually found the Holy Grail. Raisin gave a sly smile, the kind he only wore when he had done something impossible. Lurvian groaned loudly, turning away. Ugh, he showed up again. But Curdle wasn't finished. A flash of light, and Raisin and Lurvian were now soaring high above the world, riding on the back of a white eagle. The eagle let out a sharp cry and banked to the side. Lurvian gripped its feathers tightly. Raisin, I think we're near some kind of cliff. Raisin wasn't looking at the sky. He was focused on a small fong resting in his palm. All right, I get it, he murmured quietly, remembering Curdle's words. Finding the Holy Grail means you're already walking the path of a great magician. He pictured the hologram of Curdle, calm, wise, and towering. You passed the first test, the projection had said. You have earned the right. I will leave several commands for the next generation. Raisin had studied Curdle's face carefully. The Archmage had promised, if you follow my orders, you will uncover the entire truth. Raisin looked again at the small fawn. Was this really what he thought it was? A system message appeared. Item acquired. Fong of loyalty. This Fong contains the loyalty of the Golden Tiger tribe. Raisin nearly groaned. Seriously? I had to find a Golden Tiger tribe first. Even for him, this was starting to feel like an impossible quest. Lurvian slid off the giant white eagle, patting its feathers and thanking it warmly. Raisin landed beside her, and the two of them jumped down with relaxed smiles. Lurvian's cheeks turned pink. That was so much fun, but before they touched the ground, a surge of elemental aura wrapped around them. A system prompt flashed before Raisin. Wind attribute activated. Suspended in midair, Raisin smirked. Now that I've gotten used to using attributes, this is nothing. He lowered himself gently, landing with quiet grace. Lurvian followed Sosan after, spinning joyfully. Let's do it again. That was amazing. Raisin dusted off his cape. We don't have time for that. Her smile faded instantly. She stepped closer, brows furrowed. Then why did we even come here? Raisin answered calmly. We need to find the Raven clan. Lurvian crossed her arms, annoyed. Ugh, they're cowards. My dad said the Crow clan is so cowardly you can't even do business with them. Raisin lifted his hand, mana gathering around his palm. Lurvian watched, curious. What are you doing? A small bag appeared in his grasp. Raisin smirked. Using my own method. A single gold coin fell from his hand, landing on the ground with a soft clink. The two of them began walking, following the coin's path. Raisin glanced into the empty bag before tossing out another. Behind her hand, Lurvian gasped. Raisin, this is way too wasteful. He shrugged casually. It's just 1 grain. I still have 300 million. Coins vanished into the distance one after another. Raisin smirked. They're picking them up perfectly, but still cautiously. Images flashed in his mind. Black, blood-stained wings displayed at the auction. The Crow clan's hostility toward people. A hooded flock of ravens watching from the shadows. He wondered what kind of twisted instinct their bloodline carried. Fear? Suspicion? Survival? The next day, Raisin and Lurvian sat together on a hill. Lurvian stared into the distance with an exaggerated pout. I'm bored. You're wasting time. Raisin chuckled. You don't like doing nothing? She giggled while chasing butterflies. No, I love being lazy. I want to stay here forever. But they weren't alone. 2 ravens perched quietly on the far ridge, watching them. Raisin looked toward them and smiled. We need to wait a little longer. Let the people rest. He raised the gold bag teasingly. Lurvian's eyes widened. You were right. A moment later, a small group of ravens appeared, kneeling, trembling, eyes full of fear. One of them stuttered. Please, may we have more gold coins? Raisin watched the trembling group of ravens kneeling before him and thought. So, The Raven clan actually overcame their fear. Beside him, Lurvian clapped her hands excitedly. Rayson, the birds are talking. They're really talking. Rayson couldn't help smiling. He slipped his hand into the gold bag. I have plenty of gold. He tossed a coin lightly into the air. The moment it glinted under the sun, the ravens shrieked and lunged at it in a frenzy, shouting over one another. It's mine. No for me. One raven, more desperate than the rest, scurried forward and bowed deeply. Our family is struggling. See, could you give us a little more? Rayson grinned. Of course. A gold coin dropped right in front of the begging raven. Every crow froze instantly. The world went silent. The raven grabbed the coin tightly, eyes shining. I'm rich now. Then he turned to Rayson, overwhelmed. How can I ever repay you? Rayson reached into his cloak and pulled out a claw, the fong of loyalty. He held it up. You can start by telling me how familiar your clan is with this. The reaction was instant. All the ravens screamed at once, flapping wildly as if thunder had struck the hill. Lurvian jumped behind Rayson, trembling. Our Raisin, what's wrong with them? Rayson stayed perfectly calm. They recognize it. They know exactly who this fawn belongs to. A glowing prompt appeared in his vision. An old article he had once skimmed on the Raven clan, back when he barely paid attention to such things. I remember seeing something about this clan, but I didn't bother reading it. Now he was beginning to regret that, because the moment the fawn appeared, every raven in front of him started trembling. Not with fear of the fawn, but fear of its owner. Rayson sat at a computer in his mindscape, brows drawn tight, fingers typing rapidly across an imaginary keyboard. He muttered to himself, when I created the extras, I wrote their behaviors into the setting. I remember describing them first. The screen before him flickered with an old line of text. This is the Swordmaster's note, Raven Clan. They must repay debts. They hate leaving anything unpaid. Back in the present, the ravens stared at the fong in Raisin's hand, and panic surged through them. One raven shrieked, That's the fong of the stupid tiger, the one who devoured so many of our kin. Another raven stepped forward, chest puffed out despite trembling. You're obligated to repay the debt. Then all the ravens dropped to their knees, raising both wings high toward the sky. In perfect unison, they screamed, We will repay the debt. Lurvian gasped and covered her mouth, eyes sparkling. They're thanking you, Rayson. They're so cute. Raisin's smile stiffened. I created a terrifying world. A raven wearing a brown vest waddled forward. He bowed deeply. My name is Tuma. Rayson nodded. I'm Rayson. Tuma's feathers puffed up. It is an honor, and I know where the stupid tiger is. Rayson imagined a massive golden tiger in his mind. Fangs enormous, muscles like carved stone. Golden tiger tribe, small in number, feared for their strength. So powerful they didn't need to multiply. Rayson pictured a lone member standing before an entire army of armored knights, not backing down for even a breath. If they were more numerous, they could rule the continent. Tuma suddenly burst into tears, beak quivering. The stupid tiger. He keeps eating us. Rayson sighed. That was simply the nature of the golden tiger tribe. Hunt the weak without hesitation. He turned toward Lurvian, who was sitting comfortably on a blanket. Tuma whispered, voice trembling. The stupid tiger is nearby. His temperament here is terrible. Rayson frowned. If the tiger showed up, Lurvian could get hurt. He walked over to her. Lurvian, stay here and wait. She puffed her cheeks, wanting to see the tigers too, but nodded with a bright smile. All right, I'll wait. But next time, I'm Komarang. Rayson gave her a grateful nod. I'll be back soon. Rayson took a few measured steps toward Tuma. Show me the way. Tuma trembled, but lifted his beak. I am scared, but I'll endure. Rayson flicked a gold coin toward him. It landed neatly in Tuma's wings. His eyes widened. F for me. Rayson smirked. Consider it your payment. Tuma straightened up instantly. He raised his wings triumphantly. I'll live a good life now. He marched forward proudly, tears replaced by joy. The other ravens watched him go, filled with deep envy. Lucky, I want to be Tuma in the next life. We shift scenes to the training grounds of the Grandel family, a clan known across the continent for its terrifying martial prowess. A frustrated voice erupts. Brother, can you stop lecturing me with your moral teachings? A young man, face twisted in irritation, throws out his hand. What do you want from me? You all die from one tap. It's impossible to teach use this fragile. His annoyance fills the courtyard. Velatutor Grandel, the head of the Grandel family and Rosalind's father, stands before him, authority radiating from every movement. Rosalind adjusts her belt with a scowl. The Velatutor growls through gritted teeth. Those bastards, they said they wanted to take Rosalind as a concubine, clamoring they'd help her give birth to a healthy child. The very idea makes him tremble with rage. Maynard, sitting nearby, responds bluntly. No, I didn't touch them twice. They collapsed right after. The head of the family roars. You should have beaten them to death. If it were me, I'd have cut off everything that dared move. He slumps onto a bench, fanning himself angrily. Shouldn't enemies die without unnecessary suffering? He mutters. The Velatutor waves his fan lazily. Yes, yes. People say these things. Maynard flashes a mischievous grin. If anyone heard you right now, Father, they'd think, ah yes, the righteous, respectable, kind-hearted, holy leader of Grandel. Lydia glares at him. Brother, the King of Mercy, Lydia, does not say such things. Lydia folds his arms proudly, ignoring every protest. Doesn't matter. Let's go back to what we were discussing. Maynard groans. I only changed the topic because you started yelling. Lydia leans in. So, how much have you taught Rayson? Maynard stretches his back. The 4 main wills and the 3 core martial arts of Grandel. But anyone can find those in a bookstore. He sits down, lowering his tone. Rayson learned something more important. Lydia raises a brow. More important? What could he possibly have learned? Maynard clenches his teeth. According to my dear brother, I'm apparently only good at making mistakes. Lydia waits patiently. Maynard exhales. That bastard absorbed my fighting spirit. The room freezes. Even the air feels heavier. The Velatutor whips around, shocked. Impossible. A human's fighting spirit and a mage's mana are fundamentally different. Maynard remembers Raisin's transformation, the fierce aura radiating off him, the explosive strength, the way his body withstood martial force. No human mage should survive. He's copying me, but with a body tough enough to endure it. Lydia's eyes narrow dangerously. If anything happens because of this, anything that threatens the Grandel family. Maynard places his hands together, closing his eyes as if accepting judgment. I know. His voice is steady. I'll take full responsibility. Grandel lowered his head, voice calm but carved from cold steel. If that day ever comes, if he becomes a danger, then, as his teacher, I will kill that idiot with my own hands. The scene shifts. Rayson walks through the forest with Tuma nervously waddling beside him. The crow wipes his tears and mutters. You're very brave, Master Rayson. Rayson smiles gently. Meanwhile, Lurvian. She sits alone beside the tent, her small figure hunched forward, completely bored and fighting the heavy silence. Her eyes drift downward, then her mind drifts back. A memory strikes her. Raisin's brother gripping the chain around her neck, pulling so hard it choked her breath. His voice was venomous. You're going with Raisin? You'll only get in his way. Blood trickled down her cheek that day as she lay beaten at his feet. You are weak. A low creature like you will never be allowed to harm a member of the means. The memory burns. Back in the present, Lurvian bites her lip. I am weak. I know that. Then she remembers Raisin's gentle voice from earlier. Wait for me here. She lowers her head. Her fingers curl around the grass, trembling. I want to stay with him, but I'm only a burden. Her hands clench into fists. Fire flickers around her body, tiny sparks turning into dancing flames. Her eyes sharpen. No, I'll become strong, no matter what it takes. The flames surge. A firestorm erupts on the mountainside, shaking the air itself. Far away, Rayson hears a violent burst, the roar of flames. He turns sharply. That aura... Tuma jumps in shock. What happened, Master Rayson? Rayson narrows his eyes. Nothing. I just felt her mana for a moment. A system notification flashes in front of him. A variable has appeared that affects the plot. Character. Child of the Phoenix intends to become stronger. The god of fire, Phoenix, is watching his child with love. Rayson freezes. His mouth hangs open. Phoenix. Instantly, an image flooded his mind. A vast grand hall stretching endlessly into darkness. Countless warriors kneeling in perfect silence. Above them all, a flaming deity sat perched atop a towering pedestal, its divine heat warping the very air around it. Phoenix, a god he created as a mere concept. He never imagined it would breathe within the story. He recalls the great mages channeling divine flames, fire so powerful it once conquered whole continents. But as Phoenix consumed divine power, the fire's strength weakened. Rayson stares at the message, stunned. He barely appears in the story. I didn't even write detailed actions for him. If Phoenix is acting on its own, then only one explanation remains. Rayson's eyes narrow. My divine eye and Sin's divine eye. They're fundamentally different. Suddenly Tuma's beak drops open and gold coins spill out from pure shock. He shrieks. That smell. It's him. Without warning, the raven sprints back toward the hills as fast as his tiny legs can carry him. I've repaid the debt. I've repaid it. Rayson smirks. Thanks, Tuma. He folds his arms thoughtfully. For a member of the most cowardly raven clan to guide me this far, that's already impressive. The forest grows silent. A dead deer carcass lies sprawled in the grass. And beside it, a girl with a tail, sitting quietly, waiting, watching. Rayson froze the moment he saw her. A girl with sharp eyes, blood on her lips, and a long feline tail. A member of the Golden Tiger tribe. He studied her carefully. Even from a distance, her strength was overwhelming, undeniable, impossible to misread. The girl stared back at him, puzzled, as if trying to figure out why he was looking at her that way. A human child? She wiped the blood from her mouth and stood up to leave. Rayson called out quickly. I came to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. The girl didn't even slow her steps. I don't deal with children. Her voice was cold, dismissive. I'll spare you this time. Next time, bring an adult. Rayson was stunned. He shouted after her. Wait, I just have one question. His hand hovered near the thong of loyalty. Should he show it? Would she recognize it? He hesitated. No. The Golden Tiger tribe only spoke with those they deemed worthy. Showing the thong now would mean nothing. Just then, the girl stopped mid-step. She turned slowly, eyes glowing with murderous intent. Her voice dropped to a frightening growl. I just gave you a chance to save your life, but I've changed my mind. Before Rayson could react, she thrust her tiger-clawed hand forward with terrifying speed. He clenched his teeth, shocked, not by the attack, but by what came next. Her body expanded, bones cracking and reshaping. She transformed into a full-grown tiger. Massive, powerful, radiating killing intent. I'll eat you alive. Her voice rumbled like thunder. Rayson examined the monstrous aura rising from her back. A skull-shaped presence, dense and suffocating. He exhaled slowly. He'd expected this. A grin tugged at his lips as he cracked his knuckles. Looks like I'll have to work hard. The tigress dropped on all fours and launched forward with explosive force. Rayson activated slow stream, time bending around him. He saw her paw slicing through the air and dodged at the last second. Her blows were powerful, but nothing compared to his teacher's. She spun around, furious. Not bad, but how long can you keep that up? Rayson admitted silently. She's right. I'll lose at this pace. He tightened his fist. A red aura, dense, violent, erupted around him. A system notice flashed. Fighting spirit activated. Rayson's thoughts sharpened. Language is strength. Strength feeds the body and the soul. He roared, punching with everything he had. The earth trembled beneath the force. A shock wave blasted out, but the tigress leapt back, avoiding the hit by a hair. Rayson clicked his tongue. The Golden Tiger tribe is far stronger than he expected. The tigress suddenly halted, eyes narrowed. Her voice was low, almost impressed. You have a strange technique. Rayson pressed a hand against the ground, steadying himself. Komarang from a pure martial artist lineage, he knew power when he felt it. And Evenson wouldn't be able to stay upright if he unleashed fighting spirit at this level. But none of that mattered now, because he had already found her weakness. A system prompt flickered before his eyes. Wind attribute activated. A sharp grin curved across Rayson's face as wild streams of wind burst around him. This fight is already mine. Before the tigress could even blink, Rayson vanished, slipping into the air like living wind itself. He shot toward her fast enough to tear the dirt beneath him. Startled, the tigress swung a heavy attack forward, roaring that Rayson was in danger. Her claws sliced clean through the afterimage, and then she froze. Something felt wrong, terribly wrong. She whipped around with wide eyes and found Rayson smiling behind her, one hand casually gripping the end of her tiger tail. Her entire body jolted. Let go. Let go right now. Rayson only tightened his grip, eyes glinting with pure mischief. Nope, not scared at all. He leaned in just a little, voice dropping to a teasing whisper. And you know why, don't you? A grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. The Golden Tiger tribe has only one real weakness. He reminded her of the ancient tradition. Baby tigers had their tails removed at age 1. But adults? If an adult tiger's tail was cut off, it could kill them instantly. Raisin squeezed just a little more. So tell me, Mirong, what do you think will happen if I do this? The tigress's pupils shrank. Her mouth fell open, and in an instant her form rippled back into human shape. Okay, enough. I give up. Just let go. Raisin released her tail, and Mirong immediately leapt back, scowling at her own humiliation. I can't believe I lost to a brat like you, she hissed, baring her teeth before finally slumping to the ground. Fine. What do you want to talk about? Raisin exhaled, relaxing now that the fight was over. Let's start with that, then. Mirong licked her lips, eyes sharp. You know, killing you right here wouldn't cost me anything. So why should I bother talking? Raisin calmly reached into his jacket pocket. Because a true member of the Golden Tiger tribe doesn't behave without honor. She studied him carefully. This strange child. How did he know so much about her people? What kind of martial artist family raised a monster like this? With a displeased grunt, she finally introduced herself. My name is Mirong. Now hurry up, what do you want? Raisin pulled out the fong of loyalty, letting its sharp gleam catch the light. Do you know anything about this? Meringue's eyes blew wide open. That's the tank's second fong. The fong of loyalty. The relic shimmered in Raisin's palm as she stared, stunned. That's one of the sacred relics of our hero, a treasure the Golden Tiger tribe has been searching for across the world. She swallowed hard. I heard rumors, but I didn't know it truly existed. Mirong sank further onto the ground, staring at the fong as if afraid it might vanish. But as for where it's from, or who carried it, she shook her head slowly. I don't know. Raisin extended his hand forward, staring at the fong as a quiet thought slipped through his mind. Was this really the legendary relic they whispered about, or just another myth that survived through fear? Meringue's eyes widened. She glanced aside in disbelief before blurting out, Wait, how did you even know it was the fong of loyalty? I've never seen the real one. She quickly stood up, tail twitching in agitation. Raisin tilted his head, studying her. And what would you have done if I showed it to you from the very beginning? Mirong slapped her palm against her thigh and snapped. What do you think? I'd have eaten you alive and taken a fong for myself. Raisin closed his eyes with a bitter smile, pressing a hand to his chest. Just as I thought. He tightened his grip around the fong and asked calmly, Why do you want it so badly? Meringue's cheeks flushed red. She crossed her arms, looked away, and yelled, Because, with that fong, I can enter the village of the Golden Tiger tribe. Raisin blinked. Village? But the Golden Tigers always lived solitary lives? What is she talking about? He narrowed his eyes. Why did your tribe suddenly decide to gather in one place? Meringue's expression darkened. A vision surfaced in her mind. A massive tiger wrapped in golden chains, roaring helplessly. It started because of her, Mirong muttered. Raisin leaned forward. Her. Mirong nodded, voice trembling. A hunter. A woman who hunted every golden tiger she came across. Alone, she slaughtered entire families. Images flashed, tiger eyes widened in terror. Claws scraping the ground, a shadowy woman approaching with cold, merciless steps. And then Raisin felt a chill. He remembered an image. A girl standing calmly inside a glowing magic circle. Silver chains snapping forward like fangs, and a tiger being ripped apart in an instant. His sister. Mirong continued, voice strained. If the tribe hadn't unified, they would have gone extinct. Raisin's heart tightened. Sweat rolled down his cheek as he imagined chain after chain constricting tiger bodies, slicing through fur and bone. Mirong folded her hands tightly. In general, that girl wasn't just crazy. The elders said, we provoked her first, but the woman who appeared after that. Raisin narrowed his eyes, doubt growing. Is she seriously saying my sister is insane? Mirong clenched her teeth, glaring at Raisin as if he personally offended her. Persia, she's insane. A horrific memory flickered in Meringue's mind. A cheerful girl smiling sweetly, while holding a freshly severed tiger head in each hand. She said if her sister killed 30 of us and got praised as a hero, then she should kill 100. Raisin's face drained of color. He swallowed the lump in his throat. Mirong went on, voice shaking as she remembered the past. Our village was once peaceful, thriving. Then Persia came. Fire roared around a lone figure. Persia walking through the flames with 2 tiger heads, stepping over burning bodies as cubs screamed for help. To fight her, the elders united several villages, Mirong whispered. But her voice cracked as a final memory rose. The blazing inferno, the falling screams, and Persia emerging from the smoke like a demon. All the villages, Mirong said softly, staring at the ground, except one, were wiped out. Persia slowly approached the trembling tiger cub, her shadow stretching across the ruined village. She crouched down, meeting his terrified eyes with a cold, emotionless stare. "There's no need to hate me," she whispered. "Do you even realize that you're about to die?" Tears welled up in the cub's eyes. Persia smiled gently, far too gently for someone like her. "This happened because you were weak," she said. "If you want revenge, come find me when you're strong enough." She extended her hand toward him, voice soft and mocking. "Though honestly, even then, you'll still be weaker than me." Her arm swung. Blood splattered across the burning ground. Screams tore through the sky. When everything finally fell silent, the cub stood alone in the middle of what used to be his village. Every adult, every protector gone. Meringue's voice trembled as she spoke. "All the adults died that day. Maybe that's why no one ever cut off my tail." Her expression darkened, stare drifting to the ground. "But I wasn't furious about it. They were weak. That's why they died." Rayson frowned. "Then why can't you enter the village without a Fong?" Mirong exhaled, shoulders sinking. "Because I'm weak. I was born weaker than normal golden tigers. Our tribe doesn't accept weaklings." Rayson stared at her in disbelief. He stepped closer, raising a hand. "Wait, when my sister, Ivelia, hunted the golden tigers, how long ago was that?" 6 years, Mirong answered. "And how old were you?" Mirong lifted her hand casually. 5. Rayson froze. His entire body trembled. "You called me small." Mirong shrugged. "So what?" Rayson rubbed his temple. "I know their growth rate is different, but still, this is weird." He lifted the Fong of loyalty. "So with this, I can enter the village?" Mirong shook her head. "Not my village. The main Golden Tiger village. I don't live there." As Rayson studied the Fong, its name suddenly shifted in the system window. Fong of Tutank, updated. A message appeared before him. Mirong Curdlebutts will appear once the Fong is placed on the Golden Tiger tribe's altar. Rayson blinked. So the altar must be in their main village. Mirong stretched her arms casually, as if preparing to leave. Rayson asked cautiously, "Can I come with you?" "Sure," she said, "but I can't promise anything." "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. Mirong tilted her head. "They'll probably beat me and throw me out. And you? They'll eat you." Rayson flinched, clutching the Fong tighter. "Even with this, they just take it from you." Meringue's tone was matter-of-fact, but then she suddenly smiled wide, cheeks turning pink. "If you really want to go, I'll take you." Rayson blinked. She actually looks excited. His mind drifted back to his fight with Meringue, the creature who effortlessly deflected his fighting spirit. If one monster could do that, what kind of power did an entire hidden village of them possess? Rayson stared at the distant mountains, recalling the monster he once called weak. Meringue, the creature that shrugged off his fighting spirit like it was nothing. If someone that strong was considered weak by the Golden Tiger tribe, then what kind of monsters lived in their village? He clenched his fists. "If I can't overcome this, I'll never stand beside my sisters. I have to grow stronger." Rayson inhaled sharply, then stepped forward with confidence. "All right, let's move. Where's your village?" Mirong lifted her chin toward the sky. "In the Dragon Mountains." Rayson froze. Dragon Mountains? Suddenly, the scene shifted. Lurvian blushed, her whole face glowing as she jumped in excitement. "We're going home. I'll get to see father again." Rayson looked at her and remembered her hometown, Heron, was located in the Dragon Mountains as well. Lurvian sat on the ground with the widest smile, turning to Mirong. "You brought a tiger with you." "My name is Lurvian. Can I touch your tail?" Mirong extended a single finger toward her, expression flat. "She's noisy. Can I eat her?" Rayson put his hands on his hips. "Absolutely not." Later that night, from inside the tent, Lurvian and Rayson both peeked out at something massive dragging across the ground. "Mirong, what's that?" Rayson asked carefully. Mirong stepped into the firelight with a huge grin, pulling the giant carcass behind her. "Dinner. I grabbed it on the way. If you're hungry, come." Rayson's eyes flew wide. "A boar? That's a champion-rank beast." She caught this casually. Soon, the enormous boar was roasting over the fire, crackling in the night breeze. Rayson sat on a stone, sighing. Mirong hates portals. We've been walking for 3 days because of her. Across from him, Lurvian stretched her hands toward the fire, smiling warmly. Mirong, meanwhile, glared at her with pure annoyance, teeth clenched. But still, something about the scene made Rayson smile. They're getting along. Kind of. Mirong tore off a huge piece of meat and held it proudly. It's boar. Doesn't stink like the others. The meat is tender. Lurvian held up 2 pieces like trophies. No wonder it melts in your mouth. Rayson blinked at them. I've heard golden tigers aren't picky eaters. Mirong shot him a deeply offended glare as she bit into her portion. What nonsense. Our sense of taste is far more developed than humans. That's why we're picky. She pulled out a handful of fruits and vegetables. And whatever food you store in that pocket dimension of yours smells weird. Rayson frowned. Impossible. Time doesn't even pass in the pocket dimension. Mirong chewed another bite before casually adding, of course, human meat tastes best. Rayson stared at her in horror. Why would you say that to people? And, what does golden tiger meat taste like? Mirong looked at him with calm disgust. It's too tough. Rayson nearly choked. She's eaten it. Before he could recover, the scene shifted again. A wooden sign stood by the road. Mirong pointed at it. There's a cave ahead. Mirong pointed toward a wooden signpost marking a narrow path. If we pass through that cave and go down the mountain, we'll reach Heron. Lurvian's eyes lit up. She turned to Rayson with hopeful excitement. Then can I come with you after I see father? Rayson shook his head gently. Lurvian, wait for me in Heron. Her smile froze. Wait for you. I'm going to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. Lurvian fell silent. The excitement drained from her face, her shoulders drooping as she stared at the ground. Rayson blinked, surprised by her reaction. Lurvian, what's wrong? She hesitated, then whispered, is it because I'm weak? Rayson frowned. She's insanely talented for her age. But even so, golden tigers are on an entirely different level. Lurvian slowly turned away. Okay, I'll go to father then. She paused, then forced a bright smile, lifting a shaky thumbs up. If I want to get stronger, I'll just tell him. I'll become really strong and protect you. I'm your contracted firebender, after all. Rayson couldn't help but smile. Good, and I'll try not to be late. She nodded, then sprinted off down the path, running as fast as her little legs could carry her, chasing the warmth of home and the strength she longed for. As they continued deeper into the mountains, Rayson's thoughts wandered. This is for her own good. Lurvian needs to grow, and I need to become stronger too. I'll complete the KD task and climb higher. Suddenly, Mirong froze. Her nostrils flared as she sniffed the air intensely. Right then, the Holy Grail manifested beside Rayson with a miserable groan. Ugh, I hate this place. Mirong dropped to all fours, ears perked. We're close. The Grail began trembling violently. No. This place is terrible. If I'm remembering correctly, I slept here for 1,000 years. At least, I was sealed in this cursed place. Rayson frowned. Sealed? So he really was trapped here. But why is Mirong digging then? The Grail stared at Mirong as she clawed at the earth. I don't think she knows the password. Rayson stiffened. Password? He glanced at Mirong, who looked way too cheerful for someone scratching at ancient ground with no plan. Before he could question her, a deep voice echoed behind him. Who are you? Rayson turned sharply. A massive, muscle-bound man stepped out of the shadows, towering over them like a walking mountain. A massive shadow fell over Rayson. He lifted his head and froze. A golden tiger stood before him. Not just tall, gigantic. Even Mirong, who already towered over most people, looked small beside him. Mirong stopped dead in her tracks. Her entire body trembled. Rayson's eyes narrowed. So this man really is a golden tiger. And she's terrified of him. A sudden system prompt flickered in Rayson's vision. Mirong was born weak. Because of this, she endured countless attacks from her own tribe. Rayson clenched his jaw. So that's why she shakes like this but still wants to return. The towering tiger man stepped closer, voice rumbling with suspicion. You, human, you're not one of us. Where did you get Tank's Fong? Rayson frowned and replied calmly. Curdle sent me. The man's brows furrowed. Curdle? Never heard that name. My name is Rayson Maton, Rayson said firmly. Beside him, Mirong flinched. She whispered, Maton. The tiger man's expression shifted. A deep, dangerous tension filled the air as Rayson continued. Yes, I'm related to Ivelia Maton and Persia. Those names should be familiar. The man's eyes widened in fury. His entire body tensed. jaw clenched, muscles shook. Meringue's jaw dropped open, unable to understand what was happening. The next instant, the giant swung a fist at Raysun with killing intent. Raysun stepped back, thoughts racing. I don't have time to earn the recognition of the entire tribe. I need to end this before it gets out of control. Miron screamed. Raisin, you freak. How dare you? You tricked me. I'll eat you right now. The tiger man shouted back. Idiot. You brought a maiden straight to the Golden Tiger tribe's doorstep. Miron panicked, arms flailing. I didn't know. I just wanted to get into the village. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at the furious warrior. Raysun, say something. Explain it to him, and then I'll eat you. Raysun slowly turned toward her. Honestly, Miron looks like she's going to eat me even before they do. The tiger warrior growled, stepping forward. Listen well, we're not afraid. If we must, we'll fight to the death. Raysun held his ground. I'm here to prevent that. I came to atone for what my sisters did. The golden tiger's body twisted, fur rippling outwards as he transformed into a full, colossal tiger. Flames burned in his eyes. You think we'll believe that? He roared. How can someone from your monster family possibly make amends? Raysun didn't flinch. He slowly lifted the thong of loyalty, and the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Raysun lifted the thong of Tatanka, the relic gleaming faintly in his hand. I'll place it on the altar, he declared. Then I'll accept its legacy and Curdle's guidance. The golden tiger warrior snarled, a violent red aura exploding around him. You expect me to believe that? Raisin's expression stayed steady, calm, almost too calm. I came to end the senseless massacre that he caused. The tiger man's claws extended with a sharp crack as he pointed them forward. The altar will judge you. His massive paw swung through the air as he roared. And I'll judge you myself. Right now. Raysun didn't flinch. In that case, why don't we check if this is truly the thong of Tatanka? A silence fell. Then, soft footsteps approached from the side. Someone was walking toward them, leaning on a cane. Raysun turned, and his breath caught. A one-legged, elderly golden tiger stood there, leaning heavily on his cane. His presence alone silenced even the furious warrior. That's Bakuya, Raysun whispered before he could stop himself. The elder's eyes widened. How do you know my name, boy? Raysun hesitated for a heartbeat. Was it because of the divine eye? But the warrior was still glaring daggers at him. So Raysun smiled and answered, the great prophet and sage, Curdle, told me. Bakuya blinked, puzzled. I don't remember any prophet by that name. Raysun continued smoothly. He can see the future. A shimmering image appeared before Raysun's eyes. The world descending into chaos. Mythons raging across the continents. This is one future, Raysun said quietly. A future in which the Mython bring ruin to the world. Another image appeared. Persia smiling sweetly while drenched in blood. Raysun tightened his grip on the thong. And I inherited the responsibility to stop it. I was born with a destiny to stop my sisters. The elders studied him with growing intrigue. A system message flickered in front of Raysun. Raysun sighed inwardly. Good. He's buying it. Let's stop wasting time so we can move on. Bakuya finally closed his eyes and exhaled. I do not know anyone named Curdle, but I do know the ancient legends of the Golden Tiger tribe. Raysun raised an eyebrow. Ancient legends? The elder nodded and lifted a hand. From his memories, a muscular warrior holding a blood-soaked thong appeared. Tatanka, the elder said, our great hero. He tore out his own thong and swore upon it. A vivid image, Tatanka's thong dripping with blood, materialized before them. He swore to protect the land of the Golden Tiger tribe and all his comrades. The scene shifted to a massive stone altar. The elder's voice echoed. The ruler of the world, Tatanka, carved the sacrificial altar himself. He created a place for his thong to rest. The thong on the altar glowed brightly in the memory. And in the distant future, the elder continued, when Tatanka's thong and the altar are united again, a brilliant golden silhouette of Tatanka appeared, towering, glorious, unstoppable. The great hero Tatanka will return. Raysun glanced at the elder, brows furrowing. So the great leader had comrades? I thought the Golden Tiger tribe were loners by nature. Isn't that right? Mirong blinked, pointed at herself, and muttered, I guess. Raysun stared at her, then at the giant warrior beside her. This isn't even the strangest part. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the thong. The reaction between the thong and the altar could only mean one thing. Magic. Raysun's gaze swept between the elder and the giant tiger man. But the golden tigers don't use magic. Then how did their leader cast a spell on the altar? And why? Why does no one here find anything strange about that? He stepped toward the elder. I've been here before, Rayson said calmly. A long time ago, with a great sage, Curdle. The elder lowered his head, eyes widening. You're not lying. The scent of this place still clings to you. Rayson approached him slowly. There's something I want to ask. Speak, the elder replied. Rayson stared directly into his eyes. Why couldn't Persia find you? She should have sensed this barrier immediately. The elder slammed his cane into the ground, the sound echoing sharply. His eyes shook. You're right. How had I never noticed something so strange before? His hand trembled. Rayson allowed himself a small smile. Because the person behind this unusual phenomenon is none other than the great sage, Curdle. Both the elder and the tiger warrior recoiled in shock. The elder whispered, What connection does Curdle have with our tribe? Rayson thought quickly. Tatanka wasn't a superhuman ruler of the world. Replace Tatanka with Curdle, and suddenly it all fits. But if I tell them I am Curdle, will they buy it? He lowered his head and chose his next words carefully. Curdle, Rayson began. The elder's breath caught, his face locking in a stunned trance. Rayson finished the sentence. Is the great sage who hypnotized your entire tribe. The tiger warrior roared in fury, teeth bared. You dare! Rayson didn't flinch. And he's the one who left behind Tatanka's fawn. Mirong stared blankly, completely lost. Hypnotized? All of us. Rayson turned to her with a calm smile. It was the will of your proud tribe's great leader. Suddenly, the elder extended his hand toward Rayson. For the first time, he smiled. You are clever, the elder said. Far more than your bloodthirsty sisters. He tapped the ground once with his cane and straightened. Come, I will personally take you to the village. Rayson smiled to himself. First level, cleared. He shook the elder's hand firmly. Great, let's go. Mirong stood off to the side, stunned, watching Rayson walk away surrounded by Golden Tiger tribe members. He suddenly twisted back and shouted, Mirong, keep up. She jolted and sprinted after them. They stopped before a small waterfall, quiet, gentle, unthreatening. Rayson blinked. This is just a pond? The elder closed his eyes and began speaking in a strange, ancient language. His voice echoed unnaturally, as though the world itself was responding. Rayson frowned, watching the air ripple around them. Reality twisted. Colors bent. Space shrank and stretched at the same time. Time and space are warping. His vision blurred. His stomach lurched even worse than when traveling through portals. Don't show weakness. If I collapse, they'll eat me alive. In an instant, the scenery changed. Red clouds drifted overhead. The earth was scorched into cracked sand. The air tasted metallic and dry. Rayson stared, breath catching in his throat. This is the Golden Tiger Village? Golden Tiger villagers glared at him with hostility. One step forward, voice rough. Elder, who is this human? The elder walked forward with dignity. Yes, he is the one who brings Tatanka's fawn. Tears streamed down the elder's cheeks. At last, the great leader Tatanka will save us. He looked to the sky with trembling hope. Great leader, what fate awaits our tribe? Meringue's eyes sparkled as she spun around, taking in the village. She froze, mouth dropping open, then blushed and smiled widely, unable to hide her excitement. Elder Bakuya and Rayson continued across the barren land, accompanied by several towering warriors. One of them sniffed the air sharply. He reeks of Tatanka. Another nodded. That's definitely his scent. Rayson looked to the side, jaw tight. Everyone recognizes the smell of King Tut, even though none of them ever met him. Curdle really hypnotized the entire tribe. The elder stopped and lifted his cane. It's here. Rayson followed his gaze. Ahead stood a stone staircase leading to a massive altar, a beam of light shooting straight upward to the blood-red sky. Rayson's eyes narrowed. The altar of the Golden Tiger tribe. They approached the stone platform. At the top, the elder said, There is a hole. Tatanka's fong must be placed inside. He paused, then added, And according to legend, if someone unworthy inserts the fong, lightning will strike them dead instantly. Rayson froze mid-step. His head turned slowly toward the elder, eyes wide. Lightning? This is the first time I'm hearing this. A system notification flashed. Curdle was cautious. He accounted for the possibility that the fong might be taken by someone who had never met him. Condition added. Must meet Curdle at least once. Rayson swallowed hard. Rayson stared at the system screen as a recording unfolded before his eyes. If someone who has never met Curdle attempts to offer the Fong, Curdle's supreme technique will be activated. Target: human enemies. Name: lightning strike of the heavenly Sela against human enemies. Rayson clenched his teeth. Why does the name have to be so long? Who names a technique like this? The massive Golden Tiger warrior stepped closer, studying Rayson carefully. Are you afraid? Rayson shook his head. No. The warrior smiled approvingly. You feel it too, don't you? The spirit of Tatanka and of Curdle. Good. Let's begin. Rayson lifted the Fong and stepped forward, boots echoing as he ascended the long stone staircase. The closer he drew, the heavier the air became, humming with ancient magic, pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the altar itself. So this is at the altar. I can feel the spell work woven into it. But it's fine. Curdle personally gave this Fong to me. A beam of light poured from the altar. Rayson raised the Fong toward it. The Fong ignited with a brilliant magical glow. The warriors below shouted excitedly. Tutka! Tatanka! It's reacting. Rayson squinted at the blazing altar. A figure appeared, tall, long-haired, wearing a heavy cloak. A young man. Rayson's eyes widened. That's Curdle. Younger, but unmistakably the same person. The projection turned to him. You've brought me the Holy Grail. Rayson blinked. Same hologram as last time. The Holy Grail suddenly materialized behind him with a miserable groan. Curdle's projection extended his hand. Mana twisted in his palm, coiling into a tight spiral, until it finally condensed into a glowing red crystal. Rayson's eyes widened. Is that a gem? The crystal shot forward, wham, flying right past Rayson's face and smashing directly into the forehead of the Grail. Jura! The Grail screamed, clutching his head as a gemstone stuck to it like a painful sticker. Tears streamed down its face. Curdle is an idiot. Look at my beautiful face. It's ruined. The hologram tilted his head, unimpressed. As expected, the baby is whining again. Rayson glanced between them, stunned. Baby? The Grail's eyes flared in fury. Shut up. I'm not a baby. I am the great Holy Grail of excellence. Curdle's projection nodded calmly. Yes, yes. Cry all you want. The Grail slammed his eyes shut, tears dripping onto the sand. This is infuriating. I hate this. Ignoring the tantrum, the hologram focused back on Rayson. If I'm correct, he said, tone shifting into something heavy, then you are walking not only the same path, the path of the magician. Rayson looked down at his own fist, clenching it slowly. Not just the path, he murmured aloud. And in his mind he added, he's talking about magical combat techniques, the hybrid path I've been trying to master. Before Rayson could think further, a calm, authoritative voice echoed across the altar. No matter how talented a human may be, Curdle's projection said, the body has limits. No one can possess infinite strength. The Grail and Rayson both turned toward the voice. That is why, Curdle continued, I created the Holy Grail. A vessel to store attributes outside of the body. That is its true role. The Grail narrowed his eyes and stuck out his tongue in childish defiance. Rayson crossed his arms thoughtfully. Casson received the Grail in the original novel, but it never worked as an attribute container for him. Maybe, this time, it will be more useful to me. Curdle gestured toward the Grail. Now then, your attribute. Fire. The Grail puffed out his cheeks and shut his eyes dramatically. Wrong, he said proudly. He conjured a mirror and admired his own reflection. I am far too magnificent for a single attribute. I contain all attributes. I hate it. It makes me look hideous. Rayson stared. He's calling that hideous. The Grail tapped the gemstone now embedded in his forehead. With this attribute stone, however, you may synchronize any of my attributes with the boy. Curdle nodded firmly from the altar. Good. Then the first attribute shall be fire. His voice grew deeper. I'm certain he can use it to learn elemental attribute magic. Rayson's breath caught as the air pulsed with power. Curdle's projection looked down at Rayson, voice warm and steady. The most important thing is this. Since the attribute has fused with the Grail, no one else will sense it. A hidden power, extremely useful. He smiled faintly. And in time, if you continue walking this path, you'll learn far more than you expect. Then, with a gentler tone, he added, if possible, I would like you to follow the path of my dear friend as well. Before Rayson could ask who that dear friend was the hologram flickered and vanished. Raisin frowned at the empty altar. Disappeared? And who is this, dear friend? He turned to the Grail. You look disappointed. The Grail rolled his eyes dramatically. Who, me? I am the great Holy Grail. I'm never disappointed. Raisin shrugged. Whatever you say, baby. The Grail's face twisted. Stop calling me that. You insignificant little human. The ground suddenly trembled. Raisin and the Grail whipped their heads toward the sound. Raisin dropped to one knee, hand pressed to the ground. An earthquake. But no, beneath his palm, the stone cracked. Thin fractures spread like spiderwebs across the altar. Raisin's eyes widened. The altar is collapsing. Stone erupted. The platform shattered beneath their feet. Raisin plunged downward. The Grail tumbling behind him, shrieking, "No! Not again!" Raisin activated the wind attribute instantly, twisting midair and landing cleanly on his feet. That was terrifying, he muttered. He lifted his gaze and froze. Before him stood the Golden Tiger tribe. Not humanoid tigers, but people with full tiger heads, roaring with primal intensity. Raisin stared, stunned. This is the true Golden Tiger tribe? A massive exhale swept across the tribe. The elder staggered forward, his tiger head dissolving, returning to his human form. When the altar broke, he said softly, "So did our bonds." Raisin blinked. Bonds? Shackles. The elder nodded solemnly. The Golden Tiger tribe was once strong enough to dominate the world. But when the great leader Tatanka vanished, God's shackles began to tighten around us. Raisin's heart skipped. God's shackles? Every tiger-headed villager lifted their heads and roared in unison, a sound that shook the heavens. The elder continued. Now those shackles have disappeared. A pillar of heavenly light descended from above, bathing the tribe in radiance. Raisin looked around, stunned as their bodies shifted, changed, and awakened. He lifted his gaze. The sky was transforming, the barrier peeling away, space twisting back into its original form. Light surged over a distant green valley, flooding it with life. The elder sighed. Even with God's shackles gone, the Golden Tiger tribe is not perfect. Raisin turned to him. Why? Because, the elder replied, we have no tails. Raisin blinked. Tails? Not far away, leaning casually against a tree, stood Mirong. She flicked her long tail proudly, smirking to herself. Of course tails are important. They're our biggest weakness, so every cub has theirs cut off as a baby. The elder nodded. Without God's shackles, they need their tails, the elder finished. He and Raisin both turned to Mirong, who was flicking hers smugly. The elder cleared his throat and continued. Since ancient times, our tribe has always had a ruler. Symbolic, of course, but except for the great leader Tatanka, every ruler has been a woman. Raisin blinked. A matriarchal tribe? That explains a lot. The elder stepped closer to Mirong, meeting her eyes directly. You, he said firmly, are suitable for that role. Mirang's jaw dropped. And me? The elder nodded. It seems the God's shackles weighed on you more than anyone. You must feel the difference. Mirong looked down at her fist, flexing her fingers. Yes, I really do feel stronger. Raisin stared, stunned. So Mirong wasn't weak by nature. She was being crushed by God's shackles. Because her village was destroyed, no adults survived to remove her tail, so they denied her entry. She lived alone, afraid and trembling like that little tiger cub. He remembered the moment he first saw her. A lonely girl sitting on rocks beside a deer skeleton, starving, isolated. Was all of this coincidence? Or was this Curdle's design from the beginning? It felt too perfect, as if someone had arranged every piece in advance. Curdle, you're controlling everything, aren't you? The elder faced Raisin and placed a hand over his chest. I, Bakuya of the Golden Tiger tribe, swear allegiance to the savior who freed us from God's shackles. Raisin blinked. Savior. Two massive tigers stepped forward and bowed deeply. I, Ron, of the Golden Tiger tribe, swear allegiance to the savior who freed us from God's shackles. Another warrior dropped to one knee. I, Jev, of the Golden Tiger tribe, swear allegiance to the savior who freed us from God's shackles. Then another. I, Sander, of the Golden Tiger tribe, swear allegiance to the savior who freed us from God's shackles. And another. I, Jibwa, of the Golden Tiger tribe, swear allegiance to the savior who freed us from God's shackles. Raisin's eyes widened slowly as one by one. The entire Golden Tiger tribe bowed their heads. To him, they're all swearing loyalty to me. Mirong stepped forward last, approaching him. Her eyes were wide. Her tail swayed slowly behind her. She looked at Raysun with a strange expression, something between awe, disbelief, and something else she couldn't name. The moment the announcement echoed across the valley, everything shifted. Sheep Mirong of the Golden Tiger tribe swears allegiance to the savior who freed them from God's shackles. A glowing notification burned onto the screen, an oath of allegiance from the entire Golden Tiger tribe. Raysun stared at the warriors standing before him, an unusual tribe with fierce eyes and bodies carved by survival. And then it hit him. They were now his allies. A faint smile tugged at his lips. So this is what Curdle wanted to give me. Without the divine chains suppressing their power, their true strength was overwhelming. The warriors raised their arms, flexing their explosive muscles with pride, the ground trembling beneath their roar-like cheers. Later, they all gathered around a massive feast, meat sizzling, drums beating, cups clashing. After hours of celebration, the Golden Tiger tribe dispersed in different directions. Their lives no longer chained together. Raysun lifted his gaze to the bright blue sky as flocks of birds cut through the air. They don't need to stay together anymore. Even if they can't defeat my sister, they can at least run and survive. He turned to Mirong. Why didn't you leave with them? She froze. Her face tightened in confusion. Mirong came here. Raysun blinked. Here? What? She clenched her eyes shut, searching for an answer that simply wasn't there. Sweat rolled down her cheek. Then suddenly, she threw her hands up and forced a bright smile. Probably because you'd be bored alone. Raysun sighed, annoyed. In his mind, he muttered, tigers are supposed to be solitary. What is wrong with her? But aloud, he simply said, do whatever you want. Before he could finish another thought, both of them stopped, frozen, staring. Far beyond the forest, flames were rising. A massive fire raged across the horizon, black smoke spiraling into the sky. Raysun's eyes narrowed. Karen Village? A fire? But then something terrifying struck his mind like lightning. A memory. Blood. Heat. His sister standing before burning ruins, a severed tiger head dangling from her hand, and a smile on her lips. Raysun stumbled back. Persia. This fire, it was hers. Horror crept up his spine, and then his heart stopped. Lurvian. She was in Karen. If those two met. Raysun grit his teeth so hard they almost cracked. He lowered his body, wind swirling violently around his legs. He didn't think. He ran. He blasted forward like a storm unleashed, wind attribute roaring behind him, the trees blurring as he tore across the terrain. Please let me make it in time. Behind him, Mirong stood speechless. Her pupils shrank as she stared at the fire consuming the sky. That scent, that aura, it was one she would never forget, and it terrified her to the core. She remained frozen, staring at the rising smoke, black, thick, suffocating, as the wind carried the echoes of destruction straight toward them. Raysun tore across the burning forest, wind screaming behind him. But the moment he reached the village, he froze. Everything was already on fire. The homes of Kin's people were nothing but collapsing, flaring skeletons. Screams swallowed by the heat. Smoke turning day into night. Then, young gentleman. A frantic voice cut through the crackling flames. Raysun snapped around. A girl, one of the villagers, stumbled toward him, terror twisting her face. Help, please. Persia Maiden, she's... But before she could finish, Foom! Fire wrapped around her like a beast flaring its prey. In one instant she was there. The next, only charred bone falling to the ground. Raysun's eyes widened in horror. He stared at the skeletal remains trembling on the burning soil. His throat tightened. Kin. He whispered her name again, and again, voice cracking as he clenched his fists. Then his heart dropped. Lurvian. She was lying unconscious a short distance away. Lurvian. He sprinted to her, voice breaking. Standing casually beside her, like she owned the flames, was Persia. A swirling wall of sand wrapped around Lurvian's body, shielding her from the fire. Persia pressed her blood-stained finger against her lips, eyes glinting with amusement. She stretched out her hand at Raysun with a mocking smile. There you are, brother. Raysun's jaw tightened. Persia. She crossed her arms, head tilted, and glanced at the unconscious girl at her feet. I found a cute little doll, she said lightly. So I decided to have a little fun. Then her gaze slid sideways, lips curling. And apparently, this doll is also yours. Raisin's expression darkened as black smoke swirled behind him. The stench of burned flesh choked the air. He remembered Lurvian's smiling face, the way she told him all excited about the Dragon Mountains, about seeing her father again. His hands trembled. His teeth ground together. Why did she do this? He stared into his sister's eyes. If you were waiting for me, then you must need something. Persia giggled softly. Oh, can't I greet my brother without a motive? She tilted her head. You're so cold. Raisin didn't move. Didn't blink. She sighed dramatically. Fine. I wanted to see you, but I don't need anything from you. Her eyes sharpened. I'm here because of her. Raisin turned slightly. Mirong had caught up and stood behind him, stunned. Persia's gaze flicked toward Mirong. I need the teeth of a golden tiger, she said casually. Raisin's brows pulled together. Why? She smiled like a child, explaining her favorite hobby. It's one of the few things I collect. She twirled a burnt strand of her hair and continued. But lately, my tracking spell couldn't locate the golden tiger tribe. Then I remembered a man selling bases on the roadside and hired a few people. Her grin stretched wider. Rumors said tigers live somewhere near here. So I sent my girls in pretty dresses. And some boys playing ball. You know, the usual. Raisin felt a cold realization crawl up his spine. So she has informants everywhere, disguised among everyday people. Meringue's mouth hung open. Even she wasn't prepared for how terrifying Persia Maiden truly was. And worst of all, Persia knew her little brother had been walking with a tiger. How could she not come? Raisin didn't even realize he'd spoken the words aloud. Persia only smiled, soft, cruel, satisfied. You did a good job for me, little brother, she said sweetly. So, I spent a long time thinking about how to reward you. Raisin said nothing. He just stared at her, the smoke swirling behind him, the fire staining her face a demonic orange. Persia glanced down at the scorched skeleton lying on the ground. Kin, the girl who begged for help just moments ago. Then her eyes drifted to the burning trees, the collapsing houses, and she giggled. This, she said, spreading her arms toward the devastation, is my surprise for you. She turned back to him, flames reflecting in her eyes. Since you worked so hard to find a golden tiger tribe for me. Behind Raisin, Meringue's breath hitched. A memory ripped open inside her. Persia in her childhood, walking calmly through a slaughtered village, tiger heads dangling from her hands. The screams, the crying. Not children, victims begging for help. Mirong remembered it clearly, kneeling there as a tiny tiger cub, trembling, staring up at the girl who would soon decide her fate. Persia had crouched down to her level, expression blank. Do you know why you're about to die? Shaking small, terrified Mirong had whispered why. Persia smiled. Because you're weak. Little Mirong had stared at her through tears as the girl added, if you ever want revenge, look for me when you're strong. Though honestly, I doubt you'll ever reach me. That memory crashed into her like a hammer. Back in the burning village, Meringue's knees buckled. She dropped to the ground, breathing fast, eyes wide with hatred and fear. Raisin turned, startled. Mirong. She glared at him, betrayed. You lied to me. Her panic deepened, the earlier wounds worsening with her rising emotion. Raisin clenched his jaw and looked at Persia. Karen's people were innocent. Persia shrugged, smiling like she was commenting on the weather. Innocent? Guilty? People die either way in this world. Raisin's voice hardened. The Golden Tiger tribe is innocent too. Persia's eyes sparkled. Of course, but I need them. Raisin stepped forward. Mirong is a person, not something for you to take. The girl with tiger ears, Mirong, looked up in shock. Raisin continued, unwavering. She's my friend. She'll travel with me, and I won't hand my friends over to you. Meringue's mouth fell open. She hadn't expected him to declare it so boldly. Persia said nothing for a moment. She simply stared at her brother. Then her lips curved. In that case, she raised her hand, for Meringue a circle with her thumb and index finger. I'll take a look. She lifted the circle to her eye, peering through it like a scope. Let's see, she whispered, how much stronger you become. A blue magical seal shimmered between her fingers. Raisin's breath caught. A seal? Persia inhaled gently and blew. A roaring surge of fiery energy burst from the other side of the seal, tearing through the air with violent force. The flame-shot beam screamed past Raisin's cheek, so close he felt his skin burn, and it ripped forward, unstoppable, towards something behind him. A violent boom tore through the burning village. Rock exploded, dust blasted upward, and chunks of shattered stone rained from the sky. Raisin stared at the destruction, jaw tightening. shattered completely. Six-circle fire magic. That's Persia's power. Persia examined the blue seal glowing between her fingers, a smug smile curling her lips. You know, she said playfully, I missed on purpose. This time, I'll aim properly. Barson swallowed hard, staring at the seal like it was the mouth of a dragon. If you don't move, Persia added, you'll die. Raisin didn't move. Not a muscle. Mirong scrambled to her feet, forcing herself into a defensive stance, even though her legs were trembling. Then Persia spoke again, voice sharp cutting. If you move, your little girlfriend dies. Meringue's eyes widened. Girlfriend? Fear froze her in place. Persia brought her fingers to her lips and blew. A stream of scorching fire roared forward, ripping through the air straight for Raisin. He stood motionless, fists clenched, eyes locked on the Inco-Meringue beam. The heat scorched his skin. He didn't blink. The fiery streak lunged right up to his face and stopped just before touching him. Raisin lowered his gaze. Persia extended her hand, amused. You knew I wouldn't hurt you. Raisin exhaled slowly. Yes, because you're going to be patriarch. And in his mind, he added, while I'm on my pilgrimage, none of my siblings' attacks can harm me. Persia clicked her tongue and turned away in annoyance. Boring. I prepared all of this just to have a little fun. Raisin was about to speak, a half smile starting on his lips, but Persia cut him off with a single, chilling sentence. But this part will be fun. A fiery whip materialized in her hand. Before anyone could react. Swish, slash. The whip flashed through the air. Lervian, still unconscious, lost her arm. The severed limb hit the ground with a wet thud, sliding across the dirt and leaving a long trail of blood. Lervian's peaceful face didn't change. She remained still, eyes closed, unaware of the agony she should have felt. Persia smiled, satisfied, like she'd just trimmed a flower. Mirong staggered backward, hand over her mouth, horror tearing through her. Raisin stared forward, breath shaking, pupils tightening. Lervian's hand. His heartbeat roared. Then, his eyes shifted color. His hair turned ash gray. The system notification slammed onto the screen. Blitz tactics activated. Duration, 1 minute 30 seconds at current mana reserve. Persia crossed her arms, utterly calm. So that's it, your magic attack mode. She tilted her head. Your mana reserve has grown a lot. But a smirk. It won't help you. Mana streamed off Raisin in violent waves, cracking the ground beneath him. Persia's smile widened. Shall we play our favorite game? Her eyes gleamed crimson. It's been so long. She pointed at the ground between them, the battlefield. If you can make me take even one step back, she laughed softly. You win. Raisin locked his gaze on Persia. She lifted her chin proudly and continued. If you win, I'll let you take the tiger and the doll. Her voice dripped with mockery. Raisin shouted back. Then you'd better keep your word. He dropped to one knee, one hand digging into the scorched ground, the other clenching into a trembling fist. Mana surged around him like a rising storm. Then, he launched forward. Persia watched him come, arms opening wide in amusement. Good, she whispered. Let big sister see. How much you've grown. She crossed her arms before her chest, smirking. A massive fiery shield erupted between them, blazing like a miniature sun. Raisin skidded, eyes widening. Persia's silhouette glowed behind the flames. If you touch it, she said softly, you'll burn to ash. But Raisin didn't hesitate. He clenched his teeth and leaned in. Persia tilted her head, curious. What will you do? Raisin pulled his fist back. Mana swirled violently around his knuckles. He punched the blazing shield. For a heartbeat, nothing moved. Then, cracks splintered across the fiery surface. Persia's eyes widened. Fire mana? Raisin roared, pushing through the collapsing flames. He burst through the shield like a meteor breaking atmosphere, fury burning in his eyes. Persia blinked in surprise as he closed the distance. Did you take fire into your body? She murmured, intrigued. A slow smile curved across her lips. How on earth did you manage that so quickly? Her thoughts raced. You really never let me get bored. So you passed the first level. Good. Then let's move to the second. Raisin slammed into her, grabbing her torso with both arms. He squeezed with every ounce of strength he had. I'll crush her ribs. I'll break her. But she didn't budge. Not even an inch. Pain twisted across Raisin's face. His muscles trembled. She's like stone. No, harder. She isn't moving at all. Persia looked down at him with a warm smile. My, did you miss me that much? Hugging me this tightly. But inside, she was impressed. His fire resistance, remarkable. Any normal second circle mage would have died already. Raisin growled, trying harder, but it was useless. Persia sighed. It's the robe, isn't it? Her eyes narrowed. Where did you get such an artifact, little brother? Then a memory flickered across her mind. A dim, blood-soaked room. A monster's corpse. Her younger self kneeling, shaking, and a blonde girl staring at her with that face, the face she despised. Persia's jaw tightened. She lifted one hand. A blazing magic seal formed above her palm. Without touching him, she raised her arm. Raisin's body lifted off the ground, suspended in burning air. A scream tore from his throat as fiery mana wrapped around him, searing through skin and robes alike. The pain was monstrous, a wave of fire breaking through even the scales of the white dragon and the 1,000-year-old chest plate beneath. Raisin's vision blurred. He felt himself slipping, but he refused to look away from his sister. Raisin's screams tore through the burning village, his body twisting under the crushing weight of Persia's fiery mana. She watched him, smiling, calm, almost entertained. And then, the grail burst out of his body, swelling like an overinflated sphere. Master, it shouted, trembling violently. I'm at my limit too. I'm going to burst. The poor thing quivered, cracks of light running across its surface like it was about to explode. Mirong watched from the side, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Her entire body trembled, breath shallow, heart pounding as terror swallowed her thoughts. Sweat streamed down her face. And then, her memories began to drag her back. A bright childhood afternoon. Little Mirong, a tiger cub with wide eyes, running joyfully toward a warm, gentle woman. I found it, the woman said with a kind smile. She held out a 4-leaf clover. This is for you. A 4-leaf clover brings good luck. I'm sure only good things await you, little one. Tiny Mirong held the lucky leaf with both paws, boomerang. That day, she truly believed happiness would follow her. But the next memory, the clover was still in her paw. But this time, fire was everywhere. Flames screamed around her. The world was burning. And in front of her, a headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Persia stood over the corpse, one hand gripping a freshly severed tiger head. Her other hand buried straight through another tiger's stomach. Blood ran down her arm in hot streams as the dying beast choked out its final words. Run, run. Mirong could still hear it. The wet rip of flesh tearing apart, the scythe-like swing of fiery death cutting through the air, the body collapsing in a heap beside her tiny paws, the head rolling across the ground. She remembered herself, a tiny, trembling cub, still clutching the clover, staring up at Persia Maiden, the monster surrounded by severed heads and flames. Tears streamed down her furry cheeks. And Persia looked at the clover in her paw. With one flick of her finger, she incinerated it. No need to hate me, the sorceress said casually. Then she leaned down, smiling brightly. Do you know why you're going to die? Little Mirong shook, unable to speak. Persia's voice grew softer, almost comforting. Because you're weak. If you want revenge, come find me someday. When you're strong enough. She extended a finger, hovering right above the crying tiger cub's trembling head. Persia's finger hovered above the trembling cub's head in Meringue's memory, as she added, though honestly, I doubt you'll ever be stronger than me anyway. That old voice echoed inside Mirong like a curse. Back in the burning village, Mirong trembled violently. Her breathing hitched, her vision blurred. She stared at Raisin, writhing in pain, while Persia stood over him with a cruel smile. Yes, Persia said. It hurts, doesn't it? That's how weak people feel. Meringue's heart pounded in terror. Persia turned her cold gaze toward her. The weak always suffer at the hands of the strong, she said cheerfully. Everything gets taken from them. She stepped closer, blood dripping from her fingers. Just like you back then, little tiger. You stood there crying, just like this, and there was nothing you could do. Nothing at all. Her smile widened. Just like your tiger friend now. Raisin screamed, mana ripping through his body. But even through the agony, he forced out words. But when the weak decide to act, he gritted his teeth. They can change the world. Those words struck Mirong like lightning. Her tears halted. She remembered Raisin's voice before the fight. Gentle, steady, certain. Your fear is inside you. You must overcome it. Mirong, only you can break it. Her breathing slowed. Her eyes widened. The last tears slid down her cheek, and she closed her mouth. Calm, focused. Then, she grabbed her cloak, ripped it off. Mirong stepped forward, her expression shifting from trembling fear to burning resolve. Nothing would change unless she moved, unless she fought. Her human features twisted, bones shifting, muscles swelling, fur bursting from her skin. Persia blinked as blood splattered across her face. A massive tiger head, jaw wide open, had sunk its fangs into her arm. Persia's eyes widened at the shock of pain and the fountain of blood erupting from her severed limb. Mirong, now a giant golden tiger, tore the arm free and bounded to the side with it clenched in her jaws. The tiger turned, eyes blazing, staring at Persia and at Raysun, who collapsed to the ground the instant her magic disappeared. The mana inside him drained instantly. Blitz tactics over. He lay gasping, trembling, staring at Mirong. She tore off Persia's arm. Persia returned the tiger's stare, tilted her head, and whispered, his eyes. She lowered her gaze to her bleeding stump, smiled, and said, now I remember. A system notification flared. A major event has occurred. History has been altered. Persia watched the blood drip from her missing arm. Then, she lifted the severed limb and bit into it. Raisin's eyes widened. Mirong froze, confused. Persia chewed calmly, swallowed, then placed her remaining hand on her stomach, and burst into laughter. Wild, manic laughter. The tiger flinched, stunned. Raisin stared with an open mouth, horrified. Persia slowly closed her eyes, lowered her head, and smiled. How weak, she whispered. Then she looked up, grin widening. But not bad for a golden tiger. Her eyes locked on Mirong. And you're much stronger than the last one. Raisin's heart dropped. Fear crawled down his spine. Persia raised her thumb, still dripping blood, and smiled brightly. You did well. The tiger stiffened, realizing. Persia wasn't angry. She was excited. A glowing magic circle suddenly appeared beneath the massive tiger, humoring with violent mana. Mirong, still in her tiger form, kept Persia's severed arm clenched between her fangs as a warning. But the circle pulsed. Meringue's eyes widened. Her body jerked uncontrollably. She raised her head, then released the arm from her mouth and let out a deep, agonized roar. Raysun, exhausted and slumped on the ground, could only watch helplessly as the illusion took shape. Persia stood calmly, observing the tiger collapse. He'll still be weaker than me, she said, unfazed. Raysun narrowed his eyes. This is fake fire. Illusion magic. Persia's specialty. The tiger's form flickered, and in its place, Mirong lay on the ground in human form, eyes squeezed shut, teeth clenched, trembling in pain. Persia tilted her head, continuing casually. I cast that illusion intending to kill her. I was certain she'd die. Her smile sharpened. But she's still alive. Raysun swallowed hard. She lost to just one attack, even with her shackles removed. Mirong survived. Persia stepped closer, staring at Mirong like a scientist examining a rare specimen. I admit it, she said. Your tiger has potential. Strong enough to be a toy. A soft chuckle. And she even managed to rip off my arm. Raysun lowered his head, closing his eyes, heart pounding with worry. Raysun, his sister's voice cut through the smoke. He lifted his head. Persia held out something toward him. A bloody left hand. Your reward, she announced proudly. Raysun stared, horrified. He took the severed hand carefully, hands trembling, teeth grinding. A notification appeared. Item acquired. Persia's left hand. His mind reeled. This is her actual hand? Why give this to me? He remembered earlier how she used a blue magic circle with her hand extended. For magicians, their hands are second only to their heart. Every spell requires them. In his memory, cloaked mages always raised both hands to weave their circles. Raysun looked up at her, voice shaky. Why would you give me this? Persia smiled, closing her eyes. Because you made me laugh. Raysun stared in disbelief. You could reattach it. She opened one eye, smirking. It wouldn't be as fun. Raysun froze. She's planning something. His breath caught. In a novel, she was called a mage killer, and later a one-armed mage. But how? How did she earn that title with only one hand? Magic requires both. There must be rules, limitations. Then, system alert. A plot hole has been discovered. Raysun has acquired creator privilege. Raisin's heart stopped. Creator privilege? The real one? The notification vanished. And then, everything fell silent. Colors drained from the world. The fire stopped moving. Smoke hung frozen in the air. Numbers cascaded across his vision. Time stood still. Raysun looked up at the sky. A smile slowly formed on his lips. Above him, a book materialized in midair, its pages flipping by themselves. Another plot hole. I need to fix this with the creator's privilege. He reached toward the floating pages, ready to rewrite the world itself. Time remained frozen, Persia suspended mid-smile, flames locked in midair like glass. Rayson stared at her unmoving figure, piecing together the clues. Lurvian, the mage killer. But she only had one arm. How? Two hints flashed in his mind. A one-armed magician. A sister who willingly gave away her severed hand. His eyes drifted to the tigress, Mirong, lying unconscious on the floor. He didn't fully understand Persia's motives, but he knew one thing. She left Mirong alive because she was having fun. And if he rewrote this moment wrong, the entire story would break. He lifted the pen. The floating book opened before him, its glowing pages revealing a specific line. Lurvian earned the title of mage killer despite having only one arm. Rayson exhaled sharply. He wrote beneath it, "The reason lies in the special conditions required by a properly awakened firebender." He stared at the words. Some conditions, not strict rules, not universal laws. Enough flexibility to make the story believable, but not enough to ruin the world's logic. He thought briefly about writing a physical buff, superior strength, to explain Lurvian's feats. But that would affect all firebenders, destabilizing the balance. He shook his head. He wrote instead, "These conditions amplify firebending for rare individuals, allowing one-armed casters to channel power with extreme precision." It was clean, believable, and safe. A system alert flashed. Plot hole repaired. Color flooded back into the world. The numbers vanished. The fire moved again. Time resumed. Raysun let out a shaky breath. "Good. I got the right answer." Persia's voice returned instantly, footsteps echoing across the burning ground. "Well, today was fun," she said, stepping toward him with a casual swing of her hips. "Much more fun than I expected." Rayson lifted his gaze, surprised. Persia approached with her eyes closed, smiling like a woman strolling through a garden, not a massacre. "You really are adorable when you're angry," she teased, "and always ready to fight." Raisin's eyebrows twitched. Adorable? Angry? Ready? He wasn't sure which insult hit hardest, but she kept talking, voice light, dangerous. "I hope you don't get stronger too fast," she whispered. "Remember that rage you showed today?" Before he could respond, she leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Rayson froze. He touched his cheek, smudged with Persia's red lipstick, unable to process what just happened. Persia's eyes glowed with mischief. "One day," she said, brushing her fingers through his hair, "I want you to challenge me. In an official duel." She leaned closer, lips curving. "And when that day comes, be prepared to die. I won't be as gentle as I was today." She smiled, wicked and proud. Then she stepped back, fire swirling around her feet. "You are my beloved little brother," she said softly. "And we'll see each other again, So-san." Her body dissolved into dancing flames, and she vanished. Rayson sat there, exhausted, staring at the ground as silence reclaimed the village. Bodies lay scattered, blood soaked the soil, and the scent of smoke clung to the air like a curse. Persia had disappeared, somewhere far away, in a cold stone chamber illuminated by blue torches. Persia fell backward in her throne, one arm missing, fire swirling around her like a living cloak. Her servant kneeled immediately. "Miss Persia, you have finally returned." A silhouette, the third shadow, stepped forward from the darkness, staring at the empty space where her hand should be. "Your hand." "Quiet," Persia interrupted with a grin, eyes sparkling like wildfire. "Your hand," the third shadow, tried to speak, but Persia cut him off with a bright, almost playful voice. "Yes," she said with a grin. "I gave it to my brother." The shadow froze. "Good." Then the citizens of Kin Village were safely relocated to Van. Persia tilted her head, eyebrow raised. "That's good," she replied. He hesitated, then asked carefully, "Forgive me if this is rude, Miss Persia, but why did you create illusions of the townspeople talking?" Persia closed her eyes, smiling like she was recalling a pleasant memory. "Because it was fun." She turned her face away, lips curling wider. "And it would have been even funnier if I had killed them for real." The servant stiffened. The third shadow swallowed. Persia twirled her hair, still smiling. "But my brother might actually start hating me if I did that." Her voice dropped, tone sharp. "And I don't like that thought." The flames finally faded. The world turned gray. Smoke drifted through the ruined village like ghosts clinging to the earth. The sun sank behind the horizon, painting everything in blood orange. Raisin stood quietly beside Lervian's collapsed form. The tigress, Mirong, walked away slowly, eyes closed, arms crossed, processing her own trauma. Lervian blinked, groggy, memories flooding back. She stared at the charred remains of a wooden pole, the same one her father once used to measure her height. "My dad," she murmured. "He loved flowers, pears." She knelt, touching the burnt pole softly. Her clothes were filthy, her face streaked with sachet and tears. "My father always said he wanted to see me again." Her voice cracked. She pulled out a pear seed, placed it into a small dimple in the ground, and whispered, "This is from him." Lervian buried the seed gently, then slammed her palm down over the soil. "I hate you a little," she said to Raisin without looking at him. Raisin's heart tightened. "My sister killed my father," Lervian continued, voice shaking. "And I know you aren't to blame, but it was my fault that I couldn't protect him." She rose to her feet, standing before Raisin with trembling fists. "I couldn't protect my own father, and I lost an arm." Raisin looked at her in shock, because suddenly a red aura began to surge from her body. Her hair lifted slightly as fiery energy crackled through the air. "I will become stronger," she vowed, eyes blazing. "I will kill Persia." Her voice darkened. "No, I will kill my father first, and make her feel the same pain I feel now." Raisin staggered back, horrified. This aura, this ominous energy. Behind Lervian, something massive appeared. A huge floating sphere, swirling inside smoke and crimson aura. The air trembled. Meringue's eyes widened, jaw dropping. What is that?" The smoky sphere twisted, and then an enormous, red, smoke-shrouded eye opened. A system alert flashed. "The eye's healing power has been activated in Lervian's character arc. Character progression triggered." Raisin stared in disbelief. This was Lervian's awakening. The enormous, smoke-shrouded eye hovered behind Lervian. The demon slaying I had awakened. Raisin stared at it, heart pounding. The healing power, the eye, the hunger of demons. He remembered the Nala storyline from the novel. Lervian met Persia before meeting him. She lost her arm there, and that tragedy triggered the opening of this very eye. It also marked her as the nemesis of all magicians. Raisin narrowed his eyes. "I worked so hard to change history. I tried everything to stop this future." But staring at Lervian, surrounded by red aura, the monstrous eye behind her, he realized it was all in vain. This power, this awakening, if this continues, she might die. Raisin sat on a tree stump, flipping through a thick book, trying to understand everything again from the beginning. The tigress padded toward him, carrying an absurdly huge basket of food in her mouth. Raisin blinked. "You're bringing me that?" Miron dropped the basket proudly. He asked gently, "Are you okay?" She nodded. "She's fine, just sleeping." Raisin glanced at the tent where Lervian rested. "Where did you even get all this food?" The tigress pointed with her paw. "There." Raisin stared. "There, meaning she just took it? From someone? Or somewhere?" Mirong puffed up her chest. "Good food makes you feel good, right?" Raisin sighed, but couldn't help smiling. She really did understand Lervian. She even gave her cloak earlier. He looked toward the tent, and the memory stabbed him. That massive red, eye towering behind Lervian, as she vowed. "I'll kill Persia's father, so she feels the same pain I feel now." The demon slayer's eye. Raisin whispered, "But Persia's father is your father too." Inside the tent, Lervian smiled faintly through tears. "You think you'll be able to hold yourself together," she whispered, "if you saw your father like I did?" She looked at Raisin, crying and smiling at the same time. "I'll kill him. And after I do, kill me too. It's the right thing." Raisin felt his chest tighten painfully. He stood up, rolling the map and placing it in his inventory. The tigress tilted her head. "Where are we going?" Raisin replied calmly. "To the grave of the hunters." Mirong froze. "The grave? What is that? And why are we going into that stinking pit?" Raisin looked at her seriously. "I need a potion. A very rare one. A potion of capacity." She blinked. "What kind of potion is that? And why?" Raisin raised his fist, mana swirling around it. "It increases the maximum mana a mage can hold in their circle." Meringue's eyes widened. "Such a thing really exists." She stared at him, stunned. "I know a little about magic," she said, "but I've never heard of something like that." Raisin looked at her knowingly. "There's a lot you haven't seen." She frowned. "What are you talking about?" He didn't answer, But the road ahead had already begun. Raisin's thoughts drifted back to Persia, her smile glowing like it belonged to an angel, while everything around her burned like hell. That battle taught him something terrifying. Right now, I can't even scratch her, not even a little. But something else had happened during that fight, the moment the red spiral manifested. So, this world really does have a power of restoration. Something ancient, something strong enough to fix what should never be fixed. And then, his own privilege. The privilege to alter probability, to twist reality itself. He remembered the blue spiral, Formerang, when he used the Creator's authority. And suddenly everything clicked. This world has two powers. The blue spiral, his privilege. The red spiral, the eye's healing force, keeping the world stable. These two forces were clashing, silently, constantly, fighting behind his back without him ever realizing. Raisin inhaled sharply. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to fix everything without collapsing the world's logic, he needed to reshape reality in a way that would defeat the eye's healing force without destroying probability itself. He placed his hand over his chest, eyes firm. No more hesitation. If he truly wanted change, he had to move now. He turned toward the tigress. I'm going to find the capacity potion, he said, and become much stronger, because he needed overwhelming power, enough to withstand the demon-slaying eye, the very force destined to kill him the moment he turned 17. Scene shift to the hunter's grave. A lone raven perched on an old gate, watching silently. The tigress wrinkled her nose. Ugh, why do we even come to this place? No one is even guarding it. Lurvian covered her face with her hand. I feel like the corpses here are decomposing. You can smell that? She asked. Mirong nodded seriously. Raisin gave a helpless smile. Well, tigresses do have better senses than we do. They passed through a broken wooden archway into a huge, silent cemetery, the hunter's grave. Raisin eyed the rotten gravestones and crumbling mausoleums. This is the hunter's grave from the novel. It's even more horrifying in person. He tried to lighten the mood. Looks like a ghost could jump out any moment. Lurvian narrowed her eyes. If it does, I'll scare it more than it scares me. Raisin almost tripped. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. System activation. A sharp notification flashed. Divine Eye activated. Raisin stepped forward. The others followed carefully behind. Another notification. Firestone fragment detected. Raisin paused as he entered the center of the graveyard. An abandoned church stood ahead, half collapsed, swallowed by vines. An abandoned cemetery, forgotten by everyone. But everything here, the stones, they're fiery. He knelt, touching a charred red stone. Memories surged. Ancient tribes striking flint together to spark fire. Primitive humans crushing stones to summon heat. Ancient minerals once worshipped by fire mages. Firestones, the very minerals ancient people used to create sparks. And then, he recalled a passage from an old magic book. With the rise of fire magic and spirit magic, the history of flame, the birth of mana, the difference between fire made by humans and fire made by gods, and somewhere between those lines, the secret of the capacity potion waited. Raisin picked up the glowing red stone and rolled it in his palm. This stone forgotten by history. It still breathes fire. The tigress wrinkled her nose, covering her face with her paw. Where is this potion of capacity? This place stinks. Raisin answered calmly, we have to find it. She stared at him. Then, wait, you don't even know where it is? Raisin shrugged. It's here somewhere. She looked like she was about to faint from frustration. Before she could explode again, Lurvian called from behind. Raisin. Her voice trembled. When he turned, she looked pale. It's extremely cold here. Can we light a fire? No. She blinked. Why? Raisin pointed at one of the gravestones around them. All the grave markers are made of firestone. If we light a fire, the whole place will blow up. Lurvian stared at him, disappointed, shivering. The tigress complained loudly. It's almost midnight. Why are we still walking around this creepy place? As if answering her. Dong! A massive clock tower echoed across the cemetery. Midnight. The ground shuddered. The tigress looked around nervously. What are these vibrations? Lurvian pointed ahead. Raisin, that tree is walking. The tigress scoffed. Don't be stupid. Trees don't walk. Then she froze, because the tree was indeed walking straight toward them. A giant mutant tree with glowing eyes, thick bark like armor, and enormous roots dragging across the ground. The two girls whispered at the same time. What is that? Raisin's mind raced. Skin tougher than humans. strength far beyond them. A creature made of bark and mana. It's a treant, he said. The walking tree tilted its head. Oh, so you figured it out. It continued in a deep, slow voice. We only need water and sunlight. Makes us very resilient. We always appear at the hunter's grave at midnight. It leaned closer to them, glowing eyes narrowing. So, humans, why aren't you lighting a fire? It's a cold night. Rayson sighed, closed his eyes, and folded his arms. I hate fire. The treant blinked. Why? Rayson looked away. I was burned when I was a child. Lurvian gasped softly. You really hate fire? The treant brightened like someone had complimented him. Oh, then you understand. Fire is terrifying. Terrible stuff. The tigress covered her nose, disgusted by the smell of rotting bark. Lurvian leaned toward Rayson, whispering, He's actually afraid of fire. Rayson shouted, Shut up. Don't say it out loud. Stupid, he added for good measure. The treant chuckled, roots digging into the soil. Oh, you two remind me of young saplings arguing. Don't worry, I'm not so bad. Rayson frowned. Roots in the ground, absorbing something, drawing power. The treant was preparing for something. Something big. Something dangerous. And the potion they needed was somewhere inside this haunted graveyard, guarded by creatures like him. Rayson and the others exchanged a look as the treant began speaking again, its deep wooden voice echoing through the graveyard. I have guarded this place for a very, very long time, it said proudly, as did my mother and her mother for around 3,000 human years. A system notification blinked. This creature was born with the duty to guard the hunter's grave. Rayson narrowed his eyes. A guardian's obligation? What kind of duty is that? Another notification followed. The watchman seeks the hunter's rib. Rayson's expression changed instantly. The hunter's rib. That's exactly what I need. The treant leaned toward him, its glowing eyes hopeful. Human, can you bring me the hunter's rib? Rayson answered casually. That won't be hard. In his mind, he recalled. In the original story, no one had reached this place yet. But eventually the protagonist and his party would come here. This treant guarded the capacity potion and other materials. But if I don't take them now, someone else will. Rayson folded his arms with a confident smile. Where's the grave that has the rib? The treant pointed its long branch-like arm. I will show you, but the fire scent there is too strong. I cannot dig it up myself. The tree began to walk, roots dragging across the earth. Rayson turned to the others. Follow him. They walked until they reached an eerie clearing. A rusted sword stood stabbed into the ground, glowing faintly with a red aura. This is it, the treant announced proudly. The hunter's rib lies beneath. Rayson knelt beside the sword. The tigress approached, nose twitching weakly. It doesn't even smell bad anymore. I think my nose is numb. Need help? Rayson shook his head. No, I have to do this myself. If I don't, the potion won't form properly. He grabbed an old shovel lying nearby and began digging through the brittle soil. Sweat rolled down his forehead. It has to be me. Then, the shovel struck something solid. Rayson wiped his brow, leaning closer. A wooden coffin. He pried the lid open. Inside, a pile of massive bones. Large claws. Heavy ribs. A skull with elongated fangs. This isn't human, Rayson whispered. A werewolf, the legendary hunter. He reached toward the rib bone. Fiery mana shimmered along the surface. Faint, barely visible, but powerful. Even this is too much for the treant to handle. Rayson smiled and lifted the rib carefully, holding it out. Take it. The treant extended its roots, wrapping around the bone and pulling it towards core. I finally have it, the treant said softly. After 3,000 years, thank you, human. Rayson stepped back, leaning on the shovel as the treant began to glow. A soft light enveloped its bark. Its eyes shone like warm lanterns. The others gasped at the sight. So beautiful, Lurvian whispered. A butterfly of pure light fluttered from the treant's glowing branches. Then a rose sprouted from the ground at Rayson's feet. A perfect crimson rose, untouched by death or decay. The treant bowed slightly. This is my gift to you, human. Rayson stared at the flower, mouth slightly open. This flower grew straight from the earth. Just from the magic, he knelt to inspect it. What is this thing? The mystery had only begun. The crimson rose at Rayson's feet began to tremble, petals unfolding, glowing brighter and brighter. Something shimmered at its center. It's bloomerang already? Rayson grit his teeth, annoyance flickering in his eyes. Don't tell me. This is actually the capacity potion? Just like that? The light intensified, and as the flower opened fully, a small glass vial rested inside, radiating mana. Rayson stared. It increases the maximum mana a circle can hold. He peered closer. But something's wrong. This wasn't how rare potions were supposed to appear. This wasn't how the novel described it. The rose slowly floated toward him, as if presenting the treasure directly into his hands. Raisin's frown deepened. No way. It can't be this easy. Nothing in this world ends this easily. He reached out and took the potion from the center of the flower. The vial was warm, too convenient. He glanced at the flower. Is this really how the original setting was designed? He slipped the potion into his inner pocket discreetly. Because somewhere far away, in the story's future, Cassin's group was meant to come here. They would have to fight, struggle, risk their lives, the main character taking the initiative in a desperate battle. Rayson pictured a wealthy merchant selling these potions, people lining up to buy them. If it's this easy to obtain, then every mage in the world could increase their power. The balance of magic would collapse overnight. Then, ding, a system alert flashed. Probability imbalance detected. Raisin's eyes widened. There it is, the problem. Reality was starting to warp. He turned to the treant. Cedra, why did you give me this potion? Rayson asked sharply. Cedra blinked. You gave me the hunter's rib, he answered simply. The treant lifted a vine, showing the glowing rib still wrapped within it. This rib belonged to the hunter. Rayson frowned. That's not what I asked. What's the meaning of the rib? Why is it important? Cedra stared at him blankly. My mother and grandmother searched for it for thousands of years, he said, to return it to our roots. Lurvian and Mirong watched the exchange carefully. Lurvian leaned toward Mirong. You okay? Mirong shook her head slowly. I don't know. Better not ask. Rayson stood with a confident glint in his eyes and a small smile. There's a reason this rib exists, and I think I understand it now. The flower that once held the potion fluttered in the breeze. Rayson narrowed his eyes. There's a mission here, one that Cedra never mentioned. These potion containers, they will keep spawning. But something is off. An image formed in Raisin's mind, a tree handing out potions endlessly, with people lining up to exploit it. That's impossible. These potions are fake, or incomplete. The system remained silent, but Raisin's instincts were screaming. Something deeper was hidden beneath the surface, and the real capacity potion was not this easy to claim. A sudden blue shimmer surrounded the potion container. Raisin's expression darkened. So the potion might not work the way I described it earlier. Then what I asked this thing? Before he could finish the thought, ding, a system alert cut through the night. A fragment of missing probability has been found. Raisin's heart sank. At that same moment, in the future timeline, Cassin's group suddenly appeared before Treant, receiving a capacity potion. They drank it, believed it, trusted it, expected power. Raisin's jaw tightened. I never wrote anything about a potion that increases the maximum mana capacity. Not a single line in the original story. Which meant there must be a hidden clue here. Raisin snapped his head around, gazed sharp, and then he saw it. A wooden coffin behind him, covered in strange, ancient symbols. His eyes widened. That's it. That's where the hint is. A system prompt appeared. Set the coffin on fire as an offering. Raisin examined the carvings. An offering to the fire, meaning it must be burned. He immediately pictured it. Dozens, no, hundreds of enraged Treants surrounding him, screaming and attacking the moment he used fire magic. If he burned it with fire mana, every ant in the hunter's grave would hunt him until he died. He touched his chin, thinking quickly. How do I combine the probabilities? In the story, a mage lights the coffin with fire magic. The Treant, who hates fire, kills the mage instantly. This was the test. Why the Treant was chosen as the guardian. If someone used magic, they died. But if someone used fire not created by magic, the offering would be accepted. A system window flashed. Missing probability fragment recovered. Understanding of the location has increased. Raisin exhaled. Another hint appeared. Use fire obtained without magic. More symbols glowed on the coffin. Another prompt. After fulfilling the requirements, the door will open. Raisin crossed his arms, thinking. Curl's group. I saw their path using the divine eye. Were they involved? Did they trigger this before? He looked up at Cedra, the Treant. What exactly is the meaning of a burned offering? Raisin asked. Cedra looked down, his wooden face stiff. Fire is hot, he muttered nervously. His expression suddenly shifted, memories awakening. Sidra began recounting the ancient tradition passed down through his family. For generations in my lineage, it was said we must bring 77 offerings to the coffin that holds the hunter's rib. Raisin's eyes widened. 77 offerings? He sank into deep thought. The Ents were supposed to do this themselves, but they fear even the smallest spark of fire mana. Then how? The number 77 spun through his mind. At first he thought it was a coincidence, but then more and more numbers appeared in his memory. Literature, mythology, old magic theory. In stories, numbers always have meaning. 77 is not random. Something clicked. The puzzle was beginning to form, but the answer was still hidden in the flames. Raisin's mind drifted back to Evian, to that moment when the librarian casually pulled out Alberto's 77th book. At the time, it seemed like nothing special, but now, Raisin finally understood. This was the reference to divine I had shown him. A crisp image flashed before Larcini. The basics of magic, easy to learn mana cultivation. A book everyone dismissed as useless, yet Raisin had devoured it. He remembered sitting at that old wooden table, head bent over the pages, when a system prompt shimmered above him, granting him a full translation. The whole world called that textbook nonsense, trash even. But for Raisin, it was the foundation of everything. His first step into magical combat arts. The beginning of who he had become. But before he could sink deeper into that memory, Sudra cut through it, his voice trembling as he spoke about their ancestors, how they had spent generations burning offerings, failing again and again. They had completed 76 offerings, and now Sudra was supposed to finish the final, legendary 77th sacrifice. The boy broke down, shaking. He'd been told the fire would be hot, but somehow not burning. Yet the idea alone terrified him so much that he'd forgotten everything he was supposed to do. Raisin crouched down and picked up a firestone near his foot. Suddenly, all the clues clicked. The scattered stones, the strange rituals, the missing method. He turned back towards Sudra, determination sharpening in his eyes. Sudra watched him anxiously as Raisin calmly said he would help complete the 77th offering. Lurvian blinked at him in total confusion. With her fire mana affinity since birth, she couldn't even imagine lighting a fire without magic. How was this boy planning to ignite flames with nothing but a stone? But Raisin only gathered a handful of dry hay, piling it neatly. He explained step by step to Lurvian and Marin, both leaning forward, fascinated how ordinary people use these materials, firestones, metal, and fuel like tinder. Because in this world, fire mana wasn't just for mages. Sword families, martial clans, even cooks used it. Fire was everywhere, cheap, easy, abundant. This era was filled with massive industries extracting oil and gas, making the fire mana trade one of the biggest economies in the world. And yet here he was, about to light a ritual flame with nothing but stones. A method forgotten by everyone except him. Among the countless projects under the Maton family name, Raisin found himself doing something far more primitive, striking a stone against metal, trying to force out a spark. Mirong watched him with folded arms and a smug little smile, calling the whole thing stupid. Raisin shot her a glare and told her to shut up, calling her a thief. He wasn't wrong. The Golden Mirong tribe, they had nothing, not mana, not wealth, so they survived by stealing fire from others. That was their way of life. He pressed the firestone against the metal again, this time with precise friction, maximizing heat, and, at last, a spark ignited. A thin flame burst to life right in front of him. Raisin froze for a moment, staring at the flickering fire. He did it. Marin gasped, genuinely shocked. Lurvian, meanwhile, playfully poked the flame with her finger, casually controlling fire mana like it was nothing. To her, it was absurd to make fire the hard way. To Raisin, it was the key to the ritual. He lifted the burning hay and placed it inside the hunter's coffin, exactly as the ritual required. Sudra flinched at the sight of the fire, then blinked in confusion. This fire, it's not hot, he whispered. Raisin, Lurvian, and Maring watched as the coffin burned. Raisin's theory was right. Ents were vulnerable to fire mana. Even the smallest ember could harm them. But oddly enough, they were not vulnerable to natural fire created by friction or tools. A reverse weakness. Sudra turned to Raisin, eyes trembling with relief and gratitude. Because of Raisin, he completed the 77th offering, something his own mother couldn't finish. And then, a door materialized out of thin air right beside Raisin. A bright yellow glow spilled out from its edges. He remembered the clues. The inscription. The warning. The door will appear. The moment the fire touched the coffin, it opened. A blinding light filled the doorway. Raisin's heart tightened. This wasn't an ordinary gateway. This was an artificial dungeon. Mirong, and Lurvian stared at it, realizing instantly that the door would vanish the moment the fire died out. Whatever was inside, it was connected to the potion's container. Probably something dangerous. Lurvian leaned closer, eyes sparkling with excitement. Raisin, where does it lead? To an artificial dungeon, he said, tightening his grip. I'm going in. Places like this usually have a guard. Lurvian didn't even hesitate. Then I'm Komarang with you. Raisin paused. She had definitely changed. Before, she would have told him to handle it alone or complained. Now, she was stepping forward on her own. Mirong scoffed and turned away smugly, but then tilted her head back toward Lurvian. Need help jumping up there? Climb on. Lurvian blinked in surprise. Mirong helping? Unbelievable. A system message chimed. Wind attribute activated. The three of them braced themselves. Determination flooded their faces. Then, like a single gust, they launched toward the glowing doorway. In an instant, they crossed the threshold. The door slammed shut behind them. A system notification unfolded before Raisin's eyes, and their descent into the unknown began. The system chimed softly. Hidden scenario, 77th offering completed. New golden door locations unlocked. And then darkness swallowed them. Raisin blinked as his eyes adjusted. The moment he stepped through the door of the artificial dungeon, all light vanished except for a single torch flickering weakly in the distance. He lifted it, the flame pushing back the dark just enough to reveal a wall covered in strange, ancient symbols. Lurvian, Mirong, and Raisin stared in silent shock. Every inch of the cave walls, painted, drawings, inscriptions, patterns, thousands of them. A forgotten history carved in stone. Mirong shivered and hugged her arms. What is this place? She whispered. Lurvian stepped closer, eyes wide. There are so many inscriptions. Who wrote all of this? A system window appeared in front of them. By discovering this place, you have earned the right to become an heir. Raisin's heart tightened. He walked slowly toward the wall, fingers brushing against the ancient carvings. Curdle, did he draw these two? That was his first thought. But as he moved closer and read the inscriptions, his expression shifted. These weren't Curdle's writings. They were Alberto's. The conditions for becoming an heir were carved in precise lines. Possess a divine eye. Possess an ability related to Curdle, such as fighting spirit or magical combat techniques. And finally, carry the blood of the Maton family. Raisin froze. Why was Alberto's name here? Why did the walls tell a story? He kept reading. The inscriptions shifted from rules to memories, to history. Raisin felt as if he were reading someone's diary carved into stone. Alberto and Curdle, two young men who had once fought over everything and nothing. Curdle swore that magical attributes were the strongest path. Disciplined, precise, like an eagle striking from the sky. Alberto insisted that raw fighting techniques mattered more. Fast, decisive, like a cheetah tearing across the plains. Their arguments were endless, their bond unbreakable. And then the story on the wall changed. One day, in the ruins of a destroyed city, the two found a small, fair-haired girl clutching a teddy bear. Her name was Quesa Maton. Curdle taught her magic. Alberto taught her martial arts. She trained faster than either of them expected, laughing and learning under the care of the two men who became her world. Quesa grew into a cold, strong, beautiful woman, the head of her own Maton family. But then, her heart began to fail, because in secret, she had been doing what neither man dared combine. Magical combat techniques plus attribute magic. Her heart burned in chains of scorching mana, something the human body was never meant to withstand. She realized the danger too late, and she never told them, because she didn't want to burden the two men who had raised her. On an ordinary autumn day, as golden leaves fell around the city, Quesa Maton closed her eyes for the last time. Her funeral was filled with people dressed in black, but none were more broken than Curdle and Alberto. They had lost the girl they raised together, the one they called family. Raisin stood in front of the wall, silent. This wasn't just a test. It wasn't just a dungeon or a scenario. This was a story left behind by legends, and a warning carved in stone. They couldn't grieve forever. Even after Quesa's death, the children of the Maton house remained, fragile, talented, and carrying the bloodline she left behind. So Curdle and Alberto made a decision. They would repay their debt to the girl they raised together. The two men took responsibility for the maiden heirs. Curdle taught them attribute magic, shaping their mana into elegant, powerful forms. Alberto taught them magical combat techniques, forging their bodies and spirit through battle. For a while, they raised the children side by side. But in the end, Alberto had to leave. Curdle stayed behind with Quace's children, watching over them with the same quiet devotion he once had for her. Alberto walked away from the Maiden estate, disappearing into the world with a heart full of regret and unspoken sorrow. He traveled endlessly through mountains, forests, storms, and ruins. And somewhere deep in nature, far away from humans, Alberto clenched his fist and felt something awakening inside him. A force he had never touched before. A force that did not mix with mana at all. Years passed. Battle after battle hardened him into a legendary fighter. And then, surrounded by pure, untouched nature, he discovered a new power. Fighting spirit, raw will, conviction made manifest. A strength that ignored mana entirely. Alberto gave it a name, and the techniques born from this power became the origin of martial arts. The magical combat forms that relied on morale, not mana. And now, generations later, Racin had awakened that very same power. Racin had awakened a power that should never exist. A realm where mana and morale were never meant to interact, just as Alberto warned in his 77th book. But he never expected the consequences to be this overwhelming. And in that sharp, terrifying moment of clarity, Racin finally understood why attribute magic grew so advanced, why the Maiden family abandoned magical combat techniques, and why their hearts could no longer handle both paths. Behind him, Mirong frowned in confusion. What does it say? Can you read it, Lervian? Lervian leaned closer to the carved symbols, trying to decipher them with all the patience she had. The ancient script felt alive, like history whispering through stone. As she struggled, the story continued across the wall. Alberto had founded Grandel, the clan where he taught the art born from fighting spirit. But even then, he still loved the Maidens. He wanted a Maiden, above all others, to become his heir. Surrounded by a deep red aura, Alberto carved his final legacy. He created something miraculous, the Holy Grail of Excellence, an artifact capable of holding attribute abilities, freeing the human heart so it could withstand magical combat techniques again. Because no matter how powerful a person was, the human heart was too weak to carry both paths at once. But Curdle was furious. To him, the Grail was a threat that could destroy more Maiden children the way Quesa had been destroyed. And so, the two former friends clashed. A phoenix and a turtle, attribute magic against martial arts, fighting for 7 days and 7 nights without rest. Their love was deep, but their anger was just as strong. Rain poured down when they finally collapsed, broken and exhausted. They could no longer walk the same path. Alberto still loved his friend, but he never knew whether Curdle still hated him or quietly mourned the bond they lost. Racin stared at the wall in silence, thinking of Curdle, Alberto, and the founder of the modern Maiden line, Cason Maiden. Then the realization struck him like lightning. Something didn't add up. If Alberto and Curdle had parted ways in anger, if their philosophies rejected each other, if their descendants followed different paths, then why? Why was Alberto's leadership tied to the Maiden bloodline? Racin's eyes widened. He remembered something. Alberto's 77th book, the book now stored in his own library. A system alert suddenly flashed. Plot hole detected. Racin froze. Time itself stopped. The inscriptions on the wall dissolved like dust. New, empty lines appeared where the symbols had been. A pen materialized in Racin's right hand. The system wanted him to rewrite the missing truth. Racin inhaled slowly. He remembered the smiles carved into the wall. The days when Curdle, Alberto, and Quesa stood together like a family. He imagined the life they should have had. And then he wrote, Alberto and Curdle remained friends. Both loved Quesa, Maiden dearly. The moment the sentence was completed, the system chimed again. A new notification window snapped into existence. A new possibility has been added to the creator's plot. Leadership of the great sage Alberto, created. The dungeon trembled. Racin had rewritten destiny. Racin barely had time to process the new leadership of the great sage Alberto when a sudden clank echoed through the cave. He turned sharply. A chest had appeared. A surge of certainty passed through him. This is what I need. He opened it. Inside lay a book wrapped in a faint blue glow. Magic, easy to learn mana cultivation. The title hit him like a memory from childhood. He knew this book. He had read a version of it once, the most basic introduction to mana. But this one felt different, deeper. It pulsed with knowledge he never had access to before. The glow from the chest intensified. Then something else lit up. Rayson felt warmth from his inner pocket. He reached in and pulled out the container potion, the one tied to the entire 77th offering. A system alert burst into the air. Potion effect increased. 20%, 100%. Container capacity expanded. Rayson's eyes widened. This is perfect. He needed this capacity to learn the new mana cultivation technique left behind by Alberto. But suddenly, the cave began to collapse. Dust rained from the ceiling. The walls trembled. Rayson clenched his teeth, shielding his eyes from the blinding light. Then, everything vanished. In the next instant, Rayson, Lervian, and Mirong found themselves standing in a clearing. The dungeon was gone. The book lay in the grass beside them. A potion rested in Rayson's hand. Rayson stood up immediately. They were back, right at the hunter's grave. But something was wrong. Lervian yawned and rubbed her eyes. I had a dream? Rayson froze. A dream? No, this wasn't a dream. Mirong looked around, confused. Lervian excitedly described how she'd been spinning and flying somewhere. Mirong tried to remember, but her face slowly twisted into confusion. They couldn't remember the dungeon. The system had erased their memories. Rayson exhaled sharply and turned to the side. Intuition whispered a warning. All three of them looked at a massive tree covered in soft pink blossoms. It stood alone, ancient and beautiful, glowing gently in the quiet clearing. Lervian gasped. This tree, why is it here? Rayson stepped closer, feeling the age in its bark, the long-kept warmth in its roots. For 1,000 years, this ant had protected the tree, because Alberto loved Quesa, and Curdle loved her too. This place was their memory, their promise, their grief. Rayson placed a hand on the tree's trunk and whispered his praise and thanks to Sindra, the guardian who protected this sacred place for centuries. He smiled faintly. With this new leadership, with Alberto's guidance, he would fulfill Quesa Maiton's will. Later that night, in the silence of midnight, one window in the Maiton residence glowed softly. A woman's voice echoed in exasperation. He's been sitting like that for 2 hours. Inside, Rayson sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, wrapped in a swirling aura of mana. The ancient book lay open before him. Magic Easy to Learn Mana Cultivation by Great Sage Alberto. Progress, 99%. Lervian and Mirong peeked through the doorway, unsure whether to interrupt him or just watch the transformation begin. Era sat on the floor nearby, with Lervian, both of them playing cards while Rayson meditated. Era glanced at the guy sitting like a statue and asked, "What is he even doing?" Lervian shrugged, still concentrating on her cards. "No idea." A second later, Era yelped, "I lost again." Lervian threw her hand in the air, cheering with a victorious grin like some natural-born card genius. But then, Rayson finally moved. He rose slowly from the floor. Mana rippled around him. Era stood up too, startled, clenching his fist as he watched Rayson's transformation. Rayson had fully mastered the magic easy-to-learn mana cultivation of Great Sage Alberto. His understanding of fighting spirit and mana had evolved to an entirely new level. A realization struck him. Fighting spirit comes from mana. So the belief that they couldn't mix, it wasn't completely true. He looked to the side thoughtfully. In my current state, I can use them together. Mana spiraled around his arms. Invisible waves pulsed outward, shaking the room. Lervian jumped to her feet. Rayson, are you okay?" She reached out and touched his back, and instantly jerked her hand away with a scream. "It's hot. Your body is burning." Era watched her blowing on her palm in shock. "What's wrong with him now?" Rayson exhaled and closed his eyes. He had to focus on the changes inside his body. Imagine you're observing the universe. He visualized space, dark, vast, sprinkled with stars. Mana wrapped around him like a cosmic river. He imagined the mana as the Holy Grail itself, pouring its power through his veins. Mana surged into his heart. A system alert flashed. Magic combat technique refined due to easy-to-learn mana cultivation. Mid-level magic combat technique. Imprinted in heart. A burst of pure energy erupted across the room, bright enough to blind. Racing gritted his teeth, fists clenched tight. Power exploded from him like a storm, mana crackling like lightning through the air. Another system alert. Mid-level magic combat technique enhancement. Activated. Mid-level magic combat technique. Body activated. Racing lifted his hand, palm up. Mana wrapped around it like a living flame. He stared at the message in disbelief. An average mid-level magical combat, strengthening, and body? Then memory struck him, sitting with a bucket on his head, trembling, while his mentor told him, "Your will becomes your power. Mana obeys will. It changes you." He remembered the pond, piranhas leaping around him, snapping at the air as he tried not to scream. And then it clicked. Strengthening, an improved version of self-defense. Body, an improved form of advanced weight training. Racing looked at his fist. His attack power, his defense, everything had risen to a new level. And then he imagined her, the long-haired woman on the throne. Distant, silent, unreachable. If I fulfill the conditions of Curdle and Alberto, his path had only just opened. If he could fulfill all the conditions left behind by Curdle and Alberto, Racing knew it. He could become as strong as Cassin, the first head of the Maiden family. A voice suddenly called out to him. Racing turned. Lervian stood there, staring at him, as if he were a stranger. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lervian pressed a trembling hand to her chest. I see you. It's you, but something's wrong." Racing looked away. "What do you mean?" She scratched the back of her head, unsure how to explain it. "I don't know, something about you changed." Racing sighed inwardly. So she can sense it too, in her own way. Mering and Lervian exchanged uneasy looks as Racing addressed them by name. The full moon illuminated the house, and Raisin's voice floated out from its window. He had something important to tell them. He walked along the moonlit path beneath the trees, white light tracing the edges of his steps. Ahead of him, Maynard walked quietly, deep in thought. She remembered earlier, Racing standing on the carpet, telling her he needed to go home. "To your house?" she asked. Arms crossed, she exhaled sharply. "So that's what you wanted to say." Maynard spread her hands. "And? What does that have to do with me?" Racing answered calmly. "Life in the Maiden house will be hard for you." She snorted. "Of course it will. I hate being locked up." Racing watched her turn away. "In 2 years," he said, "I will enter the fight for inheritance." Without looking back, Maynard waved lazily. "Talking for so long is useless. But someday," Racing added, "I might need your help." Maynard paused behind the half-open door. Her voice floated back. "I don't care. I'm tired of following you around." She slammed the door shut. Racing and Lervian stared at it, the echo still ringing. "If she needs me," Racing said quietly, "tell her to come to the western gate of the Maiden mansion." From behind the closed door came her indifferent tone. She left. Lervian sighed. She's probably mad because, well, she won all the time. A white rabbit hopped across the grass while Era walked beside her, head hanging in irritation. "Great," Era muttered. She was already bored anyway. Suddenly, boom, an explosion of energy erupted from where Maynard had stood, scattering leaves into the air. Era caught the trembling rabbit by the ears, smiling. Just in time, Maynard appeared, her eyes sharp, sweat running down the rabbit's face as she stared at it. Era frowned and looked away. Maynard lifted her hand, and the rabbit bolted off, sprinting happily into the night. Era watched it go. "It's for the best." She lifted her eyes to the sky. "Why are the stars so bright tonight?" Across the trees, bathed in pale moonlight, Maynard stood alone. She whispered, "And how long am I supposed to wait?" Lervian sat on the bed, swinging her legs while watching Racing button up his shirt. "I thought you'd be on pilgrimage for 2 years," she muttered. Racing shook his head. "I don't need to leave the house to do that." Lervian pouted. "Well, I don't like it." She lowered her gaze, shoulders drooping slightly. "If you come back now, they'll just laugh at you," she whispered. "I don't want them treating you like that." Racing looked out the window, hands resting on the frame. "That's possible," he admitted, "but I'll try not to become a laughingstock." Lervian blinked. "Ow!" He fastened the last button and answered calmly. "My friend will be arriving Sosan with a good enough excuse for me to return." Meanwhile, hoofbeats echoed along a stone road. A rider in a dark cloak guided his horse down a narrow street, lined with houses. Dead knights lay scattered everywhere. Broken armor, crushed bodies, blood soaking into the dirt. Only 2 guards still breathed. From inside one of the houses came a shaken cry. "The Knights of the Holy War, they've all been destroyed." And then he appeared, a man shaped like a bull, horns curling from his skull, a thick tail swaying behind him. His fists were massive metal gauntlets covered in spikes. He stepped toward the surviving guards. "This is fun," he growled, cracking his knuckles. The knights trembled and shouted, "You monster! You're a murderer!" The bullman tilted his head. "Murder?" He repeated the word as though testing its sound. Then he grinned, wide, sharp, terrifying. Spikes glinted as he raised his fist. "I'm not a killer," he said. "You're just weaklings." He turned slightly, examining the mangled bodies around him. "Is it my fault," he mused, "that they fly apart and die from the shock?" The surviving knights recoiled. Just then, the cloaked rider arrived, stopping his horse a short distance from the carnage. The knights looked at him with desperate horror. "Run! Run away! That thing is a murderer who escaped from ALAT prison." The rider lowered his head, speaking calmly. "Move aside. Helmet." The bullman snorted and charged. "What move?" He slammed his spiked fist straight into the horse's face. Blood burst into the air. The animal collapsed instantly. The rider didn't move an inch. The knights screamed in shock, their eyes wide with terror. "You scoundrel!" one of them shouted, voice cracking. The cloaked horseman now stood calmly on the rooftop, the full moon behind him painting his silhouette in silver. He looked down at the bullman and asked in a quiet, almost bored voice, "Why did you kill the horse? It didn't do anything to you." Helmet's eyes bulged. When did you get up there?" The rider didn't bother answering. Instead, a sharp voice cut through the night. "I'll kill you." The bullman roared and charged, using his monstrous strength. The rider leapt from the roof, using a flicker of magic, and hurled a mound of stones down like a meteor. Boom! Helmet crashed into the ground, swallowed by a cloud of dust and blood. The rider approached the whimpering beast and said flatly, "Don't scream so loudly at night." Helmet coughed blood, "And be kinder from now on." The two surviving knights stared in disbelief. One whispered, trembling, Helmet." The cloaked rider pulled back the hood, revealing long, flowing pink hair. "A girl. Rosalind. TSK. This idiot," she muttered, kicking the unconscious bullman aside. She looked around the pathetic street and groaned. "Why did he even pick such a miserable city to meet me?" At the maiden residence, Rosalind leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Hello," she said. Rayson looked up from his seat. "Why didn't you knock?" She raised an eyebrow. "You already knew it was me, didn't you? No need for formalities." Rayson glanced at her. "Rosalind, you've gotten taller." Rosalind blinked, caught off guard for once. Then she narrowed her eyes. "Why do you want to return to the Maiden family?" Rayson threw up his hands. "Because the outside world turned out to be more dangerous than I expected." From the bed, Lurvian sat munching cookies, watching the scene unfold like entertainment. Rosalind folded her arms. "So the great Rayson Maiden, that idiot, was showing off, thinking he's better than me. Again." She rolled her eyes. "My uncle is still talking about it." Rayson turned toward her, annoyed. "Huh," she continued. "He always said you were stronger than me. And he was right." Rosalind leaned forward, eyes wide. "Why? Why are you giving off fighting spirit?" Mana swirled around Rayson. Rosalind jumped back with a shriek. "Ew, you can use both mana and fighting spirit." Rayson looked to the side. She could see it. That was Grandel's greatest talent. He pictured his old mentor smiling smugly. "Of course. That old man used me to provoke Rosalind." Rosalind stepped forward confidently. "Follow me." She extended her hand. A black panther rose behind her in a swirl of shadow and mana. "I challenge you," she said. Rayson blinked. "Why?" Rosalind's eyes widened. She raised her fist. "Why?" "Because." Rayson cut her off calmly. "I don't work for free." She froze. "What? What can you offer in return?" he asked. "And don't say you came without preparing anything." Rosalind blinked, stunned. She pressed her palm to her chest and shouted, "This is a perfect chance to test each other's level, isn't it?" Rayson sighed. "That sounds exactly like something Cassin would say." "I'm not interested." Her expression fell immediately. "So you won't fight me?" From the house, lit only by a single window, a voice drifted out. "Isn't that what you want?" Her irritated voice shot back instantly. "Of course it is." Rayson slipped on his jacket and turned toward her. "Fine, let's bet." Rosalind blinked. "Bet. If I win," Rayson said, "you take me to the Grandel Library. The duel begins." Rayson and Rosalind stood facing each other in a clearing surrounded by tall bushes and whispering grass. Moonlight washed the field silver. Rosalind recalled his words. If he wins, she takes him to the Grandel Library. If she wins, He fulfills one wish of her choice. One wish, she muttered. I need to think. A breeze swept across the clearing. Rosalind narrowed her eyes. This terrain is bad for a wizard. Too much wind. Too much open ground. A fire mage can attack from afar without risking anything. She raised her voice. You should know. I don't do anything half-heartedly. Then she smirked. And you wanted to practice the subtleties of martial arts, didn't you? Raysun clenched his fist. Yes. Rosalind tilted her head. Which technique? Crushing. She lifted both hands dramatically and warmed up her wrists. Crushing? Fine. Let's start then. She moved first. Rosalind shot forward, so fast Raysun barely had time to widen his eyes. She jumped that quickly. Her body glided in the air. Light as paper, fast as an arrow. Her heel whipped toward his head. Wham! Raysun lifted his arm and blocked the kick. The impact shook his bones. Heavy blows. She's trained a lot. Before he could counter, she spun. Crack! Her foot slammed into Raysun's legs. He fell backward, hitting the ground. Above him, Rosalind twisted her body, preparing another strike. Her next move already flowing like a combo technique. Raysun watched her foot descending toward his face. He exhaled. Should I try it? Mid-level magic combat technique. Enhancement. Activate. Boom. An explosion tore through the clearing. Stones blasted outward. Lightning burst from the center of the shockwave. Rosalind was thrown back, tumbling across the ground. She skidded, rolled, and landed on her knees, staring in disbelief. What was that? She had aimed for his right chin. She was certain the kick would land. But Raysun stood completely unharmed, gazing forward with calm eyes. Rosalind froze. A memory flashed. The dining table, her uncle leaning back with a smug smile. If you can land even one hit on him, he had said, then I'll acknowledge you. And now, Raysun was here, using fighting spirit and mana together, something even she had never imagined. Raysun promised that if she won, he'd grant any wish she named. Rosalind's eyes lit up instantly, her voice rising with excitement as she asked, anything? Really anything? Her uncle burst into laughter, waving it off. As if you could beat him, he teased. Rosalind shot him a deadly glare, fork frozen in midair, with a piece of pie hanging off it. Why not? I could totally beat Raysun now. Before anyone could stop her, she pushed herself off the ground and fixed her eyes on the guy. So, want to test my air attack now? Raysun calmly answered, yes. That only made her more annoyed. Then why didn't you do it earlier? He looked at her with that steady, unshaken gaze. Because the timing wasn't right. Rosalind clenched her teeth. He's trying to embarrass me. The thought hit her like fire. She shot into the air and unleashed a sharp kick. Fine, then let's fight for real. A massive wave of energy blasted out, slamming into Raysun and sending him skidding back. For a split second, he thought, it feels like I just got run over by a truck. Rosalind didn't give him a moment. She launched herself forward like a lightning strike, fists blazing with speed. Raysun watched her approach, noticing how her breathing didn't even shake. Her endurance, it's insane. Blow after blow hammered toward him, each one backed with raw fighting spirit. He blocked every strike with one hand, calm, focused, calculating. But Rosalind only grew fiercer. Teeth clenched, eyes burning. She unleashed a furious barrage that cracked the ground beneath them. Raysun finally countered. He swept her off her stance, pinned her arm, and brought her down on her back. If I were in her place, he thought, I'd be exhausted by now. He tightened his grip. He had to finish this before someone got hurt. Rosalind glared up at him, still refusing to yield. Raysun raised his fist, magical flames coiling around it, and declared, victory is mine. Suddenly, a slow clap echoed from the tall grass. Raysun stiffened. Who? Rosalind turned her head, eyes widening. Dad, why'd he follow me here? Raysun froze when he finally recognized the man. The kimono, the hat, the calm fan in hand. Wait, Dad? No, that's Lydia Grandel, head of the Grandel family, the Dark King of Mercy. Raysun straightened immediately and introduced himself with respect. I, son of the Maiden family, greet the Dark King of Mercy. Lydia waved him off gently. No need for formalities. Rosalind puffed her cheeks, annoyed. I could handle it myself. Raysun swallowed hard. If he had accidentally punched her for real, the situation would have turned deadly. Lydia studied the boy for a moment. So, why is the Maiden family's son interested in the Grandel library? Rosalind leaned closer, clearly curious about the answer. Raisin replied calmly. Because I still have much to learn about martial arts. Lydia's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. No nervousness. No hesitation. Just truth. All right, he finally said. Lydia closed his fan with a soft snap and said he would send an official invitation to the Maiden family. Raisin felt a smile tug at the edge of his lips. Perfect. This turned out even better than I planned. Rosalind, meanwhile, was stunned. Dad, the second-grade library, but I haven't even been there. Lydia just hid half his face behind his fan, eyes narrowing as he glanced at Raisin. It wouldn't be a bad idea, leaving this boy by Rosalind's side. Aloud, he simply announced, I'll be waiting at the estate. Raisin will be received as the guest of honor. The scene cut. A chicken was pecking at a worm, and a man walked past casually as life went on. Raisin made his way toward the Badger Outbuilding, a wooden house with a green roof. He stepped forward, and his eyes widened. Someone was already there. He turned and found himself face to face with a man who moved like a shadow. Father's right hand, his loyal phantom. The man's voice was calm and flat. After you visit your mother, go to the main house. The Lord is waiting. Raisin blinked. Father called me? Yes. The boy bowed respectfully. Understood. He glanced back toward the courtyard empty. A heartbeat later gone. He really moves like a ghost. Raisin exhaled quietly and stepped inside. So I've returned to the Maiden house, and Father let me see Mother first. Much kinder than I expected. He pushed the door open. Inside, Era turned toward him with a frown. Master, did you refuse the pilgrimage? The girl glanced at the owner, who calmly handed her his cloak. Yes, he said. That's what I thought. Of course not, Raisin corrected, moving his gaze to the woman sitting at the table. Mother, I'm home. Soso lifted her eyes and welcomed him with a gentle smile. Welcome home, my son. It must have been difficult. She raised a cup of hot tea, studying him with quiet warmth. Rest a little before you leave again. Then she turned to the maid. Bring the tea we brewed last time. Era hurried out with a quick bow. It'll be ready shortly. Raisin watched her go and thought, Era and Mother, they never change. He couldn't help but smile. So, he said, sitting down, that's how I arrived at my first hotel. Soso looked into her cup. I knew you'd handle it. Outside, a dog ran after the chickens, its bark echoing faintly across the yard. From inside the house, Raisin's voice drifted softly as he told his mother it was time for him to visit his father. Moments later, he stood at the doorway of the main house, posture firm, expression serious. Father, he said, stepping inside, I've returned. The head of the Maiden family didn't waste a second. Good. Then submit your report. Raisin walked forward, prepared to face whatever came next. The head of the Maiden family stood firm, gaze sharp as steel. As the contender for the position of heir, he said, voice low, I should be fully aware of your actions and your changes. His eyes locked on Raisin. You've undergone transformations. I expect you to explain. Raisin felt his mother's presence beside him, and for a heartbeat he hesitated. Should I reveal everything while she's here? Father is not on my side. Not today. Still, he knelt down. I never intended to hide anything from you. He steadied his breath. He had to tell most of it, even if not all. I've gained fighting spirit in my body. His father's eyes narrowed. Raisin rose slowly and looked toward the large glass container glowing blue in the corner. With this, I can now use the elemental attribute system and magical combat techniques, even though I'm still a beginner. He clenched his fist, and mana crackled out of him, lightning dancing across his arm. If I can control this fighting spirit, he said, then I can develop using the same method the first head of the family used. His father studied him with a cold, calculating stare. Does anyone else know? Only Lurvian and Murray, Raisin answered. The father didn't even blink. If I were you, I'd kill them. Raisin lowered his hand. Because dead people don't talk? His father nodded. Yes. Raisin replied quietly. But dead people also can't help me. The patriarch paused on the steps, thoughts shifting. Also true. Raisin continued, his voice steady. You were born strong, father. So strong that you never needed anyone. But I'm different. I can't walk this path alone yet. He thought of his mother, her gentle hands, her fragile smile. And I can't protect her by myself. His father's brows furrowed. But after a moment, he nodded. I respect your choice. Keep this hidden, even from your sister. Raisin imagined his sister drenched in blood, her wild grin. Yes, I understand. The father gazed out the window, eyes following an eagle soaring across the sky. Remember this. The predator shows 7 parts of its strength and hides 3 claws. Rayson smiled faintly. I'll remember. And I promise. He rose to his feet, eyes burning with resolve. I'll reach a place where I won't need to hide 3 claws. A height where I can reveal all of my strength. His father lowered his gaze and allowed a rare smile to escape. On the table behind him lay a letter sealed with red wax. The red seal on the table caught Raisin's eye. What is this? He asked. His father didn't look up as he answered. An invitation. From Lydia. Across the estate, in the Grandel household, Lydia and his assistant sat at a table with the same sealed letter. The assistant stared, baffled. From the head of the Grandel family? What does it say? Lydia answered calmly. I wish to extend an official invitation to Raisin Mayton. Why is that even necessary? The assistant muttered. Lydia finally looked up, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Because I appreciate his potential. The assistant froze, then exploded. What? That's practically a public statement that Raisin is stronger than Rosalind. Iatra, who had been quietly listening, let out a small, amused smile. So it's confirmed. Raisin has gotten himself mixed into a full-blown inheritance war. Raisin and Era walked down the stone corridor, while Hampton sprinted after them, his backpack bouncing with every step. A system alert flashed before Raisin. The Heavenly Mage has partially resolved his suspicions. The missing probability has been restored. Raisin stepped out onto the balcony, letting the cold night breeze brush against his face. He stared up at the stars. Heavenly Mage. Father. It has to be him. In the original tale, the Heavenly Mage believed Raisin hid his abilities until he turned 10, and the fact that he intentionally suppressed his doubts. That means he understood how his suspicion affects the world itself. Raisin had never imagined probability could be acquired like this. He turned his head toward Era, who straightened immediately. Are preparations finished? He asked. Ael lowered her gaze. Yes. Hampton and I gathered everything in the area. On the table behind them sat a mountain of brightly wrapped gifts. Reds, blues, golds, all tied with ribbons. Evian entered, eyebrows tightening into a hard line. You know the librarian doesn't accept paid requests from candidates for air, she said sternly. Raisin just spread his hands. Paid requests, yes. But bringing gifts to friends after a long journey? That's just being polite. Evian didn't even blink. Yes, but I can hear your heartbeat from here, Raisin. He froze for half a second. Right? She had always seen through him. Evian turned away, hiding her eyes with a sigh. That time, I helped you because I let emotions get the better of me. It won't happen again. Later, they stood between towering bookshelves in the silent library. Raisin smiled softly. I'm not here for that, he said. I need your help finding a book. Evian blinked. What book? His expression sharpened. Every book related to the great sage Alberto. Anything with his name in the title, or even mentioned in the contents. Evian's mind visualized a giant grand building, sunlight shining over its pediment. Understood, she said. I'll find them as quickly as possible. Evian nodded firmly. I'll check every book in the Starlight Library. Then she paused, remembering another grand building, the entrance adorned with a glowing crescent moon. I'll even send a request to the libraries of Sunlight and Moonlight, she added. She turned to Raisin, studying him closely. But why do you need books about Alberto, anyway? Raisin lifted his hand casually. It's not forbidden, right? She hesitated. No, but Evian stepped closer, a book materializing instantly in Raisin's hand. Then let me recommend one. Raisin blinked, genuinely surprised. What is this? She answered without hesitation. It's not the best volume we have, but it's a start. He looked down and read the title, a treatise on ice magic for beginners. Ice magic, an advanced discipline, a domain Evian mastered herself. Evian crossed her arms. If anything confuses you, ask me directly. I will answer you as your librarian. She then approached the mountain of wrapped gifts, raised her hands, and with a soft pulse of mana, the entire pile vanished into thin air. Raisin stared at the book again. No author's name. She must have written it herself. He imagined the Grail's annoyed face, ice shards sticking out of it like spikes, and thought, if I can infuse ice magic into the Holy Grail of superiority, I'll gain an entirely new path of combat. He smiled lightly, eyes glowing with ambition. Under the deep night sky, the towering training center loomed, bright lights spilling across the battlefield. The bodies of monsters lay scattered and motionless. Noah, panting but proud, threw his hands up. I did it. I finally mastered the drop shield. Exactly what you'd expect from the genius of geniuses. Nearby, Carlton stood with a shimmering water shield orbiting his arm. Above him floated a massive magical shark formed entirely from condensed water mana. He nodded calmly. Water works best for protection. Noah watched the display and grinned. It's insane every time I see it. Carlton rolled his shoulders and added, I'm in my best condition yet. And from now on, call me. Before he finished, the training center worker pushed up his glasses. Call you what? Carlton turned dramatically, pulling out a staff topped with a glowing crystal. A swirling whirlpool erupted from it, and the water shark roared to life. Call me the one who will teach Raysun Maiden a lesson. The scene shifted to the autumn mansion, where an oppressive silence hung in the air. Inside, Larson sat in stillness, absorbed in Norzen's elementary ice spellbook. A system window hovered before him, the words 3% complete flashing in front of his eyes. Then, a voice pierced the quiet. A woman entered, asking if he had requested an ice magic book. Larson, without looking up, replied that he didn't recall doing so. She raised an eyebrow, questioning his reason for reading it. Larson thought for a moment before offering a speculation. Evian, perhaps, had intended to help him while still maintaining some semblance of neutrality. The suggestion made Era pause, visibly taken aback. She struggled to believe that Evian would have willingly assisted him. She knew that librarians rarely interacted with one another. Yet here she was, delivering a book from another library. The situation felt off to Era, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to unfold. Without another word, she left, her steps quiet but deliberate. The scene then shifted to a towering structure beneath a flawless blue sky. Evian stood at the door, knocking softly, before being greeted by Larson. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, explaining that he had been on his way to the library to see her. Evian, however, was quick to clarify. She had come to meet Era, not him, as they were acquainted. Larson, though forced to smile politely, noticed Evian's lack of eye contact. Her attention was fixated on the chocolates placed on the table. Era, still puzzled, watched the exchange unfold, unable to grasp the connection between the two women. Evian handed Larson a book, saying it was the one he had requested, a volume titled Great Sage Alberto's Great Magic Practical Basics. She explained she had found it in the Sunlight Library. Larson asked if she had managed to find only this one book. Evian confirmed, noting that she had been able to secure it only from the libraries in Maiden. He thanked her, and she waved off his gratitude, insisting she had simply done her job. Larson, in return, told her the chocolates were a gift. Later, Larson lay on the rooftop, his divine eye activated as he studied both books. His mind began to process the knowledge from both sources. But when he turned to Alberto's book, the task proved daunting. Even a single page demanded hours of intense focus. He estimated that it would take at least 6 hours to finish just half a page. In contrast, Norzen's ice magic book was far easier to grasp than Larson had expected, despite Norzen's reputation as one of the highest caliber ice magicians. As Larson pondered this, the image of Evian writing the book flashed in his mind. He realized that the clarity of the text was due to her deliberate focus on the essentials. He decided to set aside time during his breaks to continue studying Alberto's book, but for now, he would focus on finishing the ice magic text. A quarter of the way through the book, the system panels notified him that his partial analysis had been successful. A surge of transcendent mana stirred within his body, and a chilling current flowed through him. He realized that the holy grail of transcendence was marking his mana with the ice attribute. The system confirmed that the imprinting of the first circle ice magic, ice crystal, had been completed and integrated into his combat magic techniques. A ring of icy blue energy materialized in the air, and Larson felt the cool energy wrap around his fist. He marveled at the fact that, for the first time, magic had been woven into his combat skills. Though it was only the first circle, he was curious about how effective it would be. Amid a vivid purple aura, Larson called for Era, who appeared before him, her expression composed and serious. He asked her if she could withstand his attack just once. With calm assurance, she replied that she was ready. Larson, his thoughts turning to his strength and skill, one that heightened his physical abilities, decided to combine it with ice crystal. Though he didn't expect much from the first circle magic alone, he was eager to test its potential. He activated his intermediate combat magic technique enhancement. Purple and bluish energy enveloped his fist as snowflakes swirled around his hand. After giving Era a warning, he charged forward, releasing a forceful blast. The impact was loud and sharp, but Era remained unmoved, having blocked his punch with ease. She calmly asked if he had finished his testing. Larson, pleased with the results, smiled and confirmed that he had. When she inquired whether he was satisfied, he responded with a note of contentment. Era nodded, acknowledging his satisfaction, and then, in her usual manner, announced she would wait for further orders in her hidden state before vanishing from sight. Left alone, Larson reflected on the still modest power of his first circle magic. It was effective, but he knew it wasn't enough. His resolve firmed as he vowed to train harder, determined to push beyond the limits of his current abilities. Later that night, Larson focused on push-ups, his body moving rhythmically, while Era observed from the balcony. She thought to herself that, despite the young master having reached the second circle, his ice magic remained at the first circle. That alone wasn't particularly impressive for someone of Maiden's bloodline. However, the fact that he had immediately begun using it after receiving the book from Evian was a different matter. She also recalled how his punch had surpassed the power of a third circle mage's single attribute spell. Era concluded that Larson was maturing at an unprecedented rate, faster than anyone she had served before. A thought lingered in her mind. Could this time truly be different? Her thoughts were interrupted as her attention sharpened. An intruder had entered the auto mansion. Larson, sensing something amiss, turned sharply as dust settled nearby. A figure sprinted toward him with alarming speed. It was Noah, the manager of the training mansion, calling out to him frantically. The scene shifted to the training mansion. Now properly dressed, Larson greeted Noah with a faint smile, commenting that Carlton remained as arrogant as ever. Based on his summoning method, he deduced Carlton had reached the third circle. Carlton smirked, sneering at Larson and calling him an insect. A system panel revealed Carlton's attributes, showing his trait as the avatar of vengeance. Larson, unfazed, asked if Carlton had mastered the primary third circle defensive magic. Carlton, with sarcasm dripping from his voice, remarked that even someone like Larson seemed to have an impressive information network. Ignoring the remark, Larson replied that if it was a third circle defensive magic, it must be Droplet Shield. Carlton's teeth ground together in frustration, demanding to know how Larson knew. Calmly, Larson stated that Carlton had always been predictable. Noah, attempting to explain the situation, mentioned that Larson was currently on a pilgrimage. But Carlton cut him off, stating that he was well aware of that, and had only come to strengthen their brotherhood. Noah, growing increasingly nervous, asked permission to report to the main building. But Carlton's response was swift and forceful. A massive water shark materialized behind Noah as a clear threat. With chilling authority, Carlton demanded to know if Noah understood the power of a direct descendant of the Maiden family. Under the immense pressure, Noah broke into a cold sweat, unable to respond. Larson stepped in, his voice calm and steady, saying that Noah could submit his report afterward. He reflected that Carlton clearly intended to provoke a fight. Larson knew that whatever transpired here would not go unnoticed by their father, but he had no desire to engage in battle, especially with a scheduled visit to Grandel in 2 days. Moreover, Larson knew that if rumors spread that he had bullied his brother, it would lead to unnecessary complications. Carlton, unable to hold back his anger, questioned whether Larson truly believed he could harass him. Larson replied coolly, acknowledging that as a member of the Maiden bloodline, he couldn't refuse Carlton's challenge. Carlton's eyes widened in fury. "Are you calling this a challenge?" he demanded, his voice laced with disdain. Larson, unfazed, calmly asked if it wasn't simply the weak challenging the strong. Carlton let out a burst of mocking laughter. "You're trying too hard to be amusing, Larson. You've probably lost your mind out of fear." Noah, observing from the sidelines, remained silent. He saw clearly. The seventh young master was orchestrating everything. Despite being at a disadvantage, Larson had a knack for twisting circumstances to his advantage. As Larson clenched his wrist, a vivid purple aura enveloped him, his calm demeanor unshaken. "You should be grateful I'm on a pilgrimage," he stated, his voice steady and menacing. "If it weren't for that, I would have beaten you into a living corpse by now." Carlton's lips twisted into a chilling smile, his eyes narrowing with malicious intent. "Gruesome, little brother. Why not try to do that now?" he taunted. Enraged, Carlton summoned a massive water beast. Its jaws gleamed with sharp teeth, and its body writhed amid crashing waves. With a thunderous roar, it lunged toward Larson, unleashing a fierce attack. The water beast's assault was immediate, a torrent of rage barreling toward him. The massive water beast surged forward, crashing down with a force that shattered the ground beneath it. But just as it neared, Larson vanished, his figure flickering out of sight. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Carlton, his voice flat, almost bored as he repeated his earlier warning. "Keep your distance." Fury burned in Carlton's chest as he gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing with rage. He shouted back, his voice sharp with anger, swinging his staff in a vicious arc. But Larson blocked the strike without effort, his movements precise cold. "Your circle may have advanced," Larson remarked with an air of detachment, "but your combat instincts are still the same." Noah, worried about the destruction unfolding around them, quickly raised his hand and activated a magic circle, his voice rising as he announced he would shift the arena. Carlton sneered, dismissing Larson's calm demeanor as nothing more than empty bravado from someone still stuck in the second circle. His grin twisted cruelly. "I'll make you suffer slowly. No need to worry about the surroundings." Larson's thoughts were cold, detached as he observed Carlton, his mind already calculating. It had been a long time since he last encountered him. This time, He would make sure Carlton remembered it and never forgot. A system notification chimed, and the location around them shifted. The landscape, now a magical mushroom forest. Amidst the towering, vibrant fungi, Carlton stood, his water mana swirling around him. Opposite him, Larson stood still, his body surrounded by a steady purple aura. He spoke, his voice calm, deliberate. I'll teach you one thing, Carlton. Stronger magic crushes weaker magic. Carlton's lips twisted into a mocking smirk, but it was short-lived. Before he could react, Larson struck. With a sudden, fluid movement, he summoned a surge of purple magical force. Carlton, quick to respond, raised his third circle water magic, droplet shield. Larson recognized it immediately. Confident, Carlton boasted, his voice dripping with superiority. My water vortex will tear through anything in its path. The closer you get, the more you'll regret it. But as the words left his mouth, Larson's magic ripped straight through the droplet shield, a brutal force that struck Carlton square in the face. Blood splattered violently, and Carlton was flung backward, dazed and stunned. His face, soaked in blood, struggled to make sense of what had just happened. From a distance, Noah called out in alarm, his voice tense. But Era, calm and collected, watched intently, analyzing the attack. She recognized its potency. This was no ordinary second circle spell. From her experience, she knew the power behind it was something no third circle mage could withstand. It wasn't just a strong spell. It was the pinnacle of second circle magic. Larson stood tall, holding a blue ring of energy in his hand, his gaze steady as he looked around the forest. He remarked casually, almost in disdain, about the irritating humidity of the place. Carlton, on the other hand, trembled on the ground, his body racked with pain. He groaned, struggling to get a grip on the agony coursing through him. Larson moved closer, his voice cold as he asked if it hurt. He looked down at his fallen brother, his eyes hard. I could have struck you more times, he said, his tone indifferent. But I'll stop here. He paused, allowing the words to settle in the air before continuing with a chilling edge. If you didn't carry the maiden name, you'd be dead already. Be grateful to our father for that name. His eyes bore into Carlton with a piercing gaze. Act more humbly in the future. Without another word, Larson turned and walked away. The sound of his footsteps fading into the distance was almost a mockery. Carlton's teeth ground together as he lay there, humiliated and seething with rage. His eyes, burning with fury, followed Larson's retreating figure. A sudden memory flooded his mind, one from his childhood. He had been the sixth young master of the maiden family, trembling with fear under the cold gaze of his sister. The memory replayed in vivid detail. Young Carlton, hands shaking, had been given a dagger and ordered to kill. Beside him stood his sister, Persia Maiden, her smile as cold as death itself. She had instructed him to kill the prisoner, just as she had shown him, her voice steady and calm, the man begging for his life in desperate pleas. Carlton had shaken violently, paralyzed with fear and unable to act. The sound of a whip cutting through the air echoed in his memory, followed by the stinging pain as Persia lashed him without mercy. A worm, she spat, her words seething with contempt. You're a disgrace to the Maiden family. Her slap burned across his face, and the words she hurled at him, calling him weak, left a scar deeper than any physical wound. He cried out as the whipping continued, the pain unbearable, yet the fear of disobedience more terrifying. That fear, that humiliation, had shaped him. It was why he always vented his frustration on Larson. In another flash of memory, young Larson had been kicked into a room, his face bruised and bloody. Young Carlton had placed his foot on him, a sneer on his face as he looked down on the boy. A worm, he'd spat, his voice dripping with disdain. A failure, a disgrace. Bullying someone weaker had been the only way for him to feel powerful, to survive in the suffocating walls of the Maiden household. The present moment snapped him back, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. His face twisted with rage, and a ferocious roar tore through the air as he summoned his third circle water magic once more. Droplet shield materialized around him, the water swirling fiercely in a protective barrier. I'll kill you, Larson, he growled, his voice a low, guttural promise. Don't ever look down on me again. The water mana around him swelled, his rage feeding the magic as his eyes locked onto Larson. Noah, sensing the danger, called out, his voice filled with urgency. Carlton, it's over, he pleaded. Stop this madness. But Carlton was beyond reason. Ignoring Noah completely, he unleashed a vicious wave of water, sending it crashing toward Larson. Larson, unbothered, glanced back with an almost detached expression. He gathered his focus, purple energy crackling around his body as the system notification pinged, announcing the activation of intermediate combat magic technique enhancement. With his enhanced physique, Larson's muscles tensed. He didn't flinch, didn't hesitate. As the massive torrent of water bore down on him, he threw a decisive punch straight into its heart, his fist cutting through the violent current with ease. The water splashed around him, but the attack was stopped dead in its tracks. Larson's stance remained unbroken, his expression cold. "You're still a fool, Carlton." Larson gritted his teeth, the crushing pressure threatening to overwhelm him, but he stood firm. He knew, in that moment, that Carlton was still very much a true maiden. Carlton poured every ounce of mana into his attack, his voice a wild scream as he demanded Larson's death. But the force of the spell turned on him, the energy rebounding violently. Carlton collapsed to the ground with a sickening thud, coughing up blood as his body was racked with pain from the severe mana backlash. From a distance, Noah rushed to his side, eyes wide in horror. He realized that Carlton was suffering from the consequences of his reckless magic, the backlash almost too much for him to bear. As Noah moved to help, Larson responded coldly, his voice distant and emotionless. "Don't touch him," he ordered, his gaze unfeeling. He glanced down at the fallen figure of his brother, his words cutting through the air. "This is the fate of anyone who dares challenge the Maiden family," he stated flatly. "I spared his life only because of the law of brotherhood." His tone was final, and Noah could see the truth in it, a truth that left him stunned. The boy Larson had once been seen gone, replaced by this ruthless, unyielding figure. Larson continued, his words sharp and deliberate. "As someone who inherited the will of magic, Carlton has disgraced himself twice. First, by cowardly attacking me during a duel, and second, by losing control and being consumed by his own mana." His eyes glinted coldly. As a mage, he is practically dead. Noah remained silent, thoughts swirling in his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that if Larson hadn't provoked the sixth young master, this entire situation might not have spiraled so far out of control. But he couldn't voice that thought now. Larson, as though reading his mind, turned to him. "You can save him," he allowed, his voice low and cold. "But if you don't act now, he'll never use magic again." Noah, desperate to help, nodded quickly, but then froze as he realized Larson wasn't finished. Standing beside Era, Larson's gaze turned even colder. "From this moment on," he said, his voice colder than ice, "you are my enemy." The words rang in the air, a final, irreversible declaration. Noah's heart sank. He realized, with sickening clarity, that he was being forced to make an impossible choice between the fallen sixth young master and the seventh, his brother. As Noah looked down at Carlton, who lay motionless in a spreading pool of blood, the weight of the decision pressed down on him, suffocating him. He could barely breathe under the pressure. His mind raced, but he couldn't find the words. His voice was stuck, trapped in his throat, and his thoughts were a blur. Then, without warning, a violent surge of fiery mana exploded behind them. The intense heat scorched the air, forcing Larson and Era to turn, their expressions sharp with alertness. A voice, sharp and filled with disdain, echoed through the fiery haze. "I never expected the youngest to be this cruel," it said, filled with biting amusement. Noah's eyes widened in recognition, and the realization hit him like a slap. The voice belonged to the third young mistress, Persia Maiden. The flames around them flared higher, condensing into a massive fireball. And from within the inferno stepped Persia, a faint but smug smile curling at the edges of her lips. She looked at the scene with a sense of satisfaction, her words laced with cold amusement. "This outcome was exactly what I expected from you, younger brother," she said, her voice almost a purr. "I must admit, I rather like it." She tilted her head slightly, eyes glinting. "But," she continued with a slight pause, "you've made a mistake." Her gaze hardened, and she met Larson's eyes with a chilling certainty. "You give your enemies too many chances." The flames around her crackled in agreement, her mana radiating with a power that could consume everything in its path. The tension in the air was palpable as Persia Maiden stood before them, an unpredictable force, a sharp contrast to Larson's cold, methodical nature. Larson's faint smile remained, his eyes cool as he replied, "I'm not yet capable of being as ruthless as you are." But inwardly, he couldn't help but question the timing of his sister's appearance. Why had she chosen this precise moment to show up? The situation felt too orchestrated, too calculated. The scene shifted, revealing the events that had unfolded several minutes earlier, outside the training mansion. As Carlton and Larson's duel raged on, someone had been watching them from distance. A hand, glowing with blue energy, appeared from the shadows. It was Suncan. He stepped forward, his gaze steady, as Sando, his companion, spoke up. "The third young mistress seems to have taken a deep interest in the seventh young master," Sando remarked, his tone laced with mockery. "Do you plan on kidnapping him again?" Senkin's reply was calm, almost indifferent. "No such order has been issued," he said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Keep your presence confidential." Sando nodded, sensing the gravity in Senkin's words. As the conversation continued, Sando realized that Suncan had come under the command of the family head. The realization struck him quickly. Larson had drawn the patriarch's attention, and now all eyes, including Persia's, were fixed squarely on him. But then, Senkin's demeanor shifted. His face grew serious, and he abruptly ordered, "Summon the third young mistress at once." Sando, caught off guard, asked why. "The sixth young master's life is in danger," Sunken replied, his voice edged with urgency. Sando froze, stunned by the revelation. "Carlton lost a Larson," he muttered, struggling to process the information. Back in the present, Persia stepped closer to Carlton's collapsed form, her eyes cold with disdain as she observed him. "What a literal insect," she sneered, her voice dripping with contempt. Larson, watching quietly, wondered if she had come to rescue him. She looked down at her fallen brother, her expression one of pure disdain. "You don't deserve the maiden name," she declared, her voice sharp. "You're nothing but trash." Larson remained silent, observing her every move with a quiet, calculating gaze. Without any further words, Persia raised her hand. A radiant sphere of light materialized at her fingertip, glowing with intense magic. With a subtle wave, she lifted Carlton's unconscious body into the air, his limp form floating gently upward. Noah, standing off to the side, watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend the display of power. As Persia moved toward a blazing spatial gate, she paused and turned to face Larson. Her gaze locked with his, a challenge in her eyes. "If you don't like my decision," she said with a mocking smile, "you're welcome to follow me. Do so if you truly have confidence in yourself." With that, she stepped into the fiery portal, Carlton's body floating beside her. In an instant, they disappeared, leaving Larson, Noah, and Era standing in the now empty training ground. Larson remained calm, his thoughts steady as he reflected on the situation. If he had followed her, he likely would have lost a limb. The consequences weren't worth the risk. He turned to Era, his orders simple. "We're going home," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. Era nodded silently, falling in step behind him as they left the training mansion. But as they walked, Larson's thoughts lingered on Persia. She seemed to care for Carlton more than he had initially assumed. The realization struck him unexpectedly, and a system notification soon confirmed his thoughts. Persia had genuinely attempted to educate Carlton, showing a level of care that was completely unlike her usual cold, calculating nature. Larson's surprise was palpable. This behavior was something he hadn't anticipated from her. Carlton had never been able to fully embrace Persia's teachings, a fact that deepened the tension between them. The scene shifted to a brutal method of instruction that had marked a pivotal moment in their strained relationship. The flashback unfolded with Persia seated outdoors, calmly enjoying a meal as the sound of barking dogs filled the air. Carlton, bound tightly to a tree, trembled in terror as two savage dogs with bloodshot eyes charged at him. His frantic screams for mercy rang out, but Persia remained unmoved, continuing to eat her meal with the same detached expression. She knew her methods were extreme, perhaps even cruel, but she would never admit that they were unsuitable for most people. A faint, chilling smile appeared on her lips as she speared a piece of steak with her fork. Carlton sobbed in fear, pleading for his life as the dogs snapped at him, their jaws gnashing dangerously close. Blood splattered across the ground as the dogs tore into him, and his screams echoed into the night. In the end, Persia rose from her seat and walked away, leaving her brother unconscious, soaked in blood, and sprawled across the grass. Her cold command still echoed in the air as she ordered him to grow stronger. Persia's affection for Carlton was twisted. She pushed him to endure suffering, believing it would make him stronger. It was a cruel, warped form of love. And even now, despite everything, Persia still cherished him in her own, ruthless way. Back in the present, another system notification appeared before Larson. Its message as startling as it was cryptic. A variable had emerged, one that was affecting the course of the story. He stared at the notification, his mind racing. Why had this particular variable surfaced now? It was clear that something deep and fundamental was beginning to shift within the unfolding events. The currents of energy that radiated from his body formed cross-shaped patterns, signaling an internal transformation. A vision, symbolic and vivid, unfolded before him. A red-eyed skeleton manipulated a sphere of destiny, inside which a human figure struggled. As the vision shifted, Larson saw a close-up of Persia's face, and in that moment, he realized the variable was tied to the complex, unspoken bond between her and Carlton. The following day, Larson was summoned by his father. Standing near a window, he reflected on the summons, understanding that it was undoubtedly related to the events of the previous night. He had anticipated this development, and had already prepared himself for the encounter. With composed grace, he took a sip of tea, his thoughts clear. In moments like these, presentation was everything. He needed to embody the dignified poise of a true mage. Later, within the opulent halls of the Maton family's main building, the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense as a commanding voice demanded an explanation for the previous night's events. Dekatra, the family patriarch, stood at the top of the stairs, his voice like thunder as it reverberated through the mansion. "You were supposed to be on a pilgrimage," he remarked, eyes narrowing with suspicion. His gaze fell on both of his sons as he descended. Why did you continue your battle until mana reflux occurred? Larson remained still, his expression a mask of calm, as the tension in the room thickened. At that moment, Larson's heart skipped a beat as he fully grasped the situation. His father wasn't merely asking questions. He already knew everything. This wasn't some casual inquiry. It was a deliberate challenge, a test to see which of the two brothers would be more worthy, more valuable. The weight of it hit him, but instead of faltering, a calm smile spread across his face. Confidence surged within him. He saw the opportunity laid out before him, a chance to control the narrative. This was his moment, and he was determined to turn it all in his favor. Without warning, Carlton stepped forward, his voice bold as he sought permission to speak first. When their father granted it, Larson quietly noted that Carlton had prepared well and had seized the initiative with deliberate intent. Carlton expressed his gratitude and began recounting how, before the incident, he had engaged in a magic duel with Larson. Through that battle, he had come to understand the critical importance of maintaining proper distance in combat. Realizing his own limitations, Carlton had learned the third circle water spell, Droplet Shield, and sought a rematch to test its effectiveness, eager to measure his own growth. Larson's thoughts shifted in surprise. He could feel that Carlton had genuinely changed. When Decatra pressed him about whether he truly understood the gravity of his admission, Carlton did not hesitate. He confessed that, yes, he had been weaker than Larson, and the outcome of their battle proved it. He accepted the result without excuses, showing a maturity Larson had never expected from him. Larson stood in stunned silence. The old Carlton would never have uttered such words, yet now he saw it clearly. Clinging to pride would have only destroyed him. Standing tall before their stern father, Carlton admitted that he had lost because he was inferior to his younger brother. Larson knew Carlton had carefully chosen this response. It was likely the very answer their father sought. But Carlton didn't stop there. He admitted to suffering mana reversal, bringing shame upon their family, and vowed to train harder to prove himself worthy of the maiden name. Their father, Decatra, accepted the explanation and turned to Larson, asking if he had anything to add. Larson's mind swirled, but he smirked inwardly. Carlton had gained the upper hand by showing humility. To shift the advantage, he would need to take a different approach. Looking directly at his father, Larson stated that he was certain Decatra already knew the entire truth. The real purpose of the question, he believed, was to test their motives. Decatra urged him to continue, and with calm resolve, Larson explained that as a member of the Maton family, he could never refuse a challenge. His intention had been clear, to completely obliterate the challenger, ensuring that no such defiance would ever arise again. Carlton's jaw clenched when Decatra asked if Larson would have taken the same approach, even if the challenger had been his own brother. Larson met his father's gaze without faltering. He answered, his voice steady, yes. Because the challenger bore the same surname, he had to be even more thorough in his response. Decatra's voice cut through the tension, pointing out that Larson had failed to annihilate his opponent. Larson's response was calm, almost detached. He admitted that obliterating his brother had indeed been his original intent. However, before he could land the final blow, Persia Maton, the third young lady, had intervened and rescued Carlton. He acknowledged, without hesitation, that he had been unable to stop her and had been forced to stand aside. Then, with an icy, unwavering gaze, Larson made his declaration. Once he surpassed Persia, he would settle the score, and he would collect his debt. A chill ran down Carlton's spine. Sweat beaded on his back as the weight of his younger brother's words sank in. He struggled to fathom how Larson could even dare to speak of seeking revenge against Persia. When Decatra asked what Larson meant by debt, Larson explained coldly that Persia's intervention had nullified his judgment over a defeated opponent. To him, it was an abuse of authority, a direct challenge to his role as a member of the Maton family. Carlton's fear deepened. Was his brother so consumed by rage that he would target Persia? Did he not understand the consequences of such thoughts? It felt like Larson was speaking as though he were Persia's true younger brother, not a mere rival. When Decatra asked how Larson intended to reclaim this debt, he answered with chilling calmness. One day, he would use force to overturn Persia's decisions and authority. He would take back what was owed to him, and he would do it repeatedly. As Larson finished, a faint, almost satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Decatra's lips. Enough, Decatra said, dismissing Carlton. The matter is settled. Carlton bowed gratefully and left, though he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that his father wanted a private word with Larson. A wave of envy flashed across his face. When had the two of them grown so close? It gnawed at him as he wondered if all his efforts had ever truly mattered. Standing outside the grand doors, Carlton's mind raced. Why was there such a vast gap between him and his younger brother? Could he ever bridge that divide? His own self-doubt crept in, making his heart heavy with frustration. Just then, a figure appeared in the hallway. Persia. Her cold eyes met his, and with a disdainful sneer, she asked, "Does an insect like you also wish to become stronger?" Carlton's reply was firm, tinged with determination. "Even if I am an insect, I still carry the Maton bloodline." Persia studied him silently for a long moment, before her lips curled slightly, and she remarked, "Caring for insects is my hobby." Carlton was left confused, unsure if she was mocking him or if there was something more to her words. Without another word, Persia ordered, "Report to my room at 10 every morning, starting today." With that, she vanished in a flicker of flames. Carlton stood there, flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and an unfamiliar sense of excitement. He had been dismissed, yet a new resolve began to form within him. He vowed to put everything he had into proving himself. Inside the room, a system notification flashed before him. Carlton Mayton's scenario has changed. A story-altering variable has emerged. Carlton stared at the notification, the weight of its meaning settling in. His path had just taken a turn, and he knew it would change everything. Larson's mind raced in shock as he realized this was already the second shift involving Carlton. What variable had emerged this time? His thoughts were interrupted when Dekatra suddenly seized his wrist, his voice cold as he stated that he had learned ice magic. Larson didn't flinch. As he expected, his father already knew. Dekatra studied him closely, mentioning Norzen and the notorious difficulty of mastering ice magic. But once learned, he added, it was an exceptionally efficient magic. Larson nodded, confirming that Norzen's ice magic was precisely why it had integrated so well with his combat magic technique. Dekatra's gaze sharpened. "Are you claiming it's a fusion of combat magic and attribute magic?" he asked, his tone probing. Then, he asked if Larson remembered the magic engraved into his body during childhood. Larson immediately understood. His father was referring to the personalized magic bearing his name. He recalled the glowing characters carved into his palm years ago. With a respectful tone, he replied that he had been honored to receive such a gift, but had never truly been able to use it. Dekatra's voice was deliberate when he declared, "I will slightly alter that magic." Larson's eyes widened in astonishment. The magic that had once been etched into his skin began to resurface. The glowing symbols appeared once again, creeping across his body, merging and shifting in an intricate pattern. As the symbols shifted over his palm, he noted with a strange relief that there was no pain this time, unlike before. "The modified magic will conceal your study of elemental magic," Dekatra explained, so thoroughly that even someone as gifted as Ivelia will struggle to detect it. Larson was speechless. "Had you known I would pursue both combat magic and elemental magic?" he asked, still in shock. Dekatra paused, then answered coldly, "The task is complete." He turned toward him, his eyes piercing. "Now, what do you say upon receiving a gift?" Momentarily confused, Larson bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude as his father had silently commanded. Dekatra gave a brief nod, granting him permission to leave. As Larson turned to depart, he caught sight of a faint, satisfied smile lingering on his father's face. The scene shifted to the autumn manor. Larson lay in the bathtub, his mind drifting. In the original story he had written, Dekatra had never personally given gifts to his children. His wealth was vast, but he had never once used the word gift. Larson submerged himself beneath the water, the events replaying in his mind. The altered magic, this wasn't just for concealment, he realized. His father's subtle smile had been the clue. Dekatra never did anything without purpose. Rising from the bath, the realization struck him with clarity. The word gift itself had been a deliberate hint. This altered magic was a new assignment, one entrusted to him. With a resolve hardening within him, Larson knew what he had to do. He vowed to uncover the true power hidden within this magic during his upcoming journey, no matter the cost. The next day, the group was fully prepared to depart for Grandel. Era approached Larson, reporting that all the necessary preparations had been made. Hampton struggled to carry a massive bag, but with a proud grin, he declared that he was ready as well. Larson smiled warmly at his companions and called them to gather. Lydia, visibly excited, waved enthusiastically and called out to Larson, eager to begin the journey. Larson addressed the group, announcing that it was time to set out for the renowned Grandel martial arts family. A map appeared, showing that Grandel's territory was even farther from the Mayton family than the Sod family's land. To reach the Sod territory, one would need to cross the tumultuous Black Sea. But to reach Grandel, they would have to brave the Sea of Death, notorious for its ominous blood-red waves. The group began their journey by crossing the Alphesus Mountains, the largest mountain range in the world. From there, they rode across the Amazon River, the longest and largest river. After 7 days of travel, they stood on a cliff, gazing down at Aref, the land ruled by the Grandel family. Era, now carrying Hampton's bag, spoke up. "It'll take about 3 more days to reach our destination." Lydia, surprised, asked, "Why aren't there any portal gates around here?" Era responded, "The Grandel family doesn't support the use of portal gates." Lydia, still puzzled, pressed on, "But why?" Larson thought to himself, "It's because I set it up that way." But he kept the thought to himself and didn't offer an explanation. The next 3 days passed without incident. At night, they set up camp beside a softly flickering bonfire. The peaceful silence was broken by a sudden rustling in the bushes. Numerous pairs of glowing red eyes lit up the darkness. Before anyone could react, a massive venomous spider leaped from the shadows, shrieking as it charged toward the campsite. In an instant, Era moved with blinding speed, slashing through the creature's body with precise strikes. She landed lightly after delivering the final blow, effortlessly killing the spider. That was a 2,000-year-old black poison spider, Era explained, her voice calm. Hampton, collect its venom. Lydia, still wide-eyed, stared at Era in awe. She couldn't believe the overwhelming strength she had just witnessed. Larson, for his part, reflected on how smoothly their journey had gone thanks to Era's quick and efficient handling of every threat. They continued on, passing through Arefa's region without further danger. Finally, after days of travel, the group reached the Grandel territory. They stood before a colossal iron gate, the imposing entrance to the Grandel family's land. It was a sight to behold, and the group couldn't help but stare in awe at the grandeur before them. Larson's eyes scanned the surroundings. There were no guards in sight. His hand rested lightly on the gate, and in response, a panel flickered to life before him. It revealed an inscription, detailing a magic designed to amplify the fighting spirit. A surge of energy coursed through him as his fingers brushed the surface. A smirk tugged at his lips. The mechanism was as he had expected. Elsewhere, by the serene lake within the Grandel estate, the patriarch engaged in a quiet conversation with Magner about Rosalind. Magner speculated that Rosalind's steadfast path, shaped by the patriarch's guidance, might have been influenced by Larson's presence. The patriarch immediately dismissed the thought with a firm tone, asserting that Rosalind's strength had always been her own. Magner, though polite, nodded in agreement. At that moment, a subordinate approached quickly with news. Larson Mayton's group has arrived at the gate, he reported. The patriarch's eyes sharpened. How many? He asked. Larson, his two shadows, and a fire mage, the subordinate replied. The patriarch noted the simplicity of the group's formation and inquired further. Did Larson open the gate? The subordinate hesitated before answering. He only placed his hand on it, then stopped. A faint smile curled on the patriarch's lips. He turned to Magner. Has Larson figured out the secret? He asked. Magner acknowledged his sharpness, but the patriarch only nodded, his gaze thoughtful. Only those of Grandel's martial artists know the secret of that gate, he murmured. But I've been watching his eyes. We'll see. Magner pressed further, but the patriarch, hesitant for a moment, decided to wait, sensing something stirring within Larson. Back at the gate, the group exchanged puzzled looks. Larson, with casual ease, explained that the gate was simply a bit heavier than expected, masking the fact that he had already deciphered its magic. Era stepped forward to offer her help, but it was Hampton who eagerly volunteered, cracking his knuckles with confidence. I've been training hard, he declared, surprising Larson just slightly. Hampton pushed with all his might, but the gate refused to move an inch. He strained, sweat dripping down his face, muttering in disbelief at the weight of a mere door. After a few more fruitless attempts, he slumped, panting heavily. I'm just a bit tired from the journey, he gasped, offering an excuse. Lydia gave him a gentle pat on the back in comfort. Larson, standing off to the side, silently observed, his gaze unmoving. As the scene played out before him, Larson's mind drifted back to when he had first written the tale of the Sod family. A renowned lineage of swordsmanship, built carefully and meticulously. Every detail crafted with precision. Every piece of the story had purpose. Larson's mind wandered back to his previous writing. He had poured immense detail into the Sod family, the heart of his story. But Grandel, unlike Sod, had been a mere backdrop. Their influence on the world felt less significant, secondary, even to Mayton. It wasn't until now that he recognized the true nature of Grandel's gates. Designed with fighting spirit amplification magic, they were meant to resonate with the blood of the Grandel lineage, enhancing their strength with every use. The gate, a simple yet ingenious tool, was a training mechanism in itself. Just by repeatedly opening and closing it, members of the family could steadily grow stronger. Larson clenched his fist, feeling the faint surge of power. His fighting spirit subtly increased. He realized he could not push it further for now, but he saw an opportunity to test his limits. Stepping forward confidently, he approached the heavy iron gate, his expression one of quiet resolve. He pressed his hand against it, and with a slow, deliberate motion, he began to open it. The creaking sound of metal echoed through the air as the gate gave way, revealing a blinding light that poured from within. At the same moment, a messenger in the Grandel estate hurried to report to the patriarch. Larson Mayton has opened the gate, he announced. The patriarch's brow furrowed. Did he do anything before? He asked, his voice low with suspicion. He paused briefly before acting. The messenger replied. The patriarch sneered. And the gate. It was set to its heaviest level, came the reply. The patriarch scoffed. That's nothing. With fighting spirit, anyone could manage it. He turned to Magner. Where is he headed now? Magner responded. The martial arts hall. The patriarch nodded, satisfied. Even Rosalind would struggle with that weight. Magner added. though his voice carried a hint of concern. Suddenly, the messenger spoke again, urgency in his voice. There's something you need to know. The patriarch waved for him to continue. Though fighting spirit seemed to spread through his body, Larson did not actually use any fighting spirit when opening the gate. The patriarch froze, shock written across his face. He rose from his seat. Magner's voice remained calm, almost regretful. I warned you, he said, reproaching his brother. You thought you were arranging a simple exchange with a maiden family, but you've created something else entirely. He added, Larson is just strong. He's wearing a level 3 black robe right now. A smile crept across the patriarch's face, one of satisfaction. A true martial artist has indeed been born within the maiden family, he murmured. I must see this for myself. Meanwhile, Larson and his group made their way to the martial arts hall. The hall, which also doubled as the Grandel family's library, had a large, open space filled with the echoes of training and research. A middle-aged man approached them with a bright, welcoming smile. I am Alto, the librarian of this hall, and your guide for the day. He introduced himself. Larson stood in the courtyard, staring at Alto, in surprise. He had recognized the man instantly. Alto, his own creation. A martial artist destined to become Kassen Sada's close friend, the heir to Master Magner's legacy, and ultimately the next combat king. It struck him as amusing that a future martial king was now standing before him, clad in a librarian's garb. The thought of it, a man with such a towering future now reduced to this, was almost absurd. Lydia, ever the blunt one, muttered that Alto seemed well-fed. Larson privately agreed. The man's physique hardly matched the image of a future martial king. Before Larson could linger on the irony, Alto's voice rang out. And who is the beautiful lady behind you? He asked loudly, his gaze shifting to Era. Larson turned his head, confused. He looked over the group. Hampton, Lydia, Era. Who could he be referring to? Era, standing with the others, appeared utterly taken aback by the question, her confusion quickly morphing into mild irritation. The sudden and unexpected query left her visibly flustered, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the others, unsure if Alto was being serious or just playing a game. A faint smile tugged at Larson's lips as he watched Era's reaction to Alto's remark. It was rare to see the usually composed woman look even the slightest bit flustered. Her discomfort, though brief, was quickly replaced by her cold, authoritative tone. Stepping forward, she sharply addressed Alto, ordering him to show the proper respect to the one she served, who stood before him. Alto, startled by the sudden rebuke, stammered an apology, his face flushing with embarrassment. My apologies. I was momentarily distracted by your beauty, he explained with a nervous laugh. He quickly turned to Larson, his words now apologetic. I didn't mean any disrespect. Larson simply nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. It's fine, he replied, though internally, he couldn't help but smile. Alto had always been naturally flirtatious. He recalled a time in the original story when Alto had tried the same approach with Lydia, only to end up with his hair singed by her flames. Composed as ever, Larson politely gestured to Alto. Please, guide us to Lord Grandel, he requested. At that moment, before Alto could respond, the air around the group suddenly shifted. A swirl of sand and wind swept through the courtyard, and from it emerged Velitutor Grandel and Magner, much to the surprise of Larson and the others. Larson's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected their arrival to be so abrupt. Velitutor, his gaze sharp, spoke first. There's no need for that, he said, his voice cutting through the moment. Magner let out a hearty laugh, clearly enjoying Larson's bewilderment. I must say, I do enjoy your surprised look, Larson, he teased, his voice lighthearted. Seems like you haven't been training hard enough. He grinned, clearly amused. But tell me, how does it feel to be officially invited by my brother? I'm certain it's the first time in history a mage has undertaken a pilgrimage. Larson, still processing the unexpected turn of events, responded calmly. It is a great honor, indeed. Velitutor, his eyes narrowing slightly, studied Larson closely. Although they had met before, there was still a lingering disbelief in his expression. He found it hard to reconcile the image of a mage with the man before him, especially one who wielded fighting spirit so effortlessly. That, in particular, intrigued him. I must fulfill my promise, Velitutor said, his tone thoughtful. Choose between the third-tier library and the second-tier library. Larson raised an eyebrow, surprised by the choice. You're offering me only one? He asked with a faint smile, an edge of frustration creeping into his voice. Velitutor simply nodded. I promised a viewing, not unrestricted access, he said, his expression unreadable. Larson sighed inwardly, realizing he had inadvertently walked right into his own trap. Magner, seeing his reaction, burst into laughter, clearly enjoying the turn of events. How does it feel, Larson? He teased. Caught by your own scheme. A glimmer of determination flashed in Larson's eyes. In that case, he said firmly, I choose the martial arts hall. Velitutor blinked, taken aback. The martial arts hall was not ranked nor restricted in any way. making it an unexpected choice. Larson's expression remained calm, but he couldn't help but note how quickly Alto had moved. Magner, ever the skeptic, scoffed at the notion. Larson stood firm in his resolve. Despite the humor of the situation, he remained determined to uncover the secrets of the martial arts hall. There was no way Alto, with his physique and mental fortitude, could have ascended to become combat king. He would prove that. Magner, noticing Larson's unwavering focus, turned to Alto. Have you been training diligently? He asked with a knowing smile. Alto, visibly uncomfortable, shifted his stance. Well, I've been busy, he admitted awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Velatutor Grandel, who had been silently observing the exchange, nodded and accepted Larson's decision. Very well, he said. You may enter the martial arts hall. Larson, smiling with gratitude, replied, Thank you. His mind raced with anticipation. He had come here for a reason, and now he could search for the quest Alberto had left behind. Alto led him into the martial arts hall, a large, open space filled with rows of books and training materials. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and leather-bound volumes. If you're looking for something specific, Alto said, don't hesitate to ask. Larson nodded politely, but as he looked around, he found the hall to be rather ordinary, not what he had expected from a place with such prestige. Then, suddenly, his divine eye flared to life. A specific book on a distant shelf caught his attention, and an instinctive sense told him that it might hold the key to what he had been searching for. He turned toward Alto. I'd like to borrow that book, he said, pointing to the one that had caught his eye. Alto raised an eyebrow and picked the book from the shelf. Is this the one? He asked, holding it up. The system notification panel flashed before Larson's eyes. Tatanka's secret martial arts. First form appeared on the screen, and his breath caught. The name Tatanka resonated with him, and the image of Curdle followed shortly after. He recalled that Tatanka had been the chief of the Golden Tiger tribe, a powerful figure known for his fierce resistance to the Grandel family. It was strange. Why would a book written by someone who despised the Grandels be housed here? Larson's curiosity grew. Why is this book here? He asked Alto, his voice steady despite his growing intrigue. Alto smiled faintly. It's a popular fairy tale. The courage of Tatanka, beloved by young boys, particularly for its heroism and valor. Larson frowned, not entirely convinced. Have you read it? He pressed. Alto chuckled nervously. I've glanced at it, but never really gone through it thoroughly. Larson's eyes narrowed slightly. May I take it outside? Alto hesitated, his expression turning serious. You'd need the Patriarch's approval for that, but feel free to read it as much as you want inside the hall. Just don't copy any of the magic. That's strictly forbidden. Larson smirked, knowing that he wouldn't be able to make use of it just yet. Of course, he said with a laugh, the subtle edge of his frustration hidden behind politeness. Turning to Era, Alto asked, Is there anything I can get for you? Era, still cool and composed, responded without hesitation. A hot cup of tea for the young master. Anything except black tea. Alto, not missing a beat, turned to ask, And would you like one as well? No. Era replied firmly, her voice leaving no room for argument. With a disappointed sigh, Alto walked off to fulfill the request. Larson observed him closely, noting how easily distracted Alto was. He thought to himself that if Alto knew the truth about Era, an assassin who moved without a sound, he would likely abandon any further interest immediately. But for now, the librarian remained blissfully unaware. Alto smiled as he poured the tea, a quiet thought lingering in his mind. The heir of the Mayton family had come to the Grandel library. He watched Larson closely, noting his choice of Tatanka's book, and wondered if the young man would uncover its secret, the one that had remained hidden for so long. Alto chuckled, thinking how different the real Larson was from the rumors. The scoundrel that others whispered about seemed a far cry from the man sitting before him. Eagerly, he waited to see what the heir would do next. Footsteps broke the silence, quick and heavy. Rosalind appeared at the door, her brow furrowed as she asked where Larson was. Alto, caught off guard, greeted her and told her that he was in the third reading room. Without a word, Rosalind ordered him to lead the way. As they walked, Alto noticed the unusual lightness in her step. Something about her mood had shifted, though he couldn't quite place it. She pushed the door open with little ceremony, calling out Larson's name and scolding him for not announcing his arrival. But when her eyes found him, sitting alone in the expansive room, absorbed in the book before him, she froze. There was no sign of the chaos she had expected, just a calm focus. Larson had completely shut out everything around him, his concentration locked tight. Rosalind, arms crossed, leaned against the wall and waited, deciding there was no rush. Minutes stretched into half an hour. Still, Larson read on, his eyes scanning each page with unyielding focus. Rosalind watched, leaning her chin into her hand, a faint frown tugging at her lips. She had known him for so long, but this man was far removed from the boy she once knew. The years had shaped him into someone she barely recognized. Even she, someone accustomed to the intensity of battle and magic, couldn't hold such unwavering concentration. It was a quiet awe she felt as she observed him. Finally, Larson closed the book with a soft sigh, his eyes weary but satisfied. "That's enough for today," he muttered, deactivating his divine eye. He looked up, startled to see Rosalind sitting beside him. "How long have you been there?" he asked, surprise clear in his voice. "Long enough," she replied coolly, though she had already spoken when she entered. He frowned but let it go. He was more curious about her quiet observation. "What's caught your attention so deeply?" she asked, leaning in with genuine curiosity. "How long are you staying at Grandel? And do you really need all these books for your magic?" Her voice held a playful edge, probing for something he wasn't ready to reveal. Larson held back a chuckle, trying to remain composed, but slipped out. His laughter rang out, catching Rosalind off guard. Anger flared in her chest, and she stood abruptly, her voice sharp. "Why are you laughing?" Larson wiped a tear from his eye, still grinning. "You," he said simply, and then it hit him. She had been pressing him because she wanted to know what he valued most. She denied it quickly, but it was too late. The truth was clear in his eyes. Larson's sharp eyes narrowed as he observed Rosalind, concluding with a quiet certainty that the plan had not been her own. "This was Patriarch Velator Grandel's doing, wasn't it?" he asked, his voice calm yet probing. Rosalind's expression faltered. She shifted uncomfortably, an annoyed sigh escaping her lips as she awkwardly admitted the truth. It was clear she hadn't expected him to catch on so easily. "What is it you're really curious about?" Larson asked, shifting the focus back to her. Without missing a beat, Rosalind's gaze flickered to the book he had been reading. "What is it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Larson hesitated before showing her the cover. "Tatanka's Bravery," he said, noting her raised eyebrows. "A fairy tale, it seems," she muttered, clearly unconvinced. But Larson was quick to explain, his voice tinged with the kind of quiet enthusiasm that only those who truly lost themselves in a book could muster. "It's more than just a fairy tale when you pay attention to the finer details." Rosalind scoffed, shaking her head. "You're still as peculiar as ever," she muttered, feeling a touch foolish for praising him earlier. Outside the door, Librarian Alto remained unnoticed, listening quietly to the exchange. His sharp ears caught every word, and his eyes never left the two figures inside, observing them with careful attention. The following morning, Larson continued his immersion in the book, his eyes scanning the pages. A system notification suddenly flashed in his vision. Tatanka's Secret Martial Arts, First Form, 95% analysis complete. He paused, a quiet realization washing over him. He had nearly finished the analysis in a single day, far faster than he'd expected. Librarian Alto soon appeared, bringing tea as he always did. "Did you enjoy the book?" he asked politely, his tone warm, but carrying an underlying curiosity. Larson nodded, grateful for the tea, but his mind was already elsewhere. Alto's casual question hung in the air, but then, with a shift in the librarian's tone, something more subtle emerged. "Have you finished reading Tatanka's Bravery?" he asked, the inquiry laced with a subtle scrutiny, a hint of something more than mere politeness. Larson's gaze snapped to Alto, his eyes sharpening with suspicion. He set his tea down slowly, his voice steady but forceful as he confronted the librarian. "Why are you keeping such close watch over me?" Alto stood frozen, caught completely off guard by the bluntness of the accusation. The question hung in the air, and for a moment, the librarian had no words, just an uncomfortable silence that stretched between them. Alto quickly backpedaled, hastily denying any hidden agenda. "I just came to replace the tea," he explained, his voice trembling slightly. "There's no ulterior motive." But Larson wasn't convinced. "Does serving tea really fall under a librarian's duties?" he asked, his tone sharp and probing. A thin sheen of sweat appeared on Alto's forehead as he stammered, insisting that he was nothing more than an ordinary librarian. His calm demeanor did little to mask the nervousness beneath. Larson, ever perceptive, noticed the discrepancy and turned his heavenly eye on Alto, probing deeper than simple observation. In an instant, a character information panel materialized in Larson's mind. It displayed Alto's attributes in stark detail. The first thing that caught his attention was Alto's primary attribute, patience. Then came a revelation. Alto was a member of the Forest clan, specifically among the White Cedar Ants. His secondary characteristic read, guarding a covenant passed down through countless generations. Larson's thoughts raced. The mention of the White Cedar Ants took him by surprise. He had no recollection of having created such a backstory for this character. Alto, despite his affinity with the Forest clan, appeared far too human, remarkably so for a typical ant. The incongruity was striking. With no hesitation, Larson spoke, his voice calm but firm. "Is it true, Alto, that you're guarding a covenant inherited through generations as a member of the Grandel family?" Alto's body stiffened, and he flinched just slightly before asking, "How could you possibly know such a thing?" Larson's eyes never left him as he replied, "It's in the book." Alto's face contorted in surprise. "No," he insisted, his words quick and defensive. There's nothing about that in the book. Larson's lips curled into a faint smirk as he tapped the book in his hand. You told me you hadn't read it thoroughly, didn't you? He leaned forward, exposing the flaw in Alto's story. But you just told me there's nothing about the covenant in the book. Caught. Alto adjusted his glasses awkwardly, his fingers trembling as he made no attempt to deny the truth any longer. Yes, he admitted reluctantly. The covenant does exist. He paused, his gaze dropping to the floor. The Grandel family has long preserved a secret, the eventual arrival of a great successor who would uncover Tatanka's legacy. He spoke the words softly, as though reluctant to reveal more. Larson's eyes narrowed as he pressed further. Does the patriarch of the Grandel family know about this secret? Alto hesitated before answering, his voice low. He probably does, but I don't think he takes it seriously. A cold realization settled over Larson. In his original novel, Alto was meant to become the next combat king, succeeding Magner, the combat king who could intimidate enemies with a mere glance. But the Alto before him was far from the imposing figure of that future. There was something wrong. The man who stood before him now seemed ill-suited for such a destiny. Larson's thoughts turned to the book, to the strange connection between this tale and Alto's path. Slowly, almost as if to test the waters, he revealed the truth. The true name of the book is Tatanka's Secret Martial Arts, First Form. At the sound of the title, Alto's entire demeanor shifted. His face went pale, his body visibly trembling as if he had heard a forbidden name, something he had hoped would never be uttered aloud. Larson stood, a quiet confidence in his step. I believe I'll fully comprehend the book within a day, he said, his voice calm but resolute. Once I've finished, I'd like to discuss it with you, Librarian Alto. Would that be acceptable? A brief silence followed, and after a moment of hesitation, Alto nodded, though there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. The moment the door closed behind Alto, a system notification appeared in Larson's mind, confirming that a new variable had emerged, one that would affect both the storyline and its probability. His gaze shifted, and a series of notifications followed. Tatanka's Martial Arts Manual, First Form, Analysis Complete. Divine Eye has absorbed the entire content. Skill, 10,000 bytes, engraved. A surge of power flooded Larson's body, the sensation both foreign and familiar. He clenched his fist, feeling the new energy coursing through him. 10,000 bytes. The ability he had originally designed, though never fully explored, was now his. He recalled the effects he had written. Any touched body part would feel as though it were being violently torn apart, like 10,000 savage beasts gnawing at the flesh simultaneously. In his original story, 10,000 bytes had been the signature move of Combat King Magner, a skill that would rip apart anyone weaker than the user with a single touch. It was likely the foundation of Alto's path to becoming Combat King. The first form, raw and primal, will be something Alto could never abandon. It had been a part of his journey from the beginning, and now it had woven itself into Larson's being. Moments later, a knock at the door broke his thoughts. May I enter? Alto's voice was cautious. Come in, Larson replied. Alto entered, his expression unreadable. You mentioned a debate earlier. What was it about? Larson's gaze met his, unflinching. It's about Tatanka's secret art, First Form, specifically, the technique 10,000 bytes. Alto frowned, confusion etching his features. A debate requires both parties to have knowledge of the subject. I know nothing of this art, so I can't meaningfully participate. Larson, however, wasn't swayed. Every martial arts family has a training ground, and the martial arts hall is no different. I will demonstrate 10,000 bytes there. His voice left no room for argument. Alto stood frozen, stunned by the audacity of Larson's words. Internally, he struggled to reconcile what he had just heard. How could someone who had only read the book for 2 days possibly wield such an ability? After a moment of disbelief, Alto regained his composure. The training ground is behind the building, he said, still processing the strange situation. It's one of the largest training grounds among all the libraries. Follow me. Without another word, he led Larson out, the weight of the impending demonstration hanging between them. The library, vast and storied, held secrets deeper than either of them had yet uncovered. The vast, open training ground stretched out before them, the space charged with an eerie stillness. Alto stood opposite Larson, waiting for instruction. What should I do? He asked, his voice betraying a hint of unease. Larson's eyes were sharp, his focus unwavering. I'll apply 10,000 bytes to a non-vital area, he said calmly. Extend your hand, just briefly. Alto hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, but he eventually complied, extending his hand, though he did so slowly, as if bracing for something. A system notification blinked into existence. Fighting spirit activated. Larson's fist began to glow with a vivid orange aura, a surge of energy radiating from his very being. Another notification appeared, this one declaring the activation of 10,000 bytes. The concentration of energy gathered at his fingertips was immediate and intense, a force like nothing Alto had ever seen. Alto's jaw dropped as he witnessed the raw power radiating from Larson's hand. Behind him, an illusion of a fierce, menacing wolf formed, its eyes glowing with the same fiery energy. Tatanka's secret art. First form, 10,000 bytes, Larson boldly declared. As the words left his mouth, the surrounding space began to warp. Floating numerical fragments appeared in the air, shimmering like ethereal data. A brilliant, luminous circle expanded outward, startling Alto. The very air seemed to hum with the intensity of the skill. Time and space themselves twisted, and then, in an instant, everything froze. Larson, his brow furrowed in irritation, scanned his surroundings. He muttered to himself, "Another disruption in probability? What does the world demand of me now?" He quickly connected the dots in his mind. The issue was clear. Curdle's mission was tied to the Grandel family. According to Alberto's records, Curdle held a deep hatred for them. Yet, Tatanka's secret martial arts was preserved within their library. A contradiction, a glaring one. Why had Curdle, not Alberto, the founder of Grandel, written this martial arts manual? Another unsettling thought crept into Larson's mind. Was the similarity between their names just a coincidence? As an author, Larson had often used the prefix Al in his character names. Alien, the Warlock. Alblica, the Black Rose. The pattern was unmistakable. He'd always associated Al with misfortune, typically reserving it for antagonists. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together in a disquieting way. At that moment, a book and a pen materialized before him, as if summoned by the world itself. The creator's setting had appeared. Larson's breath caught in his throat as he read the message that followed. Curdle had concealed Tatanka's secret martial arts within numerous relics, including those within the Grandel estate. The message also described Curdle's complicated emotions, hinting that he never expected to become so deeply involved in martial arts. A shiver ran down Larson's spine as his eyes fell to the notebook before him. The blank spaces within it had multiplied, far more than before. A new notification flashed across his vision, granting him one-time deletion authority through the creator's privilege. The weight of it hit him. The task ahead was perilous, a dangerous correction to the probability of an ancient setting. Larson understood, with a chilling clarity, what he had to do. The world had thrown him into a web of contradictions, and now it was his responsibility to untangle it. Cold sweat drenched his brow as the weight of the situation crushed him. Every passing second felt like a blade hanging above him, ready to strike at the slightest misstep. The world itself seemed poised to collapse, taking him with it. Death was no longer an abstract thought. It loomed, inevitable. But as images of those he held dear flashed through his mind, something within him hardened. His own life, his own fate, no longer mattered. He would not let the world, the one he swore to protect, perish. With a clenched fist against his head, he willed himself to focus. There was no room for failure, no margin for error. He had to find that single, crucial clue before everything crumbled to dust. Larson's mind lingered on a passage from Alberto's notes. He could see it now. Alberto, standing alone, his voice tinged with sorrow as he declared that, as a friend, he would always cherish Curdle. In that fleeting moment, Alberto had glanced at Curdle, his expression filled with uncertainty, wondering if those feelings were even returned. With a sigh heavy with resignation, he had turned away, speculating that Curdle might even harbor a deep hatred for him. The realization struck Larson sharply. Alberto's notes were riddled with assumptions, fragile and ungrounded, and offered no clear answers. The truth, Larson knew, had to be different. With a tight grip on the pen, he began to write. Alberto had never known the truth. Curdle had cherished him, yes, but that love had been as conflicted and consuming as his hatred. Larson's thoughts drifted back to his own childhood, to the quiet moments when his mother had gently explained the delicate balance between love and hatred. She'd said that they were separated by the thinnest of lines, capable of shifting into one another at any given moment, like the seamless twist of a Mobius strip, endlessly cyclical, with no clear beginning or end. He wrote on, recalling Alberto's confident words to Curdle. His descendants would surely surpass Curdle's. Larson knew that Curdle would not have taken offense. No, Curdle would have smiled, offering his quiet blessing for Alberto's wish to come true, not out of anger, but out of the belief that time would one day make it so. A symbol of a young sprout, growing into a mighty forest, its roots spreading over generations until the future unfurled differently, in ways neither man could predict. Larson paused, knowing that Curdle had, in fact, continued his research in secret. Curdle had developed a method to counter Alberto's magic combat techniques, but he required a secluded place to test it. In a remote forest, Curdle had decisively defeated 2 warriors, testing his new strength. Operating under the alias Tatanka, he joined the Golden Tiger tribe, teaching them his new, secret martial art, a technique that would remain hidden, buried in history. And yet, Curdle had hoped that one day, Alberto's wish would come true. He'd left a manual of this esoteric martial art within the Grandel family's library, in the hope that a future descendant would discover it and carry Alberto's legacy forward. Larson's grip tightened on the pen once more. He believed this was the most balanced conclusion he could bring to this tangled web of truth and lies. A quiet thought passed through his mind. Would the world accept his correction? A notification flashed across his vision, confirming that the probability deficit had been partially restored, adjusted to perfection. The power of the one-time erase would remain intact. The world, it seemed, would accept what he had written. A deep wave of relief washed over Larson as the probability was fully restored. The one-time eraser could still be used. Then, another notification appeared, granting him the creator's privilege once again. The sensation that followed was one of immense satisfaction, the feeling of a reward earned through the restoration of such a significant portion of probability. Larson, feeling a surge of determination, chose to use this privilege for Alto's future. He wrote that the librarian of a martial arts hall possessed a personality trait that made him always repay a favor. Additionally, he noted that Alto had a natural talent for mastering Tatanka's secret martial arts. As the words flowed from the pen, the book and the pen glowed softly, the words taking root and settling into reality. It was an investment Larson was willing to make, and after finishing, time and space returned to their usual rhythm. A stream of light enveloped Alto, leaving him stunned as the world's numerical laws subtly bent around him. A transformation, powerful and unyielding, began within his body. He gasped in shock, and in that same instant, Larson demonstrated the first form of Tatanka's esoteric art, 10,000 bytes. A fierce wolf-shaped aura manifested behind him, and bright crimson energy condensed at his fingertip. As though pulled by an invisible force, Alto extended his hand. Larson's finger lightly brushed against his palm, and in that instant, energy surged into him. A deep wound formed at the point of contact, blood immediately spurting from Alto's hand. Startled by the unexpected result, Larson realized he had only used the smallest possible amount of fighting spirit. Panic surged through him. He anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" Despite trembling and drenched in sweat, Alto assured him that he was fine. But his eyes burned with desire as he requested to see the technique again, claiming that something had clicked in his mind. Larson, concerned for his well-being, advised Alto to tend to the bleeding. Yet, Alto's earnest pleading persisted, his focus unwavering. Secretly satisfied that his adjustment had worked, Larson relented and agreed to demonstrate the technique once more. Again, energy flared from his fingertip as 10,000 bytes activated. Alto gritted his teeth, his body tense with focus as he observed every detail, memorizing the flow of energy. He muttered to himself, "Just one more attempt." The scene slowly shifted, the setting sun casting a warm glow over the martial arts hall. Alto's repeated requests echoed through the space as he practiced tirelessly. After what felt like an eternity, Alto stood panting, his hands covered in blood. At last, Larson declared, "That's enough for today. You need to treat your hand." But to Larson's surprise, Alto spoke with a deep, respectful politeness, formally requesting permission to attempt the esoteric art once more. Larson stood in stunned silence. Even with the aid of the divine eye, it had taken him 2 full days to fully understand the technique. Yet, here was Alto, mastering it almost immediately, and a system notification confirmed it. Alto had been granted a natural talent for Tatanka's secret martial arts. Larson realized that the reset's effect was far more powerful than he had anticipated. As Alto assumed an attacking stance, Larson calmly informed him that this time, he would lend him his own hand. He watched intently, observing as Alto's technique unfolded. Just as expected, Alto was able to execute the skill without hesitation. Focusing on his bloodied hand, Alto channeled his fighting spirit. A faint image of a fierce wolf flickered behind him, and he shouted the name of the technique, 10,000 bytes. His attack struck Larson, but it lacked the full force it was meant to carry. Larson felt nothing more than a mild sting, and he was visibly surprised. Alto, equally astonished, admitted that using the skill properly was not an easy task. Staring at his hand in disbelief, he muttered that he thought he had glimpsed something deeper. Larson took Alto's hand and offered his guidance. "Condense your fighting spirit more densely at the tips of your fingers," he said. "Focus on maintaining a steady, constant speed. By reducing the volume and increasing the density, the destructive force will naturally intensify." At once, Alto's eyes brightened with understanding. With a determined grit, he adjusted his energy, channeling it according to Larson's instructions. Larson smiled, watching his progress with quiet satisfaction. A single piece of advice had already improved his technique significantly. Larson reflected on the astounding rate of Alto's improvement. If he was advancing this rapidly without the heavenly eye, his future growth would be beyond imagination. The potential that lay before him was undeniable, and Larson couldn't help but admire it. Suddenly, Alto spoke, his tone solemn. "You are my teacher," he declared. Larson froze, taken aback. What do you mean? He asked, his voice full of confusion. Alto's eyes were filled with awe as he explained, 10,000 bytes. It feels like it has always been a part of me, engraved within my body from the beginning. I never knew such power existed within my bloodline. A sheen of sweat appeared on Larson's forehead. He was slightly overwhelmed by the rapid pace of Alto's development. Without warning, Alto bowed deeply in gratitude. You are the one who awakened that power within me, he said, his voice sincere. Then, he looked up, his gaze steady. May I ask, will you accept me as your disciple? Flustered, Larson quickly realized that the 2 lines he had added to Alto's character setting had fully taken effect. A system notification confirmed it. The librarian of the martial arts hall was destined to repay favors. Though Larson remarked that this development was sudden, Alto was unfazed. Destiny unfolds naturally, he said with quiet certainty. When Larson mentioned the opposing positions of the Mayton and Grandel families, Alto dismissed the concern casually. I'm merely a contract employee, he explained. Internally, Larson sighed, knowing full well that Alto's family had served the Grandel lineage for generations. This was no simple matter of allegiance. Alto's fate was intertwined with them, whether he acknowledged it or not. Larson turned his gaze aside, muttering, This is what the librarian desires. What do you think, master? At that moment, Magner appeared, stepping into view with his usual calm composure. Quite intriguing, he said, his voice even but laced with interest. Alto froze, shock overtaking him as he recognized the figure before him. A martial king, he stammered, taken aback. Magner's gaze shifted to Larson, sharp and calculating. How did you know I was nearby? He asked. Was it intuition, or did the heavenly eye reveal my presence? His eyes narrowed, waiting for an answer. Over dinner, Rosalind glanced at her father, her thoughts heavy. She asked, without preamble, if he wasn't concerned about keeping an eye on Larson. Velitutor raised an eyebrow, his expression calm, as he asked why she thought so. Rosalind responded quickly, her tone firm. Larson was unpredictable, and they couldn't be certain of his intentions. Velitutor didn't seem alarmed. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. I'd believe it more if someone told me he was 140 instead of 14, he remarked dryly. Rosalind couldn't argue with that assessment, though she pressed on. Doesn't it make you uneasy, especially when someone like him asked to enter the library? She asked, her concern clear in her voice. Velitutor remained composed, unfazed by her worries. We don't keep watch over our guests, he replied matter-of-factly. I allowed him access to the martial arts hall because he expressed a desire to learn. Real authority is in keeping one's word. His words hit Rosalind harder than expected. She froze mid-spoonful, taken aback by the underlying weight of his statement. She had no immediate response, only a pout that suggested she'd made an error in judgment. But that moment passed quickly, and Rosalind flinched again when her father added, There's someone else too. She blinked in surprise and asked who. Someone who can defy my authority, he answered, his gaze steady, but cryptic. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Magner was deep in thought, his attention locked on Larson. How did you find me? He asked, his tone cold, though the question was quickly dismissed as irrelevant. He moved to the matter at hand. Does the Grandel librarian truly wish to serve Mayton's heir as his master? He pressed, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Alto, who had been standing quietly nearby, faltered, visibly uncomfortable under the scrutiny. He couldn't find the right words. Larson turned to Magner then, a sly smile curling his lips. Is Alto being unreasonable? He asked, his voice almost too calm. Magner nodded slowly, an understanding settling in. Alto is not bound to Grandel's bloodline. He is free to choose where he resides, he replied, his gaze steady. Larson smiled faintly, observing the shift in Magner's attitude. Grandel is quite different from Mayton, he remarked, almost as if savoring the comparison. Magner didn't hesitate to agree. If Mayton seems superior, then that's Grandel's fault, not Mayton's. But the conversation shifted again. Magner, no longer acting as Grandel's second-in-command, pointed directly at Larson. When did you learn the secret martial arts? He demanded. Are you claiming you've mastered it in just 2 days? Larson met his gaze evenly. Would you believe me if I told you I had? He asked, his voice low and dangerous. Magner stood still, his mind racing. He had known Larson for 4 years, and every year had brought more surprises than the last. He thought he'd begun to understand the young man, only to realize how wrong he was. Larson wasn't just clever. He was a prodigy in ways Magner couldn't comprehend. Magner had underestimated him. That much was certain. He couldn't even begin to explain Larson's power or the nature of the secret training he had undergone at Grandel. At that moment, a system notification flickered into view, alerting that the setup destroyer had taken an interest in the mysterious arrangement. Larson quickly deduced that the setup destroyer referred to Combat King Magner, speculating that such a title likely hinted an ability to influence probability. Magner then called out to Alto, who immediately offered a respectful greeting. The Combat King gave his orders, telling Alto to leave, for he wished to speak privately with his disciple. Alto, recognizing Magner as his grandmaster, being his master's master, complied without hesitation. As he turned to depart, Alto surprised everyone by forming a heart with his hands and declaring his affection for Larson. Larson stood there, momentarily speechless, caught off guard. Internally, he reflected that he had never agreed to such a relationship with Alto. His mind wandered briefly, wondering if this was simply the Grandel way of saying farewell. Magner, visibly surprised by Alto's gesture, chuckled softly and remarked, "The word love is usually reserved for my brother and Rosalind." With Alto gone, Magner wasted no time and got straight to the point. Larson braced himself, trying to anticipate Magner's next move. The Combat King, his presence sharp and commanding, asked why Larson had held back the first style of the secret martial arts earlier. Larson's eyes widened in shock as he felt the full weight of Magner's power, an aura so immense that it seemed to crush the very air around them. Magner then inquired whether the skill was called 10,000 bites. The pressure surrounding them intensified as Magner demanded Larson release his full strength. The ground trembled beneath the force of his presence. Then, in a sudden shift, Magner ordered Larson to remove his clothing, including the black suit beneath. Larson froze, flustered and unsure of what was happening. "Why?" he hesitantly asked, his voice betraying his confusion. Magner's response was simple: "Obey your master." Reluctantly, Larson complied, peeling off his shirt to reveal his sculpted physique. He wondered, with a mix of curiosity and dread, what Magner intended. Magner scrutinized him closely, nodding in approval after a long pause. "Your physical development is impressive," he said, "but you need to learn proper martial arts." Larson's mind raced, recalling the brutal training he had already endured under Magner's watch. Dragging heavy boulders, enduring grueling stances under the moonlight, and relentless physical conditioning. Trembling slightly, he asked, "You mean the training I've been doing for 4 years?" Magner's expression hardened, disappointment flickering across his face. "That wasn't martial arts," he stated plainly. "That was just body training." Larson's shock deepened. "What exactly have I been doing then?" he demanded, his voice strained. Magner's smile was faint, yet there was a glint of something sharp in his eyes. "It was nothing more than the basics. You haven't even taken the first true step yet." Larson's confusion mounted, and he asked directly, "What do you mean by martial arts?" Magner's smile deepened, and with a trace of amusement, he answered, "Where does true martial power come from?" Larson paused, the answer clear in his mind as he recalled all his previous lessons. "Fighting spirit," he said, his voice steady now as the truth began to settle in. Magner then raised an eyebrow, questioning whether Larson shouldn't be aiming to increase the quantity of his fighting spirit. Larson, stunned, couldn't fathom how such a feat would even be possible. He already felt the Grandel family's fighting spirit flowing powerfully within him. Yet Magner's words hinted at something beyond his current grasp. Magner condensed energy into his hand, the force crackling with intent, and explained that this was precisely why he had been contemplating the matter for so long. His next words hung heavy in the air. He was about to do something he might regret for the rest of his life. "I'll teach you how to properly cultivate your fighting spirit," he declared, his voice unwavering. Larson's confusion only deepened. What was the purpose of all the brutal training he'd undergone if this was a true path forward? Magner, sensing his disciples' bewilderment, offered an analogy. "Mages cultivate mana by absorbing it and stacking it in their hearts, forming circles," he began. Larson nodded, affirming that this was indeed the common understanding. "Martial artists, however, do not rely on mana," Magner continued. "They absorb ki through meditation, infusing it into their muscles and nervous system to build their fighting spirit." This was a revelation to Larson, something deeper than the physical conditioning he had endured. Magner's next words were even more surprising. He would teach Larson the art of meditation. But this wasn't a skill just anyone could learn. It required a certain level of ability, something Magner believed Larson might possess because of that mysterious power within him. Magner's next question struck Larson like a bolt. "Can you analyze the book that contains Grandel's meditation technique?" Larson's jaw dropped. A manual like that existed? Magner nodded, confirming that it was indeed preserved in the first-class library. Alarmed, Larson asked whether Magner had obtained permission from the Patriarch to access it. Magner, unbothered, admitted he had not. Larson's eyes widened in shock. "That's theft," he exclaimed. But Magner, as calm as ever, simply shrugged. "It wouldn't be theft if we don't remove it from the library," he said with a grin, tapping his head. "All we need is what's in my mind. That's not stealing." The weight of Magner's words sank in slowly. Still, Larson was uneasy, concerned that the Patriarch might eventually find out. Magner's hearty laughter broke through his thoughts. "You really think Velatutor wouldn't know about this?" he asked, amusement in his voice. Larson, now seeing the situation more clearly, admitted that Velatutor would definitely find out eventually. Magner's gaze grew sharp, his smile never fading. "If I didn't anticipate this, I wouldn't be worthy of having you as my disciple," he said firmly. Larson finally smiled, understanding that there was some hidden agreement between Magner and the patriarch that had made all of this possible. The scene shifted then, taking them back to the previous day. In the serene tranquility of a garden, filled with flowers and fluttering butterflies, Magner found himself in the Mist Garden, a secret chamber within the Grandel estate. There, he approached Patriarch Velituder Grandel, who was carefully planting trees, his hands steady and deliberate. Magner, watching Velituder with a skeptical gaze, questioned why he was spending time on such inedible plants. Velituder continued his task without a word, wiping the sweat from his brow as he worked. Finally, he turned to face Magner, his eyes calm but filled with meaning. "Appearances mean little here," he remarked. "No one would ever guess that I am the Dark King at this moment." Magner's patience wore thin as he pressed the matter. "Why was I summoned?" he asked, his voice sharp. Velituder, never rushing, merely smiled. "I assumed you already knew," he replied cryptically. Magner, stroking his hair thoughtfully, nodded. "Given this is your private domain, I can imagine the reason," he said, his mind already working through the possibilities. Velituder's smile grew, and he switched his tone. "Now, I speak not as the patriarch, but as a brother and an old friend." He paused, letting the words settle in. "The issue at hand concerns your disciple, Larson Maiden." Magner's attention sharpened. Velituder continued. "When Larson passed through the main gate, his fighting spirit was amplified. Once he learns to control and cultivate it further, he will become a martial artist unlike anything we've ever witnessed." Magner, eyes narrowing, admitted, "He's the first genius I've seen who might surpass me." Velituder's voice carried a hint of curiosity. "Is his talent purely physical?" Magner shook his head. "No, his brilliance is in his mind. His intellect allows him to stay dozens of steps ahead, even with his youth." Velituder nodded, his gaze penetrating. "From where I stand, you'll be the one teaching him." Magner's response was firm, almost defensive. "I already am his teacher." At that, Velituder's expression hardened. His fighting spirit surged in an instant, radiating an overwhelming power that shattered the tranquility of the garden, the force sending a gust of wind through the air. His voice, when it came, was colder than before. "You're well aware of my ambition for martial arts talent, Magner. It's what earned me the title of Combat King." He paused, his eyes locking with Magner's, no trace of doubt in them. "But there's a rule within Grandel, one that applies to both you and me. You cannot take what you learn here beyond our borders." Magner met his gaze unflinchingly. "And if I break this rule?" he asked, his tone teasing. Velituder's expression did not change. "If you break it, you'll lose everything you've earned within Grandel. Your position, your power, everything." Magner, his usual cocky demeanor returning, smirked. "So, if I break the rule, you'll sever my tendons and cripple me by taking away all my fighting spirit?" he asked provocatively. Velituder's voice grew cold, his words carrying a sharp warning. He cautioned Magner against making a reckless decision, reminding him that if he trained the Maiden family's son out of mere curiosity, that same boy might one day return as an enemy. But Magner, unshaken, argued that this was precisely why he should teach him. He believed that the stronger the enemy became, the stronger the Grandel clan would grow in response. Velituder smirked faintly, skepticism in his eyes. "Do you truly think I would overlook it if Larson learned Grandel's martial arts through unofficial means?" he asked, his tone laced with doubt. Magner's voice rose as he defended his stance. "Larson is merely a victim in this. I'm the one forcing the situation, and the Grandel clan would never threaten an innocent party." His frustration boiled over, his fist clenching as he spat out. "If anything happens to Larson, I'll crush my brother's jaw first." The atmosphere shifted in an instant. Velituder's expression hardened, and a terrifying crimson, killing intent erupted from him. His gaze turned cold and domineering, the pressure so intense that it forced Magner into a cold sweat. But just as quickly, Velituder composed himself, his tone now quiet but laden with meaning. "I love you as well, Magner," he said, his words carrying a weight that couldn't be ignored. "You're my only living blood relative." With that, he gave sharp command. "Leave. Now." Magner, his anger subsiding, silently thanked him before turning and walking away. As Magner disappeared into the distance, Velituder was left alone in the mist-covered garden. He stood still, deep in thought. Magic and swordsmanship had evolved over time, yet martial arts seemed to have reached a plateau. The stagnation was evident, and it was this very stagnation that had caused the Grandel clan to lose its influence. He had spent years searching for a solution, but had never found one. Until now. In that fleeting moment, he believed he had glimpsed a potential answer in Larson Maiden. Back in the present, Magner turned to Larson, asking if he wished to formally learn martial arts. Larson was caught off guard and immediately refused, stating he needed more time to think about it. Magner's frustration boiled over as he shouted, "Grandel's martial arts are unparalleled. They cannot be acquired even with billions in payment." But Larson, calm as ever, replied, "That uniqueness is exactly the problem." He paused, considering the weight of his words. I can't afford to be relentlessly pursued. My true goal is peace. And if I accept something that places me in opposition to the Grandel clan, I'll become their lifelong enemy. As he put his shirt back on, Larson reflected on the choice before him. He didn't want to learn something only to hide like a rat afterward. He reminded himself that he only needed to endure 6 more years to gain his freedom. Why take such a perilous path now? He clarified his position. I'm not asking to learn everything. I just want an exchange between disciplines. Magner raised an eyebrow. His curiosity piqued. What do you mean by that? Larson's voice remained steady as he explained. A former Maton patriarch once allowed an arrangement like that. Magner's eyes narrowed in thought. Years ago, it did happen, he admitted, recalling the rare exchange from the past. Larson's voice cut through the air, each word filled with a rare conviction. He spoke of his time in Sod, for long years spent under the pretense of learning. Yet in truth, he had gained nothing. His tone carried a weight of frustration as he revealed that Magner's power was so far beyond his grasp. It was as though he could not even see it with his own eyes. Magner, struck by the revelation, blinked in disbelief. Explain yourself, he demanded, the air between them crackling with tension. With a confident smile, Larson declared that the key to his growth lay in sparring with Rosalind Grandel. Magner's disbelief deepened as he stared at the boy, unable to comprehend how such an audacious claim could hold any truth. You believe martial arts can be learned that way? He asked, his voice incredulous. Larson's grin only widened, the challenge in his eyes unmistakable. Do you believe it's impossible? He retorted, pushing the conversation into dangerous territory. Magner trembled slightly as purple energy surged around his hands. The idea was absurd, but a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. The possibility that Larson might succeed was enough to unsettle even him. Just then, a system notification appeared, shocking both of them. It was a message about the god of schemes, Ladion, focusing its attention on Larson Maton. Larson froze, staring at the notification, bewildered. A new god? He could scarcely believe it. There had been a Phoenix Fire god, but this was something else. He wondered where these gods were coming from. If they truly existed, then Kassan Sod should have been the one to receive such a revelation, not him. But there was no mention of any creator's privilege, which meant this development would not disrupt the natural flow of events. As his mind raced, a sudden memory flashed, the holy Holen divine empire. He recalled that Holen wasn't just a kingdom, but a force that balanced the 3 great families. Holen wielded divine power, separate from the magic, fighting spirit, and ki that others used. This sparked a profound realization in Larson's mind. If one god could exist, then others must too. And if gods could borrow divine power, what did that mean for Kassan Sod? It could create an enormous probability paradox. He remembered that while gods were indeed part of this world, only those with the heavenly eye could perceive their will. Yet, Kassan had never once witnessed such a phenomenon. Larson's thoughts began to sharpen. When he first transmigrated into this world, he had felt the absence of probability, a defect he shared with the original protagonist. He thought if he finished the novel, the gaps would close on their own. But what if this world wasn't just a fictional creation? What if it existed independently, continuing to unfold, including the story of the protagonist? If Kassan's flaws were too great, or if his probability deficiency was too severe, the world itself might collapse under its own weight. It couldn't survive without sufficient probability, and perhaps that was why Larson had been brought here. He wasn't just a passive observer. He was a necessary force. The unwritten future of the novel needed him to fill the gaps, to restore balance. His eyes gleamed with determination. Larson's mind raced, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. If the gods were indeed watching, if Ladion had focused its attention on him, then it was time to provoke this divine entity, to turn the situation to his advantage. He could not afford to let this opportunity slip by. His contemplation was interrupted by Magner's voice, sharp and critical. Do you intend to remain lost in your thoughts before your master? Larson snapped back to reality, realizing his mistake. He hastily apologized, asking how long he had been deep in thought. Magner, ever precise, answered, 22 minutes and 33 seconds. Larson couldn't help but find the exactitude unnecessary, but he held his tongue, the moment too significant for further distraction. Another apology slipped from his lips, but before he could continue, a sudden shock ran through him. Why? He demanded, staring at Magner in confusion. Magner's reply was swift, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Punishment for making your elderly master wait. The sting of the reprimand cut through Larson, but he didn't falter. I will prove myself, he declared firmly, his resolve solidifying in the moment. I will learn martial arts by sparring with Rosalind. Magner's gaze softened. I look forward to witnessing it, he said, a quiet challenge in his tone. Just then, the system panel flared to life once again, flashing a new message. Ladion had shown deep favor toward him and desired to know what he craved most. The deity had granted him 3 days of divine attention. The weight of the message was not lost on Larson, but he pushed it aside for now. Later that evening, as the servant led him to a grand dining table, Larson marveled at the lavish spread before him. As he ate, a thought crossed his mind. The Grandel cuisine, without a doubt, far surpassed the offerings of the Maiden family. It was clear that here, he was treated as an honored guest, and perhaps, for once, that treatment was deserved. After the meal, he wandered the estate grounds beneath the moonlight, the soft chirping of cicadas providing a peaceful backdrop. His stomach was content, but his mind remained restless. The atmosphere here, so serene, was a stark contrast to the chaos of the Maiden household. When the time came for him to break free, perhaps staying near the Grandels wouldn't be so undesirable after all. Suddenly, Velatutor appeared, his figure emerging from the shadows. "Did you enjoy the meal?" he asked, his voice cutting through the quiet. Startled, Larson nodded respectfully. "It was delicious," he replied, his voice genuine. Velatutor, his face partially obscured by a fan, nodded in satisfaction. "Then you must have truly enjoyed yourself. But tell me, Larson, do you truly intend to master the Grandel family's martial arts simply by observing Rosalind?" Larson's confidence didn't waver. "That is my plan," he stated, unwavering in his conviction. Before Velatutor could respond, Rosalind stormed into the courtyard, her eyes blazing with fury. "Are you mocking us?" she demanded. "Do you think you can master our martial arts just by watching?" Velatutor raised a hand, quieting her, his voice calm but firm. "Rosalind, we are speaking to a guest." She fell silent, her anger simmering just below the surface. But then, to Larson's surprise, Velatutor admitted, "I share her doubts." Standing tall in the courtyard, Velatutor addressed the matter with gravitas. "Even if Rosalind's skill may not match Magner's, I still do not believe that martial arts can be learned simply by observation." He turned his gaze to Larson, his challenge clear. But Larson, unshaken, spoke with quiet certainty. "Your very question implies that you wish to test whether my claim is true," he said calmly, his eyes locking with Velatutor's. The weight of the challenge hung in the air, and for a moment, neither man spoke. Velatutor's gaze was unwavering as he confirmed the challenge, his voice calm but firm. "The Grandel family never shies away from a challenge," he stated, the weight of his words settling over the courtyard. He then turned to Larson, his expression thoughtful. "I'll allow you to train with Rosalind," Velatutor said, "but there is one condition. She will also observe your magic combat techniques. If she is perceptive enough, she will grow from it. And if your insight proves sharper, you too will advance." The patriarch's tone was resolute as he added, "I will personally oversee your progress." Rosalind's eyes blazed with fierce determination, the fire of competition sparking within her. Larson, undeterred, smiled with quiet confidence. He met the challenge without hesitation, his heart set on proving himself. This was the moment he had been waiting for. At the Grandel family's second training ground, the air was thick with silence beneath the full moon. Larson Maiden and Rosalind Grandel sat side by side, their bodies poised in meditative stillness. Though they shared the same space, their minds were worlds apart. Rosalind, calm and focused, closed her eyes, her breath steady as she centered her energy. A faint halo of light shimmered between her palms as her focus deepened. Larson, on the other hand, was not at peace. His mind wandered to Lady One, the god of schemes, and the enigmatic message the deity had given him. What did Lady One truly desire? The god had instructed him to figure out what he needed most, but Larson questioned if that wish would really be granted if he identified it correctly. His thoughts swirled as he meditated, trying to connect the dots between his own desires and the god's strange guidance. Rosalind, her curiosity piqued by his restlessness, briefly peeked over at Larson, wondering what occupied his thoughts. She saw him still, but her attention soon returned to her own practice, unaware of the internal battle that raged within him. Time stretched as the estate remained quiet, the sounds of the night fading with the slow approach of dawn. Hours passed, and just as the first light of day touched the horizon, a system notification broke the stillness. The appointed time with Lady One had arrived, and the god had a question for Larson. Larson's eyes snapped open. The peaceful surroundings vanished as he was thrust into an unfamiliar space, dark, oppressive, and devoid of form. He was alone in a shadowed void, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on him. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the darkness, asking what he needed most. Before he could respond, an eerie glow illuminated the shadows behind him. He turned swiftly, his pulse quickening. There, in the void, the massive, glowing cat-like eyes of Lady One stared back at him. The god's form began to materialize from the darkness, the outline of a gargantuan black cat with radiant golden eyes emerging slowly. Larson's breath caught in his throat as the voice of Lady One rumbled in the space around him, its tone both commanding and oddly inviting. "If you speak the very thing I am thinking of," Lady One intoned, "your wish will be granted. But if you answer wrongly, your eyes will be taken as the price." Larson stood still, feeling the weight of the god's words pressing on him. His mind raced, but he knew better than a panic. He steadied himself, recalling the strategy he had carefully crafted over the past 3 days. He had considered the nature of the god of schemes and what Lady One would deem most essential for him in this moment. Larson knew that Lady One was not a martial deity. The training with Rosalind, however intense, was not what the god truly sought. The test was about something deeper, something beyond the tangible. With this realization, Larson reminded the deity of the 3 days he had been given to determine what he needed most. Lady Owen's faint smile flickered in the darkness as it confirmed the timeline. Larson, now resolute, spoke again, his voice steady in the eerie void. "Why did you choose this exact moment to test me?" he asked, probing for the answer he knew would be key. "The answer cannot be a tangible object," he continued, the pieces falling into place. The god's golden eyes glowed brighter, but the void remained silent as the weight of Larson's words hung in the air. The moment of truth was upon him, and the answers were just within reach. Larson stood firm, the weight of Lady Owen's gaze pressing down on him. When the god of schemes asked for his final response, he spoke with certainty. "What I need most is your favor." Lady Owen's voice, rich and deep, filled the void as the deity's golden eyes glowed brighter. "A wise answer," the god praised. "Not poor at all." Larson's heart raced, the tension easing slightly. He had done it. He had avoided angering Lady Owen. But the god's voice took on a sharper edge. "Is that truly your final decision?" Lady Owen asked. Larson hesitated, realizing the full weight of the situation. The outcome now rested entirely in the hands of the god. He asked, his curiosity piqued. "What would have happened if I had chosen something else?" Lady Owen's voice was cold, matter of fact. "Regardless of your choice, your tongue would have been cut out." A chill ran down Larson's spine as a brief, horrifying illusion flashed before his eyes. His mouth filled with blood. He staggered back in shock, his mind racing. With a sharp grin, Lady Owen's voice softened, almost gleeful. "But you chose wisely. Now, something interesting will be bestowed upon you." Suddenly, dark energy surged around Larson, enveloping him in a swirling mass of shadows. A system notification appeared, announcing that the favor of the god of strategy had been granted. Another followed swiftly, revealing that Lady Owen had bestowed new eyes upon him. The energy dissipated just as quickly as it had come, and Larson found himself back at the Grandel Estate's training ground. The moon still hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light across the scene. Rosalind remained seated, absorbed in her meditation, as though nothing had changed. Larson's thoughts raced. He could feel the subtle shift, the power that now flowed within him. What did these new eyes truly mean? Later that night, Larson sat alone in his private room, testing the abilities that had been granted to him. He reached for 2 magic tomes and began to read. To his astonishment, he could analyze both texts simultaneously, his mind processing the information without any reduction in speed. Before, he had abandoned the idea of studying 2 subjects at once due to inefficiency, but now, his growth rate could accelerate in a way he had never imagined. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he realized the full extent of Lady Owen's gift. The god had enhanced his divine eye with a new function, a gift truly deserving of the title Divine Blessing. The implications were vast. His progress could now surge at an unimaginable rate. Outside the door, Hyra stood silently, her eyes narrowing as she watched Larson. She believed the young master was genuinely studying, but what she saw stunned her. Larson was reading 2 advanced magic texts at once. An extraordinary feat. Even the most gifted scholars would struggle with just one, let alone 2. Magic, after all, was reserved for the elite. She wondered if Larson could truly handle both subjects simultaneously. Her expression remained cold as she made a decision. This matter needed to be reported. A week later, Larson once again sat in meditation, reflecting on the divine gift he had received. His mind wandered to Rosalind, who was still practicing her breathing techniques, steadily accumulating fighting spirit into her muscles. As he observed her, he realized that the divine enhancement had not only improved his reading capacity, but had also sharpened his perception of the world. Everything seemed clearer, more vivid. The gift of Lady Owen had given him more than just enhanced abilities. It had refined his very perception, expanding his understanding of both magic and the world around him. Rosalind's eyes snapped open, irritation flashing across her face as she demanded to know how long he planned to stare at her. She bluntly told him that if it weren't for her father's orders, she'd never be caught dead in the same room as him. Larson, unfazed, offered a calm smile and simply said, "I think I finally understand the process." Taken aback, Rosalind's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" she asked. Larson's expression remained serene as he explained that he had figured out how to accumulate fighting spirit through meditation. The words hung in the air as Rosalind stared, disbelieving. To her shock, he began gathering energy in his palm, forming a glowing sphere. He turned to her, asking if he was doing it right. He went on, saying that with Lady Owen's guidance, He had deciphered the Grandel family's meditation technique, concentrating fighting spirit around the heart to enhance it. Panic surged in Rosalind's chest, and she lunged forward, shouting for him to stop. The sudden motion threw him off balance, sending him crashing to the floor. As he lay there, stunned, he looked up at her, bewildered. "Why'd you do that?" he asked weakly. Rosalind stood over him, her face hardening with authority. "Meditation requires adult supervision. One small mistake, and you could damage your muscles, or worse, die." Her words struck him cold. Blood trickled from a cut on his forehead as he processed the gravity of her warning. He groaned, admitting, "I didn't know." Deep down, though, he thought to himself that he might never reach that level of power if he didn't survive this first lesson. With a teasing smirk, he asked, "Wouldn't it be better for you if something happened to me?" The words hung in the air, and for a brief moment, Rosalind froze. Her face turned crimson, and she clenched her fists, her embarrassment palpable. "I'll defeat you myself," she retorted, the words sharp and defiant. "But I won't let you harm yourself recklessly." Without another word, she turned and hurried out of the room, her steps swift and purposeful. As he watched her leave, Larson smiled faintly. Despite her harsh words, despite her refusal to acknowledge it, he knew the truth. She cared for him, even if she would never admit it. A short while later, Velatutor Grandel and Magner arrived at the training center. Velatutor, ever the skeptic, asked Larson directly whether he had truly learned the meditation technique just by observing it. Larson, caught off guard by their unexpected arrival, was surprised to see them together. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, he answered calmly, stating that indeed, he had learned it, adding that he had spent approximately 10 days observing the method before mastering it. Rosalind Grandel's irritation was palpable as she scowled openly, while Velatutor glanced at Magner. Magner, ever confident, proudly remarked that he had already predicted this outcome. The patriarch, still deeply astonished, looked on, unsure of what to believe. He privately admitted to himself that while he hadn't been entirely certain, he had suspected this might happen. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to believe that Larson had truly mastered the technique so quickly. He pointed out that Rosalind had required 3 full years of uninterrupted practice to grasp the fundamentals. Rosalind bowed her head silently at her father's words as Velatutor continued, asserting that mastering in 10 days would have taken her 3 years was an impossible feat, unless he saw it with his own eyes. Behind his fan, Velatutor smiled faintly and, after a moment of silence, granted Larson permission to attempt it. Larson, ever cautious, noted that he had heard improper meditation could lead to fatal muscle spasms. The patriarch's expression turned serious as he gravely confirmed that the Grandel meditation method was both exceptionally effective and incredibly destructive, warning that its side effects could be severe. With unwavering resolve, Larson nodded and declared that he would proceed. He settled into the correct posture, clasped his hands together, and focused his mind. A system notification popped up. Larson Mayton has initiated the Grandel family's new meditation method. Energy began to rapidly gather between his palms, crackling violently as it grew. Velatutor, Magner, and Rosalind all watched in stunned silence as the energy intensified. Suddenly, a surge of orange-red energy exploded from his hands, engulfing him in a wave of unbearable agony. Blood spilled from his mouth as his body convulsed uncontrollably, the force spiraling beyond his control. Velatutor's eyes widened in horror, and he broke into a cold sweat, realizing the grave mistake he had made by allowing Larson to rely solely on observation. He moved to intervene, but Magner stopped him, urging him to wait. Velatutor, his voice tense, warned that if they did not stop him soon, the boy would die. But Magner remained unfazed, watching with unwavering faith. If anyone could survive this, he believed it would be Larson. Through the intense pain, Larson gritted his teeth, desperately struggling to stabilize the violent surge of fighting spirit. His blood vessels felt as though they were expanding painfully, but as the sensation intensified, he realized it was not just expansion. Ancient characters, like living inscriptions, began to spread across his arms. Shocked, he recognized them. Decatron Mayton's technique. The magic of Decatra, engraved within him, suddenly activated, pulsing through his body with a power he had never before experienced. Within his consciousness, the holy grail of transcendence urgently warned him to focus on his monocircle, its voice ringing with dread. If your mana leaks further, your body will explode. Despite the searing pain, Larson realized that, although he could not stop the violent surge, Decatra's technique was protecting his physical form, preventing it from breaking apart. The terror of the situation hit Rosalind. She cried out in fear, shouting that Larson was about to die and begging her father to intervene. Velatutor, his face pale with helplessness, turned away, acknowledging that there was nothing they could do. This was beyond the ordinary side effects of meditation, and he turned to Magner, asking if he sensed it too. Inwardly, Velatutor understood that Larson was attempting something far more dangerous than he'd imagined. Magner nodded, his expression grim, recalling a memory that chilled him to the bone. The aura emanating from Larson, struggling against the overwhelming energy, was unmistakably similar to that of the Maiden family head. The realization settled in. Larson was tapping into a power that no one should ever attempt. Time passed, though it felt like an eternity, and slowly, Larson's consciousness returned. His eyes fluttered open, blurry at first, then snapped into focus. He bolted upright in bed, his body wrapped tightly in bandages. A sense of confusion overwhelmed him. He was back in his own room. The soft murmur of voices reached his ears, and someone asked if he was awake. Still dazed, Larson tried to recall the events leading up to this moment, but his mind was a blur. Had the meditation worked? What had happened afterward? Suddenly, Rosalind leaned close and shouted in his ear, startling him. A sharp pain shot through his head, and he winced in agony. She scolded him, furious that he had remained so calm when she thought he was on the verge of death. He could only respond weakly. "How long?" he asked, his voice hoarse. 10 days, she answered, a mixture of relief and frustration in her tone. The memories began to fragment. He remembered his body convulsing violently as Decatur's magic spread across his skin. Blood had poured from his mouth, and his consciousness had begun to slip away. In those final moments, he had wondered if he had succeeded. Before blacking out completely, he had checked his status window, where a system notification had declared that his celestial body attribute had evolved, and the Martial King attribute had been activated. Lying in bed now, a satisfied smile touched his lips. His attribute had evolved. He had succeeded. The door suddenly burst open, and Hampton rushed in, his face a mix of worry and relief. "Young master," he called out anxiously. His eyes widened when he saw Larson safe and well. Hampton leaned in too quickly, and Larson, still recovering, ordered him to back off. Rosalind, still standing nearby, watched in surprise at the exchange. Before Hampton could protest, he was yanked backward by an unseen force, causing him to stumble. Hyra had appeared without a sound, her calm presence halting Hampton's advance. She held him back with practiced ease, her voice low and measured as she spoke. "I always believed my master would not be defeated by mere side effects." Larson offered a faint smile in her direction, silently thanking her for her timely intervention. Rosalind, observing the interaction with a confused look, couldn't help but wonder if Hyra's calm demeanor was truly just concern, or something more. 3 days later, Larson stood beneath the shower, the water cascading over him, as his thoughts turned inward. The rhythmic sound of water filled the space, but his mind was focused on the Grandel family's meditation technique. He sifted through the elements that had contributed to his celestial body attribute, evolving into Martial King. Each piece fell into place. The meditation method, Magner's fighting spirit, and Decatur's technique had all played vital roles in his transformation. His mind drifted to Cassin Sod, the world's protagonist, who would one day awaken the Sword God attribute, and later the Heavenly Emperor. Could his Martial King attribute be something akin to the Sword King attribute? He wondered. It was a possibility that both intrigued and unsettled him. Larson's thoughts shifted, recalling how Decatur's technique had been the key to his survival, a power that had saved him when all seemed lost. He couldn't help but wonder if his father, Decatur, had known all along how things would unfold. Had everything been planned from the beginning? It was a question that gnawed at him. With a renewed sense of purpose, Larson's resolve solidified. He would return to the Maiden family, where the answers to his lingering doubts likely lay. Decatur held the knowledge he needed, and Larson was determined to seek those answers once more. 1 full year had passed during Larson Maiden's 2-year pilgrimage, and in that time, he had spent his days within the Grandel family's mansion. As he dressed, Era appeared, informing him that the Grandel patriarch had requested to see him. Surprised by the sudden summons, Larson glanced at her with mild curiosity. Era confirmed that the patriarch wished to speak with him immediately. The head of the Grandel family had vanished overnight, leaving behind only a letter resting quietly on the table, as if taken away by an unseen force. He had entrusted all responsibilities to Magner before departing for secluded training. His abrupt disappearance cast a shadow over the estate, and Rosalind Grandel was left in a subdued period of sorrow, grappling with the sudden loss. As Larson walked through the estate, his thoughts raced. Why had the patriarch summoned him so urgently upon his return? What was the meaning behind it? The uncertainty lingered as he moved toward the meeting place. Suddenly, he paused, sensing a presence behind him. He turned, a faint smile curling upon his lips as he calmly acknowledged Era's presence. During his prolonged stay at the Grandel estate, Larson had made significant strides in magic. He had first mastered the beginner's Ice Magic Tome of Nazarin, becoming a First Circle Ice Mage through the Ice Crystal technique. His progress hadn't stopped there. He had advanced the Second Circle Ice Magic with the Ice All technique, and, eventually, even cast Third Circle Ice Magic, summoning a massive ice wall with ease. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude toward Evian for personally writing the magic book for him. The book's most remarkable feature, he noted, was its ability to achieve maximum efficiency with minimal mana consumption. But his thoughts soon returned to the present. As he approached the door to Velitutor's chamber, a chilling, almost tangible killing intent suddenly radiated from Era. The intensity of her aura struck him immediately, and he realized at the moment they stood in front of the door, an agreement had already been made between them. Without hesitation, Larson activated his fighting spirit, fully understanding what Era was about to do. It was clear now, she intended to test him, not with magic, but with martial arts alone. Era's cold voice broke the silence as she commented that the level of her attack was still based on when Larson had first mastered Ice Crystal. Her use of the past tense made it clear. She had surpassed that level long ago. A faint smirk appeared on Larson's face as he responded with a surge of energy stronger than before, realizing that to keep up with her, he would have to exert even more pressure. Then, in the blink of an eye, Era vanished. Larson's senses sharpened, his instincts screaming of an attack coming from his rear right. But his intuition told him it was a feint, a distraction. He could feel the true strike, the one that mattered, coming from the left. And then, in a blur of motion, Era surged forward with her flash attack. Her speed was blinding, her strikes relentless. Without hesitation, Larson clenched his fist, calling upon his intermediate combat magic, enhancement, to reinforce his body and soul. The raw power surged through him, and with a determined grimace, he met her assault head-on. Era moved with fluid precision, striking again and again, testing him. For a split second, Larson was taken aback as she vanished, only to reappear behind him, more serious, more focused than ever before. Determined to meet her challenge, he invoked the secret technique of Tatanka, the first form, 10,000 bites. He poured every ounce of his strength into the blow, his entire being focused on not letting her down. A furious, spiraling force exploded from his punch, crashing into Era. The impact sent her flying back, and her dagger shattered like glass against the unstoppable power. Era slowly rose, her gaze filled with admiration. She acknowledged that Larson had surpassed her expectations and praised his seamless integration of martial arts with combat magic. Larson gave a humble smile in response, though inwardly, he knew the truth. The technique he had used wasn't simply a victory, it was a necessity. In the face of the limitations a mage's body presented, he had found a way to push beyond them, combining his magic with the raw spirit of martial arts. But even as he stood there, accepting her praise, he knew that Era could have avoided his strike. She hadn't. She had chosen to take it, and her praise was not for him alone. It was aimed at someone else, the Grandel Patriarch, who had been silently observing. In that moment, Velitutor Grandel stepped forward, his presence like a mountain, his aura radiating power so fierce that it seemed to shake the very air. With a voice that cut through the tension, he remarked on Larson's explanation, suggesting that martial arts were nothing more than a mere supplement in his case. Internally, Larson was struck with awe as the family head finally revealed himself. The Patriarch's power, his sheer fighting spirit, was something truly formidable. No surprise, considering his status at the 10-star rank. The Patriarch's words continued, questioning whether Larson, like most mages, believed magic was the supreme discipline. He asked whether that was the conviction of someone born to magic. Larson responded calmly, with a steady gaze. He knew better than anyone that such a belief was a lie. Born into a mage family, his magical potential far outstripped his aptitude for martial arts. So naturally, he had focused more on developing his magic. He said it plainly, with no arrogance, only a clear-eyed truth. The Patriarch smiled, clearly pleased, and the oppressive aura he had surrounded them with lifted. He spread his arms wide, cheerfully remarking that it was the first time he had seen a member of the Maton family acknowledge another discipline in such a manner. As he withdrew, Larson couldn't help but reflect on the Patriarch's complexity. Velitutor Grandel, the towering figure, held within him two contrasting sides, one of overwhelming power, the other, strangely warm and open. The Patriarch's gaze softened as he revealed a request for Larson, one that, he assured, would ultimately be beneficial. Larson, unmoved, responded that he would only decide once he heard the full details. The Patriarch, unfazed by the challenge, asked if Larson was familiar with the Shadow Wasteland. The name rang a bell in Larson's mind, and he confirmed that it was indeed a domain under the management of the Maton family. The Patriarch nodded, confirming that it was his household's domain. He requested that Larson retrieve an ancient book hidden within it, adding that Rosalind should accompany him on this mission. Larson's response, however, threw everyone off balance. To the Patriarch's surprise, he stated that he, too, had a condition. Era's eyes widened in disbelief, stunned by Larson's unshaken composure before someone of the Patriarch's overwhelming presence, the Dark King himself. The Patriarch's brow furrowed slightly, sensing the shift in atmosphere, and he questioned Larson's calmness. With measured words, Larson explained that as the request came from the Dark King, he was entitled to establish a minimum condition before agreeing. His tone was steady, but his message was clear. This was not a simple favor. With a hint of warning, Larson added that if the patriarch were to act independently within the Maton family's territory, it would be seen as a declaration of war. The patriarch chuckled lightly, as though the idea of someone daring to confront him was amusing. I could go myself, he said, his voice tinged with curiosity. Larson's reply was firm, his voice carrying the weight of an unspoken truth. If you do, it will be regarded as an act of hostility by the Maton family. For a moment, silence lingered. The patriarch's lips curled into a faint smile, privately acknowledging Larson's boldness. The boy had outwitted him, recognizing the risks and implications well before the patriarch could even consider them. It was a subtle game of power, and Larson was playing it with remarkable skill. Larson, too, had his own thoughts. He deduced that sending Rosalind into Maton territory wasn't a mere suggestion. It was tied to something she needed there. Something important. The patriarch shifted his stance, reflective. The Maton family had watched over 3 potential family heads until now. One had mysteriously vanished. The second was Ivelia Maton, and the third, Persia Maton. Smiling ever so slightly, he conceded to Larson's condition, sensing a rare quality in the young man. This boy, the patriarch thought, might very well be the future head of the Maton family. Larson's smile widened. He had earned his ground, and now he would press his own request. My condition is simple, he said, with unwavering confidence. Find my friend Mirong, the king of the Golden Tiger tribe. The Grandel patriarch repeated the name, Mirong, his voice laced with recognition. I've heard many stories about her. She must be around 6 by now. Larson confirmed the estimation. Velatutor continued, mentioning that Mirong had recently faced the mercenary king, which struck Larson with surprise. He knew, without a doubt, that Mirong stood no chance against such an imposing figure. The recollection of the battle came swiftly to Larson's mind. The mercenary king, towering and unstoppable, brought his massive hammer crashing down, a strike that could flatten mountains. The patriarch, observing Larson's concern, acknowledged it. He explained that the mercenary king had only praised Mirong because of her lineage, the Golden Tiger tribe. Despite the overwhelming odds, she had managed to evade the devastating blow, a testament to her agility. However, the patriarch added, Mirong had failed to inflict any significant damage in return, though her skill had been undeniable in the clash. The patriarch's tone shifted as he shared the aftermath of the encounter. Despite the defeat, Mirong had been discovered by a cleric in Holland, gravely wounded and clinging to life. The cleric had treated her as best as possible, but she remained in critical condition. The patriarch's voice held genuine amazement. A girl who had once been too frightened to step into a village had grown strong enough to challenge the mercenary king. The atmosphere turned serious as the Grandel patriarch turned his attention to Larson. He confessed that he wasn't sure of the exact nature of his relationship with Mirong, but he emphasized the rarity of such confrontations. Only a few had ever faced the mercenary king directly and lived to tell the tale. The first was Larson's master, Magnar. The second was Ivelia Maton, his elder sister. The third was Karsia Saad, the patriarch of the Saad family. And, with a hint of pride, the patriarch included himself among the survivors. Lastly, though not publicly known, he mentioned Era, the silent stealth. Only the strongest of the strong could survive such an encounter, he declared. The recollection of the battle unfolded in Larson's mind. The mercenary king standing tall, looking down at a fallen Mirong. The patriarch pondered aloud why such a ruthless man had spared her life. Larson, however, calmly concluded that the mercenary king must have seen something in Mirong, a potential that he recognized, something that made her worth sparing. The patriarch's silence spoke volumes, his agreement clear. He believed that Mirong was destined to rise, perhaps even to one day succeed the mercenary king himself. Shifting gears, the patriarch turned to Larson, asking a question with sharp curiosity. Once you find Mirong, will you grant my request? Larson's expression remained steady as he answered. He intended to leave with Mirong, Era, and Lydia, explaining that he needed their help. He still felt weak, and their assistance would be essential for his journey. The patriarch stared at him in disbelief. Weak? He asked, his voice incredulous. How can you possibly call yourself weak? Larson smiled innocently, as if caught off guard by the question. I'm just a 15-year-old boy, he said, his tone light. I still need protection. The patriarch, momentarily flustered, quickly covered his face with his fan, retreating inwardly. He couldn't help but reflect on the boy's words. It wasn't just the humble self-assessment that threw him. It was the understanding behind it. Despite his overwhelming talent, Larson still saw himself as insufficient. Even Rosalind, with her own considerable strength, did not share that same humility. The patriarch found himself perplexed, unable to grasp the standard by which Larson measured his own strength. It was precisely this self-awareness, however, that made the boy so terrifying. Velatutor, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and announced that he would find Mirong within 2 days. He instructed Larson to make preparations with Rosalind Grandel in the meantime. And, just as the conversation drew to a close, Mirong appeared before them, standing at the end of a stone corridor. With arms crossed and a scowl on her face, she grumbled about being summoned, claiming that she had been busy. Larson's smile broke through as he spread his arms in greeting. "How have you been?" he called out casually, waving as if they had just met. It had been a while. Lydia greeted her warmly, flashing a bright smile, while Era and Rosalind observed silently, their expressions unreadable. Mirong, however, brushed past Larson without a word and walked directly toward Rosalind, her gaze curious. Leaning in close, she asked bluntly, "Who are you?" Larson, surprised by her directness, started to step forward to stop her, but paused when Rosalind answered calmly, introducing herself as the daughter of the Grandel family. The words hung in the air for a moment, and Meringue's eyes widened with realization. She looked at Rosalind more intently now, her tone shifting. "You're the sole heir, then?" she asked. Intrigued, Rosalind repeated her question. "Your name?" Mirong hesitated, clearly caught off guard. "Why you need to know?" she demanded. Larson, sensing the rising tension, tried to intervene, but Rosalind remained composed, patiently enduring Meringue's challenge. Then, as if out of nowhere, Mirong asked, "Are you and Larson really engaged?" Her question struck like lightning, jolting Rosalind. Mirong went on to reveal that rumors of their supposed marriage had already spread across the continent, making Rosalind question whether she was unaware of them. Larson's jaw clenched. He was certain that the Grandel patriarch had orchestrated the rumor to stir trouble. Rosalind's response was immediate, firm. "I don't even consider him a man," she said, her tone unwavering. "He's not my type." Larson felt a strange discomfort at her words, even though he shared the same sentiment. Lydia, ever playful, broke the tension with a teasing remark. "Are you going to marry him instead?" she asked, her grin mischievous. Larson raised an eyebrow. "Do you even know what marriage is?" he shot back. Lydia, unfazed, simply replied, "As your covenant partner, I'll be bound to you forever." Mirong, not to be outdone, smirked. "Well, Larson is my man now," she declared, almost smugly. "I'm going to bear his child." Larson could only feel a sense of deep distress at her possessiveness, silently cursing her behavior. He cut the conversation short, his tone firm. "We need to leave for the Shadow Wasteland immediately." Mirong, unfazed by his abruptness, smirked once again. "I know a shortcut," she said, her voice dripping with confidence. Without further delay, she led the group, guiding them across the barren, cactus-filled desert that stretched out beneath the ominously dark sky of the Shadow Wasteland. Rosalind scanned her surroundings, a thoughtful frown forming on her face. "I always thought this place was occasionally visited by nameless explorers," she said. "Why is there not a single portal gate here, despite it being Maiden territory?" Larson glanced at her, a small smile playing at his lips. "Do you have any idea how expensive it is to install even one portal gate?" he replied. Internally, he noted that while his family was wealthy, they weren't so excessively rich as to indulge in such luxuries across the wasteland. As they walked, Larson's eyes took in the unsettling atmosphere of the land. Despite it being midday, the sky remained unnaturally dim, casting an eerie shadow over everything. He decided to activate his heavenly eye, a technique he rarely needed but felt compelled to use now. A notification panel immediately confirmed his suspicions. They were deep within the Shadow Wasteland, a region plagued by shadow wraiths. These parasitic entities fed on the shadows of living creatures, slowly draining their vitality. Larson's gaze shifted to the ground beneath a cactus where tadpole-like creatures swam in the dust, their movements ominous. He could feel the danger pressing in, and a sense of urgency rose within him. "We need to leave now," he muttered, his voice laced with concern. Before they could act, Lydia called out, her voice filled with annoyance. "I hate these cacti," she said, glaring at the nearest one. "Can I destroy it?" Larson, still scanning their surroundings, nodded in approval. "Go ahead." With a determined expression, Lydia drew on her mana and summoned a massive fireball. Her power flared to life, and with a swift motion, she hurled it toward the cactus. The explosion that followed was deafening, flames roaring as they consumed the plant entirely. The shadow wraiths hiding within the cactus were incinerated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Larson watched the spectacle with a quiet nod of approval, praising Lydia's effort. She beamed with pride at his compliment, while Rosalind stood in stunned silence, wide-eyed at the sheer display of power. Mirong, who had been unusually quiet, sat down on the ground, her focus shifting. "Did you mention an old book?" she asked. Larson nodded, recalling Velitutor Grandel's instructions. "According to the Patriarch, there should be one around here somewhere." Without a word, Mirong crouched low, pressing her nose to the ground, sniffing with remarkable precision. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she staggered backward, visibly disturbed. She covered her mouth as her face twisted in disgust. "It smells like a decaying corpse," she gasped, trembling. Larson frowned. a sense of unease creeping over him. Even his divine eye, which could detect anomalies with ease, revealed nothing. He considered their options carefully. We might need at least 3 days to find it, he muttered. The oppressive sky loomed over them as they continued their trek across the barren wasteland, unaware that they were being watched. From behind a massive rock, a man observed them, his weary eyes scanning each of them with quiet curiosity. His gaze lingered on Larson, watching intently as the group pressed on. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.